Chu Xian, the lord of Yunxiao's sacred land, has utterly lost his cultivation. After deliberation among the elders, it has been decreed to strip him of his sect leader title and expel him from the sacred land with immediate effect. You shall never set foot in the sacred land again in this life. The sect leader position will be held by Senior Elder Qin Mo. In the grand hall, a young man in splendid robes wore a mocking smile as he surveyed the assembly, noticing that no one came forward in his defense. All present exhibited expressions of uniform disdain and disgust. Sect leader, what are you waiting for? Do you expect me to escort you out? Sect leader, the sect has nurtured you for 3 years. Be content. For the sake of its development, it is time for you to depart. My Yunxiao sect, a grand sacred land, cannot have a leader who is a failure. You must leave immediately lest you fail to appreciate the favor bestowed upon you. Chu Xian glanced around before breaking into a carefree smile and nodding. 3 years ago, I never intended to inherit my father's title as sect leader. It is all your fault. You insisted on placing me as sect leader. Now, having lost all my usefulness, you seek to cast me out of the sect. Little do you know the esteemed title of sacred land sect leader is to me as worthless as dung. Very well. From this day forth, I, Chu Xian, sever all ties with Yunxiao sect. With that, he turned and strode away. Outside the grand hall, the disciples of Yunxiao sect cast glances tinged with reluctant sorrow. During his tenure as sect leader, Chu Xian provided his disciples with extraordinarily abundant opportunities for cultivation, earning their heartfelt admiration. Yet the disciples, bound by their station, remained silent. Not one dared to speak up. A quarter of an hour later, Chu Xian stepped out of the sect in which he had grown up. Accompanying him were a youth and a yellow dog. Standing outside the mountain gate of Yunxiao sect, Chu Xian turned to glance at the plaque above the entrance, lost in a myriad of thoughts. Chu Xian, a transmigrator born in Yunxiao's sacred land, the foremost sect of Eastern Desolation. His father was the sect leader of Yunxiao, and like a protagonist in a transmigration tale, his cultivation talent was nothing short of miraculous. Under the nurturing of Yunxiao's sacred land, Chu Xian effortlessly dispatched formidable talents, vanquishing rival geniuses and solidifying the reputation of Eastern Desolation's premier sect. At that time, everyone offered nothing but praise, admiration, and submission to Chu Xian. Yet 3 years ago, when the ferocious spirit beasts rebelled, he was engulfed by a tide of beasts. His parents sacrificed their lives to repel the beast tide and save Chu Xian, but in the process his entire cultivation was nullified. Despite countless efforts, it could not be restored. Because Chu Xian had once apprenticed under a great master from the middle realm of Xianxiao continent, the elders of Yunxiao sect still appointed him as the lord of Yunxiao's sacred land. Yet a few days ago, emissaries from the middle realm arrived, and that great master expunged Chu Xian's name from among the disciples, rendering his title a mere farce. In those days you insisted I inherit the title to exploit my master's reputation. Now that I have become useless, you are free to discard me at will. That is truly disheartening. But surely my father's Yunxiao sect would not so easily allow you your way. Yunxiao sect. Until we meet again. With those words, Chu Xian turned and departed gracefully, showing no lingering attachment to Yunxiao sect. The youth and the dog silently followed Chu Xian. Chu Xian raised his brows as he beheld the glowing screen before him. System. The ultimate eternal sect. How opportune. Since you have ousted me from the sect, I shall establish a new one in your stead. What is lost today shall be reclaimed 100-fold tomorrow. Open the new starter pack. Good heavens. This system is damn audacious. It offers not a trace of benefit to me, while bestowing ample rewards upon the disciples. Thinking of his direct disciple, Chu Xian looked at the youth beside him and softly said, "Jinner, you could very well remain in the sacred land." The youth clenched his fist and murmured, "My life was bestowed by my master. In this lifetime, I shall remain ever by his side. Rest assured, master, for I shall take care of you henceforth. Though your cultivation talent is merely average, it is enough to ensure that both we and Huang never go hungry." Wang. The yellow dog barked excitedly. Chu Xian reached out to touzle the youth's hair and softly said, "Jinner, let us head to Daxia." "Very well. We shall heed your guidance, master." The youth named Yu Jian was the very reason Chu Xian risked himself during the beast tide 3 years ago. After the tide receded, Yu Jian took the now power-depleted Chu Xian as his master, and now he departs Yunxiao sect at his side. As for the yellow dog accompanying them, it was a local mutt raised by Yu Jian. At the grand hall of Yunxiao sect, while elders were celebrating the ascension of former senior elder Qin Mo to sect leader, an old man suddenly appeared at the hall's entrance. "Qin Mo, you forced the sect leader to depart. Are you not afraid of retribution?" Seated on high, Qin Mo let out a light laugh. The former lord spared him only out of respect for his father. "Do you really expect that useless wretch to remain in the sect and squander our resources? I think you have lost your senses." "You," the old man began to retort, when suddenly high-ranking officials of Yunxiao sect surged into action. Qin Mo snorted coldly. Humph. Seal this old man in the cloud prison to await his fate. Bah, you old dog Qin. May you meet a miserable end. Have you forgotten the cultivation path granted by the former sect leader? One day the sect leader will return to claim your life. After the old man was dragged away, Qin Mo felt as though something weighed heavily upon his heart. He ordered bring forth the Wanli Guanshan mirror. Soon an ancient copper mirror was brought near, and Qin Mo infused it with spiritual energy. Instantly, within the mirror appeared the figures of Chu Xian, his disciple, and a yellow dog. Within the mirror, Chu Xian seemed to sense something and abruptly turned his head. It was as if he were transported back 3 years, to the era when he swept aside every genius in Eastern desolation. That piercing gaze sent a shock through Qin Mo's heart. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, several fissures appeared on the copper mirror. This is not good. Qin Mo hastily withdrew his spiritual energy, his heart pounding fiercely. That useless man had merely cast a glance. Why did the Wanli Guanshan mirror shatter? Could it be that fate still rests upon Chu Xian? Though he has been rendered a failure, were all my efforts in vain? After a long silence, a voice commanded old 3 eliminate him in secret. Yes, father. Master, what is wrong? Yu Jian inquired with concern as he noticed Chu Xian's unusual expression. Nothing significant. Let us hurry to Yunshao City and take a boat to Daxia. That unnerving feeling of being watched left Chu Xian deeply unsettled. Chu Xian leapt onto the dog and rode to Huang as he dashed towards a distant colossal city. Wang. Oh, master. De Huang is still young. He cannot carry me. Wang. Spare the nonsense, you two. It is not as if your master lacks cultivation. Do you think I would willingly ride a dog? Chu Xian leapt onto the dog's back, riding the big yellow dog straight toward the distant giant city. Woof. Master De Huang is still small. You shouldn't ride him. Woof, woof, woof. Enough chatter, you two. Your master has no cultivation now. Do you think I want to ride a dog? 5 days later. In the eastern wilderness of the Daxia Empire, 100 li further east lay the East Sea. Chu Xian gazed at the vast stretch of open ground before him, and the unease in his heart finally dissipated like smoke. Use the sect construction card. Please name your sect. Lingshao. Use successful. Lingshao sect under construction. In the next instant, a thunderous rumble erupted from the depths of the earth veins beneath them, and the ground under Chu Xian's feet split open, without warning, as pale luminous mist surged out from the widening cracks. Immediately after, entire mountain masses heaved upward, several peaks thrusting out of the earth and piercing through the clouds. Behind them, a spiritual spring roared as it shattered the bedrock and burst forth, its waters glittering brilliantly beneath the sun. In the span of only a few breaths, the magnificent architecture of an entire sect manifested before the 2 men and 1 dog. Damn. MMA. Ma. Yu Jian stammered on the word master for a long while, yet could not manage to say anything coherent. De Huang's dog eyes widened even further, his 4 legs trembling uncontrollably from fright. Woof. Having at least witnessed great spectacles before, Chu Xian calmed himself quickly and explained. This was prepared for me by your grandmaster. There is no need to be so startled. The moment they stepped past the sect's threshold, a figure appeared out of thin air. Qi Yu of Lingshao sect pays respects to the sect master. The woman's long crimson hair flared like blazing flame, her skin as lustrous and delicate as carved jade. A vivid red outfit wrapped around her exquisite figure, tracing curves that could only be called flawless. Her bare jade-like feet were suspended quietly in midair, untouched by the slightest speck of dust. At the sight of this woman, Chu Xian's heart finally settled. This should be the grand elder of the sect that the system had provided. A great emperor-level powerhouse. However, the system had already laid down a rule: NPC characters could not step beyond the boundaries of the sect. Great elder, you have worked hard watching over the sect. Though Chu Xian spoke so politely in his heart, he hastily asked the system. System, will this grand elder one day throw me out of the sect as well? Rest assured, host. All products of the system are of the highest quality. NPCs are absolutely unshakably loyal to the host. Host has entered sect territory. System missions activated. Main quest activated. Recruit 10 disciples for the sect. Quest progress 110. Quest reward: host cultivation will be raised to the peak of the Lingquan realm incomplete. Side quest activated: each time a sect disciple breaks through a realm, the host gains 1 lottery draw. Current lottery draws 0. Chu Xian was very familiar with the cultivation realms of this world. They were divided into 4 tiers and 10 realms. Mortal tier, condensing Qi, opening meridians, Lingquan. Spirit tier, mystic, core, divine, see, asking the Tao. Saint tier, union of Tao, sub-sage, great saint. Emperor tier, great emperor. In his former days, Chu Xian had already reached the realm of union of Tao. He had even been respectfully addressed as the little sage. If one placed a union of Tao cultivator within the Daxia Empire, such a person would be an invincible existence. As for the peak of the Lingquan realm promised as a reward within the eastern region of Xia, that would already suffice for self-preservation. After roughly grasping the functions of the system, Chu Xian had Qiyu lead the group, 3 people and 1 dog, toward the main peak of Lingxiao sect. Damn. Dahuang, have you ever seen grapes that burn with blue flames? Woof. Qiyu explained at just the right moment. Ice flame crystal grapes, a holy medicine. Eating a single grape can give a cultivator birth to a strand of sacred flame within their body. Chu Xian's pupils contracted. Back then, in order to help the Dansheng of Yunxiao sect seize a single strand of sacred flame, he had annihilated no fewer than 58 sects. And here it was reduced to the matter of eating a grape. Utterly absurd. Hey, Dahuang, you mangy mutt. That's holy medicine. Yu Jian's curses instantly drew Chu Xian's attention just in time to see Dahuang spew several wisps of blue flame from his mouth. In the next moment, with a loud gulp, the dog swallowed the entire bunch of grapes in one go. Panicking, Yu Jian snatched Dahuang into his arms, his fists raining down on the dog's belly like a storm. Bang, bang, bang. Dahuang, you. That's holy medicine, and you're just a mutt from the dirt. You'll explode. Spit it out, hurry. A thunderous boom erupted as Dahuang's canine body suddenly burst into a mass of blue flames. Fortunately, Chu Xian reacted with lightning speed, yanking Yu Jian back in one motion, otherwise he would surely have been engulfed by the blue fire. Chu Xian pressed a hand to his forehead and helplessly gestured toward Qiyu. Qiyu immediately understood. Raising her jade-like hand slightly, she sent a streak of rosy radiance shooting into Dahuang's body. Moments later, they watched as the big yellow dog was reborn amidst the blue flames. Yellow fur and blue fire made for a jarring contrast of colors, yet the aura surging from Dahuang's body was simply overwhelming. Woof! A single bark forced Chu Xian and Yu Jian to stagger backward again and again. What are you barking for? Though a cultivator at the 5th level of condensing Qi, Yu Jian found himself utterly suppressed by Dahuang and could only roar in frustration. I'm asking you, what are you barking for? With that, he snatched up a stone from the ground and hurled it at Dahuang. Thunk! Whimpering, Dahuang finally recognized reality and slunk off to the side with tail tucked between his legs. Chu Xian, however, saw far more than Yu Jian. Dahuang has actually developed cultivation. Judging by his aura, he should be around the 5th level of opening meridians. A single bunch of holy medicine has allowed an ordinary mutt to leap straight into becoming a spirit beast. And he even skipped past the condensing chi stage, advancing directly to the opening meridian's realm as a spirit beast. Things are getting more and more outrageous. At that, the look Chu Xian cast toward Qiyu brimmed with an endless sense of security. So this was what it meant to be a great emperor, altering the destiny of a living being with effortless ease. Now, aside from Qiyu, the NPC Dahuang had become the top combat power of Lingxiao sect. As they ventured deeper into the sect, the surrounding spiritual energy grew ever denser. Master, why do I feel that the spiritual energy here is even richer than in our Yunxiao holy land? Having lost all his cultivation, Chu Xian could no longer sense spiritual energy at all. Instead, it was Yu Jian who first noticed that something was amiss. Master, I'm about to break through. With that, Yu Jian sat down cross-legged on the spot and focused entirely on his breakthrough. Within just a few breaths, a muffled bang echoed from within his body. Yu Jian rose lightly to his feet and exhaled a long, turbid breath, joy lighting up his brows. Master, I've reached the 6th level of condensing qi. Chu Xian smiled and nodded. Not bad. On the system panel, Chu Xian's lottery opportunities had quietly increased by 1. The 3 men and 1 dog finally arrived atop the main peak of Lingxiao sect. Taking advantage of the moment, while Qiyu led Yu Jian off to choose his quarters, Chu Xian opened the system backpack. Items: Great Heaven Immortal Physique Activation Card X1, Great Heaven Immortal Art X1. Use the Great Heaven Immortal Physique Activation Card. Select target for use: Yu Jian, currently the only available target. Confirm use of the Great Heaven Immortal Physique Activation Card on Yu Jian. Chu Xian did not hesitate in the slightest. Confirm. Great Heaven Immortal Physique is now activating. Behind Qiyu, Yu Jian's body suddenly blazed with golden light, his robes whipping wildly in an invisible wind. In the next moment, his body burst into dazzling brilliance as runes coursed over his skin, as though he were merging with heaven and earth themselves. The piercing golden light seemed intent on rending the very firmament, every fluctuation of power making the air tremble. Yu Jian was like one reborn from the flames. The searing, soul-rending pain tore a howl from his throat. The sensation of knives carving through his entire body overwhelmed him, and Yu Jian fainted from the agony. The golden light emanating from the sword soared into the sky instantly, instilling fear in the hearts of the people along the eastern coast. Wowamami, save me, the sea beasts are coming again. In the midst of the ordinary people's panic, a figure clad in black appeared, looking incredibly shocked. This aura. Why is it so similar to that waste Chu Xian? The waste disciple of the waste master. Could it be that they encountered some opportunity? As he spoke, the figure in black had already headed towards the direction of the Lingxiao sect. Soon he arrived outside the Lingxiao sect. The man looked at the three characters, Lingxiao sect, above his head and couldn't help but sneer. Lingxiao, truly audacious. Do they wish to surpass my Yunxiao sacred land? That dog Chu Xian truly deserves to die. Today I will help my father eliminate him. The moment he appeared at the gate of the Lingxiao sect, you had already sensed it. He transmitted his voice, "Sect master, someone is here at the gate." A surge of spiritual energy gathered before Chu Xian, and as he saw the visitor, he raised an eyebrow. Qin Shuyang. Looks like Qin Mo sent someone to kill me. Bring him here. At the gate, Qin Shuyang was cursing loudly, feeling a wave of dizziness, and in the next moment, he had appeared on the peak of the Lingxiao sect. Chu Xian stood with his hands behind his back, quietly observing the person before him. Once Qin Shuyang stabilized his form, he also noticed Chu Xian. Sensing that Chu Xian was still merely a mortal, Qin Shuyang immediately felt relieved. Wei sect master, you seem to be well. You ran away quite fast. This holy sun chased you all the way from the sacred land to this desolate place. Chu Xian, when did you become such a coward? Qin Shuyang is the youngest son of Qin Mo, the third in line. Due to Chu Xian's father focusing on developing the sect, Chu Xian was born later, and Qin Shuyang was a fellow cultivator in the same generation as Chu Xian. It can be said that Qin Shuyang had always lived in the shadow of Chu Xian. Now that Chu Xian is a waste, Qin Shuyang's task is to kill him, naturally intending to humiliate him thoroughly. Chu Xian did not reply, but merely watched Qin Shuyang try to show off. With someone like Qin Shuyang 3 years ago, he wouldn't even spare a glance in his direction. Now he dares to stand before me and act arrogantly. Even if you hide at the ends of the earth, it will be as easy as pie for this holy sun to kill you. As he spoke, Qin Shuyang had already begun to circulate his spiritual power, the cultivation of the divine sea realm, causing the stones on the peak to move without wind. Chu Xian finally spoke. I advise you not to act, you will die very miserably. You a waste, what can you do to me, a divine sea realm cultivator? As he spoke, he took slow steps towards Chu Xian, the aura of the divine sea realm gradually enveloping Chu Xian. If Qin Shuyang wanted to kill Chu Xian, he only needed to move a finger, but he clearly did not wish for Chu Xian to die so easily. Chu Xian braced himself against the overwhelming pressure with his mortal body. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Da Huang came rushing in from a distance. Woof, woof, woof. Da Huang leaped up, opening his mouth wide to unleash a spiritual energy attack aimed at Qin Shuyang. This mutt has spiritual power. Interesting. Qin Shuyang lightly reached out, and Da Huang, with a howl, was uncontrollably flung towards Qin Shuyang. Enough. You cripple his cultivation and throw him back to the Lingxiao sect. That's exactly what I was waiting for from the sect master. As soon as the words fell, blood mist erupted from all over Qin Shuyang's body. Puff, puff, puff. Qin Shuyang lay on the ground like a burst sack, blood gushing forth from various acupoints on his body. There was no longer any trace of spiritual energy fluctuation within him. Who are you? What kind of demonic technique is this? Impossible. I will never become a waste. Impossible. Yu approached slowly. Sect master, shall we throw him back to the Lingxiao sect? Upon seeing Qin Shuyang was instantly filled with terror. How could there be a saint-level expert here? Yu looked back at Qin Shuyang with a smile, her voice like heavenly music. Saint level. Those beneath the saint level see me as a frog at the bottom of a well looking up at the moon. To see a saint level will realize they are like a mayfly looking up at the vast sky. After these words, Qin Shuyang initially had some doubts, but as he carefully pondered, his eyes suddenly widened. The saint level compared to this woman is like a mayfly to the vast sky. Does that mean this woman has already surpassed the saint level? What does it mean to surpass the saint level? Imperial level. The emperor who has not appeared in the Xianxiao continent for many years. How could she address Chu Xian as sect master? Qin Shuyang was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? An emperor calling a waste a sect master. As Qin Shuyang was lost in thought, Chu Xian approached him. With Qi's help, he carved a message on a stone and placed it in Qin Shuyang's embrace. All right, now we can throw him back to the Lingxiao sect. As you command. Yu raised her jade hand lightly and suddenly waved. Qin Shuyang's body transformed into a streak of light and instantly flew out. Whooshed. With a sound, he vanished without a trace, truly being thrown back. The Yunxiao sacred land. The protective barrier of the sect flickered as if something had suddenly rushed into the sacred land. Thud. A corpse crashed heavily onto the main square of the Yunxiao sacred land. The disciples gathered around curiously to observe. This is The third holy son. The third holy son is dead. Now Qin Mo is the lord of the sacred land, and his 3 sons have become the holy sons of the sacred land. The news of Qin Shuang's death spread like wildfire throughout the entire Yunshao sacred land. The third holy son is dead. The cause of death is tragic, killed after being crippled. Sai the Lord has just ascended and already lost a son. The days ahead will be difficult. Who is the culprit? How dare they so openly throw the corpse onto the square? Amidst the discussions of the disciples, Qin Mo had already appeared in the square. Third son. Qin Mo murmured, walking towards the corpse in the center of the square like a soulless being. To speak of Qin Shuang's talent, it was already among the top in the world. However, he was in the same generation as Chu Xian. Any achievements were always completed after Chu Xian, thus he continuously lived in Chu Xian's shadow. Qin Mo naturally knew this, which is why he sent Qin Shuyang to deal with Chu Xian, but unexpectedly what returned was the corpse of Qin Shuyang. Looking at his youngest son in such a state, Qin Mo felt utterly despairing. Shuyang, father has come. Holding Qin Shuang's corpse in his arms, he suddenly felt something hard pressing against his chest. Qin Mo trembled as he took out a stone from his son's embrace. The stone had only 6 large characters. The killer is Chu Xian. Bang! The stone in Qin Mo's hand instantly turned to dust. Chu Xian, I will surely feast on your flesh and sleep on your skin. Lingxiao Sect's main peak. What the hell? What is that awful smell? Who soiled their pants? Yu Jian suddenly woke up, a wave of foul odor assaulting his senses. Upon seeing himself covered in a thick layer of black mud, Yu Jian cried out, "Did I soil myself? As a dignified 7-foot man, how could I?" He then transformed into a streak of black lightning, dashing towards the spiritual spring at the back mountain. Lying on a stone chair, Chu Xian felt something flash past in front of him. What just went by? Qi, while preparing tea for Chu Xian, waved her hand lightly to disperse the foul smell in the air, saying, "I don't know, but it seems like a big black rat." Beside them, Da Huang kept rubbing his paws against his dog nose. Eventually, Da Huang flipped onto his back and he couldn't hold it in any longer and vomited. With a dog's sense of smell being already sharp, Da Huang, now a spirit beast at the meridian opening realm, found the scent on Yu Jian to be magnified many times over. For Da Huang, it was like enduring a torturous punishment. Yu Jian dove into the spiritual spring with a splash, beginning to wash away the filth on his body. As he cleaned off the black mud, an unusual luster began to emanate from beneath his skin. How strange, just a moment ago I felt such pain, and now so much dirt is coming off me. As Yu Jian muttered to himself, a muffled sound echoed from within his body. What was that sound? Before Yu Jian could react, there were 2 more sounds. Boom, boom. What's happening? Is there something dirty in this spiritual spring? Boom. Another sound rang out, and Yu Jian finally reacted. Breakthrough. Peak of the Qi gathering realm. I actually broke through 4 realms. When did I become this amazing? Just then, Chu Xian's voice reached Yu Jian's ears. Calm your mind. Sit in silence. Upon hearing Chu Xian's words, Yu Jian quickly composed himself, sitting cross-legged to channel the sudden influx of spiritual energy within him. Yu Jian felt the spiritual energy within him increasing rapidly, his meridians being forcefully expanded. He panicked, eyes tightly shut, gritting his teeth, and saying, "Master, I want to explode while I..." Chu Xian's voice came again through Qi. "You don't panic. Control the spiritual energy within you. This is a crucial moment for meridian opening." Yu Jian had heard Chu Xian teach before that the meridian opening realm required cultivators to clear and widen their meridians. After receiving Chu Xian's reassurance, Yu Jian felt a surge of confidence. Before long, an even louder sound erupted from within Yu Jian. Boom. This meant Yu Jian had officially entered the 2nd realm of the mortal stage meridian opening. Continue to stabilize your cultivation, Chu Xian's voice echoed again. Yu Jian had no choice but to comply. However, an unexpected event occurred. Boom. Boom. The more Yu Jian tried to stabilize his cultivation, the faster the spiritual energy grew within him. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, Yu Jian had reached the 5th level of meridian opening. Master, Yu Jian was not overwhelmed by the sudden surge of cultivation because Chu Xian had said that explosive growth could lead to an unstable foundation. Qi Yu raised her delicate hand, enveloping Yu Jian in a radiant light, bringing him back to Chu Xian's side. His cultivation finally stabilized at the 5th level of meridian opening. Master, what is happening to me? Only then did Yu Jian realize in shock that the spiritual energy around him was automatically drilling into his body through his pores. He hadn't even drawn the energy into his body. Why was the spiritual energy entering on its own? Chu Xian stood up from the stone chair, patted Yu Jian's shoulder in admiration, saying, "What an extraordinary celestial body, breaking through 10 realms as if drinking water." Yu Jian responded, "Wait, master. Celestial body. Who is that?" Chu Xian smiled and pointed. Me, a celestial body. Gulp. Overwhelmed and excited, Yu Jian directly demonstrated what it meant to faint on the spot. Chu Xian shook his head with a smile. This young man has a good quality of sleep. He had Chi Yu wake Yu Jian up, then took out the great celestial art from the system's backpack and tossed it to Yu Jian. You are inherently a great celestial body, and now that it has awakened, combined with this celestial art for cultivation, your progress can be astonishingly rapid. Yu Jian trembled as he accepted the great celestial art, stunned for a long while. The leap from being a waste to a genius was simply too great. 3 years ago, Yu Jian became Chu Xian's disciple, and it took him 3 years to barely reach the 4th level of Qi gathering. Today, upon arriving at the new sect, he first broke through 1 level due to the dense spiritual energy, and then directly awakened his celestial body, jumping across a major realm to reach the 5th level of meridian opening. What originally would have taken Yu Jian 20 or even 50 years to achieve was now accomplished in less than an hour. He directly saved decades of effort. Who wouldn't be shocked? After sending Yu Jian away, Chu Xian turned his gaze towards Chi Yu. Elder Chi Yu, I have some questions for you. Chi Yu's sweet smile, coupled with her extraordinary beauty, left Chu Xian momentarily bewildered. Please ask, Sect Master. Chu Xian took a deep breath and inquired, Are you a robot created by the system? Chi Yu was clearly taken aback. System? Robot? What do I have to do with them? Seeing Chi Yu's expression didn't seem fake, Chu Xian grew even more curious. Are you a member of the human race? Of course I'm human, Sect Master. You aren't suffering from a damaged soul, are you? Do you want me to take a look? As she spoke, Chi Yu reached out towards Chu Xian. No need, this Sect Master is fine. He thought to himself, since Chi Yu claims to be human, she must certainly be capable of cultivation. Chu Xian asked again, Do you know what will happen if you leave the sect's boundaries? He had seen on the system interface that NPCs could not leave the sect, so he raised this question. Chi Yu answered without hesitation, You will die. Upon receiving the answer, Chu Xian's pupils constricted. Chi Yu was at the Emperor realm, yet she would die if she left the sect. Who could kill an emperor? After a long silence, Chu Xian spoke. Why? Chi Yu sipped her tea thoughtfully and replied, It must be akin to some sort of contract existing deep within my soul, which I can sense. But where this contract comes from, I do not know. Chu Xian nodded, realizing that the contract was likely a restriction imposed by the system on NPCs. After asking a slew of questions, he found none of them useful. Forget it, I won't dwell on this anymore. Chu Xian finally turned his attention to the lottery function on the system interface. Sect lottery. Lottery chances 10 times. Note the first 10 consecutive draws guarantee a celestial level item. Celestial level item. In Chu Xian's original understanding, there were 4 levels in the world: mortal, spirit, saint, and emperor, but with the system, he learned of another level: celestial. It must be a presence even higher than emperor level. This system is fantastic. Good things are truly given. Draw? Give me a vigorous draw. As the system's holographic screen flickered rapidly before Chu Xian's eyes, the sound of the spinning wheel echoed with crisp ding sounds in his ears. In the next moment, a golden light illuminated the entire system screen. Congratulations, host, you have received a celestial grade reward: Bloodline Immortal Pool. The Bloodline Immortal Pool has manifested in the sect. Sect disciples can enter the Immortal Pool to cultivate, enhancing their bloodline power, physique, and talents. Note, as long as you soak in the Immortal Pool every day, even a dog can swallow the sun. Chu Xian's eyelid twitched as he glanced at the big yellow dog beside him. Good heavens. Why do I feel like this system is set up for Big Yellow? Big Yellow, I'm taking you to a fun place. Before Big Yellow could react, Chu Xian grabbed the dog's head and ran toward the newly manifested Bloodline Immortal Pool. A woo woo. Big Yellow yelped in pain. Before long, man and dog stood frozen before the blood-red pool. The sight was simply terrifying, resembling a pool of blood. Chu Xian couldn't help but question, is this a legitimate system? Is it trying to make me establish a demonic cultivation sect? As he spoke, Chu Xian pressed Big Yellow's head into the blood pool. Big Yellow, I hope you don't turn into a demon dog. Woof. Big Yellow thought him not human, but you truly are a dog. The moment Big Yellow entered the blood pool, a layer of blood-colored aura instantly radiated from his body. Immediately, Big Yellow's blood began to change, and flecks of golden light started to appear within the blood. Soaring, Big Yellow's aura surged dramatically. While his realm showed no change, Chu Xian could distinctly sense that Big Yellow appeared to have transformed into something more formidable. Moreover, he seemed to have become smarter. Good dog. He pulled Big Yellow out of the blood pool, and then leaped into the pool himself. However, after several minutes in the pool, Chu Xian felt no change at all. System, come out. Is this right? Why am I not reacting at all? The system screen replied, host has become a waste, just obediently taken disciples. Chu Xian exclaimed, what the hell? The system screen changed again, 10 draw rewards have been credited. Congratulations, host. You have received 50 ordinary medicinal herbs, 100 sets of sect uniform, 10 pounds of spirit beast feed, 20 spirit grade medicinal herbs, 10 spirit grade weapons, 13 spirit grade techniques, 1 sacred grade technique, 1 sacred grade medicinal herb, and 1 piece of extreme Tao Emperor weapon fragments. Collect 30 fragments for exchange. Rewards have been automatically deposited into the sect's facilities. Looking at the constantly flickering screen, Chu Xian felt like crying without tears. Is this how you play? Not a single thing I can use. It seems that to regain my cultivation, I can only complete the system's main quest. Taken disciples. I must work hard to recruit disciples. Without hesitation, Chu Xian packed his belongings and led Big Yellow out of Lingxiao sect. As for the cultivation of the sword, Chu Xian need not worry at all. With the immortal body and immortal techniques, he would encounter no bottlenecks. Moreover, with Emperor Qiu overseeing matters, he could confidently go out and recruit disciples. Chu Xian took out 2 pieces of spirit pet feed and threw them to Big Yellow. The aroma that could mesmerize countless local dogs made Big Yellow's eyes light up instantly. Woof woof. Petting Big Yellow's fur, Chu Xian sighed. Alas, once upon a time, I was the #1 genius of the eastern wilderness, yet now I need a local dog to guard me on this journey. Man and dog walked further away. On the coast of the East Sea, in Biluozhen, the Tang family. Tang Lu, a descendant of the Tang family, secretly learned the family secret technique. For this crime, he shall be cast into the death prison. On the seat of the Tang family leader, Tang Qingshan exuded an air of authority, his tone icy. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the right arm of the young man before him. The young man's right arm was significantly larger than his left, creating a disconcerting appearance. Named Tang Lu, the boy raised his chest and showed no fear of Tang Qingshan's authority, sneering he. What crime can be fabricated without reason? My father saved over 10 Tang family members a few days ago and even lost his life for it. Today do you wish to take my life again? Tang Qingshan narrowed his eyes slightly, coldly commanding, take him away. Put him in the death prison. 2 Tang family members stepped forward to take Tang Lu away. One of them smiled insincerely. Lu Zi, everyone knows you learned the family secret technique. Not executing you on the spot is already exceptionally merciful. The other one wore a playful expression. He, didn't your father leave you a harpoon when he died? I heard it's a spirit-grade weapon. Since you're going to the death prison anyway, why not give it to me later? Tang Lu merely shot them a cold glance without responding. Slap. A resounding slap landed on Tang Liu's face. What kind of eyes do you have? Do you believe I won't ruin you? Tang Qingshan glanced at the 2 who immediately wilted hastily, escorting Tang Lu away. However, as the 2 Tang family members were escorting Tang Lu past the Tang family gate, he suddenly erupted. A 3-pronged harpoon appeared in his hand. Without mercy, he aimed for one person's neck and plunged it in. Blood spattered everywhere. Tang Lu then decisively crashed through the Tang family gate. Bang! After breaking through the door, he rolled on the ground a few times and quickly got up, racing towards the city outskirts. Before long, a furious roar echoed from within the Tang residence. The rebellious son of the Tang family, Tang Lu, has harmed his Kinu. From today onwards, he is expelled from the Tang family. Any descendants of the Tang family may kill him. In the next moment, over 10 cultivators surged out of the Tang family gate, wildly pursuing Tang Lu. At that moment, Tang Lu had already burst out of Biluozhen. Flashback to a few days earlier when Tang Lu and his father led the Tang family disciples out to sea to hunt spirit beasts, unexpectedly encountering a sea beast at the spiritual spring realm. As the leader, Tang Liu's father resolutely protected the Tang family disciples behind him, directly burning his essence blood to fight the spiritual spring realm sea beast, leading to a mutual destruction. When everyone returned with the corpses of Tang Liu's father and the spiritual spring realm sea beast, they discovered that the sea beast had already sustained heavy injuries. A spirit-grade weapon was embedded within its body, which was the harpoon in Tang Liu's hand. Logically, Tang Liu's father had fought valiantly to protect many Tang family disciples and obtained the corpse of a spirit sea realm sea beast along with a spirit-grade weapon, which should have made Tang Liu's future in the Tang family worry-free. Yet Tang Qingshan accused Tang Lu of secretly learning the Tang family's secret techniques as a reason to imprison him in the death prison. Tang Lu, however, accidentally overheard the reason, which was his right arm. Meanwhile, Chu Xian and Big Yellow roamed through various towns and villages along the East Sea coast. Chu Xian's steps appeared somewhat disordered, panting heavily. Big Yellow, how many villages have we passed? Big Yellow barked once, woof. Then he scratched the ground again with his paw. What? This is already the 11th one. And we haven't recruited a single person. Initially, Chu Xian hoped to recruit some talented young prodigies, but after some harsh realities, his only requirement for disciples now was they must be human. The reason was simple: no one had heard of the Lingxiao sect. They didn't even know where this small sect came from. Additionally, the coast of the East Sea frequently experienced beast attacks, with those beasts targeting cultivators. Although ordinary people suffered more casualties in the beast tide, most were crushed underfoot. As long as they could hide in the tunnels, they generally wouldn't face significant problems. Numerous small families along the East Sea coast had their unique survival methods. Conversely, sects, especially newly established small sects, mostly became the main course for sea beasts. In the eyes of the people, Lingxiao sect belonged to a small sect. Thus, it was not surprising that Chu Xian couldn't recruit anyone. As man and dog walked along, a voice suddenly rang in Chu Xian's ears, reporting to the sect master, "A girl has come to the sect claiming she wishes to join. Does the sect master permit her?" The voice belonged to Chiyu. When Chu Xian heard that someone wanted to join the sect, he was immediately overjoyed. Excellent, excellent. I grant her entry. She will be directly accepted as a personal disciple. All the best resources of the sect shall be hers. Chu Xian was truly thrilled. He was nearly exhausted, and now someone was running to join the sect. According to Chiyu, it was a female disciple. Happiness came too suddenly. Watching the sun about to set, Chu Xian jumped onto Big Yellow's back, waving his hand. "Big Yellow, let's return to the sect to see our disciple." In front of the Lingxiao sect's mountain gate, a girl in green raised her head to gaze at the three characters, Lingxiao sect, pondering quietly within. I never expected that I, a dignified half-emperor, would have a day of rebirth. You too, the dog man, and the shameless woman, you must live well. I will personally crush your bones and scatter your ashes. The spiritual energy here is exceptionally rich. If I meditate and cultivate for 20 years, I will emerge invincible. Once a half-emperor from another continent, Lin Xian was betrayed and harmed by his best friend and partner, only to unexpectedly be reborn in the Xianxiao continent. As Lin Xian was contemplating, a figure in red, Chiyu, appeared at the mountain gate. "Come in." Chiyu said her words, giving Lin Xian an incredibly peaceful feeling that made him want to get closer. Lin Xian was secretly astonished. This person's aura is not inferior to my past life. She is certainly not an ordinary person. I never expected to encounter such a remarkable individual in this remote location. On the surface, Lin Xian was exceedingly respectful. Yes. Chiyu merely glanced at Lin Xian and slowly turned to lead the way. The moment Lin Xian's body passed beyond the mountain gate, a vast wave of overwhelming spiritual energy surged toward his face. In an instant, Lin Xian felt a multitude of heavenly and earthly rules manifest before his eyes, accompanied by scattered rays of elusive light surrounding him. Lin Xian was certain that had he cultivated here in his past life, he would have attained the Tao and become an emperor long ago. This place, could it be the legendary paradise? This former half-emperor was rendered completely dumbfounded at that moment. Lin Xian thought, is this really a low-level continent? Is this a remote area near the East Sea? The holy land I established in my past life, compared to this cultivation environment, is nothing exceptional, right? Chiyu slightly parted her red lips. Don't be dazed, follow this elder. The sect master has decreed that you are granted the status of a direct disciple, and you may use all the resources of the sect. Lin Xian, joining at the peak. Becoming the direct disciple of the sect master. Access to cultivation resources at will. Is this the life of a cheat after rebirth? Had I known it would be like this, wouldn't I have sought rebirth sooner? Lin Xian followed Chiyu into the interior of the Lingxiao sect. As they delved deeper, this former half-emperor finally understood just how absurdly powerful this sect truly was. Holy-grade fruit trees and sacred herbs could be described as ubiquitous. Even more astonishing was that every sect building was engraved with small runes, and these numerous runes formed various killing formations. Lin Xian was secretly terrified. Such a large-scale killing formation, with his past life's half-emperor cultivation, he would likely perish before even a stick of incense burned out. But this is not the most terrifying aspect of the sect. The most terrifying fact is that besides the elder before him, he felt only the aura of a single cultivator. In such a profound sect, there must be countless strong individuals. But why did he only sense one person at the pulse connection realm? Surely others had reached levels beyond his perception. For example, this woman before him, by his judgment, was at least a great sage. Although Lin Xian was currently only at the second level of qi condensation, with his past life's experience as a half-emperor, he could sense cultivators below the sage level unless they deliberately concealed their presence. Elder, I have a question I would like to ask. Lin Xian could no longer hold back. What is your question? I have been walking for so long, why have I not seen anyone else in the sect? Qi replied nonchalantly. Our Lingxiao sect now has only 4 people, including you. Oh, and there's also a stray dog. Lin Xian. Such a powerful sect has only 4 members. And that includes myself, who just joined. What about all those powerful figures I imagined earlier? How strange. How strange. Not long after, the 2 women arrived at the main peak, just in time to see Yu Jian appearing with the great immortal scripture. Yu Jian came at the right time, From now on she will be your junior sister. The sect master has decreed that she be made a direct disciple of the sect master. Chi, you seem to remember something, and turned to Lin Xian saying, by the way, what is your name? Lin Xian couldn't help but grin internally. Good heavens, what kind of sect is this? They don't even know the disciple's name and already grant her the status of a direct disciple. This is way too casual. My name is Lin Xian. This is your senior brother Yu Jian. You two should get along well from now on. Yu Jian, take your junior sister to find a place to live. Yu Jian put away the great immortal scripture in his hands and respectfully replied, disciple obeys. Lin Xian followed beside Yu Jian, tentatively asking, senior brother, how long have you been in the sect? Yu Jian scratched his head saying, if we're talking about joining the Lingxiao sect, it's been a little over half a day. But I've been under the master for 3 years already. Half a day? What does that mean? Seeing Lin Xian's confusion, Yu Jian explained, this sect was left to the master by our ancestor. Yu Jian roughly narrated the situation of Chu Xian to Lin Xian, allowing him to finally relax. Lin Xian thought to himself, thank goodness. The master is a useless person and the senior brother is utterly naive. It seems that the great elder is somewhat mysterious, but I can certainly thrive in the Lingxiao sect. Then Lin Xian began to size up the convenient senior brother before him. Having cultivated for 3 years, your cultivation is at the pulse connection 6th level. Your talent is decent, but in my eyes, you still need to practice more, senior brother. In the end, Lin Xian chose a residence at the edge of the main peak, also to avoid being disturbed while cultivating. Once everything was arranged, Lin Xian finally began his cultivation. However, just as he was about to cultivate, a powerful aura suddenly spread across the main peak. Has he broken through to pulse connection 7th level? He must have been at pulse connection 6th level for quite some time already. However, before Lin Xian could settle his thoughts in the next moment, another aura spread out. Oh, pulse connection 8th level. This senior brother has quite good talent. But in such a cultivation environment, I only need 10 days to reach pulse connection peak. Little junior brother, you still have a long way to go. In the next second, boom, another aura erupted from Yu Jian's direction. Lin Xian smiled, feeling gratified. Pulse connection 9th level. Not bad, not bad. If it were me, breaking through 3 levels wouldn't be a big deal. Before Lin Xian could finish, Yu Jian broke through another level. Boom. This time Lin Xian's smile had completely vanished. As Yu Jian broke through 3 minor realms in succession, he also broke through a major realm. His current cultivation had reached the 1st level of spiritual spring. This level made beads of sweat emerge on Lin Xian's forehead. Lin Xian was stunned. I could accept you breaking through 5 minor realms, but you actually broke through a major realm directly. In my past life, I wasn't even as monstrous as you. I've been reborn, but not to this extent. Chu Xian rode to Huang, racing towards the Lingxiao sect, when suddenly a system notification echoed in his ears. Sect disciples cultivation has broken through reward lottery chances 10. The unexpected alert brought a burst of joy to Chu Xian's heart. Truly worthy of being an immortal body, the sword has broken through again. Lottery. Let's go for 10 consecutive draws. What Chu Xian didn't know was that 4 of these 10 lottery chances were provided by the newly initiated Lin Xian. The newly initiated Lin Xian within the Lingxiao sect broke through from the 2nd level of Qi condensation to the 6th level in just a few hours. 10 consecutive draws in progress. This time the 10 consecutive draws guarantee an Emperor-level reward. Congratulations to the host for receiving an Emperor-level reward. 1 Elder NPC of the Emperor realm. Congratulations to the host for receiving a Saint-level healing pill. 1 Saint-level martial arts. 2 Spirit-level herbs. 20 Sect Disciple tokens. 100. Looking at the system light curtain flashing continuously, Chu Xian felt a wave of disappointment once again. Still nothing I can use. What's going on? Da Huang, let's go take a look. Chu Xian approached and was taken aback to see a young boy covered in blood. With a slightly youthful face smeared with blood and mud, his chest was already severely caved in. His entire right arm looked mangled, with blood vessels bursting in multiple places, continuously oozing blood. Hiss! Glancing up at the towering cliff above, Chu Xian couldn't help but draw in a cold breath. Did this boy fall from here? Miraculously, he still showed signs of life. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. Hey, isn't this apprentice here? Help! In the midst of his words, Chu Xian opened the system backpack and took out a Saint-level healing pill to administer to the young boy before him. As soon as the pill was taken, the boy's wounds began to heal at a visible rate. In just a few breaths, all the wounds on the boy's body had fully healed. Not bad. The things the system gives are truly effective. Seeing that the boy showed no signs of waking up, Chu Xian tossed him onto Da Huang's back and continued towards the Lingxiao sect. Finally, in the dead of night, Chu Xian and Da Huang returned to the Lingxiao sect. After settling the young boy, Chu Xian finally had time to call his 2 direct disciples to him. Yu Jian spoke first. Disciple pays respects to master. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was staring intently at Chu Xian. She was observing him, and Chu Xian was also taking in her appearance. Lin Xian had eyebrows like spring mountains and eyes like autumn waters with a hint of cold sharpness in her gaze. Her dark hair was simply tied back with a few loose strands falling beside her ears. Dressed in a fitted green outfit, her skirt swayed lightly, moving gracefully like willows in spring. Though it was the dead of night, the main peak remained brightly lit. The glow emitted by various crystals shone upon Lin Xian, accentuating the nobility of her aura. To Chu Xian, however, Lin Xian only had one impression: handsome. Besides being handsome, he was utterly lacking in other qualities. Yu Jian quietly punched Lin Xian, squeezing out a word through gritted teeth. What's up? Are you stunned by Master's handsomeness? Hurry up and speak. Lin Xian then reacted, hurriedly bowing. Disciple Lin Xian pays respects to Master. Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction. Good. From now on, you two should help each other, and if there's anything you don't understand in your cultivation, feel free to ask me more. Lin Xian secretly scoffed. I'm a half emperor. Do I really need to ask you? Master, you might as well stay where it's cool. By the way, since everyone is here, let me introduce you to someone. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared beside Chu Xian. This scene immediately made Lin Xian's pupils shrink. Space law? Could this person also be of the great sage realm? Unbeknownst to her, this person before her, like Qi Yu, was indeed a genuine emperor-level being. In Lin Xian's consciousness, the emperor realm was the highest realm she could imagine, and also her ultimate pursuit in this life and the next. Thus, she would never associate Qi Yu and this person with the word emperor. This is someone I met while out today, wanting to come to my Lingxiao sect for a meal, and from now on he will be the second elder of my Lingxiao sect. Elder Shangxia greeted everyone. The middle-aged man beside Chu Xian wore a constant smile. Upon hearing Chu Xian's words, he smiled and said, Hello everyone, my name is Shangxia. Thank you for the sect master's kindness, and in the future if you need anything, just let me know. After the introduction, Chu Xian took out 2 sets of sect uniforms and 2 direct disciple tokens from the system space and handed them to Yu Jian and the others, sending them back. Then he glanced at the unconscious boy and went to sleep. Now Chu Xian was just a mortal, and staying up all night left him feeling utterly exhausted. The next morning, Chu Xian, who was fast asleep, was jolted awake by a shout. Hey, you stop right there. Your arm is swollen like a pig's trotter. Why are you running? At this moment, Yu Jian was chasing madly on the main peak with a wooden basin in hand. In front of Yu Jian, the comatose boy from yesterday was frantically running with his right hand, which was as thick as a thigh. Lin Xian was also called out by Yu Jian's shout, giving him a displeased glare and raising her foot to kick a stone bench towards the boy. Whoosh! Bang! The stone bench, cutting through the air, smashed directly into the boy's face. The boy was entirely focused on Yu Jian behind him and completely unaware of the stone bench flying towards him, getting hit and spinning in confusion. Isn't this resolved? What a hassle! Lin Xian muttered and turned back to her room to continue her cultivation. No one noticed that Lin Xian's cultivation level had already reached the peak of qi condensation. From Lin Xian's initiation until now, it had only been a day and a night, and this reborn half-emperor had directly broken through from the second level of qi condensation to the peak of qi condensation. The speed of cultivation could only be described as terrifying. Chu Xian with panda eyes approached. What's all the noise about? Yu Jian explained while carrying the boy. Master, I saw that his arm was swollen like this, so I wanted to apply some medicine to it, but unexpectedly this kid slapped me and ran off. Look at my face, the handprint is still there. Sure enough, on Yu Jian's not-so-handsome face, there was a large red handprint at that moment. This kid is quite ruthless. Chu Xian couldn't help but grin. After Yu Jian sealed the boy's cultivation, the 3 of them went to the main hall. Chu Xian sat in a high position and asked the boy, Kid, you fell from the cliff, I saved your life. Are you willing to join my Lingxiao sect? In Chu Xian's mind, nothing was more important than accepting a disciple. As for the origin of the young boy before him, it didn't matter at all. Even if you have some schemes, my Lingxiao sect has 2 emperors guarding the place who could possibly steal from us. Chu Xian's question left Tang Lu, who had betrayed his family, dumbfounded. Lingxiao sect? I've never heard of it. Moreover, your sect accepts disciples without even asking for their names, checking their talents, or caring about their disposition before directly accepting them. I've never seen such a casual sect. This young man is none other than Tang Lu, who is being pursued by the Tang family. When Tang Lu woke up, he saw Yu Jian groping around on his right arm, mistakenly thinking he was a member of the Tang family, leading to a misunderstanding. Now aware that the person before him meant no harm, Tang Lu gradually lowered his guard. Hearing that Lingxiao sect intended to take him in, his heart was slightly stirred. Tang Liu's current situation leaves him with no choice but to join Lingxiao sect. The entire Tang family has mobilized to hunt him down, forcing him to jump off a cliff yesterday. Fortunately, fate had not abandoned him as he encountered Chu Xian. Kid, speak up. Do you wish to join Lingxiao sect and become my direct disciple? Yu Jian, who had been waiting impatiently, had already received a slap from Tang Lu for no reason. Seeing the boy hesitating in response to his master's question, he directly slapped Tang Lu on the back. Tang Lu grimaced in pain. He glared at Yu Jian and said, "Disciple Tang Lu pays respects to master. Good. From now on you are my direct disciple. The one beside you is Yu Jian, your senior brother. You also have a senior sister whose talent is lacking, and she is currently focused on her training." Chu Xian saw nothing special about Lin Xian. He had asked Chiyu, who also said there was nothing remarkable, just that her spirit seemed stronger than that of ordinary people. Thus, Chu Xian categorized Lin Xian as lacking in talent. While speaking, he took out the sect's attire and token and handed them to Tang Lu. "Jinner, take your junior brother around the sect, while I go to the library pavilion to find suitable techniques for your junior brother and sister." "Yes, master," Yu Jian respectfully replied, then glanced angrily at Tang Lu, growling, "Junior brother, let's go." With that, he grabbed Tang Lu and headed outside the hall. Once outside, "Senior brother, please have mercy." Chu Xian chuckled softly, not paying them any mind as he made his way towards the library pavilion of Lingxiao sect. After a systematic introduction, Chu Xian learned that the sect's buildings in the initial phase have basic supplies such as the alchemy pavilion, which has an initial reserve of 1,000 pills. The library pavilion also has an initial reserve of 1,000 techniques and martial arts. Upon arriving at the library pavilion, Chu Xian headed straight to the top floor. Lin Xian may not show any special constitution, but since she actively joined the sect, she must receive an imperial-grade technique. As for Tang Lu, his arm seems to possess some sort of bloodline power. Perhaps his family once had a great power among them. Now, even though Chu Xian has lost all his cultivation, his past experiences and insights still allow him to discern suitable techniques for different constitutions. After a thorough selection, Chu Xian finally found 2 imperial-grade techniques suitable for Lin Xian and Tang Lu to practice. Lingxiao sect's main peak. Yu Jian had already returned to his residence to cultivate, while Lin Xian stood before Chu Xian unwillingly. Tang Lu, on the other hand, was filled with excitement, already overjoyed. This sect is truly amazing. He was merely strolling around the sect, yet he already felt on the verge of a breakthrough in his cultivation. Chu Xian handed the 2 techniques to the 2 of them, saying, "These are the techniques personally chosen for you by your master. Be sure to practice diligently. There are many more treasures here, and rewards await once you break through. I won't tell you the grade of these 2 techniques, just know that they are exceptionally powerful." Lin Xian forcibly suppressed her anger and took a deep breath, saying, "Thank you, master." She then turned and walked away with the technique. Seeing Lin Xian's demeanor, Chu Xian couldn't help but sigh, alas. Xian'er's personality might not be suited for socializing. She will be fine once she gets used to it. In contrast, Tang Lu had already completely revered Chu Xian as his reborn parent. He trembled as he held the technique given to him by Chu Xian, excitedly saying, "Thank you, master. Disciple will not disappoint you, master." Seeing Tang Lu like this, Chu Xian was overjoyed. "Look, Lu'er is in such a good state." As for Xian'er, her personality is lackluster and her talent is also not impressive. It seems I need to pay more attention to Xian'er. After Lin Xian returned to her residence with the technique given by Chu Xian, she tossed it under the bed without even looking at it. This broken master only delayed my cultivation for a mere broken technique. I have already memorized over 100 sacred grade techniques in my mind. What can you give me? Could it be an imperial grade technique? Pak. Yu Jian has already reached the spiritual spring realm. I absolutely cannot lose to him. Thus Lin Xian set aside the imperial grade technique and clutched her sacred grade technique to begin cultivating. In Biluo City, at the Tang family's main hall, Patriarch Tang Lu has fallen off the cliff and is currently missing. The Tang family members who pursued Tang Lu had returned. Tang Qingshan sat in the prime seat, his sharp gaze concealing thoughts. Tang Lu's bloodline power has begun to awaken. If we leave him unchecked, he may pose a threat to my Tang family in the future. He then said coldly, "All family spirit hounds must be mobilized, the living must be found, and the dead must be seen." The Tang family members immediately began to busy themselves with finding Tang Lu. Seeing the Tang family members leave, Tang Qingshan quietly took out a piece of worn beast hide from his pocket. Little Liuzi, the ancestor, left guidance. For any descendant of the Tang family with an awakened bloodline, other family members only need to consume his flesh and drink his blood to easily ascend to the imperial position. Therefore, for the sake of my Tang family's development, you must die. At that time, my Tang family will be able to produce several emperors, and the entire Xinjiao continent will bow before my Tang family. One of you in exchange for my Tang family's eternal prosperity. Do not be ungrateful. Just as Tang Qingshan was contemplating, a Tang family member rushed in hastily. Report to the Patriarch. There are people from the sea. Tang Qingshan's expression changed instantly. People from the sea again. They usually come once a year, but this time they returned in just 3 months. Before Tang Qingshan could think much further, a blue figure suddenly appeared in the main hall. Tang family patriarch. Long time no see. In an instant, Tang Qingshan turned pale. He quickly lowered his posture. What brings the Crab Sea envoy here? The Crab Sea envoy's body was wrapped in dark blue scales, faintly revealing the texture of a crab shell. His hands shrank within his sleeves, occasionally revealing sharp crab claws at the fingertips. His cheeks bulged slightly, and his black bean-like eyes occasionally moved. Though he had a human form, he still retained many features of a crab. The Crab Sea envoy's voice was somewhat stiff as he slowly stated, food is becoming scarce. Need 10 human cultivators. Tang Qingshan's face instantly darkened. 3 months ago, 10 Tang family members had already been taken. Now they want 10 more. Do they really treat my Tang family as a granary? Tang Qingshan's face darkened, yet he dared not vent his anger before the Crab Sea envoy. Envoy Crab, our Tang clan has recently suffered an internal rebellion. Most of our clansmen are currently abroad hunting down the traitors. There are simply no able-bodied members left to make offerings to the sea. Might your eminence grant us a few more days? Once the traitor is captured, the Tang clan will surely present 10 cultivators. The Crab Sea envoy's fury surged instantly. His 2 crab pincers shot forward with terrifying speed. Clamping Tang Qingshan's throat, he spoke in a frigid, icy voice. Unacceptable. The Sea King requires them urgently. Tang Qingshan, a 6th-rank spirit spring realm expert, wielded considerable influence along the East Sea coast. Yet before this Crab Sea envoy, he was utterly powerless to resist. Choking and gasping, Tang Qingshan desperately pounded at the crushing pincers. Envoy. Tomorrow. I shall deliver the clansmen to the shore. Tomorrow. Only then did the envoy relent, releasing Tang Qingshan before vanishing in a streak of azure light. Tang Qingshan collapsed onto the ground, breathing raggedly, his temples pulsing with bulging veins, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Beasts, daring to trample upon the Tang clan. Once I devour Tang Lu's flesh and drink his blood, I shall seize your Sea King himself and flay him alive, strip him bare of sinew and skin. As he spoke, his fingers had already sunk deep into the bluestone floor. No sooner had Tang Qingshan caught his breath than another Tang clansman rushed in. Lord Patriarch, we've traced Tang Lu. At the news, half the suffocating rage within him dissolved instantly. Where? The clansman replied. The Spirit Hound unit followed Tang Lu's scent all the way to a sect named Lingxiao Sect. It appears newly founded, so none dared act rashly. Tang Qingshan sneered coldly. Lingxiao Sect. What wretched sect dares call itself by such a name? Daring to obstruct the Tang clan's ascent, I shall annihilate your entire sect. Lead the way. Lingxiao Sect's summit peak. Reports Sect Master. The outer gates are visited by a group of outsiders. Their purpose remains unknown. Chu Xian sat in quiet meditation, contemplating how best to attract more disciples, when Shi Yu's voice whispered into his ear. A group? Could they be seeking initiation? How splendid. Second Elder Shangxia materialized beside Chu Xian and bowed respectfully. Sect Master, these outsiders appear to be kin of disciple Tang Lu. They seem hostile toward our Lingxiao sect. Chu Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he arched a brow. Oh, Tang Lu's family. Tang Lu, your kinsfolk have arrived, just beyond the sect gates. Come accompany your master to greet them. At those words, Tang Lu instantly tensed with alarm. Is master going to hand me back to the Tang clan? Chu Xian hastened to reassure him. Do not fear. Having sworn allegiance to me, your affairs are now mine. Know this Lingxiao sect is far stronger than you can imagine, and we abandon no disciple. Tang Lu, seemingly moved by his master's words, fell silent for a long while before speaking slowly. This right hand. Master, you've seen it. My father called it the innate supreme hand. After my father's death, the clan elders sought to sever my arm, to transplant it onto Tang Yi, the most gifted youth in the clan. So I slew the guards and fled the Tang clan, only to be rescued by master. Chu Xian nodded. He now understood why Tang Lu had been found at the cliff's base. Yet he withheld the truth about the arm. It was no mere supreme hand, but rather the awakening of ancestral bloodline power. Then how would you deal with the Tang clan? Eradicate them entirely, or leave them be? Tang Lu's expression faltered. After all, he was still but a boy of 14. Deep down, a sliver of attachment to his clan lingered. I don't know. Chu Xian sighed softly and gestured subtly to Shangxia. Instantly, the elder enveloped Tang Lu in a veil of spiritual energy and whisked him out of Lingxiao sect. Tang Lu recoiled in terror. Master, what are you doing? Precisely what I said. You must decide for yourself. Even as he spoke, Tang Lu stood at Lingxiao sect's mountain gate. His appearance sent sharp predatory glances flashing across the Tang clan entourage. Tang Lu has emerged. So the Lingxiao sect knows better, it wisely surrenders Tang Lu, acknowledging the Tang clan's might. Tang Lu, surrender now. Young Tang clansmen brandished weapons and charged. Yet this Tang Lu was no longer the same fugitive who'd fled his clan just days ago. Having cultivated a sovereignty or cultivation art for 2 days, his bloodline power surged ever stronger. His cultivation, once merely 9th rank Qi condensation, had ascended to 2nd rank meridian opening. Though Tang Lu's current cultivation pace lagged behind Yu Jian and Lin Xian, it would accelerate exponentially as his bloodline power awakened further. Tang Yi, the strongest among the Tang clan's youth, stood at the peak of Qi condensation. But the gulf between Qi condensation and meridian opening was vast. Meridian openers possessed expanded meridians, unleashing martial techniques of overwhelming force, utterly beyond the reach of Qi condensers. At first contact, Tang Lu revealed astonishing strength. His right hand erupted with a 3-pronged trident, its entire arm shimmering with azure runic glyphs. He swung fiercely at the 5 charging youths, roaring in tangle. In the next instant, thick coils of cerulean kelp erupted around them. As if sentient, the kelp coiled tightly, binding them fast. Hu! Tang Lu raised his trident and drove it downward with lethal force into the foremost youth. The sight left the Tang clan stunned, eyes wide, disbelieving what unfolded before them. Not because Tang Lu had killed, but because of that technique, entangle. SSSSH. This martial art, was it created by the founding ancestor? Indeed, the founding ancestor's signature technique, the verdant silver entanglement. The ancestor devised countless arts, yet most were lost or destroyed. How does Tang Lu possess this one? He must have concealed it from the clan. Seize Tang Lu, perform soul searching, and all secrets shall be revealed. Yes, this boy must not escape. To hoard the ancestor's art is a capital offense. He has broken through to meridian opening. Youths fall back. At the elder's command, the younger generation hastily scattered, only to witness a violent gale erupting across Lingxiao sect's entrance. 6 meridian opening experts from the Tang clan advanced in unison, drawing spiritual energy from the surrounding air with frenzied intensity. Tang Lu gazed upon his kin, and tears slid silently down his cheeks. You leave me no choice. Eyes clenched shut, he channeled spiritual energy and bloodline power in a furious vortex within. Silently, he intoned domain. A radiant azure aura burst outward from his body, his cultivation pressure surging rapidly. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, trident raised, charging straight at the 6 meridian openers. Chu Xian remained seated calmly atop the summit peak, the scene outside the sect gates projected vividly before him by Shanxia. This technique of Tang Lu's resembles the nascent form of a domain. Ancient texts of the Yunxiao sect do indeed record such phenomena. It seems the Tang clan's ancestor was truly formidable. Tang Lu fought alone against 6 members of the Tang family who were in the meridian realm, showing no signs of falling behind. With an imperial-level cultivation method providing him with immense spiritual power and the strength bestowed by his bloodline, he stood firm. Moreover, the seemingly ordinary harpoon in Tang Liu's hand was the spiritual weapon obtained by his father when he died in battle. These 3 factors gave Tang Lu the confidence to fight against 6 opponents. Chu Xian watched Tang Lu in the image, continuously nodding. Not bad. You possess the style of my younger years. Sensing that Tang Lu had vented enough, Chu Xian said to those around him, elder brother, notify Jianer and Xianer to go out and assist their junior brother. Without the baptism of blood, mere practice is futile. Understood, my subordinates. Soon 2 young men appeared at the entrance of the Lingxiao sect. After reaching the spiritual spring realm, Yu Jian's cultivation had not shown a breakthrough of several realms in one breath. However, his training speed remained steady. Now he was at the 3rd level of the spiritual spring, already considered a master in this coastal area of the East Sea. In contrast, Lin Xian, after 2 days of relentless training, had barely reached the peak of Qi condensation. Chu Xian glanced over, feeling a bit downcast. Alas, Xianer's talent is indeed inferior. She has the lowest cultivation among the 3. At the sect's entrance, Yu Jian stood side by side with Lin Xian. Seeing Tang Lu fighting against the 6 opponents, Yu Jian felt restless. I've been training for several days. I wonder what level I've reached now. Junior brother, take a moment to rest. Let me have a go. Hearing Yu Jian's shout, Tang Lu felt relieved. At this moment, the blue aura surrounding Tang Lu had faded significantly, and he was likely to start showing signs of fatigue soon. Tang Lu seized this opportunity to rest. All right. After receiving Tang Liu's response, Yu Jian immediately charged into the fray. This was Yu Jian's first real battle since joining Chu Xian's sect, and he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Watch me. The robes on Yu Jian fluttered as a large number of visible spiritual energy vortices began to swirl around him. Lin Xian's beautiful eyes widened in shock. What? This is the kind of attack that can be unleashed in the spiritual spring realm. Ordinary cultivators can only utilize the spiritual energy within their bodies. Only by entering the spirit realm can one manipulate the surrounding spiritual energy to attack. How can Chu Xian, who is merely in the spiritual spring realm, cause such a change in the spiritual energy of the world? At this moment, this former semi-emperor was completely bewildered. Since arriving at the Lingxiao sect, everything around him had become increasingly absurd. Chu Xian concentrated all his strength into his fist and punched towards a member of the Tang family. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. The Tang family member in front of Chu Xian disappeared completely. It wasn't that he had evaporated, but rather his entire body had turned into a spray of blood splattering the Tang family members behind him. A strong smell of blood instantly filled the nostrils of everyone present. All actions halted as everyone quietly stared at Chu Xian. What kind of monster is this? How can he manipulate the spiritual energy in the air to crush a member of the Meridian realm into mist with a single punch? Is this still a human being? Chu Xian scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, did I use too much force? Junior brother, you don't mind me killing your family member, do you? Tang Lu was stunned by Chu Xian's punch. He merely shook his head mechanically. After an unknown period, a panicked Tang family member trembled and said, the spiritual spring realm. Tang Liu's senior brother is in the spiritual spring realm. Then his master. At this moment, the members of the Tang family finally began to feel retreating thoughts arise. Tang Lu, considering we are of the same clan, let me go. Yes, Tang Lu, I have realized my mistakes. I ask for your mercy. However, as soon as the two finished speaking, a stern voice rang out, presumptuous. How could my Tang family produce two cowardly wretches like you? A figure appeared swiftly from a distance. The family head. The family head has arrived. Tang Liu's senior brother is at the 3rd level of the spiritual spring, but the family head is already at the 9th level. The advantage lies with my Tang family. Alas, let us not forget this Lingxiao sect has only produced these 3 disciples. If an elder were to appear, we might be completely wiped out. Tang Lu glared at the figure in the distance, furious from the depths of his heart. His escape from the Tang family was all thanks to Tang Qingshan. When Tang Qingshan arrived, without saying a word, he directly knocked out the two who had intended to flee. He glared at Tang Lu and said, bind these 2 useless things and throw them into the Tang family's dungeons. Make sure they don't escape. Liuzi, are you not coming home with your uncle? Tang Liu's expression was cold. Uncle? Huh? That uncle who fed the clan members to the sea beasts. The uncle who would cut off the arms of his own clan's children to transplant for his son's future. As soon as Tang Lu spoke, the members of the Tang family seemed struck by lightning. What? Feeding clan members to sea beasts? Impossible. Tang Lu, don't slander the family head. The family head has worked tirelessly for the Tang family. Oh, everyone can see that. How dare you speak such vile words? Tang Lu didn't even look at the members of the Tang family. He continued speaking to himself. Uncle, you think that your actions are seamless, but in this world there is no wall that does not let the wind through. What you refer to as sending clan members to train by the Sea King's side is in fact offering them to sea beasts in exchange for the Tang family safety during the sea beast riots, right? Although you feel that everything you do is for the sake of the Tang family's continuation, do you still remember? The ancestor left behind the family instructions. Better to break Kunlun jade than to bend cold mountain iron. The descendants of the Tang family shall stand firm. Their heads may hang at the city gates, but their knees shall not touch the enemy's dust. Swords may break in hand, but they shall not yield in the courtyard. Blood may splatter 3 feet, but they shall not kneel before the 9 heavens. May I ask, my good uncle, have you ever violated the family instructions? Tang Qingshan's heart trembled, his bright eyes narrowed slightly, and he slowly said, Tang Lu, I know your father has contributed greatly to the Tang family, and I did not wish to kill you. However, if you continue to slander me, I will surely kill you. Tang Lu sneered, slander. Huh? Tang Qingshan submits to sea beasts, living a cowardly life, offering clan members to sea beasts as food. This is something I and my father have witnessed with our own eyes. 3 months ago, Tang Qi, Tang Chong, Tang Yang, and a total of 10 others were swallowed whole by a sea beast in the profound pill realm. It just so happened that my father and I were hunting low-level sea beasts in that area. Although we were far away, the aura of the Tang family members cannot be mistaken. These words utterly ignited the anger of the Tang family members. A member in the Meridian realm, eyes reddening, trembling as he approached Tang Qingshan, said, family head. My family member Qi was really taken by a sea beast. Before he could finish, Tang Qingshan struck out directly. A single palm shattered the head of that Tang family member. The next scene sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. Tang Qingshan actually reached into the corpse of his clan member and pulled out the heart, tossing it into his mouth to chew. After devouring the heart of his own kin, Tang Qingshan let out a savage, grinning cackle. Since the truth can no longer be concealed, there is no need to hide it any longer. Tang Lu had originally planned to compel Tang Qingshan to swear upon his Dao heart if he refused to confess. Yet Tang Qingshan did not even feign innocence. At that very moment, spiritual energy surged violently within Tang Qingshan's body. In merely a few breaths, his aura soared to the peak of the spirit spring realm, the highest tier of the mortal realm, just one step away from the spirit realm. Tang Qingshan's gaze grew fathomless as it locked onto Tang Lu's entire right arm. Slowly he asked, Tang Lu, do you know what became of your father's corpse? Upon hearing these words, Tang Lu's mind paused for but an instant, then drowned utterly in boundless fury. Seeing Tang Lu's expression, Tang Qingshan continued with a serene, mocking smile. Have you already guessed? Yes, you've guessed correctly. I devoured your father. His heart, his arm, his thighs. Tang Lu erupted. Tang Qingshan, I curse your lineage. He seized his fish spear and charged straight at Tang Qingshan. Tang Qingshan's heart swelled with delight. Tang Lu, you have finally lost control. If you do not charge me, how shall I seize you? How shall I feast upon your flesh and drink your blood? How shall I ascend to the emperor's throne? His robes billowed outward as his aura surged once more, so fiercely it seemed he would break through into the profound Dan realm at any moment. His palm shot forward, gripping toward Tang Lu. Lin Xian, sensing imminent peril, intervened before Yu Jian could act. Lin Xian knew well that though Yu Jian possessed formidable combat prowess, he was truly no match for Tang Qingshan. Yu Jian lacked battlefield experience. Lin Xian barely knew Tang Lu. He had met him only once, yet Tang Lu remained by title his junior sect brother. To stand idle while one's junior sect brother perished would betray the very nature of this half-emperor. Lin Xian pressed his index and middle fingers together, whispered a subtle incantation, and behind him the silhouette of a woman materialized. She stood like an empress, her gaze sweeping over the crowd with sovereign disdain, until it settled unblinking upon Tang Qingshan. Instantly, Tang Qingshan recoiled as if struck by an invisible force hurtling backward through the air. Spurt. Midair, Tang Qingshan vomited a gout of crimson blood, clearly sustaining internal injury. Tang Lu, meanwhile, was forcibly dragged back to the gate of the Lingxiao sect by Yu Jian. Lin Xian, however, collapsed unconscious the moment the attack subsided. A mere chi condensation peak cultivator had inflicted grievous internal injury upon a spirit spring peak master. That gap spanned two complete major realms, the entire meridian opening realm and the spirit spring realm. Who among the world's prodigies could possibly transcend two full major realms in battle? It defied all reason. Not only did the onlookers erupt in stunned chaos, but even Chu Xian, observing from the Lingxiao sect's main peak, froze in disbelief. Good heavens! Wasn't this girl said to possess mediocre talent? Her combat power is utterly extraordinary. Could I have misjudged her entirely? Qi Yu Shangxia, what say you both? The two emperors pondered deeply, then shook their heads in unison. Qi Yu replied, Master, Lin Xian possesses neither innate physique nor ancestral bloodline power, yet she unleashed such a strike. It is profoundly anomalous. Shangxia concurred, I too discern nothing extraordinary about Lin Xian. Yet the great thousand worlds hold infinite mysteries. Perhaps Lin Xian guards her own hidden path. Chu Xian wholeheartedly agreed with this assessment. Indeed, every cultivator walks a unique Tao. None should impose their will upon another's path. Very well, now it falls to you both. Resolve the Tang clan matter swiftly. I must depart shortly to recruit new disciples for the sect. Qi Yu gave a slight nod as Shangxia smiled and bowed. Outside the sect gate, Tang Qingshan stabilized his stance, his lips twitching uncontrollably. He had never imagined that a mere spirit spring peak master could be wounded by a lowly chi condensation cultivator. Though injured, his wound was minor. Gazing upon the unconscious Lin Xian, he murmured to himself, little girl, you have succeeded in capturing my attention. In an instant his figure blurred, then reappeared beside a Tang clansman. Before the man could react, his heart was torn from his chest. Slurp, slurp. Tang Qingshan devoured the organ in 3 swift bites. At last, boom, his aura erupted with explosive force. Ha ha ha, the profound Dan is formed. I am now Spurt. Before he could finish, Shangxia's finger flicked across the distance, piercing the newly forged profound Dan within Tang Qingshan's body. No, impossible. Feeling his strength rapidly ebbing, Tang Qingshan panicked. What is happening? Why? Who did this? In the next breath, he channeled his last reserves of power toward the nearest Tang clansman, ripping out his heart and swallowing it whole. Yet this time no surge of power followed. Impossible. Impossible. How could the ancestor deceive me? At last, not a trace of spiritual energy remained within Tang Qingshan, reduced utterly to an ordinary mortal. Shangxia's voice echoed from within the Lingxiao sect by order of the sect master. All members of the Tang clan are to be dealt with solely by Tang Lu. No one else may intervene. Only then did the crowd realize Tang Qingshan's fall had been wrought by a cultivator within the Lingxiao sect. Originally, over 20 Tang clansmen had arrived, Now the dead lay strewn across the ground, the wounded writhed in agony, and those unscathed had long since voided their bladders in terror. Tang Lu, we were blind. We enthroned Tang Qingshan, that beast, as our clan head. Through him, we committed countless sins. Today, whether you slay us or flay us, we bear no resentment. Tang Lu gazed upon the corpses of his kinsmen, his expression somber and hollow. Slay them all. His heart recoiled. Yet if he spared them, given their craven natures, another Tang Qingshan might surely rise. Tang Lu lifted his eyes to the heavens and whispered, Father, if you stood here, what would you do? He. You were ever gentle and sincere. Surely you would set them free. Very well. Today I grant you your lives, as repayment for the Tang clan's nurture of me. From this day forth, no matter befalls the Tang clan, it shall concern me no longer. With those words, his fish spear shot forth, piercing Tang Qingshan's chest. But you must die. Return home and mount his severed head upon the gates of Biluo City. I decree he shall never enter the wheel of reincarnation. Tang Lu recalled his father's teachings. Man possesses 3 gates: body, will, and soul. At death, all 3 open. The body returns to earth, the will ascends into emptiness, the soul rises to heaven. Only then may one enter reincarnation. The body represents the physical form. The head governs all action. So long as the head remains unburied, the soul cannot pass into rebirth. The flesh merges with the soil. The spirit soul, passing through the soul gate, enters the temporal rift, condemned to suffer eternal trampling by all sentient beings. The will embodies intent. If one dies with overwhelming singular resolve, that will lingers in the world, while the spirit soul, traversing the soul gate, enters the temporal rift. The soul embodies the spirit itself. Cultivators who attain great heights forge such potent spirit souls that they may consciously seal the soul gate, allowing the spirit soul to persist in the mortal realm. The matter with the Tang family has come to a conclusion. The family members returned to the Tang family with Tang Qingshan's corpse and hung his head at the top of Biluoqing. Chu Xian used the accumulated lottery chances from the past 2 days, and after seeing there was nothing worthwhile, he led Da Huang out of the sect once again. This time, Chu Xian's goal was clear: to go to Biluoqing to recruit disciples. The Tang family is a prominent force in Biluoqing, truly standing out along the eastern seacoast. However, the head of the Tang family died at the entrance of the newly formed Lingxiao sect, which served as a divine advertisement for the sect. When Chu Xian arrived at the city gate of Biluoqing, Tang Qingshan's head was already hanging high. Luer's heart is still too soft. The Tang family initially wanted to kill you, yet you let them all go. Let me clean up after you. Chu Xian patted Da Huang's head and instructed, Da Huang, this matter is up to you. Da Huang responded, woof. He had been soaking in the bloodline immortal pool and had shown off the dog food he won from the system lottery for 2 days. Now he had broken through the 3rd realm, reaching the 8th level of meridian opening. In Biluoqing, Da Huang was indeed capable of strutting around. Glancing at Da Huang, who was running off, Chu Xian walked down the main street of Biluoqing and couldn't help but exclaim, the Tang family's governance of the city seems quite good. Arriving at the marketplace, Chu Xian finally heard the news he wanted to hear. A group of people was discussing. The Tang family has ruled Biluoqing for so many years, it's been quite decent, but I didn't expect the head of the family to actually die. You don't know? Tang Qingshan deserved to die. Oh, you know. Spill it. Huh. All right. Let me tell you all. My 3rd uncle's cousin's 13th aunt is sworn brothers with Tang Qingshan from the Tang family. This news can be considered absolutely true. Speaking of which, Tang Qingshan. This person was surrounded by a group vividly narrating the events as if he had witnessed them himself. To say that Tang Qingshan was indeed something else, he even dared to eat people. Not to mention, he actually ate his own family members. Indeed. Fortunately, someone from the Lingxiao sect took action, or otherwise Tang Qingshan would have eaten all the Tang family members. Lingxiao sect. I've never heard of this sect before. It might be a new sect, but it seems this sect should be quite powerful. So no matter how powerful, in the end they can't escape being eaten by sea beasts. That's right. There have been powerful sects before, and the final outcome is that they all perished. Chu Xian listened intently from the side, but noticed that the conversation was taking a turn for the worse. Did these people really have no intention of joining the Lingxiao sect? Chu Xian hurriedly pretended to be an ordinary person and joined the discussion circle. In my opinion, the Lingxiao sect can completely handle the sea beast chaos. A few days ago, I went hunting in the mountains and unknowingly arrived at the entrance of the Lingxiao sect. You won't believe what happened. The crowd quickly became curious. Everyone was an ordinary person full of endless curiosity about cultivation. Upon hearing that someone had seen the so-called sect with their own eyes, their eyes immediately filled with excitement. Everyone dreams of one day being able to fly through the skies and traverse the earth, but because sea beasts specifically target cultivators, no one dared to embark on the path of cultivation. The person who had previously shared their story also became interested and excitedly asked, "Brother, what is the Lingxiao sect like? Tell us all." In order to blend in with the group, Chu Xian directly channeled his inner actor. He am just a rough guy, who anyway, I think this sect is incredible. The gates of the sect were wide open, surrounded by mist with towering peaks reaching the clouds and spiritual light soaring into the sky. I even personally saw someone flying in the sky. The people around perked up their ears. What? They can fly? Wow, amazing. They're definitely not just humans, they must be immortals. Yes, I heard from my third uncle's cousin's 13th aunt that once you reach a certain realm of cultivation you can fly. They must be immortals for sure. Everyone had seen cultivators, but they had never seen a cultivator who could fly. Upon hearing that there were people in the Lingxiao sect who could fly, they directly concluded that they were immortals. So this sect is really impressive, huh? Chu Xian continued to boast, isn't it? At that time I was so engrossed in watching that I must have been noticed by the immortals inside. A fog immediately surrounded me. When the fog dissipated, guess what happened? They took you into the sect. What is the Lingxiao sect like inside? Chu Xian smiled wryly and shook his head, continuing. How could the immortals let me in? After the fog cleared, I found that I had returned directly to our Biluoqing. I spent 2 days just to reach the entrance of the Lingxiao sect, but unexpectedly it took less than a quarter of an hour to send me back. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Huh, a journey that originally took 2 days, and they sent you back in less than a quarter of an hour. Is this the magic of immortals? That's incredible. If I learn magic, I'd be able to sell goods in the county town and make the round trip in less than half a day. Bro, you want to learn magic just to sell goods? That's a rather narrow-minded view. If I learn magic, I'd definitely visit every brothel in this world. Pa, you lecher. Everyone chimed in, discussing what they would do if they learned the techniques of the immortals, while Chu Xian merely smiled and listened. At that moment, a thunderous shout suddenly echoed throughout Biluoqing. This is bad. The Tang family has been exterminated by a dog. As soon as these words were spoken, it ignited the entire Biluoqing. What? A dog exterminated the Tang family? Quick, let's go take a look. Perhaps it was the immortal dog of the Lingxiao sect. People rushed toward the Tang family, and Chu Xian smiled slightly, following the crowd toward the Tang family. At the entrance, Da Huang sat proudly at the door of the Tang family, exuding an extraordinary aura. Chu Xian seized the moment to exclaim, "Damn! It really is the immortal dog of the Lingxiao sect. I saw a yellow dog in the Lingxiao sect that day." Subsequently, the residents of Biluoqing went even crazier. A dog wiped out the entire Tang family. That's too fierce. If this is true, I would willingly go to the Lingxiao sect to be a dog. As the residents marveled, Da Huang leaped down from the door and quickly headed toward the city outskirts. Seeing this, Chu Xian quietly slipped out of the crowd. At the city gate, Da Huang walked out from a corner looking smug as he approached Chu Xian. Chu Xian smiled and tossed 2 pieces of dog food to Da Huang. Just as the man and dog were about to leave the city, the entire Biluoqing suddenly began to shake wildly. What is happening? An earthquake? Does the Xianxiao continent even have earthquakes? Chu Xian was somewhat perplexed. In over 20 years of his transmigration, he had never encountered an earthquake. Da Huang bared his teeth, staring intensely at the city outskirts and barking. Woof, 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 woof. The residents at the city gate immediately sprang into action. Sea beasts are attacking the city. Quickly evade. Chu Xian was unaware of what had happened, but the residents of Biluo City knew. The moment the ground trembled, the people within Biluo City sprang into action. Dozens of people were beating copper gongs, clang, 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 while running and shouting, "The sea beasts are attacking the city. Evacuate immediately." Everyone hurriedly took cover. The people in Biluo City appeared to be in utter chaos, but upon closer inspection, it was clear that they were all moving in a certain order. In just a tea's worth of time, Biluo City seemed to transform into a deserted city, with the once bustling streets now utterly empty. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow and murmured, to achieve such an effect, Biluo City must have experienced this countless times before. The sea beasts are attacking the city. This reminded Chu Xian of the upheaval he experienced 3 years ago. 3 years ago, I lost my cultivation and my parents in the beast tide. Now let these beasts help our Lingxiao sect gain fame. Chu Xian took out a beautiful jade stone from his bosom and gazed towards the outside of Biluo City. At the edge of his vision, towering waves were rushing towards Biluo City, densely packed with scales and shells. At the forefront, a giant crab charged forward, followed closely by the throng of beasts. The earth rumbled under the trampling of the beast tide, and with the crashing of the waves, Biluo City seemed to have descended into the apocalypse. At this moment, Da Huang had lost its earlier bravado and was hiding behind Chu Xian with its tail tucked. Chu Xian gently stroked Da Huang's head with his left hand, while his right hand clenched tightly, causing the jade stone in his grasp to shatter. "Master, what are your orders?" The voices of Qiyu and the others echoed simultaneously in Chu Xian's mind. Not very lucky encounter to see beast attack in Biluo City. You two take care of it, and also send over Yu Jian. Understood? Yes. In the next moment, a massive hand slowly appeared in the sky outside the city. The heavens suddenly darkened as the azure gold giant hand tore through the void, its fingers entwined with remnants of the starry river. The giant hand gently caressed, and a fierce wind arose. The towering waves were even blown apart by the gusts. The beast tide was also pushed back, creating large gaps. Then the giant hand suddenly grasped, lifting the giant crab at the forefront into the air with an invisible force. Bang! The crab was instantly crushed. Blood mixed with seawater fell in torrents, causing the beast tide to momentarily halt its advance. However, a violent surge of spiritual power shot out from the ocean, merging into the tumultuous waves where the sea beasts were located. The beast tide surged forward again. Boom! The giant hand in the sky seemed to be angered. The palm suddenly pressed down. A massive imprint appeared in the waves where the beast tide resided. The tens of thousands of sea beasts in the waves exploded into blood mist beneath the giant palm. The towering waves turned blood-red in the blink of an eye. The giant palm moved again. With a sweep, the blood-red waves rushed back into the sea, leaving not a single drop of seawater on the land that had been submerged. Then the giant palm appeared above the sea, transforming into a stream of golden light that plunged into the water. Splash! It kicked up endless splashes. Soon the golden light enveloped a 1,000-foot-long dragon that leapt from the surface. The dragon spoke human words, struggling as it shouted, "Who dares to kill my subjects and obstruct my path to becoming a dragon?" Yet no one responded, and the dragon was taken away like a chick by that golden hand. In Biluo City, Yu Jian had already appeared at the city gate. "Master, you called for me." Chu Xian nodded and explained the situation to Yu Jian, instructing, "Go tell the people of Biluo City that our Lingxiao sect has resolved the issue with the sea beasts, and they will no longer attack in the future. Also inform them of our Lingxiao sect's location." Then Chu Xian and De Huang headed towards Lingxiao sect. Yu Jian arrived at the center of Biluo City, now at the Spirit Spring realm. Channeling his spiritual energy to amplify his voice, he shouted loudly, "Hey, hey, hey. The sea beasts have been resolved by our Lingxiao sect. Everyone can come out now. From now on, there will be no more sea beasts attacking the city. Everyone, you need not worry any longer. If anyone wishes to join Lingxiao sect, they can head northwest for 200 miles to reach us." Yu Jian's voice quickly spread throughout Biluo City with the aid of spiritual power. The residents deep underground could hear him clearly. "The sea beasts have been resolved. It seems to be true. The earthquake has stopped. You all stay hidden. I'm going out to take a look." At this time, the underground was brightly lit, and although there were many people, it did not feel crowded at all. This showed that the residents of Biluo City had carefully crafted the underground passage. Everyone's expressions turned serious as they cautioned, "Be careful, Ergo." Soon after, Ergo hurried back panting. "The sea beasts are gone. Everyone can go out now." After receiving confirmation, the residents of Biluo City began to orderly emerge from the tunnels. When the people saw the entire city intact, they could not help but show excited expressions. It seems the sea beasts really have been driven away. Every time they come, half of the houses are destroyed, but this time, not even the city walls are damaged. One person pointed at the walls in delight. What they referred to as city walls were actually just small earthen walls about 2 people high. The city walls would often suffer extensive damage whenever the sea beasts attacked, so some towns along the East Sea simply built earthen walls. Who was that person shouting earlier? They said Lingxiao sect resolved the sea beasts. We need to quickly find them. We must express our heartfelt thanks. The residents of Biluo City wanted to find Yu Jian, but little did they know he had already left Biluo City and was currently traveling with Chu Xian and De Huang. The residents of Biluo City searched high and low, but they did not encounter a single shadow. People inevitably began to speculate about Lingxiao sect. At this moment, the few individuals who had previously spoken with Chu Xian began to take action. "Lingxiao sect. I know all about it. That's the newly established sect around here." Thus, the name of Lingxiao sect quickly spread throughout Biluo City with the help of the townsfolk. "All right, I need to go home and take my son to Lingxiao sect to become a disciple. Everyone, please feel free. Hey. Brother, how about we go together? I also want to take my kid to have a look." "That sounds great. Let's set off after lunch. Take me with you. I want to go too." Shortly after noon, a large crowd had gathered outside Biluo City with at least 10,000 people. Most of them were young and middle-aged individuals, primarily parents leading their children, with only a few elderly people. "Hey, who was that hunter from this morning? He has been to Lingxiao sect and should lead the way. I haven't seen that guy. Who could he have gone ahead? Forget it, let's set off. Everyone must keep up, don't fall behind." Just as the people were excitedly preparing to depart, a green beam of light rapidly flew in from the distance. Before long, the green light landed in front of the people. The newcomer stood on a massive leaf, his expression cold, and sternly questioned bold peasants. Who allowed so many of you to leave the town at once? Return to the city immediately. Otherwise, kill without mercy. The newcomer carried a long sword on his back, stepping on a gigantic green leaf, his eyes gleaming with cold light. He was clad in a black robe with a large character Xia embroidered on his chest. The residents of Biluo City recognized the visitor at a glance. It was indeed the watchman of the great Xia Empire from the eastern coastal region. Due to the persistent attacks of sea beasts along the eastern coast, the great Xia royal family dispatched guards to monitor the area to prevent the residents from migrating elsewhere, which would cause the sea beasts to advance inland. An old man quickly stepped forward to explain, "Sir, we do not intend to migrate. We plan to take our child to Lingxiao Sect to seek an opportunity." Lingxiao Sect? The guard frowned slightly. Yes, Lingxiao Sect is a newly established sect that helped our Biluo City repel the beast tide, so we want our children to go and try their luck, not to migrate. The guard's brow instantly twisted into a knot. A newly established sect. It implied that the number of people within the sect would not be too many, yet they managed to repel the beast tide. Just how strong could this newly established sect be? Most importantly, he was responsible for this area. When did such a powerful sect appear? He had not heard a whisper of it. If his superiors found out, it could cost him his head. Are you trying to deceive me? To repel the beast tide, that is not something a small newly established sect can accomplish. The old man hurriedly knelt. "Sir, how could I lie to you? If you do not believe me, come with us, and you will see." The guard was skeptical, but did not dare to be negligent. If this newly established Lingxiao sect truly had the strength to repel the beast tide, he must report it to his superiors at once. Lead the way. The guard jumped off the large green leaf, gently sweeping his palm to store the leaf into his spatial ring. The residents of Biluo City sighed in relief as the guard showed no intention of placing blame for the time being. The few who initially conversed with Chu Xian hurriedly stepped forward to lead the way, and the crowd, a mass of people, slowly moved like a dragon towards the direction of Lingxiao Sect. Atop the main peak of Lingxiao Sect, Chu Xian and Yu Jian had returned. Chi Yu was wildly swinging a sea dragon he had caught, which had originally been 1,000 feet long, but now was only about half a meter. "Oh, great-grandma, spare me." The sea dragon spoke human language, dizzy from being tossed around, could only beg pitifully. Seeing Chu Xian return, Shi Yu walked over while holding the sea dragon. "Sect Master, you are back. How did it go?" The sea dragon's pupils shrank. "Sect Master, this woman in red is already at the Emperor realm, and she still has a Sect Master above her. What power must this Sect Master possess?" Chu Xian sat down beside his chair, feeling exhausted. "This time it should attract many people to join my Lingxiao Sect. Chi Yu discussed with the others about organizing a recruitment trial. You can do it this way." After explaining, Chu Xian finally turned his gaze to the small sea dragon. The sea dragon was thoroughly terrified. That woman in red was truly a formidable emperor. To bully someone at the great sage realm was as easy as lifting a hand. But that woman lowered her posture to such an extent for this sect master. What does this imply? Could this man before me already surpass the emperor realm? My heavens! Predecessor, I am fully aware of my deep sins. Please grant me a chance for redemption. I am willing to stay at Lingxiao Sect and serve as a laborer. I only ask for a chance to live. Chu Xian kept his eyes closed, not bothering to look at the sea dragon, as his trip to Biluo City had been incredibly tiring. His mortal body could hardly bear it. But this was perceived differently in the eyes of the sea dragon. Look, is this the aura of a powerful being? He looks at people without even needing to use his eyes. You still know you are deeply sinful. Give me a reason not to kill you. The sea dragon was instantly in tears. Predecessor, I am wronged. Although I control sea beasts to attack cities, I never kill the innocent. I specifically target cultivators in these nearby towns. Ordinary people will not suffer casualties unless they are extraordinarily unlucky. And those cultivators, they are all treacherous and cunning individuals. Take the Tang family of Biluo City, for example. That old fellow Tang Qingshan secretly used my subordinates to harm people. So I began targeting the Tang family. A few days ago, I went to the Tang family to demand people, and he pretended to agree, who knew he would actually let me down. In a fit of anger, I had the sea beasts attack the city to seek an explanation from the Tang family. Tang Qingshan. If I have the chance, I will definitely eat him. Chu Xian did not open his eyes, calmly stating Tang Qingshan is dead. The sea dragon's small eyes spun wildly, softly asking, did you kill him? It wasn't me, it was my disciple Tang Lu. The sea dragon instantly rejoiced. Huh, well done. Your disciple would kill me even if you wouldn't. After regaining a bit of strength, Chu Xian finally opened his eyes. I can spare your life. I do not care if you have harmed good people or bad people in the past, nor do I care about your intentions for harming cultivators. For now, I will believe what you say. However, if you let me know you have any ill intentions, you know the consequences. From now on you will stay at Lingxiao Sect and be my mount. The sea dragon was listening intently, nodding continuously. Oh. But when it heard Chu Xian say it would be made into a mount, its mind went blank suddenly. Be made into a mount? Did I hear wrong? Who is this person before me? Even the emperors must obey him. I am to be his mount. Is happiness coming so suddenly? Predecessor. Chu Xian said, what's wrong? You unwilling? No. A million willing. I just want to ask. Am I worthy? Chu Xian couldn't help but feel amused. Stop dilly-dallying. Establish the contract. The sea dragon dared not say anything more excitedly, using its divine soul to construct a master-servant contract and present it to Chu Xian. Hey, to be a mount for a powerful being above the emperor realm. This is truly a fortune I earned over 8 lifetimes. From now on, I will be the most formidable existence in the mount world. Chu Xian placed his palm on the light shadow in front of him, and the light shadow instantly merged into Chu Xian's body. Immediately, a system pop-up appeared before Chu Xian. Congratulations to the host for capturing a mount. Reward mount feed 100. Obtain title Dragon Rider. Mount information Sea Dragon. Dragon transformation progress 39. 9. Name Long Outyin. Cultivation Great Sage 5th layer. Chu Xian felt a slight joy in his heart. Great Sage 5th layer. This is good. From now on I no longer need to walk out to recruit disciples. On the other hand, Long Outyin was in despair. The sky had fallen. Only Long remained. What the hell? Not even at the Qi gathering realm. PFF. A mouthful of sea dragon blood was instantly spewed from Long Aocean's mouth. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days later a crowd of over 10,000 gathered before the gates of the Lingxiao sect. The residents of Biluo City had finally arrived at the entrance of the Lingxiao sect after 2 days of traveling. The upper and lower ranks promptly reported the situation outside the sect to Chu Xian. Chu Xian looked at the throngs outside the sect, his heart inevitably stirred with excitement. 3 years. Do you know how I have endured these 3 years? At last I can be rid of the label of a useless person. Chu Xian took a deep breath and slowly said, Chiyu, how is the preparation for the sect entrance trial I instructed you about? Reporting to the sect master, everything has been completed as per your instructions. Good. Order Eugene Lin Xian and Tang Lu to oversee the trial for accepting disciples, while Long Outyin is responsible for maintaining order. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be executed. Before long, the 3 direct disciples emerged from the room. Eugene was full of enthusiasm, treating everything with an air of vigor. Lin Xian, on the other hand, wore a look of disdain, muttering under his breath, "Humph. Interrupting this emperor's cultivation all day long. Stinky master, once I recover my strength, you are the first one I'll bind." After the incident with the Tang family, Tang Lu had become noticeably introverted, approaching Chu Xian with a blank expression. After Chu Xian explained the trial for accepting disciples to the 3 of them, the Lingxiao sect was finally ready to welcome its first official disciples. Outside the gates of the Lingxiao sect, the people of Biluo City were anxiously waiting when they suddenly saw 3 figures appearing at the entrance. Young Master Tang Lu. How did he end up in the Lingxiao sect? Oh, I see. You all heard that Tang Qingshan was killed by the Lingxiao sect, right? So that's how it is. The Tang family chased after Tang Lu, and when Tang Lu entered the Lingxiao sect, Tang Qingshan was killed. The Lingxiao sect truly is formidable. Someone like Tang Qingshan can be killed just like that. We really came to the right place. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, a powerful voice suddenly boomed silence. Following that, a handsome middle-aged man slowly walked out from the Lingxiao sect. The newcomer was dressed in a golden robe embroidered with a 5-clawed golden dragon. It was none other than Long Outyin in human form. This attire made the eyes of a soldier from the Great Xia Empire widen in shock. What audacity this Lingxiao sect has. How dare someone wear a dragon robe? Let me see what kind of strength this Lingxiao sect truly possesses. With a wave of his hand, Long Outyin sent dozens of circular plates flying out from his sleeves. As the large plates landed on the ground, the crowd finally saw what they were looking at. In the center of the plates was a pointer, and the plates exhibited 5 colors: white for no qualification, green for servant disciple qualification, blue for outer sect disciple qualification, purple for inner sect disciple qualification, and gold for direct disciple qualification. Among these, no qualification occupied the largest proportion, accounting for a full 90. Meanwhile, the color for direct disciples was just a sliver with a proportion of less than 1. As the crowd stared at the large wheel in confusion, Eugene stepped up to one of the spinning plates and declared loudly, "Everyone, my master is aware of your intentions and has specially introduced the unique method for accepting disciples of the Lingxiao sect. That is, it is purely based on luck, not talent. Now let me explain. This is how our sect accepts disciples. The lucky wheel. Those participating in the disciple accepting ceremony just need to come forward and spin the wheel. Wherever the pointer lands will determine the result." As he spoke, Eugene suddenly spun the wheel with great force. Whoosh! The force he exerted caused the wheel to spin rapidly, and due to its speed, all the crowd could see was the color white, which occupied the most space. The people outwardly appeared patient while waiting for the wheel to stop, but inside they were already impatient. This method of accepting disciples had never been heard of before. To only rely on luck and not on talent. This was utterly chaotic. The residents of Biluo City had originally brought their children to join the sect, but they never expected the Lingxiao sect's way of accepting disciples to be like this. Does that mean I can try as well? The soldier in the crowd furrowed his brows in irritation. Damn it! What kind of bizarre sect is this? Is the method for accepting disciples too trendy? Are they tired of having too many resources? If you find it excessive, could you share some with me? As the crowd anxiously awaited the wheel in front of Yu Jian finally came to a stop, under the eager gazes of the people the pointer landed precisely on the small sliver of gold. Holy crap! Just with one spin it directly landed on the direct disciple qualification. This is outrageous. I have to give it a spin today. Brothers, charge. We must secure the direct disciple qualification today. The crowd eagerly rubbed their fists, determined to secure a direct disciple qualification for themselves. Everyone, the wheel will record each person's soul, and you can only spin it once in a lifetime. Also, please rest assured the wheel will only record your soul and will not have any impact on you. Now please line up one by one. Immediately the residents of Biluo City rushed towards the nearest wheel. Golden legend. Here I come. Direct disciple. I'm coming. Nonsense. The direct disciple must be mine. You can roll aside. Someone who drinks cold water will choke and still think they can hit the direct qualification. Everyone wanted to be the first to spin, hoping to hit the gold. Watching the chaotic scene, Long Outyin had no choice but to exert his authority again. Everyone get down. With a furious roar and the overwhelming aura of a great sage erupting, all the residents of Biluo City were immediately pressed to the ground by Long Outyin. Let's see who dares to act out. I will deal with him. This tactic proved effective. The subsequent process was very orderly. Meanwhile, the soldier from the Great Xia Empire who was at the back of the line couldn't help but grimace. This person wearing the dragon robe is truly remarkable. He made me a golden core realm cultivator feel utterly incapable of resisting. His strength was simply unfathomable. I must report this to my superior immediately. The Lingxiao sect is indeed powerful. It could potentially repel the beast tide. Just as the soldier was contemplating, the results of the first batch of spins finally emerged. White. No qualification. White. White. Yu Jian and the others announced the results one by one, leaving everyone astonished. Out of 50 spins, not a single person could qualify as a servant disciple. In fact, Chu Xian had held back. He instructed Qiyu and the others to create the wheel based on talent, not merely on luck. Chu Xian was not foolish enough to accept a bunch of misfits into the sect. Saying it was based on luck was merely a gimmick. To let more people know that the Lingxiao sect accepts disciples based on luck, not talent, and to hurry up and join. It's all about casting a wide net to recruit more disciples. With more participants, some would surely meet the entry standards. After all, the sect possesses celestial-level facilities, the bloodline immortal pool. Even a dog would emerge as a heavenly dog after soaking in it. However, to prevent the bloodline immortal pool from becoming too crowded, there still needs to be some entry standards. Damn, is my luck this bad? Not even a servant got selected. Same here. I was just about to land on the position of a direct disciple, but unexpectedly missed it by just a hair. While the residents of Biluoqing were discussing, a sharp shout captured everyone's attention. I made it. Dad, I made it. Blue, an outer sect disciple. A boy with a runny nose jumped high, shouting excitedly. The pointer in front of him was precisely on the position of outer sect disciple. Good. My son has the potential of a saint. It was evident that both father and son were practitioners, with the man exuding a powerful aura and a glint of brilliance in his eyes. Although the boy appeared unkempt, he radiated resilience. As the residents of Biluoqing looked on with envy, Yu Jian shouted loudly, "Purple, inner sect." In the next moment, all eyes turned to Yu Jian. What? Someone actually landed the inner sect qualification. No way. What kind of ridiculous luck is this? Damn, why wasn't it me who got the inner sect? I'm so angry. In front of Yu Jian, a ragged little girl with sparkling big eyes stared at the spinning wheel in confusion. What? It's actually Xiao Daidai. This is simply unfair. That dim-witted little beggar Xiao Daidai actually got into the inner sect. Someone kill me. I can't live anymore. The girl named Xiao Daidai was led aside by Yu Jian to wait as the next round continued. Those who had finished spinning the wheel immediately started to entertain ulterior motives. Xiao Daidai, do you want some candied hawthorn? Xiao Daidai's eyes widened instantly. Yes, Daidai wants candied hawthorn. Then big brother here has one piece of candied hawthorn and a whole bunch. Which one do you want to eat? Without hesitation, Xiao Daidai replied, Daidai wants one piece. The man handed a piece of candied hawthorn to Xiao Dai, watching her eat with delight, secretly cursing in his heart. Damn it. This fool always chooses one piece of candied hawthorn. So foolish, how could she have such luck? I refuse to accept this. Xiao Dai, I have a whole bunch of candied hawthorn here, do you want it? Dai wants it. But Dai doesn't want it. The man was instantly furious. This fool's foolishness is coming back again. Just as the man planned to force Xiao Dai to give him her qualification, Long Outyin couldn't sit still. How dare you? Trying to cheat and be sly. In the next moment, the man's limbs exploded into a mist of blood. Immortal, spare my life. I won't dare again. Xiao Dai looked at the miserable state of the man and sighed. She crouched down beside him and softly said, Brother Dai is not actually foolish. If I had chosen the whole bunch of candied hawthorn, would you still give me candied hawthorn later? The man's eyes suddenly widened. He sat up in shock from his dying dream. The clown was actually me. In the next moment, he couldn't contain his anger and died on the spot. This scene caused cold sweat to flow down everyone's backs. The father and son pair, who initially planned to seize Xiao Dai's inner sect qualification while no one was watching, immediately withdrew their thoughts. Everything happening outside the gate of the Lingxiao sect was seen by Chu Xian. Seeing the actions of the girl named Xiao Dai, he couldn't help but nod in appreciation. The sect has already begun to recruit disciples, but the elders are lacking. There are currently only 2 NPC elders, which is simply insufficient. Thus, Chu Xian once again looked towards the system's lottery count. Now Yu Jian was at the 5th level of Lingxuan, Lin Xian at the 7th level of Tongmai, and Tang Lu was also at the 7th level of Tongmai. Chu Xian's lottery count had accumulated to 20. System. 10 consecutive draws. Give this sect master a good draw. 10 consecutive draws in progress. Congratulations, host. Obtained a Great Sage Realm NPC Elder 1, Spirit Level Elixirs, 30, Spirit Level Martial Skills, 20 Sect, Clothing 100. Very good. This Great Sage Realm can be regarded as an inner sect elder. 10 consecutive draws. Continue. 10 consecutive draws in progress. Congratulations, host. Obtained a Semi-Saint Realm NPC Elder 1, Holy Level Elixirs 5, Holy Level Techniques 15, Pet Food 200, Mount Food 200. System. I love you. This sect master was just thinking about needing elders, and you sent me 2 directly. Tonight, I will reluctantly sleep with you. System. Host, do you have any manners? Do you think shaking your butt in front of the system is enough? With the inner sect and outer sect elders settled, Chu Xian's major concern was basically resolved. As for the role of the servant elder, he already planned to let Yu Jian take it on temporarily. Yu Jian is the sect's senior brother. He will hold this position for now, it won't be too late to change when a suitable candidate appears in the future. Chu Xian looked towards the projection light screen, and 2 figures had already arrived at the main peak. It was the 2 NPC elders he had just drawn. The 2 said in unison, We pay our respects to the sect master. You 2 have worked hard. The Great Sage Realm will take on the role of inner sect elder, and the Semi-Saint will be the outer sect elder. Go to the gate and bring in the disciples who have qualified to join the sect. As you command. The 2 turned and left, and Chu Xian's excitement was gradually rising. At this moment, 8 people outside the gate had already obtained entry qualifications. 6 servant disciples, 1 outer sect disciple, and 1 inner sect disciple. With Yu Jian, Lin Xian, and Tang Lu added, the number had exceeded 10. To recruit 10 disciples, reward with the peak of Lingquan. Although it's far inferior to my previous cultivation, it is still better than being a waste. Outside the Lingxiao sect, Long Aotian's gaze was sharp as he watched the queue, suddenly feeling 2 powerful auras appear behind him. Who is it? Turning around, a man and a woman appeared before him, and their attire was that of the Lingxiao sect's elder. Lord Long, we are the newly joined inner sect and outer sect elders. The sect master sent us to recruit disciples into the sect. The NPCs are absolutely loyal to Chu Xian, so they were very courteous to his mount as well, but this was only limited to those below the imperial realm. If it were in front of Qi Yu and Shangxia, Long Outyin would merely be a small insect. Long Outyin was full of confusion. Did 2 saints just join the Lingxiao sect 2 days after I arrived? Is the Lingxiao sect really that famous outside? Although confused, Long Outyin said no more and nodded. Since it is the sect master's order, you may go. The 2 elders stood at the gate and said in a deep voice, disciples who have obtained entry qualifications may enter the sect now. Long Outyin, seeing this situation, couldn't help but snort. Pa, you really know how to put on a show. Can't you 2 go over and tell those kids instead of shouting here? After a moment, the 8 individuals had reached the entrance of the sect. Lord Long, we have worked hard. We will return to report now. Long Outyin glared at the 2 and then ignored them. Just as the 8 disciples crossed the threshold of the Lingxiao sect, Long Outyin felt a change in the mount contract deep within his soul. What is happening? What's going on? The moment the 8 disciples were brought into the sect, the system's prompt suddenly echoed. Main task 1. Recruit 10 disciples for the sect. Completed. Reward. Host cultivation reaches the peak of the spiritual spring realm. Main task 2. The number of disciples in the sect reaches 1,000, and the cultivation of 10 disciples reaches the spiritual spring realm. Task reward. Host cultivation is elevated to the peak of the Tao-seeking realm. Not completed. A blue light suddenly erupted from Chu Xian's spine. Immediately Chu Xian felt his entire back become burning hot as the meridians, which had been clogged with impurities, were crazily washed by the spiritual energy infused by the system, making a crisp sound like shattered glass. At the same time, the spiritual spring, which had been silent for 3 long years, suddenly trembled violently, and the previously desiccated spring began to fill up in just a few breaths. Every inch of Chu Xian's flesh was greedily devouring this power. His bones crackled, and his spine connected like a dragon lifting its head. Boom! A dazzling golden light shot up from the top of Chu Xian's head. Chu Xian trembled all over as the long-lost sense of power surged through him like a tide. Instinctively, he formed his fingers into a sword, and a 3-hang-long sword Qi instantly howled out, slicing a distant boulder cleanly in half. As the dust settled, Chu Xian looked at his hands, a smile finally curving at the corners of his mouth. I, Chu Xian, have returned. 500 miles north of Lingxiao sect. Qin Imo stood in the air accompanied by several elders of Yunxiao sect. Sensing a sudden fluctuation of spiritual energy from the south, he frowned. This aura feels so familiar. A person approached Qin Imo puzzled and said, Holy Master, this aura. It feels a bit like Chu Xian. The others exclaimed, impossible. Chu Xian's cultivation was dismantled. Even the powers of the central domain couldn't help him recover. How could there be a miracle in this barren place? Exactly. It might just be a similarity in aura. Can't you sense it? This person's cultivation is only at the peak of the spiritual spring. With the reputation of Yunxiao sect as the #1 sect in the eastern wilderness, finding out about Chu Xian on the coast of the East Sea was quite easy. Qin Imo and the others hurriedly made their way there. They had already been there for several days, but had not been able to locate Chu Xian's hiding place. As Qin Imo focused his senses, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It's definitely Chu Xian. Although his current cultivation is only at the peak of the spiritual spring, he must have started cultivating from scratch. In less than 10 days since leaving the Holy Land, he has returned to the peak of the spiritual spring. It's undoubtedly Chu Xian. Let's go. Including Qin Imo, a total of 6 people from Yunxiao sect flew towards the location of Lingxiao sect. Outside the mountain gate of Lingxiao sect, the lucky draw continued, and people saw 6 figures appear in the air. Wow! Look! They can fly. Is this what an immortal from Lingxiao sect looks like? Indeed, there really are immortals in Lingxiao sect. The appearance of Qin Imo and the others instantly ignited excitement among the crowd. The last of the Great Xia Empire's guards clearly understood more. Waves of shock surged in the guards' hearts. What? 6 saint-level powerhouses. The person at the mountain gate should also be a saint. Isn't this Lingxiao sect home to 7 saint-level powerhouses? My entire Great Xia Empire only has 2 saint-level. In the Xianxiao continent, only saint level can fly using their own cultivation. Those below the saint level must either cultivate flying martial techniques or rely on flying spiritual tools or other spiritual items, just like this guard. The green giant leaf that this guard retracted was indeed a flying spiritual tool. This is also why the guard could discern at a glance that the 6 people in the sky were all at the saint level. After receiving this information, the guard dared not delay any longer. I must inform my superiors of this matter as quickly as possible. The Great Xia court must not offend Lingxiao sect. Otherwise, Great Xia will surely face dire consequences. With this thought, the guard abandoned his place in line and turned to flee. Long Outyin was still puzzled, wondering what was wrong with the kid. Has he lost his marbles? Running so fast. Of course, the 6 people in the sky had already been noticed by Long Outyin, who muttered, the sect master is quite famous. Another 1 at the semi-saint level and 5 at the Dao integration. It's just that they are standing too high. I don't particularly like that. Long Outyin didn't mind letting them stand there if they wanted. Yu Jian looked up, and although he couldn't see clearly, he felt that the attire of these few people seemed somewhat familiar. People from the Holy Land. What are they doing here? Just as Yu Jian was pondering, the 6 people in the sky had already spotted him at the forefront of the crowd. One person said, Chu Xian is indeed here. His useless disciple Yu Jian is over there. Qin Mo's eyes narrowed as thoughts of his son, whose bones were yet to cool, stirred up his hatred once more. He rasped, attack. Eliminate all living beings in this coastal area of the East Sea. If you find that scoundrel Chu Xian, make sure to keep him alive for me. Understood. Holy Master. Except for Qin Imo, the other 5 moved at once. In an instant it felt as if an invisible force tore through the heavens, and earth fierce winds rose, dark clouds gathered, and thunder roared. The five from Yunshao sect, surrounded by surging spiritual energy, resembled five soaring flood dragons, each unleashing powerful martial techniques towards the ground. The people of Biluo City were instantly thrown into chaos. Why are the immortals of Lingxiao sect attacking us? Help! I don't want to die. In an instant people fled in all directions, cries and screams echoing everywhere. Long Outyin immediately reacted. Damn, they are not from Lingxiao sect. But I have to say, you few saints are really brave. Dare to run wild in front of the imperial sect. Having witnessed the methods of Qi Yu and the others, Long Outyin already knew their cultivation level, so he directly placed Lingxiao sect in the same category as the imperial sect. Long Outyin formed hand seals shouting, Great mighty heavenly dragon. Great Luo spell. Prajna Buddha. Prajna Bamahong. Suddenly, a golden giant dragon soared from Long Aotian's back. Roar. A dragon's roar shot into the sky, colliding instantly with the attacks of the five from Yunshao sect. Boom. The moment the two attacks clashed, it was as if the heavens and earth were ignited in a raging fire, the golden dragon's roar intertwining with the multicolored spiritual energy, bursting forth in a deafening explosion. The golden giant dragon twisted and turned in the air, its scales shimmering with dazzling light. Each impact caused the air to tremble violently. The martial techniques of the five from Yunshao sect, like a torrential storm, were shattered one by the golden dragon, with the multicolored spiritual energy splattering everywhere. The surrounding air seemed to be torn apart, fierce winds howled, and dark clouds rolled. Although the sky was experiencing a fierce battle between saint-level powerhouses, the residents of Biluo City remained completely unharmed. Unbeknownst to when, Chu Xian had already arrived outside Lingxiao sect. Meanwhile, Qi Yu and the others were also watching everything before them at the entrance of Lingxiao sect. Qin Mo, who did not participate in the battle, was observing Long Aotian. One person battling against five at the Harmony Realm. Which sacred land is this? Why have I never heard of it before? Qin Mo silently assessed in his heart. If he were to fight five people alone, he could do so, but he certainly wouldn't be as effortless as this guy in front of him. Could his cultivation actually surpass mine? It wasn't that Qin Mo had the highest cultivation in the Eastern Wilderness. There were indeed many great saints in the Eastern Wilderness. But those great saints were all ancestral figures of various sacred lands, long consumed by the passage of time, lying in their coffins to preserve their final breaths. To get those old folks to emerge from their seclusion, there are only two scenarios. One is that their own faction faces a life and death crisis. The other is that there is an opportunity to attain the Tao and become an emperor. Living so openly under the sun as a great Saint, Qin Mo had never heard of such a thing. Knowing that the person before him was a great Saint, Qin Mo remained completely unperturbed. Although Yunshao sacred land currently lacked a great saint to oversee it, they possessed a unique method specifically designed to deal with great saints. This is also the reason why Yunshao sect is called the #1 sect in the Eastern Wilderness. Qin Mo's gaze shifted downwards. Lingxiao sect. Before Qin Mo could finish his words, he caught sight of Chu Xian in his peripheral vision. Chu Xian, I will kill you. Immediately Qin Mo, as if driven mad, dove down from the sky. Qin Mo's palm gathered spiritual power frantically. Looking at Qin Mo rushing towards him, Chu Xian's expression remained calm as he murmured to himself, This grudge should be avenged by myself, shouldn't it? Just letting Qi Yu and the others kill you isn't enough. He turned to Qi Yu and said, Suppress his cultivation to the peak of the spiritual spring realm. I will fight him myself. Chu Xian had already made plans of this time. He would not kill Qin Mo. After all, he was relying on Qi Yu to suppress Qin Mo's cultivation. If he truly fought at the peak of the spiritual spring realm against a great saint, it would be impressive if he didn't reduce you to nothing. What Chu Xian aimed to do was defeat Qin Mo while both were at the peak of the spiritual spring realm. After restoring his own cultivation, he would lead the disciples of Lingxiao sect to Yunshao sacred land. At that time, it would be Qin Mo's true moment of death. After receiving Chu Xian's order, Qi Yu directly sent a stream of spiritual power into Qin Mo's body. Just as Qin Mo charged close to Chu Xian, he suddenly stumbled. What? Why has my cultivation dropped to the peak of the spiritual spring realm? Without waiting for Qin Mo to think further, he saw Chu Xian charging towards him with a sword in hand. Just as Qin Mo intended to raise his hand to subdue Chu Xian, he suddenly remembered that his cultivation had been suppressed by an unknown force. Chu Xian's sword tip struck like lightning, the azure glow piercing through the air, aimed straight at Qin Mo's throat. Although Qin Mo's cultivation had suddenly dropped, his battle instincts remained intact. As he dodged to the side, he formed a red gale with his right palm to strike at Chu Xian's left rib. Clang! Chu Xian's sword blade rotated to block sparks flying as he leveraged the force to spin his left leg, sweeping towards Qin Mo's lower body like an iron whip. Qin Mo leapt into the air, suddenly shooting out 3 penetrating nails from his sleeve, but they were turned to powder as they touched Chu Xian's robe. "Old dog Qin, is this all you can do?" Chu Xian sneered, his sword intent suddenly transforming into countless afterimages. Qin Mo's pupils constricted as he crossed his palms to form a seal, raising a wall of earth from the ground, only to have it instantly pierced by Chu Xian's sword chi. As the fragments of rock scattered, the tip of Chu Xian's sword pierced into Qin Mo's shoulder, blood immediately soaking through his purple gold robe. "This sword is for my father. You took my sect, you must die." Chu Xian twisted his wrist, the sword tip harshly twisting between flesh and bone. Qin Mo groaned and was forced back, suddenly grinning as he clawed at his wound, using his blood to draw strange runes in the air. Blood curse. Chu Xian instantly recognized Qin Mo's technique. This was Qin Mo's signature skill. He had once slain a great saint at the Harmony realm with this technique during his pursuit of the Tao at the spirit level. However, at this moment, Qin Mo's cultivation had been suppressed to the spiritual spring realm, and the power of the blood curse had significantly diminished. Chu Xian snorted, coldly charging towards the crimson symbol light, and at the moment the sword blade collided with the blood curse, the entire square was engulfed in blinding white light. Amidst the white light, Chu Xian's figure flickered like a ghost, and the sword tip once again aimed at Qin Mo's throat. "This sword is for myself." Qin Mo hurriedly raised his hand, spiritual power surging, attempting to defend, but with his realm suppressed, his defenses were as fragile as paper beneath Chu Xian's sword intent. The sword light flashed and blood splattered. Qin Mo staggered back, a deep wound visible to the bone carved into his chest, his complexion pale. He stared fiercely at Chu Xian, his eyes filled with unwillingness and resentment. "You?" Chu Xian sheathed his sword and coldly said, "In a battle of equal realms, you are nothing but trash." Qin Mo wanted to struggle, but the spiritual power within him had been completely suppressed, and in the end his legs weakened heavily, kneeling on the ground. At this moment, Qin Mo understood that the Chu Xian of the past had returned. Chu Xian looked down at him and coldly said, "Go back to Yunxiao sect and wait with a clean neck. Next time I will personally take your life." Not bothering with Qin Mo any longer, he looked up at the battle in the sky and said to the others, "Don't let Long Ao Tian show off, but kill all 5 of those people. And also send this holy lord back to his sacred land." Chu Xian strode back, leaving everything outside the sect to Qi Yu and the others. The others still smiled warmly, merely glancing lightly at the 5 people from Lingxiao sect in the sky. The 5 seemed as if they had been struck by a spell, standing rigidly in place. Long Ao Tian did not hold back, directly punching each head. After 5 punches, 5 headless corpses appeared in the sky. Looking at the 5 corpses in front of him, tears uncontrollably fell from Long Ao Tian's mouth. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Chu Xian, "Master, can I eat the corpses of these 5 little saints?" The only response to Long Ao Tian was a single word: scram. "All right, I will scram now." These 5 had once been capable generals who fought alongside his father in the eastern wilderness. Although they were all accomplices of Qin Mo, since they were already dead, they should be left with some dignity. Standing in Lingxiao sect, the others waved their hands lightly, sending the kneeling Qin Mo and the 5 corpses back to Yunxiao sect. The residents of Biluo City were left dumbfounded. What on earth is going on? Is this what battles between immortals look like? There's a saying that perfectly fits. Humans cannot imagine things that exceed their perception. Today's battle was not something the residents of Biluo City could ever witness in their daily lives. No matter how hard they tried to think, they could never conceive of it. Little did they know the battle that just transpired had already taken them on a stroll through the gates of hell. If it weren't for Qi Yu protecting them, they would have already been crushed to the ground by the aftermath of the battle. This battle also strengthened the resolve of the residents of Biluo City to enter Lingxiao sect. If they couldn't enter, they would let their children in. If their children couldn't enter, they would let their grandchildren in. In any case, they had firmly decided to embrace the great tree that is Lingxiao sect. 3 direct disciples continued to work busily, but within Lin Xian's heart, turbulent waves surged. The master is actually at the peak of the spiritual spring realm. Isn't he supposed to be a waste? Given today's combat strength, he must be invincible in the spiritual spring realm. The Lingxiao sect is becoming increasingly unfathomable, and that Long Ao Yin fighting alone against 5 saint-level opponents without falling behind. Although I can't discern his realm at the moment, he must be at least at the 7th stage of the sub-saint realm or higher. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder are even more perplexing. The saint-level opponent who fought against the Master had his cultivation forcibly suppressed to the peak of the spiritual spring. What kind of divine technique could achieve such a feat? While Lin Xian was pondering, Yu Jian loudly reminded, "Junior sister, what are you thinking about? Focus." Lin Xian then snapped back to reality and looked at the rotating plate in front of him, urgently shouting, "Blue. Outer sect." There was another person filled with endless curiosity. That person was Long Outyin. Long Outyin had already signed a master-servant contract with Chu Xian, and Chu Xian's cultivation was completely unable to hide before him. How could Chu Xian, originally an ordinary person, suddenly reach the peak of the spiritual spring realm? This left Long Outyin utterly baffled. However, Long Outyin was overjoyed. No matter what, the stronger the Lingxiao sect became, the further his own future path would be. Inside the Lingxiao sect, 8 newly admitted disciples were taken to their respective peaks, and Chu Xian had already returned to the main peak. Now that I've regained my cultivation, I must strive to practice and reach the realm I was at 3 years ago. The main peak of the Lingxiao sect is the place with the densest spiritual energy in the entire sect. Chu Xian quietly sat down in his chair, his consciousness sinking into the spiritual spring within his body, attempting to draw spiritual energy into himself. What troubled Chu Xian was that no matter how hard he tried to cultivate, his cultivation showed no signs of fluctuation. What is going on? Why can't I cultivate? System, please give me a reasonable explanation. The system's holographic screen slowly appeared. Sorry, the host is fundamentally a waste. Don't think about cultivating. Just manage the sect well, and your cultivation will naturally increase upon completing the main quest. Chu Xian, so it turns out that my essence as a waste cannot change. The only way to increase my cultivation is to complete the main quest. Alright, so this is how it is. The recruitment of disciples in the Lingxiao sect was in full swing, while Chu Xian simply lay back. After all, cultivation was futile, so why bother? He completely entrusted the cultivation of the new disciples to several elders, enjoying his own leisure. Having been accustomed to the intense competition before, Chu Xian now found something out. Lying down is enjoyable for a moment, but lying down continuously is even more delightful. Watching the disciples diligently cultivate every day, Chu Xian felt quite pleased. When sect disciples break through lottery chances 1. When sect disciples break through lottery chances 2. Seeing the daily increase in lottery chances, Chu Xian's mood was quite good. Although the rewards from the lottery didn't have much effect on him, they were certainly useful for the sect's disciples. Pills, martial skills, techniques, and spiritual tools were all included. Disciples' breakthroughs would allow the completion of the main quest, but the sect's influence still needed to be further enhanced. After several days of recruiting, the residents of Biluo City had mostly been gathered, but there were still 800 people left to reach the main quest's goal of 1,000. In the past few days, nearly everyone in Biluo City participated in the sect recruitment lottery, yet only a little over 200 obtained the qualification to join the sect. Moreover, more than 180 of them were only qualified as manual laborers. On this day, Chu Xian was lying on his recliner with his eyes closed when Yu Jian approached with a bowl of millennium old ginseng soup. This was a daily task for Yu Jian, who had taken on the role of chef for Chu Xian during the years he had become a waste. Yu Jian had even researched many recipes to help Chu Xian recuperate. Now that Chu Xian had regained his cultivation, Yu Jian still brought him food every day. Chu Xian opened his eyes at the enticing aroma, took a small spoonful, and couldn't help but praise, "Your culinary skills have improved again, Jianer. If you ever decide not to practice, you could definitely enjoy wealth and fame by opening a restaurant." After saying that, he directly lifted the big bowl and drank it all in one go. Placing the bowl back on the tray, Chu Xian joked, "Jianer, your food is so delicious. If you marry a partner one day, won't I lose this fortune?" Yu Jian scratched his head shyly, feeling a bit embarrassed from Chu Xian's praise. Hearing Chu Xian mention marrying a partner, Yu Jian replied flatly, "Then I won't marry. They'll focus on cooking for my master." Chu Xian burst into laughter at Yu Jian's answer. "Huh? No need for that. Your master has already regained some cultivation, and I won't suffer without food normally. But you should focus all your thoughts on cultivation." Chu Xian laughed heartily, unaware that Yu Jian was serious. After a moment's thought, Chu Xian continued, "By the way, in the next few days, take a few manual labor disciples out to promote our Lingxiao sect in various towns. The sect is still in its early stages, and we need to recruit more disciples." Yu Jian replied, "Okay, leave it to me. They'll definitely bring back a few hundred. Don't be reckless." "Hee, just kidding, master. Please don't take it seriously. Go ahead." "Yes." Yu Jian left, and Chu Xian also got up, heading towards Lin Xian's residence. Since Lin Xian joined the sect, he had not been seen unless Chu Xian requested it. This child is too introverted. This won't do. He must be brought out to practice. Peach Blossom, that sharp tip. Let me pass on the Dao. At Lin Xian's residence. At this moment, Lin Xian had just completed a breakthrough, reaching the peak of the Meridian realm, only one step away from breaking through to the spiritual spring realm. I've finally reached the peak of the Meridian realm. I originally thought it would only take 10 days, but unexpectedly it took 12 days. It's all because of that annoying master insisting that I go out to recruit disciples. Looking at the dirt covering his body from the breakthrough, Lin Xian wrinkled his nose. He hurriedly prepared a bathtub and some ordinary-level medicinal liquids to take a good bath. Lin Xian took off her blue dress, her creamy shoulders instantly exposed to the air. From below, a pair of jade-like feet and fair legs were revealed, and her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall covering her perfectly curved back. Steam rose in the room, adding a touch of beauty to this once half-emperor. Just as Lin Xian entered the water, a voice came from outside. "Xianer, your master is here." Creak. In the next moment, the door was pushed open by Chu Xian. Chu Xian. Outside Lin Xian's house, Chu Xian sat on a stone bench yawning as he waited for Lin Xian to come out. Inside, Lin Xian's face turned red with embarrassment as he cursed in his heart. "Damn, master. How dare you peek at this emperor bathing? Once my cultivation is restored, you'll pay for this." Wait, what's happening to me? Is it possible that my soul hasn't merged completely with this body? Lin Xian quickly suppressed his thoughts, dressed, and stepped out of the room. "What brings you here, master?" But in his heart, he secretly thought, "Damn, master, you'd better not do anything outrageous. Otherwise, don't think that just because you are at the peak of the spiritual spring realm, this emperor cannot suppress you with a single hand at the peak of the meridian realm." Chu Xian smiled kindly and said, "Shina, you always lock yourself in your room. I worry that over time you might develop an inner demon. Today I have some time, so I came to see how your cultivation is going." "Damn inner demon. Do you think I need your guidance in my practice? As if you are here to see how I cultivate. I think you just want to peek at me, you old pervert." Lin Xian maintained a calm expression and replied, "Reporting to master, your disciple is dull. I have been in the sect for nearly half a month, but have only reached the peak of the meridian realm. I am ashamed." In less than half a month, this emperor went directly from the second level of qi condensation to the peak of the meridian realm. That's quite rare in the Xinqiao continent. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian furrowed his brows. Peak of the meridian realm. Chu Xian was taken aback. This child's talent seems exceptionally poor. "Yes, master." Chu Xian's reaction was not what Lin Xian expected. "What's this?" "Shocked. You should be shocked. In my past life, I reached the saint realm in just 50 years, and by 100 years old, I was already at the half-emperor level. Master, you still need to practice. You should indeed feel ashamed. Your senior brother went from the 5th level of qi condensation to the spiritual spring realm in just 2 days. Your junior brother entered the sect at the 8th level of qi condensation and is now already at the 2nd level of the spiritual spring realm. Even I, your master, when I was cultivating back, then it took me only 8 days to go from drawing spiritual energy into my body to the spiritual spring realm." Seeing Lin Xian's expression was a bit off, Chu Xian sighed, recalling that he was the first disciple to actively join the Lingxiao sect. "Sigh, that's true. Your senior brother and junior brother are too monstrous. You don't need to be too anxious. You should come out and walk around. Staying cooped up all day can lead to problems." Chu Xian slowly stood up and took a long sword from the system space, gripping it in his hand. "Xianer, today, I will teach you a set of sword techniques. If you can fully grasp this sword technique, it will benefit you for a lifetime." As he spoke, the sword moved with intent. The long sword in Chu Xian's hand suddenly rang clear. The sword's edge remained still, yet the air around it became stagnant. With a flick of his wrist, the sword traced an arc in the air, its tip quivering slightly. He then struck a pose and proclaimed loudly, "Xianer, watch closely. This sword technique is called Lingxiao 9 styles, a secret not to be passed down in our sect." However, to Lin Xian, a former half-emperor, it didn't seem impressive at all. Lin Xian's lips twitched slightly as he struggled to suppress the urge to roll his eyes. "Is this it? The sword intent is loose and weak with numerous flaws in the moves. You can't even condense the most basic sword energy, and you dare to call this a secret not to be passed down. You have no idea what the secrets of my sect were in my past life. Those were truly earth-shattering. This one is far from it. First style, clouds parting to reveal the moon." Chu Xian shouted, and his entire body stumbled slightly, almost tripping over his own sword. The so-called exquisite sword move was riddled with flaws in Lin Xian's eyes. Even a mere Meridian Realm cultivator could find 17 or 18 fatal weaknesses. "Is this it?" Lin Xian scoffed inwardly. "The foundational sword technique I casually created back then is 100 times better than this." He nearly laughed out loud at Chu Xian's serious demeanor. Is this old pervert mistaking the sword techniques of mundane martial artists for unparalleled secrets? Chu Xian, however, seemed increasingly enthusiastic about practicing, deliberately slowing down his movements. "Xianer, pay close attention. This second style, stars hanging upside down, is particularly exquisite." Lin Xian nodded respectfully on the surface, but was already laughing madly inside. Exquisite. This soft and feeble sword intent can't even cut through a leaf. It seems this cheap master is not only lecherous, but also completely useless. Unable to watch any longer, Lin Xian clasped his hands together and said, "Master, how about letting your disciple spar with you, so that I can personally experience the intricacies of this sword technique?" Chu Xian's eyes lit up. "Good. Xianer is indeed diligent. Let's just keep it to a demonstration between us." Lin Xian coldly smiled inside, casually snapping a branch. "Please instruct me, master." She had made up her mind to thoroughly guide this ignorant master later. "Watch out." Lin Xian moved like lightning, the branch turning into a streak of green light aimed straight at Chu Xian's throat. This move seemed simple, but contained Lin Xian's understanding of swordsmanship as a half-emperor in his past life. Even Chu Xian at the peak of the spiritual spring realm would find it extremely difficult to resist. However, bang! Lin Xian's branch was unexpectedly deflected by a strange force, causing him to stumble forward, while Chu Xian's seemingly clumsy long sword was already pressed against Lin Xian's throat. "First move," Chu Xian said with a smile. Lin Xian was shocked and quickly changed his stance, the branch dancing out with countless afterimages. This was the Thousand Illusions sword technique he created during his time as a little saint. But Chu Xian merely waved his sword awkwardly. Bang! Lin Xian's branch inexplicably flew out of his hand, and he was pushed back 7 or 8 steps by a soft force. Second move. The tip of Chu Xian's sword had unknowingly already touched Lin Xian's forehead. Impossible! Lin Xian was utterly shocked. Come again. He gritted his teeth and unleashed the strongest sword move from his past life, heaven-piercing sword. His entire body surged with spiritual power. Clang! Chu Xian's sword tip lightly touched his wrist, and Lin Xian's spiritual power suddenly froze, leaving him frozen in place. Third move. Chu Xian stood with his sword collected, kindly saying, "Xianer, do you now understand the intricacies of this sword technique?" Lin Xian was dumbfounded, his mind in turmoil. What kind of sword technique is this? Clearly riddled with flaws, yet why can I not endure even a single move? Why? Because this is the Imperial-level sword technique from the Lingxiao sect's 10,000 Classics Pavilion. With the little sword techniques Lin Xian created in his past life, it was absolutely impossible to surpass this Imperial-level sword technique. Lin Xian pressed his hands to the ground, wailing in his heart, "Oh no! If it weren't for this emperor's current low realm." While he was thinking this, Chu Xian had already crouched down, gently stroking Lin Xian's head. "It has been many years since I last fought, so I wasn't able to control my strength. It's my fault. I will teach you this sword technique right away." The Lingxiao sect gradually got on the right track, and thanks to Yu Jian and the promotional efforts of numerous sect disciples, it finally welcomed a small surge in disciple recruitment. Now the Lingxiao sect has truly become the foremost sect along the coast of the East Sea, because there is only this one sect along the coast. As a result, the number of people coming to participate in the Lingxiao sect's entrance trial is increasing day by day. There are a total of 15 cities along the East Sea, and under everyone's vigorous promotion, a crowd of 100,000 has gathered outside the Lingxiao sect. In desperation, Chu Xian ordered Qi Yu and others to create 500 entrance turntables. As for the recruitment trials outside the sect, the participation of the 3 personal disciples was no longer necessary. At this time, the inner sect's senior sister Xiao Daidai was completely different from before. It must be said that her talent is indeed remarkable, as she sensed the existence of spiritual energy in just 3 days. Then within 3 days, she achieved the first level of qi condensation. 5 days later, she reached the second level. After 10 days, she attained the third level of qi condensation. She is currently the top among the personal disciples. With such aptitude, if she were in the royal family of the Daxiao Empire, she would undoubtedly be groomed as a successor. However, here in the Lingxiao sect, she can only remain as an inner sect disciple. Though Xiao Daidai is small in stature, once she dons the sect's attire, her aura instantly elevates. Xiao Daidai tilts her head, her short black hair tied into 2 perky horns with red ribbons. After the cleansing of her body by the spiritual energy, Xiao Daidai's skin has become almost translucent. This makes her round, bright amber eyes shine even more. The most eye-catching are her tiger head shoes with a black base and red patterns, the classic children's style. Dear villagers, please line up properly and don't rush. Zhang you are responsible for the order on the east side. San Pang, you handle the west side. Wang Ting, go back to the sect and call in some more people. Xiao Daidai systematically issued orders, maintaining the order at the entrance of the Lingxiao sect in an organized manner. Outside the Lingxiao sect, it was bustling with activity. Meanwhile, on the main peak, Chu Xian closed his eyes to rest. After the last time he gave Lin Xian some special treatment, that girl seemed to have been stimulated somehow. She stopped her cultivation and switched to practicing swordsmanship. For a moment, Chu Xian had no good ideas on how to guide Lin Xian and could only let her adjust on her own. With his eyes closed, he hummed a little tune and opened the lottery interface of the system. Sect Grand Lottery times 106 times. Although the number of people in the sect has approached 200, most are disciples with no cultivation, so Chu Xian's lottery chances are not considered many. Some disciples have failed to draw spiritual energy into their bodies even after 10 days. Even if they can successfully draw spiritual energy in their cultivation speed is not fast. Breaking through a realm in 10 days is already considered quick. Not everyone is as talented as Xianer and Luer. Let's talk about the lottery. After reaching 100 lottery chances, a button for 100 consecutive draws appeared on the lottery interface. This is great. If the number of sect disciples reaches hundreds of thousands in the future, each breakthrough will mean hundreds of thousands of lottery chances. I won't have to do anything else but draw 10 times. System. Perform a 100 consecutive draws immediately. Give it a strong draw. Okay, 100 consecutive draws are in progress. Drawing, please wait. Looking at the spinning prize pool before him, Chu Xian finally straightened his body. Wow, golden legend. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a heavenly level prize. A spirit stone mine has manifested within the sect. Spirit stone mine. Every 10 days it can produce 1 imperial level spirit stone, 100 holy level spirit stones, 100 spiritual level spirit stones, and 1 million ordinary level spirit stones. As the number of sect members increases, the mine's output will also rise. Chu Xian couldn't help but take a deep breath. Wow, a spirit stone mine. Chu Xian still remembers that in order to contend for a spirit stone mine in the East Wilderness, the Yunxiao sect sacrificed 8 holy level powerhouses. That mine had produced only 500 holy level spirit stones, 100 spiritual level spirit stones, and 200 ordinary level spirit stones in total. Spirit stones are the currency of exchange for cultivators in this world. Besides serving as currency, spirit stones can also replenish a cultivator's spiritual power and assist in cultivation. At that time, the Yunxiao sect relied on that spirit stone mine to leap to become the #1 sect in the East Wilderness. Because holy level spirit stones can rapidly promote cultivators to holy tier powerhouses. Of course, some special professions also require spirit stones, such as formation masters, alchemists, and blacksmiths. At this moment, Chu Xian has lost interest in the other prizes drawn and directly said to Chiyu, quickly take me to the sect's mine. As an NPC, Chiyu could immediately know everything happening within the sect. Understood. With her jade hand linked with Chu Xian's arm, she lightly lifted her jade foot. In the next second, the two appeared at the entrance of the newly manifested spirit stone mine. Enter the mine. Chu Xian suppressed the excitement in his heart and was the first to step into the mine. What entered Chu Xian's view was a vast expanse of green light. The green was so pure. Countless glowing spirit stones were embedded in the rock walls, illuminating the entire cave like a dream. Chu Xian instinctively glanced at the ceiling. This area belongs to the mine's periphery, and all are ordinary level spirit stones. Continuing forward, the rock walls of the mine began to turn a deep blue. If ordinary level spirit stones are like vibrant green grass, then spiritual level spirit stones resemble the deep ocean. The glow of spiritual level spirit stones is more restrained, but the spiritual energy within is 100 times richer than ordinary level spirit stones. Further ahead, a purple glow began to dominate. Holy level spirit stones. As the purple light appeared, the mine tunnel gradually became narrower. Chu Xian focused his gaze at the end of the mine tunnel, where a dazzling golden light was radiating. That is an imperial level spirit stone. Legend has it that imperial level spirit stones contain imperial resonance. A single imperial level spirit stone can allow a semi-emperor powerhouse to attain the status of an emperor. This imperial level spirit stone, which has not appeared in the Xianxiao continent for tens of thousands of years, has manifested within the Lingxiao sect. Chu Xian's breath quickened as the item before him was simply unbelievable. If this news were to be released, the entire Xianxiao continent would tremble in an instant. At that time, who knows how many peak holy level old monsters would break out of their coffins. You know what? Don't underestimate what I'm saying. If one day in the future this sect master holds a super large auction open to the entire Xianxiao continent. At that time, everyone who attends the auction will have to stand for the entire event. Listening to Chu Xian talk to himself, Chiyu finally couldn't help it. Sect master, I have a question. Ask. Holding such an auction is very easy, but why must everyone stand to participate? Chu Xian widened his eyes. Don't ask. The answer is simple. No seats. Chu Xian returned to the main peak from the spirit stone mine, his gaze once again drawn to the system interface. The 100 consecutive draws had ended, and all the prizes were now in the system backpack. Looking at the items in the system backpack, a satisfied smile appeared on Chu Xian's lips. System backpack: Ultimate Emperor Weapons 2, Great Sage NPC Elders 3, Lesser Sage NPC Elders 6, Harmonized Path NPC Elders 9. Following that were various levels of martial arts techniques, spiritual herbs, weapons, and other cultivation resources. Ultimate Emperor Weapons. Emperor-level weapons. Chu Xian's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. As the name suggests, Emperor-level weapons are forged by Emperor-tier blacksmiths. There are no emperors in the entire Xianxiao continent, let alone any Emperor-tier blacksmiths. Take them out. As soon as he finished speaking, an ancient small cauldron appeared in Chu Xian's left hand. The small cauldron had 3 legs and 2 ears, its body a deep bluish-black, engraved with 9 intricate patterns. In his right hand, Chu Xian held a miniature tower. The small tower had 9 levels and an octagonal shape, with a crystal-clear bead floating atop. The information of the 2 ultimate emperor weapons appeared before Chu Xian. 9 origin cauldron born in the ancient period of 9 extremes, Xian Huang Tian, forged by 9 ancient emperors, each contributing a strand of their life essence fused with chaotic primordial energy and refined from the essence of the stars. The cauldron's body was marked with 9 innate Tao inscriptions representing the 9 origins of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. Hunyuan Tower, a tool for the Hunyuan Magician Zun to attain Tao, made from chaotic stones from the 33 heavens, fused with fragments of the river of time. Truly worthy treasures. Just looking at the description is already impressive. Chiyu, come here. The 2 Emperor NPC elders instantly appeared at the main peak. The 2 clasped their hands and said in a deep voice, Master. Chu Xian casually tossed the 2 ultimate emperor weapons over. You 2 each take one. Since you're both in the emperor realm, it wouldn't make sense not to have some impressive weapons. The 2 had intended to refuse, but as soon as they held the emperor weapons, they realized something was amiss. Chiyu had just taken the 9 origin cauldron when his body suddenly trembled, nearly dropping the cauldron. Master, this cauldron is trying to bite me. The 9 patterns on the cauldron lit up, transforming into 9 miniature dragons that nuzzled and licked her delicate fingers. Chu Xian, this little cauldron is quite clever. The 2 elders smiled at this scene, with one saying, Elder Qi, is everything all right? Just as the words left his mouth, the Hunyuan Tower suddenly expanded with a hum, enveloping him inside. Inside the tower, a dull thudding sound echoed, mixed with the elders' cries, Let this emperor out. This broken tower is showing my embarrassing moments. I was 3 years old when I wet the bed, and now it's being broadcasted. How am I supposed to maintain my dignity after this? Chu Xian struggled to contain his laughter, his shoulders shaking. Little did he know this was the bonding process for the 2 emperor weapons. After much effort, the 2 emperors finally escaped, with Chi Yu sporting a small dragon ornament atop her head, while the other was left with a wild hairstyle from the time turbulence. Chi Yu's hands trembled as she held the cauldron. Master, if this thing were to be used to smash someone, it might even scare their ancestors back to life. Though both were of the emperor realm, they had never seen weapons of such caliber. Ordinary emperor weapons were already exceedingly rare, not to mention these ultimate emperor weapons. Chu Xian took a deep breath, offering no explanation, and simply letting them explore on their own. The truth was, he was just as clueless about these ultimate emperor weapons. Previously, he was only at the harmonized path realm, and he was still far from the emperor tier. Sigh, it seems I need to study more in the future. With a sigh, Chu Xian instructed Chi Yu to arrange work for the newly summoned NPCs before heading towards the Wanjing Pavilion. Inside the Wanjing Pavilion, aside from martial arts techniques, there were also various ancient texts covering a wide range of topics. Moreover, since Chu Xian did not need to cultivate, he treated it as an opportunity to enrich his own experiences. The Lingxiao sect was thriving, and changes along the East Sea coast were quietly underway. The chaos caused by sea beasts had now vanished, and the entire East Sea coast was experiencing a surge of cultivation fervor. Other regions of the Daxia Empire also discovered this lucrative territory along the East Sea coast. Countless cultivators flocked to the East Sea coast, determined to carve out their own territory on this land. Along with the cultivators came members of the Daxia imperial family. Your Highness, we've been traveling for 10 days straight. Please don't tire yourself out. On a large green leaf, an old eunuch was bending down to support a young prince. The young prince Xia Jia appeared excited, yet a hint of worry lingered deep in his eyes. How can I not be anxious? With my royal sister in such a state, our father has already turned gray with worry. If I cannot alleviate his concerns, how can I face him again? I've heard that the Lingxiao sect has many saints, so it must be a mid-level sacred land. They might have a way to treat my sister. Jaisai, hurry up. The guard who had appeared at the Lingxiao sect's entrance a few days ago was urging his spiritual energy with all his might. Little did he know this guard named Jaisai was already spewing blood. The old eunuch gazed ahead at the massive leaf and noted, Your Highness, we should arrive at the Lingxiao sect in about half a stick of incense. Should I notify them in advance to prepare for our arrival? Xia Jia quickly waved his hand. I've told you many times the Lingxiao sect is not like other sects. We must not offend them. Also, you should disguise yourself. Most sects do not favor people like you, so don't let them see your true identity. Yes. The old eunuch felt deep reluctance in his heart, but had no choice but to comply. After a simple disguise, he no longer appeared as the typical eunuch. In his heart, the old eunuch cursed sigh. The prince must be bewitched. Can a mid-level sacred land suddenly appear in the Daxia kingdom? If a mid-level sacred land could truly emerge quietly, I would sew up my skin disease. Finally, the peaks of the Lingxiao sect appeared before the three. Your Highness, we have arrived at the Lingxiao sect. Jaisis' eyelids drooped as he saw the Lingxiao sect, and the will within him was finally released. In the next moment, Jaisai tumbled off the massive green leaf. Xia Jie glanced at Jaisai. Your mission is complete. You may rest now. With that, Xia Jie directly stored the massive green leaf into his storage ring and descended from the sky with the old eunuch. At this moment, there were hardly any people at the entrance of the Lingxiao sect. Those who should have entered had already done so, and a few miscellaneous disciples were cleaning the mountain gate. Brother, could you please announce that Prince Xia Jie of the Daxia imperial family has come to pay his respects to your sect's master? As soon as these words were spoken, the few miscellaneous disciples, sweeping the floor instantly, turned their gazes towards Xia Jie. The royal family. Did I hear that right? Are they truly from the royal family? It can't be the young Emperor Xia, can it? Several servants had previously been residents of the East Sea coast and had never heard of Xia Jie's name. However, they were aware of the title of the great Xia Emperor. Upon hearing the discussion, the old steward became furious. How dare you speak of the royal family and offend its dignity? Such a crime deserves punishment. Xia Jie hurriedly stopped the old steward and explained, Brother, I am merely a prince of Great Xia. Please inform the master inside. The servants exchanged glances with the old steward, but said nothing. Seeing Xia Jie's gentle demeanor, one of the servants handed the broom to his companion and turned back to the sect. At that moment, Chu Xian was immersed in the ocean of knowledge when a voice suddenly interrupted him, reporting to the sect master, 2 individuals claiming to be Prince Xia Jie have arrived to seek an audience with you. Chu Xian was witnessing a crucial moment of the ancient war, the birthplace of the Hunyuan Cauldron. 9 extremes. Xianwang heaven had already been reduced to nothingness. He hadn't paid much attention to what the servant elder was saying, merely responding, If you want to enter the sect, just go to the turning plate. Why ask me about such trivial matters? Now, with several NPCs added, the title of the servant elder had been removed and replaced with an NPC. Though still a servant elder, he was nonetheless a powerful being of the harmonious Tao realm. The servant elder fell silent for a moment, and then said, Sect Master, it seems he does not wish to join the sect. He wants to see you. Simij, I'm reading, I have no time. After a moment of thought, he added, You can meet him or just ask him what he wants. Originally, Chu Xian thought to simply dismiss the matter, but then reconsidered. A Lingxiao sect was established in Great Xia, and he would inevitably have dealings with them in the future. Although he regarded Great Xia as insignificant, Lingxiao sect recruited disciples from Great Xia. He still felt a certain sense of belonging to Great Xia. Outside Lingxiao sect, Xia Jie waited anxiously. Finally, a middle-aged man arrived at the sect entrance. You too may come in. Xia Jie felt a surge of joy and quickly stepped forward. However, the old steward was seething with rage, thinking, How arrogant is Lingxiao sect? They don't even come out to greet a prince. Is this how Lingxiao sect treats its guests? In my view, they are nothing but a bunch of ignorant barbarians. Due to Xia Jie's prior instructions, the old steward dared not act out and could only lower his head, following behind Xia Jie. As Xia Jie crossed the mountain gate, he respectfully asked the middle-aged man, May I ask if you are the master of Lingxiao sacred land? In the next moment, Xia Jie felt the spiritual energy around him becoming almost tangible. This density of spiritual energy, it was even dozens of times richer than that in the palace. The underground of the Great Xia Imperial Palace contained the largest spiritual vein of the entire Great Xia Empire, yet in comparison to Lingxiao sect, the difference was astonishing. The old steward behind Xia Jie furrowed his brows tightly. Lingxiao sect. Such audacity. How dare they privately seize such a ley line? When we return to the palace, I will definitely report this to His Majesty. I will make sure that not a single one of you remains in Lingxiao sect. In the old steward's mind, anything within the territory of the Great Xia Empire belonged to the Great Xia royal family. Thus, feeling the rich spiritual energy within Lingxiao sect instantly ignited his anger. Seeing Xia Jie so respectful, the middle-aged man hurriedly replied, Your Highness, you have misunderstood. I am merely a servant elder of Lingxiao sect. The master is currently reading and does not have time, so I was asked to receive you both. Upon hearing this, a flicker of displeasure flashed in Xia Jie's eyes, but he said nothing. The old steward's defenses crumbled. What? You are just a servant elder. It seems you Lingxiao sect are looking for trouble. As he spoke, the old steward erupted with a fierce aura, revealing his cultivation level in the Divine Sea realm. Old Hong, step back. Xia Jie shouted urgently. If you continue to act this way, I will have you discarded here and now. The servant elder Duan Gong watched Old Hong's expression with a faint smile, remaining silent. He found it amusing, thinking to himself, you a dog eunuch really know how to put on a show, trying to act like a real man. If you keep pretending, I will make you fly. Old Hong's eyes bore a murderous intent, but due to Xia Jie's pressure, he had to suppress his own aura. Xia Jie sincerely said, Elder, please do not take offense, my servant lacks experience. I will definitely discipline him well when I return. Duan Gong waved his hand. Your Highness, please follow me into the sect. He then turned and led the way slowly toward the servant peak. May I ask what brings you to Lingxiao sect? Xia Jie hurriedly took out a gold leaf from his pocket, which had a few lines of text printed on it, seemingly infused with spiritual energy. I have heard that Lingxiao Sacred Land is a newly established sect, and I believe there may be some information you are unaware of. Within the territory of the Great Xia Empire, a spatial cave opens every 50 years. We call it the Wuxiang Lingxiu. The Wuxiang Lingxiu is filled with numerous opportunities available for everyone to obtain, but there is a limit on the number of people each time it opens. Since the entrance to the Wuxiang Lingxiu is located within the Great Xia Empire, the allocation of spots has historically been managed by the Great Xia royal family. Now that your sect has been established, you naturally qualify for a certain number of spots. Xia Jie continued, I have come to grant you the qualifications to enter the Wuxiang Lingxiu. As he spoke, Xia Jie handed the gold leaf to Duan Gong. Upon hearing this news, Duan Gong's eyes brightened immediately. Your Highness, you are very considerate. I will inform the master of this matter right away. Chu Xian, still immersed in the ancient texts, was once again interrupted by Duan Gong's transmission. Just as he was about to erupt, he heard the name, Wuxiang Lingxiu. Wuxiang Lingxiu. This place sounds promising. Just the name itself is impressive. Now that Jian Air, Xian Air, and Lu Air's progression has slowed significantly, it is indeed time for them to undergo training. The Wuxiang Lingxiu comes at the perfect time. Of course, I can't keep this group in the greenhouse forever. All these thoughts flashed through Chu Xian's mind before he closed the ancient text, stood up, and said, Duan Gong, bring the two of them to the main peak. As you command. At the foot of the servant peak, Duan Gong smiled at Xia Jie. Your Highness, the master has finished his work, let me take you both over. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from within Duan Gong, enveloping Xia Jie and the others. Xia Jie and Old Hong felt a lightness beneath their feet, and suddenly found themselves flying. This scene caused both of them to widen their eyes in disbelief. No way. You, a mere servant elder, can actually fly. This is a skill reserved for sacred stage experts, yet you, a servant elder, can do it. Is this for real? Is this true? The seemingly friendly servant elder was actually a genuine sacred stage expert. Is this really happening? As for Old Hong, the steward behind Xia Jie, he was instantly drenched in sweat. What did I just see? What did I just do? Did I just try to arm wrestle with a sacred stage powerhouse? I must truly be damned. The peak of Lingxiao sect. Duan Gong slowly landed on the ground with the dazed Xia Jie. The sect master said, you two have traveled a long way. Come and sit. Xia Jie, being a prince of the empire, quickly suppressed the shock in his heart and walked briskly to Chu Xian. Junior Xia Jie, greetings to the Holy Master. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow, his thoughts momentarily pausing. Holy Master. It had been a long time since he had heard those words. My Lingxiao sect is not a holy land, so you needn't call me Holy Master. Xia Jie quickly shook his head. Senior, Holy Master, the sages of Lingxiao Holy Land are numerous. How can it not be a holy land? How do you know that the sages of Lingxiao sect are numerous? Chu Xian asked with a smile. Xia Jie replied, even the errand elders are sage-level powerhouses. It's hard for me not to believe that your sect is filled with sages. Chu Xian couldn't help but think, this kid is not simple. Without lingering too much on the topic, Chu Xian glanced at the Old Hong still standing there and curiously asked, what about your companion? Is he injured? Why isn't he coming over? Xia Jie turned to look, his face turning red. Reporting to the Holy Master, he indeed has a leg injury. Old Hong, why aren't you quickly coming to greet the Holy Master? Only then did Old Hong come to his senses, hurriedly bowing as he approached Chu Xian, kneeling and saying, Servant Hong Si greets the Holy Master. Xia Jie was confused. What's going on, Hong Gong Gong? You were so fierce outside the sect, but now you're cowering before an errand elder. Chu Xian was also bewildered, looking at Xia Jie with even more confusion. Didn't you say he had a leg issue? He seems to be running just fine. And what's with this habit? Bowing to everyone. Is that how people in the cultivation world act? Xia Jie hurriedly cleared his throat and explained, Holy Master, please don't blame him. He is a eunuch by my father's side, lacking in experience. He came with me from the palace just to ensure my safety. Oh, Chu Xian suddenly understood. No wonder you said his leg was injured. It turns out to be the third leg. Don't stand on ceremony, have a seat. Chu Xian invited the two to sit down, and ordered Yu to brew a pot of tea. Chu Xian took a sip from his cup and said, "Did you come to my Lingxiao sect just to deliver a quota? Delivering gifts without asking for something in return? I doubt things are that simple." Chu Xian absolutely did not believe that such a good thing would easily fall into Lingxiao sect's lap. Xia Jie gently turned the teacup, nodding seriously, "Yes, senior. I came this time specifically to deliver the quota to the Holy Land. Originally, my father was supposed to come in person, but my fifth sister suddenly fell ill, and my father had to stay in the palace to prolong her life. Reluctantly, he could only send me this junior to come. Please do not blame me, senior." At this moment, Chu Xian had a new perspective on Xia Jie. "Look, this is what royal people are like. Just listen to their words. There's not a single flaw to pick at. He even said it was originally his father who was to come, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he had to send this junior instead." Though it seemed to flatter Chu Xian, there was only one key point in all this: Xia Jie's fifth sister is in grave danger. If they hold you in such high regard and come bearing gifts, shouldn't you at least inquire about your sister's condition? That would be utterly heartless. Chu Xian pretended to be curious. "Oh, your sister has an unusual illness. What kind of illness?" Xia Jie's expression suddenly turned extremely sorrowful. "Sigh. This illness of my fifth sister. Forget it, I can't let the Holy Master worry." Chu Xian chuckled inwardly. This kid can really put on an act. Considering that he was offering me a spot in the Wuxiang Lingshu, I might as well help him this once. "Hey, tell me about it. Maybe my Lingxiao sect has a way to treat your sister." Chu Xian secretly thought, "Kid, this is your last chance. If you don't speak now, it will be too late." Sure enough, seeing that Chu Xian was asking again, Xia Jie began to speak slowly. 20 days ago, my fifth sister was playing with the palace maids when she suddenly fainted and has not woken up since. Not only that, but her entire body periodically develops frost-like crystals, and during an episode it feels like thousands of ants are gnawing at her bones. My father and I could only watch helplessly. Moreover, every day at noon when the yang energy is at its peak, my fifth sister's body starts freezing. When it reaches midnight, when the yin energy is strongest, it feels like being burned by a raging fire. Even her clothes would ignite." Chu Xian nodded, and then asked, "Have you looked at the color of her pupils?" "Yes, they have changed from normal black to a completely gray-white." Hearing this, Chu Xian began to quickly flip through the ancient texts on the table in front of him. Xia Jie's heart was racing. From the looks of it, this holy master seems to really know something. "Fifth sister, you have hope." At this moment, Hong Si wished he could find a hole to hide in. The Lingxiao sect is not only a mid-level holy land, but also has a high chance of treating the fifth princess. What kind of calamity have I brought upon myself? After a quick search, Chu Xian indeed found something. "Your sister should not be sick. Your sister is not ill, but rather her constitution is awakening. Have you heard of the ancient yellow spring sacred body?" Xia Jie suddenly stood up, completely unaware that his teacup had been overturned. The ancient yellow spring sacred body. Yes, this constitution is incredibly rare, and during its awakening one will experience cold marrow gnawing at the bones and chaos of yin and yang. The gray-white pupils signify a deathly appearance of the yellow spring. If allowed to develop unchecked, your sister will only have a dead end. Upon hearing this, Hong Si suddenly knelt down with a thud, his voice slightly sharp. "I beg the Holy Master to save the princess. I am willing to be a servant." Xia Jie was also filled with sorrow. "Senior, since it is a constitution awakening, there must be a way to resolve it." Chu Xian nodded, then shook his head. "There is a method, but it's not suitable for your royal family." Upon hearing that there was a method, Xia Jie immediately brightened, hastily kneeling and saying, "I beg senior to enlighten me." Chu Xian opened his mouth to say something, but then held back, saying, "Instead, I will tell you if you wish to know. This method requires 3 conditions to be met. First, 9 petals of the other shore flower. Second, it must be combined with the practice of the 9 turns yellow spring art. The third point is something your royal family will find hardest to accept. It requires your sister to engage with a person of pure yang constitution at noon when she is freezing, or with a person of pure yin constitution at midnight. Additionally, the petals of the other shore flower must be refined and absorbed into her body. What in I must couple with another person?" In Xia Jie's mind erupted in thunderous chaos. The kneeling posture he had maintained collapsed utterly as he slumped to the ground. "Senior cultivator, are you jesting with this junior?" In Xia Jie's brows knotted tightly, and his gaze toward Chu Xian grew noticeably colder. Chu Xian shot Xia Jie an exasperated, disdainful glance. Look, I never wanted to say it in the first place, fearing you wouldn't believe me. Now that I have spoken, you wear this expression. Even without this final condition, tell me, does your great Xia imperial clan possess the 9-fold netherworld art? Even if your younger sister awakens the ancient netherworld saint body, without the 9-fold netherworld art to guide her cultivation, she is doomed to perish. The ancient netherworld saint body draws upon netherworld qi for cultivation. Without its matching cultivation technique, such qi cannot be refined or harmonized. Death is inevitable. One more truth, Chu Xian withheld. Your great Xia empire lacks the ninefold netherworld art, but my Lingxiao sect possesses it. The myriad sutrist pavilion houses countless scriptures. Even a single volume would be beyond your empire's worth to hold. Hearing Chu Xian's words, Xia Jia crumpled further, his entire body seeming to shed its soul. He murmured hollowly, is fifth sister truly beyond salvation? Seeing Xia Jia's profound grief, Chu Xian slowly rose and stepped before him. Young man, return and consult your father. If you wish your sister to awaken, this is the only path. Within my Lingxiao sect stands the Hunyuan Pagoda, a sanctuary that will shield your sister from the corrosive influence of netherworld qi upon awakening. And even without the matching art under the pagoda's protection, she may live out a full mortal lifespan in peace. In exchange, your great Xia imperial clan shall grant Lingxiao sect 10 entry quotas to the formless spirit ruins, our sect's reciprocation to your royal house. Xia Jie scarcely recalled how he departed Lingxiao sect. When awareness returned, Hong Si was already urging a colossal green leaf forward at breakneck speed toward the great Xia imperial capital. Eunuch Hong, do you truly believe this method will succeed? Hong Si shuddered. This humble servant does not know. NW must leave the decision to his imperial majesty. After Xia Jie departed, Chu Xian, too, turned to urgent preparations. First, reading the inscriptions upon the golden foil. The text outlined the location of the formless spirit ruins, the time of their opening, and the number of cultivators Lingxiao sect could send. 10 days remain until the opening. The preparation period is sufficient. The quota granted is rather modest. Only 10 participants. In truth, the quota Xia Jia allocated to Lingxiao sect was anything but meager. Each opening of the formless spirit ruins imposes strict participant limits. Only 100 cultivators may enter per cycle. Lingxiao sect had been granted a full tenth of that number. In terms of participant count, Lingxiao sect now stood on equal footing with the great Xia imperial house. Qi Yu summoned 3 direct disciples, 3 inner sect disciples, and the 4 outer sect disciples with the highest cultivation realms. Yes, master. And before long, all 10 stood crisply assembled atop the main peak. After Chu Xian revealed the matter of the formless spirit ruins, their expressions varied widely. Yu Jian stepped forward first, clasping his fists respectfully. This disciple vows not to betray master's profound devotion. Others echoed his pledge, spirits soaring with fierce resolve. Most had once been ordinary mortals, only recently beginning to perceive the vast horizon of cultivation. News of a hidden realm ignited palpable excitement. Some voices even trembled with anticipation. Only Lin Xian remained inwardly reluctant. This sovereign requires only steady methodical cultivation to reclaim semi-sovereign realm. Why should I trouble myself with the formless spirit ruins? It is merely a waste of time. Once the others had dispersed, Lin Xian approached Chu Xian and said softly, Master, may this disciple decline participation. Chu Xian fixed her with a sharp, unyielding stare. No, you will participate. This girl. Her innate talent already lagged behind Yu Jian and Tang Lu. How could she neglect such a rare opportunity? Yet Lin Xian stood firm. Master, I have fallen ill recently and wish not to venture forth. Farewell, master. As she departed, she kicked Huang, the great yellow dog basking lazily in the sun, eliciting a startled "ooh." Chu Xian stared dumbfounded air. Has Xianer taken the wrong medicine today? And then he paused, recalling she had not practiced sword arts these past few days, instead retreating to her chamber for solitary cultivation. Could it be that her special monthly cycle had arrived? But wait, that seemed implausible. Did women in this world, especially cultivators, even experience such cycles? As Chu Xian pondered, Huang the hound cowered beneath the table, tears welling in his canine eyes. Woof, 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 and who, pray tell, have I offended so grievously as to merit a kick? After prolonged contemplation, Chu Xian rose again and made his way toward the myriad sutrist pavilion. After extensive searching, he finally uncovered precisely what he sought. It truly exists in, let me see, Hanjiang Shi Lei Hua, specifically counters uterine cold and blood stasis. Jiuzhuan Huang Ming Tung, the ancient female sword immortal, once collapsed mid-cloud due to severe menstrual pain. A phoenix descended bearing this vine to save her. All ingredients gathered, Chu Xian called out loudly, Qi Yu, lend me the Hunyuan cauldron. He then poured spirit spring water, harvested from the mountain's rear, into the cauldron, followed by a cascade of rare precious herbs. Qi Yu, ignite the boundless true flame to refine it. Qi Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Master, is this appropriate? I am a sovereign after all. Am I expected to brew soup for your junior brother? Nan, the Hunyuan cauldron itself. It is a supreme sovereign artifact. Do you treat it as a common kitchen pot? "Ah, my disciple is unwell. As her master, it is my duty to tend to her." The decoction simmered for nearly half a day. Finally, Chu Xian carried a small bowl of the steaming liquid to Lin Xian's residence. In Xianer. Lin Xian, deep in cultivation, broke her focus. Her expression instantly darkened, and she opened the door coolly. "Master, what is it?" Chu Xian held forth the bowl, and "Xianer, your master has prepared a restorative decoction. Drink it quickly." And Lin Xian flared with indignation. Why should this sovereign drink medicine when perfectly well? "Master, I am in excellent health," she replied, reaching to close the door. And Chu Xian, witnessing her resistance, grew even more certain in his suspicion. Xianer must be experiencing her monthly cycle. And Xianer, be obedient. This decoction enhances cultivation and benefits your constitution. And Lin Xian studied Chu Xian's beaming, earnest face and frowned deeply. Seeing Chu Xian show no sign of departing, she reluctantly accepted the bowl and drank the entire portion in one swift gulp. And not unpleasant, quite flavorful in fact. Immediately, a gentle warmth surged into her lower abdomen, sending tingling sensations rippling through her dantian. And hey, this concoction from Master truly does seem effective. And thank you, Master. Observing Lin Xian's complexion flush with renewed vitality, Chu Xian smiled in quiet satisfaction as he took back the empty bowl. And rest well, Xianer. Perform admirably at the formless spirit ruins in a few days, and tomorrow I shall bring more medicine. After taking only a few steps, Chu Xian paused, as if recalling something, and turned back toward Lin Xian, who was just closing the door. Disciple, remember to drink plenty of warm water." Lin Xian. "And what on earth is drink plenty of warm water?" As the time for the opening of the Wuxiang spirit ruins draws near, the disciples of Lingxiao sect are training even harder. The selected few are making their final push. After several days of delivering medicinal liquids, Lin Xian, unable to tolerate Chu Xian any longer, finally agrees to enter the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian secretly notes under the stone table at the main peak, "Xianer gets her monthly period on the 13th. Remember to brew the medicine." This action made Qi Yu feel a pang in his heart. Only 3 days remain until the Wuxiang spirit ruins open. On that morning, 10 disciples of Lingxiao sect stood in neat rows atop the main peak. Chu Xian had finished the pre-battle mobilization when Long Outyin stepped forward, saying, "Kids, relax your bodies, no need to be tense." With a gentle motion of his hand, all 10 disciples were suddenly lifted into the air. "Sect Master, we can set off now." Chu Xian waved, and Long Outyin immediately understood. Suddenly, Long Aoshan's form expanded, his clothes tore apart, muscles bulging, and golden light radiated from beneath his skin. With a deafening dragon roar, a pair of enormous dragon wings sprouted from Long Aoshan's back, their span blocking out the sun, and the scales shimmered brilliantly in the light. His limbs gradually elongated, sharp dragon claws emerging from his fingertips, gleaming with a chilling light. In an instant, Long Outyin had completely transformed into a majestic golden dragon. Soaring above the main peak, he exuded an imposing aura that commanded respect. The 10 disciples stood firmly on his back, and a gentle force lifted Chu Xian, placing him atop the dragon's head. "Let's go." Roar! With a mighty dragon roar, Long Aoshan's massive form surged forward like a streak of golden light, breaking through the clouds and racing towards the distance. Daxia Empire, Wuxiang County. I heard that Wuxiang County is the second most powerful county in Daxia. Both the sects and families within the county, as well as the rogue cultivators, are incredibly formidable. Brothers, we must act discreetly in Wuxiang County this time. Let's not get Lingxiao sect into trouble. Those people are not easy to deal with. For outer disciples chattered among themselves, clearly having done their homework and gathered some information about Wuxiang County. Chu Xian sat atop Long Aoshan's head, ignoring their discussion, and simply smiled and shook his head. Tang Lu approached the group with a cold expression, causing them to feel enveloped by a chill. Tang Lu, senior brother. Is there something wrong?" Tang Lu glanced at them coldly and said, "Don't embarrass the sect." After saying that, he slowly left, holding his 3-pronged harpoon. The group was momentarily bewildered. What did we do? When did we embarrass the sect? What senior brother means is that you shouldn't cower in fear of getting the sect into trouble, as that would instead bring shame to the sect. Little Daodu, sporting a pair of horn-like braids, stepped forward to explain to them. Only then did they realize, and they hurriedly said, "Hee. Senior brothers and sisters, don't worry, we will never bring shame to the sect. Right, we would rather die than tarnish the sect's reputation." Chu Xian smiled and waved at Tang Lu, signaling him to come over. "Luer, give your master a smile." Chu Xian knew very well that ever since Tang Qingshan's death, Tang Liu's temperament had changed drastically, as if he had become a different person. He rarely spoke, solely focused on cultivation, and it was unclear whether it was due to his bloodline awakening or the impact of Tang Qingshan's death. Tang Lu approached Chu Xian expressionlessly. "Master, I won't." Chu Xian then. "Will you cry?" Tang Lu. He turned around clutching his harpoon and walked away. Hey, you brat. Always sulking, do I owe you money? All that responded to Chu Xian was Tang Lu's retreating figure. Chu Xian sighed internally. 3 direct disciples, 2 problem children. At least Yu Jian is relatively normal. Just as he thought, this little Daodu, exclaimed Sect Master. Not good. Senior brother Yu Jian fell off. Chu Xian. No, it's 3 problem children. Along the way, the disciples of Lingxiao sect arrived at the entrance of the Wuxiang spirit ruins without any significant incidents. This place was a desolate desert. At this moment, in the midst of the desert, a white vortex the size of a water jar was slowly spinning. It seems we arrived early. The Wuxiang spirit ruins should still require 2 more days to open. After 3 days of flying, Chu Xian and the group had just arrived. As soon as they landed, a series of exclamations erupted around them. Wow! What's the deal with this group? Did they just drop down from the sky? Didn't you see clearly? They came riding spirit beasts. The one in yellow clothing is a spirit beast transformed into a human. A spirit beast transformed into a human. Doesn't that mean it's a spirit beast at the Divine Sea realm? What do you think? Only spirit beasts who cultivate to the Divine Sea realm can fully transform their bodies into human form. The crowd didn't even consider Long Outyin to be at the sacred rank. In people's minds, the sacred rank only existed within the Daxiao royal family. Thus, Chu Xian and the others were automatically categorized as a sect with decent strength. Long Outyin cast a fierce look at the group. Divine Sea realm. Your whole family is at the Divine Sea realm. The crowd, huh? My whole family is at the Divine Sea realm. That's great. Thank you. At that moment, a person suddenly flew down from the sky on a sword, loudly proclaiming, everyone, my Piamiao sect has arranged a venue in Piamiao City and will hold an auction tonight, featuring a high-grade spirit weapon as the centerpiece. Whoever acquires this spirit weapon will undoubtedly shine in the Wuxiang spirit ruins. After delivering the announcement, the person flew away on their sword. The crowd began to chatter again. Piamiao sect, the second strongest force in Daxia. Truly formidable. They actually brought out a high-grade spirit weapon for auction. Huh. This Piamiao sect, to be honest, is just relying on the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Piamiao City is located 100 miles west, and they hold an auction every time the Wuxiang spirit ruins open. Huh. A high-grade spirit weapon. This young master is going to secure it. Let's go. To Piamiao City. As the crowd discussed, many had already headed towards Piamiao City. Although only 100 people could enter the Wuxiang spirit ruins, each time it opened there were restrictions on who could enter. Only those of the mortal rank were allowed. No matter who it is, even sacred rank powerhouses entering would have their cultivation instantly suppressed to the pinnacle of the spiritual spring realm. Thus those entering were mostly the younger generation of various families and sects. In order to protect the younger generation, all major families and sects would invest heavily. Besides bringing along protective personnel, they would also carry a large number of spirit stones, all for the purpose of attending the auction held by Piamiao sect. Kids, are you interested in checking out the auction? Long Outyin crossed his arms. Chu Xian's mind stirred. Since we're here, we might as well go take a look. It's a chance to broaden everyone's horizons. The disciples immediately cheered. Yu Jian awesome. Lin Xin boring. Tang Lu. In the city of Piamiao at the auction venue, Chu Xian and his group looked at the long line at the entrance and couldn't help but grimace. There are only 100 people allowed into the Wuxiang spirit ruins, so why are there so many here in Piamiao City? You don't understand, do you? This group of people doesn't have the qualification to enter the Wuxiang spirit ruins, but they do have the qualification to seize opportunities. Every time the Wuxiang spirit ruins closes, chaos ensues in the desert. Listening to the conversations around them, Yu Jian and the other disciples instantly tensed up. Chu Xian observed their expressions and reassured them, don't panic, my Lingxiao sect is not an easy target. Let's go, I'll take you on a shortcut. Everyone was taken aback. Could it be that the sect master had been here before? How did he know there was a shortcut? Even Long Outyin was confused. Chu Xian led the group to the entrance of the auction venue and quietly spoke to a staff member. Little brother, could you please tell your supervisor that I have a sacred herb for auction? Upon hearing the word sacred herb, the staff member gasped. Please wait. I'll report this immediately. He then quickly dashed into the auction venue. Not long after, a slightly plump middle-aged man appeared in front of Chu Xian. You have a sacred herb you wish to auction? Chu Xian smiled and nodded. Please follow me. The middle-aged man led Chu Xian and his group into the auction venue all the way up to the 5th floor. After settling the Lingxiao sect members, he led Chu Xian into a room. Inside was only one person, an old man with a head full of white hair, sitting and flipping through an ancient book. Master Sai, this person claims to have a sacred herb, and the sect master asked me to bring him to you for identification of its quality and to arrange the auction order. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he slowly exited the room. The old man continued to look down at the ancient book. Where's the sacred herb? Let me have a look. Chu Xian chuckled lightly and replied, what sacred herb do I have? The old man didn't move his head, but merely rolled his eyes up to glance at Chu Xian. Just as he was about to speak, Chu Xian took out a fiery red flower from the system space and tossed it onto the old man's desk. I don't have a sacred herb, but this should be better than a sacred herb. The old man frowned, his gaze instantly drawn to the red flower. How did this flower look so familiar? Hiss. How strange. I feel so familiar with this flower, but I can't recall its name at the moment. Strange. Truly strange. However, this thing is quite valuable. The finale auction item can be replaced. Chu Xian sighed, helplessly pouting. Old man, could you take a look at the book in your hand? The old man paused. Book? What? This is... The old man suddenly reacted, his eyes darting between the red flower and the book. This is the Shunhuang Mountain Dan, a legendary existence. Although it is only a spirit-grade herb, its unique effects and extreme rarity make it more precious than sacred-grade herbs. How do you have this? The old man excitedly jumped up from his chair, crossed the table in one stride, and faced Chu Xian, gripping his shoulders. This herb grows in my sect. Is that so surprising? Chu Xian looked at the old man, fearing that his excitement might trigger a heart attack or something equally troublesome. Your sect? Which sect? Lingxiao sect. Lingxiao sect. The #1 sect in the Eastern Desolation. Chu Xian held his forehead. Old man. It is the Lingxiao sect. Whether the old man heard him or not, he examined the Shunhuang Mountain Dan closely and said, Kid, let me tell you, just sell me this herb directly. There's no need for the auction process. No, I will only auction this Shunhuang Mountain Dan. Old man, hurry and arrange the auction. Also book me a top-tier luxury box. The old man said, Kid, if you sell it to me, it would be like I owe you a favor. A favor? What's a favor worth these days? Stop talking nonsense, just arrange it. The old man gritted his teeth. Kid, do you know who I am? Chu Xian snatched the Shunhuang Mountain Dan back and said fiercely, I don't care who you are. Are you arranging it or not? The old man's beard bristled with anger. You just wait. He stomped his feet in frustration, but looking at the Shunhuang Mountain Dan in Chu Xian's hand, he ultimately compromised. He gritted his teeth and said, All right, I'll arrange the auction for you and also get you the best tier box. Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction, casually tossing the Shunhuang Mountain Dan to the old man. Why couldn't you be so agreeable from the start? Soon the members of Lingxiao sect were led to the most luxurious tier box on the 5th floor. The box was carpeted with the fur of spirit beasts, and the walls were embedded with moonlight stones that could automatically adjust the lighting, with tables filled with spiritual fruits and celestial brews. Yu Jian and the others were left speechless. Long Outyin muttered quietly, as expected. With so many sacred-level powerhouses joining the sect, we now have a tier box. The sect master's connections are terrifying. Before everyone could settle down, the white-haired old man squeezed in and plopped down next to Chu Xian. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. What are you doing? The old man replied defiantly, You're not members of the auction house, so I naturally need to supervise you throughout the process. As he spoke, his eyes kept darting toward the cuff of Chu Xian's sleeve, clearly harboring other intentions. The old man's excuse was rather flimsy, but Chu Xian didn't mind. This time the primary purpose was to broaden the horizons of the disciples. As long as the old man didn't disturb them, he could stay. With a clear chime of the bell, the auction officially began. A beautifully dressed woman stepped onto the stage and announced loudly, Welcome, esteemed guests, to the auction in Piamiao City. Today's auction items are all rare treasures. I hope you all seize the opportunity. As soon as she finished speaking, several maidens brought up a jade plate presenting the first auction item. The old man's eyes lit up as he stroked his beard. This item is called Xianbing Yusue, produced from the extreme northern cold abyss, and it takes 1,000 years to condense a single drop. It can assist ice-type cultivators in breaking through bottlenecks and is quite valuable. The disciples of Lingxiao sect listened intently, and seeing this, Chu Xian smiled slightly, allowing the old man to show off his knowledge. The second auction item was a long sword that was entirely crimson, with dragon patterns subtly swirling along the blade. The old man immediately exclaimed, This sword is called Qixiao, forged with the essence of the earth's core fire. It was refined amidst heavenly lightning, and its power is astonishing. What a pity the forger was too incompetent, and such fine materials were wasted on a mundane level. He glanced at Chu Xian, shaking his head. What a reckless thing to do. The implication was that auctioning the Shunhuang Mountain Dan was a waste if it fell into the hands of someone who didn't recognize its worth, and it would be better to sell it directly to him. Yu Jian couldn't help but ask, Senior, have you ever met a high-level forger? The old man smiled proudly, just about to speak, but Chu Xian interrupted. Yu Jian, don't listen to his nonsense. How can high-level alchemists and forgers be easily met? Just him. Far from it. The old man raised his beard defiantly. What do you know? I have met more alchemists and forgers than you've had meals. To tell you the truth, Even the alchemy Saint Zhongqing from the #1 sect in the eastern desolation of the Yunxiao sect would have to be respectful in front of me. Upon hearing the old man's words, Chu Xian laughed. You can say anything else, but to claim that Zhongqing, the pill saint of the Yunxiao sect, would bow before you. All I can do is chuckle. Who is Master Zhong? He is the foremost alchemist in the eastern wilderness. You say he would be respectful in your presence. Master is right. Oh, one should not listen to your boastful claims. However, Chu Xian did not expose him, obediently watching the old man show off. The auction continued with various rare treasures taking turns to appear. The old man elaborated on the origins and wondrous uses of each item, as if recounting his family heirlooms. The disciples of the Lingxiao sect listened intently, their eyes wide with wonder. Chu Xian did not stop them, allowing the old man to flaunt his knowledge, for he had brought his disciples to broaden their horizons. Finally, it was time for the last two featured items to make their appearance. The female host with a sweet smile announced spirit-level high-grade weapon, the Great Sword. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to the large pitch-black sword with a broad blade that lay quietly on the jade plate. The Great Sword was still sheathed, yet it exuded a heavy mountain-like aura. The old man, seeing this, stroked his beard and commented, the Great Sword, a spirit-level high-grade weapon, weighs as much as 1,000 pounds, but remains sharp. It is suitable for sword cultivators who follow a bold and aggressive path. He cast a sidelong glance at a nearby outer disciple whose eyes sparkled with excitement. However, this sword cannot be wielded by just anyone. It depends on fate. The outer disciple clenched his fist, a hint of longing flashing in his eyes. Chu Xian noticed his thoughts and smiled slightly, patting his shoulder. Do you like it? The outer disciple nodded shyly. Sect Master, this sword is very suitable for my cultivation method. Chu Xian waved his hand grandly. All right, let's secure it. While the Lingxiao sect possessed many weapons who could resist the desires of its disciples, the bidding began with a starting price of 500,000 ordinary spirit stones. Soon the price was raised to 800,000. Chu Xian lazily pressed the button on the table. 1 million. The room fell silent, and many turned to look at the first VIP box. The old man was taken aback, his eyes wide. Is there someone who bids like that? Chu Xian shrugged. What? Is that a problem? At that moment, a cold voice came from the opposite box. 1,100,000. Without even looking, Chu Xian directly raised the bid. 1,500,000. The other side fell silent for a moment, then gritted their teeth and said 1,600,000. Just as Chu Xian was about to continue pressing the button, the old man, quick as lightning, urgently pulled him back. Kid, I advise you to reconsider. The opponent might not be someone you can provoke. Chu Xian yawned and pressed the button. Directly 2 million. The entire audience was in an uproar. This price had already far exceeded the actual value of the Great Sword. No wonder it's the first VIP box. They casually bid 2 million spirit stones. 2 million spirit stones for a spirit-level weapon. What a foolish move. What do you know? They are willing to pay a fortune for it. The host excitedly struck the wooden hammer. Congratulations to the esteemed guest of the first VIP box for successfully bidding on the Great Sword. The outer disciple was so excited that his face turned red, and he directly knelt down in gratitude. Thank you, Sect Master. Chu Xian waved his hand. It's a small matter. Since it suits you, make good use of it. The old man said sourly from the side. Humph, what a nouveau riche style. Chu Xian smiled at him. Old man, why don't you bid as well? The old man, angered, turned his head away and ignored him. Soon the last featured item, the Divine Phoenix Mountain Pill, made its appearance. Starting bid was 1 million ordinary spirit stones. However, no one recognized this Divine Phoenix Mountain Pill. Curious murmurs arose. What on earth is this Divine Phoenix Mountain Pill? It dares to start at 1 million. Yeah, why don't you give us a brief introduction? The female host could only smile wryly. Sorry, everyone, aside from the name, there is no other description for this item. But you can rest assured, this item has been personally identified by Master Sai. At this statement, the crowd erupted in chaos. What the heck? Has Master Sai ever been this unreliable? Master Sai must be getting old. He forgot to provide any item introduction. Sai, forget it. We don't even know what this thing is for. I'm leaving. In the VIP box, Chu Xian frowned as he watched the people gradually leave. Old man, were you doing this on purpose? The old man squinted his eyes confidently, stroking his beard. What's wrong with me? You deliberately withheld the explanation to make everyone give up on bidding. The old man leaned slightly forward, smiling. I don't even know what the Divine Phoenix Mountain Pill does. As he spoke, his hand quietly pressed the button on the table. The first VIP box bids again. 1,100,000 spirit stones. The host's eyes instantly lit up. Not only were the people outside the box stunned, but Chu Xian was also bewildered. Old man, what are you doing? Why are you pressing my button? The old man replied, Kid, I'm just borrowing it. I'll make sure you get your spirit stones. You've got to be kidding me. The old man is the appraiser of the Divine Phoenix Mountain Pill, yet he hasn't provided an item introduction. If he openly bids, what will others think? Thus the old man had already planned to use Chu Xian's identity to bid. Just as Chu Xian and the old man quarreled, the female host on stage exclaimed again, "Wow, guest number 96 bids 2 million spirit stones. A direct increase of 90,000. Will the first VIP box continue?" Upon hearing the host's voice, the old man suddenly looked outside. What the heck? Youngster, you have no sense of martial ethics. That 96 is clearly someone who came with you. At the venue, Long Ao Tian had unknowingly left the first VIP box, now holding up the number 96 sign, grinning at the first VIP box. Chu Xian spread his hands, saying, "Old man, you started it, don't blame me." The old man pressed again. 3 million. Long Ao Tian did not back down. 5 million. The old man's eyes turned red. He stood up abruptly, shouting, 8 million spirit stones. Instantly, the entire venue fell silent. The host excitedly struck the wooden hammer. Sold. The Divine Phoenix Mountain Pill belongs to the esteemed guest of the first VIP box. The old man let out a long breath, wiping the sweat from his forehead, clearly having invested heavily. Seeing this, Chu Xian patted his shoulder, saying regretfully, "Old man, had I known you would put in so much effort to introduce the auction items, I would have just sold you the Divine Phoenix Mountain Pill directly." The old man was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Chu Xian smiled, pulling out another Divine Phoenix Mountain Pill from his sleeve, waving it in front of him. "I happen to have another one. Do you want it? I'll sell it to you for 1 million. You." The old man's eyes widened, nearly fainting, one hand clutching his chest, the other pointing at Chu Xian, trembling. "Did you do this on purpose?" Chu Xian feigned innocence. "How could it be? I just saw how sincere you were and wanted to take care of you." The disciples stifled their laughter. None of them expected the sect master had a mischievous side. Even Lin Xian and Tang Lu at that moment rarely showed smiles. Just as everyone was immersed in joy, a system prompt echoed in Chu Xian's mind. Hidden task: recruit the top alchemist of Dongwang into the sect. The top alchemist of Dongwang? Who is that? This old man before me. No way isn't the strongest alchemist in Dongwang. Zhangqing. Kid, here are 800,000 spirit stones. With that, he tossed a ring to Chu Xian and turned to leave. Chu Xian caught the ring. His eyes glimmered as he remarked, "Old man, I didn't expect you to be quite trustworthy. I also have some other herbs. Want to take a look? If you find something you like, he'll sell it directly to you." The old man was evidently irritated by Chu Xian, his beard bristling as he waved his hand without looking back. Don't try to pull that on me. Old man won't fall for your tricks again." Seeing this, Chu Xian quickly stood in his way, saying, "Old man, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I was abrupt just now. In fact, our Lingxiao sect has a patch of medicinal fields in the back mountain growing quite a few rare herbs, many of which I can't even recognize." The old man's footsteps suddenly halted, his ears twitching slightly, but he still pretended to be calm, saying, "Hell, what good herbs could these small sects of Dongwang possibly have? How about this?" Chu Xian flipped his wrist, and a small blue grass, shimmering with brilliance, appeared in his palm, its leaves sparkling like stars. Starlight grass. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief as he grabbed Chu Xian's wrist, exclaiming, "How is this possible? This ancient spiritual herb has long been extinct." Chu Xian smiled mysteriously, saying, "So how about taking a tour around our Lingxiao sect? There are plenty more herbs like this in the back mountain." And he lowered his voice, "I'm currently looking for someone knowledgeable to help manage the medicinal fields." The old man's breathing noticeably quickened, but he still tried to maintain his composure, saying, "I'm quite busy. All the major sects in Dongwang are begging me to lecture. I don't even have time for that. You can freely study 3 rare herbs a day." Chu Xian added at the right moment, "All at the level of starlight grass." Chu Xian nodded with a smile. "When do we leave?" The old man immediately changed his tone, but quickly put on a stern face. "Let it be clear, old man is just going to take a look." Chu Xian suppressed his amusement and nodded seriously. Of course, I have no other intentions. By the way, my disciple Yu Jian has excellent culinary skills, especially in medicinal cuisine." Saying this, he pulled Yu Jian forward. All right. The old man waved his hand impatiently, but his eyes could not hide the anticipation. "Once I finish my current matters, I'll go. Remember to send someone to pick me up in a month." "No problem." Chu Xian readily agreed, feeling overjoyed inside. Chu Xian wondered why the system regarded this old man as the strongest alchemist in Donghuang, and why he appeared in this mysterious city. But since the system assigned the task, everything is negotiable. Regardless of who is the strongest, as long as he can benefit, Chu Xian would agree that De Huang is the strongest alchemist. After the Lingxiao sect collected the spirit stones and paid the auction fee, they swaggered out of the auction house. The Wuxiang Spirit Ruins is expected to open in 2 days. Let's stay in this mysterious city for these 2 days. Long Outyin, go find a place to stay. Yes, sir. Long Outyin left to carry out the order. It was already late at night, yet the streets were bustling with traffic and people. Due to the opening of the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins, a large number of cultivators flooded into Mysterious City. This also led to a mixed crowd in Mysterious City, making security harder to manage, and on both sides of the streets, one could easily see two groups clashing. Before long, Outyin hurried back. Master, there are too many people in Mysterious City. All the inns are fully booked. Now only the top floor of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion is left, but it's a bit expensive. Don't be fooled by Long Outyin being a solid Great Saint realm. He hasn't been to the human realm much. His pockets are quite empty. Chu Xian shot Long Outyin a glare of disappointment. Next time you go out, don't mention that you're my mount. What a disgrace. He then tossed the ring the old man had just given him to Long Outyin. Book out the entire top floor of that Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Long Outyin received the ring and grinned. All right. He'll take care of it right away. Leading the way in front, Long Outyin guided Chu Xian and the group of disciples towards the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Moments later, the golden-roofed Ninastery Pavilion appeared before them. Looking at the building before him, Chu Xian couldn't help but nod him. This place is not bad. Just as Chu Xian and the others stepped into the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, a commotion suddenly erupted from the other side of the hall. He saw a group of well-dressed cultivators surrounding a young man with a sinister expression. That young man threw a bag of spirit stones onto the counter of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, saying, "Innkeeper, Li Xian have booked the entire top floor." The young man's face was so gloomy it seemed like water could drip from it as he asked those around him, "Damn it, who is in box number 1? As he finished speaking, his peripheral vision caught sight of Chu Xian and the others who had just entered. Although these people's clothes were luxurious, what the hell was with the Lingxiao embroidered on their chests? What kind of shabby sect is Lingxiao sect? This young master has never heard of it. The young man immediately sneered, "Who are these country bumpkins? Is the Drunken Immortal Pavilion a place you can come to? Get out." Long Outyin was about to step forward upon hearing this, but was stopped by Chu Xian. Because Tang Lu had already made his move. Chu Xian transmitted a message to Long Outyin saying, "This is to train the disciples. Unless it's an emergency, don't intervene." Long Outyin nodded in understanding, crossing his arms and retreating to the back. "What did you say?" Tang Lu slowly took down the harpoon on his back and twirled it in his hand. The young man seemed to see a huge joke. "Ha ha ha, you dare to come out with a broken harpoon. Are you stupid from eating fish? Country bumpkin. Hurry up." Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of cold light appeared, and the harpoon was already pressed against the young man's throat. Tang Lu tilted his head, revealing a cold expression. "Who are you calling?" The entire hall fell silent in an instant. The guards from the Li family were all frozen in place. They hadn't even seen how this youth had made his move. "You are bold." Li Xian's face turned ashen. "Do you know who I am? My father is the prime minister of the Great Xia. My Li family is the second family in the Great Xia. Do you dare to kill me? Is that impressive?" Tang Lu chuckled coldly, gradually applying force to the harpoon. Just then a loud voice suddenly came from upstairs. The shopkeeper's gaze swept across the crowd, and upon seeing the insignia on the chests of the Lingxiao sect members, his pupils suddenly constricted. When he spotted Chu Xian at the front of the crowd, his eyes widened in shock. "Ladies and gentlemen, this shop is open for business and bloodshed is not welcome here. I apologize, young Master Li, but the top floor has already been reserved by this esteemed guest. You have arrived a step too late." Li Xian immediately jumped up, exclaiming, "What? Did they not enter the room later than I did?" Tang Lu, still holding his spear, pressed it against Li Xian's neck and said, "Are you an idiot? Did you not hear that it was already booked in advance?" Li Xian angrily pushed aside the spear in front of him and shouted at the Li family members behind him, "Damn it! How dare you insult me? Kill this entire group for me." The Lingxiao sect members were not to be trifled with, and Yu Jian and Xiao Deis immediately stood by Tang Liu's side ready for action. Lin Xian curled his lips and muttered, "What a hassle to come out. This is wasting this emperor's cultivation time." He then also moved to stand next to Tang Lu. As the scene was about to descend into chaos, the shopkeeper moved swiftly, reaching the front of the Lingxiao sect members in just 2 steps. "Young Master Li, have you forgotten who stands behind this drunken immortal tower?" These words struck Li Xian like a heavy hammer, awakening him. He looked the shopkeeper up and down again and nodded through gritted teeth. "I remember you." Then he turned to the Lingxiao sect members, saying, "And you all, we will settle this at the Wuxiang Lingxiu." After making this threat, Li Xian left the drunken immortal tower with his group. Seeing this, the shopkeeper finally breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thinking, Li family, Ali family, the revival of the family requires the joint efforts of 3 generations, or even more. However, to say that the family is weak, it only takes one fool. The shopkeeper quickly walked up to Chu Xian, took out a golden card from his bosom, and respectfully presented it to Chu Xian. "Your Majesty, this is the golden card of my drunken immortal tower. All consumption by the holder of the golden card is free." Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. "You know me?" The shopkeeper smiled, apologetically bowing. "Your Majesty, it was all instructed from above." Chu Xian took the golden card and asked, "Who is this above you speak of?" "Your Majesty, I am just a worker. Please do not make things difficult for me." Chu Xian smiled. The Daxia imperial family, right? The shopkeeper bowed even lower and did not answer. Forget it, lead the way. Oh, we are 12 in total, arrange the rooms for us. Yes, your majesty. The shopkeeper hurriedly stood up, walking in front of Chu Xian to personally lead the way. At the back, Long Outyin wore a smirk. Alas, this is the master of this dragon. Wherever he goes, he is their esteemed guest. This is called connections. Learn from it, brothers. Under the guidance of the shopkeeper, the Lingxiao sect group ascended directly to the top floor of the drunken immortal tower. As they pushed open the intricately carved wooden door, everyone was stunned by the opulence before them. The entire top floor turned out to be a small celestial paradise with flowing spirit springs and swirling mist. Even the tables and chairs were made from 10th of sandy-rolled spirit wood. Your Majesty, this is the top floor of the drunken immortal tower. Should anyone have any requests, simply inject a trace of spiritual energy into this wooden door. I take my leave. Chu Xian led the Lingxiao sect members in nodding as he said, the Daxiao imperial family still has some heart. It seems Jianer can have a Dao partner now. Yu Jian, who was standing behind Chu Xian, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Master, what do you mean by I can have a Dao partner? Chu Xian chuckled. Of course I mean to arrange a wife for you. Yu Jian was confused and thought his master was teasing him. In another inn, after Li Xian had driven a group of people out of the inn with several Li family members, he finally found a place to settle down. Young Master Huzi has returned. Let him come in. Soon a person dressed in Li family attire arrived beside Li Xian. Young Master, we have found out who is in box number 1. Li Xian was already filled with resentment, and after being humiliated in the drunken immortal tower, he grew even angrier. Speak. Who is in box number 1? Huzi frowned and replied. Young Master, the auction house said that group of people wore matching attire with Lingxiao embroidered on their chests. They should be a newly established sect. Lingxiao sect. Damn, it's the Lingxiao sect. Good. First they snatched my high-grade spirit weapon, then they took over my top floor of the drunken immortal tower. New grudges and old grudges, oh well, settle them together when we enter the Wuxiang Lingxiu. Li Xian gritted his teeth and coldly asked, how many days until my elder brother arrives? Someone replied, the eldest young master should emerge from seclusion tomorrow and will definitely arrive the day after before the Wuxiang Lingxiu opens. Then he'll wait another day. A night passed with no incident. The next morning, Chu Xian was meditating with his eyes closed when he heard Long Aoshan's voice. Master, the shopkeeper says someone is visiting. Chu Xian slightly raised his head. The Daxiao imperial family. Yes. Let them in. Soon Long Outyin led 3 people to the top floor. One was a middle-aged man in a black dragon robe accompanied by Xia Jie, who had visited the Lingxiao sect a few days ago, and the old eunuch Hong Si. Long Outyin had specifically worn a golden dragon robe today, standing next to the middle-aged man. Anyone who didn't know would think these two had some deep relationship. At this moment, Long Outyin was cursing internally. Damn. What bad luck. We are wearing matching outfits. I am Xia Yinxiu, who I have come to meet your majesty. Upon seeing Long Outyin for the first time, Xia Yinxiu realized he could not see through the person in the same dragon robe as himself. Although he was the emperor of Daxia, he understood that in the face of absolute strength, an emperor is merely a title. Thus, he felt no displeasure towards Long Aoshan's attire. After meeting Chu Xian, his attitude became even more humble. Chu Xian, seated in a chair, did not move, saying, Emperor Xia, please take a seat. Jianer served the tea. Xia Yinxiu clasped his fists in greeting and then sat down opposite Chu Xian. Did Emperor Xia come all of a sudden for the princess matter? At the mention of the princess, Xia Yanqi's expression turned sorrowful. He sighed and nodded. Alas, your majesty, you are truly perceptive. Just then Yu Jian brought in the brewed tea, and Chu Xian said, then I wonder how Emperor Xia has been considering it. Do you wish to use the method for awakening the constitution? Xia Yanqi's expression struggled for a moment before he nodded vigorously, saying, if your majesty can truly cure my daughter, then from now on the Daxiao will obey your majesty's commands. However, Chu Xian took a sip of tea and asked, however what? However, the petals of the other shore flower, the 9 turns yellow spring secret art, and the yang body and yin body you mentioned. We don't have any of those in Daxia. Chu Xian secretly laughed. You certainly don't. It's a rarity for anything to come from this remote corner of Daxia. Oh, that could be a problem. I originally thought that with the Daxia imperial family's foundation, you could at least produce the petals of the other shore flower, but it seems you do not have any. Upon hearing this, Xia Jie beside him suddenly brightened. Your majesty, do you mean that you can find the yang body or the yin body? Chu Xian sighed regretfully, saying, I can find the yang body, but what use is it to have only the yang body? The petals of the other shore flower are also absent. Xia Jie excitedly said, we have them. We have the petals of the other shore flower. Yes, the Baihen petals exist. The Baihen petals lie within the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Xia Yinxiu trembled, whirling around to face Xia Jie. Jiert. This emperor had no knowledge of Baihan petals within the Wuxiang spirit ruins. How did you learn of them? Xia Jie hurried forward. Your Majesty, after returning from Lingxiao Holy Land, your son has been poring over ancient texts, and astonishingly there is indeed a record of the Baihan petals. 500 years ago someone retrieved Baihan petals from the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Hongxi can attest to this. Xia Yanxiu turned his gaze toward Hongxi, who knelt, and declared, Your Majesty, His Highness speaks the absolute truth. Ancient texts truly bear this record. Excellent. Jier, issue the order immediately. The Wuxiang spirit ruins shall open tomorrow, and all members of the imperial household must secure the Baihan petals. Xia Yanxiu turned back to Chu Xian. Sovereign Lord, I shall now return to the imperial palace to fetch my daughter. She is then entrusted to your lordship. Hold. Do not entrust this to me, entrust it to my disciple instead. Jinner, come here. Yu Jian stood utterly bewildered, utterly baffled as to why his master had singled him out so abruptly. Behold, this is my disciple Yu Jian, born with the pure yang physique. Entrust the matter to him. A flash of profound astonishment flickered across Xia Yanxiu's eyes before he bowed deeply to Yu Jian. Young master, everything rests upon you. Yu Jian's face flushed crimson. After all, this was the sovereign of an empire, yet he offered such a profound bow to him. He hastily returned the gesture. Your Imperial Majesty honors me too greatly. I swear to give my utmost effort. Within Chu Xian's heart mirth erupted uncontrollably. You'll give your utmost effort. Do you even grasp what you're being asked to do? You just hummed and hawed at the young lady, and then pledged your utmost effort to her father. You truly are peerless at this. Xia Yanxiu, sovereign of a realm, remained perfectly composed, not a muscle betraying his thoughts. As Xia Yanxiu prepared to depart, Chu Xian instructed Yu Jian, Jinner, see His Majesty safely off. Yes, master. Once Yu Jian departed with Xia Yanxiu and his entourage, Chu Xian swiftly summoned all his disciples. Listen well. I declare Jinner is soon to have a Dao companion. The Princess of Daxia. All of you. Tomorrow when you enter the Wuxiang spirit ruins, strive with every fiber of your being. This endeavor is for the sake of saving your future sister-in-law. Curiosity rippled through the group. Xiao Daidai ventured hesitantly. Master, what ails senior brother Yu Jian's Dao companion? Why does this feel so confusing to me? Chu Xian suddenly realized. None of his disciples knew a word of this affair. Today's events had left them utterly lost in fog. Thus, Chu Xian recounted the Princess of Daxia's condition and clearly explained the prerequisites for her constitution's awakening. Upon hearing Chu Xian's explanation, Lin Xian and Xiao Daidai, the only two female disciples, wished fervently for a crack in the earth to swallow them whole. How utterly mortifying. That shameless master is utterly unreliable. To announce it so brazenly, out loud. Truly a lecherous old rogue. In stark contrast, the male disciples erupted into frenzied enthusiasm. Master, accept this disciple's deepest kowtow. Next time fortune smiles upon us, do remember me. Master, I kneel before you. I ask for no princess. I'd gladly accept even an ordinary maiden. Master, above all. Only Tang Lu sat apart, calmly polishing his trident with a strip of beast hide. Chu Xian glanced at the sea of kneeling disciples and grinned wildly. Perhaps henceforth I ought to loosen standards for female disciples to ease the yearnings of my male disciples. Before long, Yu Jian returned. He sensed something strange, a peculiar, indescribable weight in everyone's gaze upon him. Before he could even question, Chu Xian the master called out, all disciples, intensify your cultivation. Tomorrow the Wuxiang spirit ruins open. Compete fiercely for resources. The disciples reluctantly retreated to their chambers to resume cultivation. The following day, at last the day of the Wuxiang spirit ruins opening arrived. People gathered at dawn upon the vast desert. At the ruins entrance the crowds surged like a living tide, overflowing, teeming, unrelenting. Banners fluttered across the desert expanse, spirit beasts and flying vessels of every design crowded the dunes. The throngs surged like ocean waves, their clamor deafening. Suddenly from afar echoed the crystalline cry of a Luan bird. 18 azure giants pierced the clouds. Each bore 3 azure-armored cultivators upon its back, their chests emblazoned with the Luan totem. The Li family's Luan guard. Nearby cultivators hastily scattered. Why would the Li family's Luan guard descend upon the Wuxiang spirit ruins? Daxia maintained only 2 elite legions, one directly loyal to the imperial house, the Willow Leaf Legion. The other was the Luan guard, commanded by Li Long, Daxia's grand chancellor. Both legions possessed the power to sweep across the empire unchallenged. At the center of the flock, Li Xian wore a cruel, twisted grin, his gaze darting, searching. Beside him stood a white-robed youth, fan in hand, graceful as a jade tree. Brother, have you located our enemies? Li Xian, still scanning the Lingxiao sect's ranks, suddenly smirked. Elder brother, I found them. It's them, filthy dogs of the Lingxiao sect. I've come for you. Li Xian pointed straight at Chu Xian and his disciples, whereupon a wide circle of empty space instantly opened around the Lingxiao sect. Chu Xian idly scraped wax from his ear and sighed exasperated. Who's that stray dog barking at dawn? Did we forget to bring De Huang? Lingxiao disciples burst into stifled chuckles. Li Xian's eyes blazed crimson. Luan Guard. Form the formation. 18 Luan birds instantly aligned. Azure-armored warriors raised spears skyward, and immense spiritual energy coalesced into a 100-zhong spear of light. Li Jing, Li Xian, cease at once. Just as the Luan Guard tends to strike, Xia Jia arrived with a retinue of imperial nobles. The white-robed youth beside Li Xian swiftly turned and kowtowed. This subject was unaware of your highness's arrival. I stand gravely remiss. Xia Jia snorted coldly. Li Jing, my father granted the Li family the Luan Guard, not to terrorize Daxiao's people. The white-robed youth bowed lower still. Your highness chastises rightly. I am culpable. Witnessing his elder brother's abasement, Li Xian could bear no more. Xia Jia, you dare play favorites. Today the Lingxiao sect dies. No one, not even heaven itself, can save them. I say so. Xia Jia replied flatly. Fine, fine, fine. You're magnificent. I'll watch closely how you die, just not here. It will be inside the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Xia Jia roared, outrageous. You dare address this prince by name. Li Jing, sensing peril, urgently signaled Li Xian with his eyes, shaking his head subtly while transmitting voicelessly. Brother, do not act rashly. Now is not the hour to shatter ties with the imperial house. Wait until we enter the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Li Xian resigned lowered his head. Your highness, I confess my fault. I shall spare the Lingxiao sect, for now. Xia Jia, seeing this, dismissed the Li brothers entirely. They would meet their doom inside the ruins, and soon. Li Jing, noting Xia Jia's lingering presence, ventured carefully. Your highness, what brings you to this place? Xia Jia withheld nothing. The Wuxiang spirit ruins open once every 50 years. I too wish to enter and see. This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. What a... His highness intends to enter the Wuxiang spirit ruins. But he has already reached the profound Dan realm. Indeed, only those below the mortal realm may enter. The ruins suppress higher cultivation. Why would his highness court such folly? The crowd was abuzz with discussions. By conventional logic, if one's cultivation surpassed the mortal realm, there was no longer any need to enter the Wuxiang spiritual abyss. Entering the Wuxiang spiritual abyss would suppress one's cultivation. If one were to encounter a genius there, it would be a grave misstep that could cost dearly. Now Xia Jia actually claimed he wanted to enter the Wuxiang spiritual abyss. Li Jing's heart surged with excitement. Xia Jia, you choose the path to heaven but refuse to walk it, and now you willingly plunge into hell. If you truly enter the Wuxiang spiritual abyss, I will surely slay you. Li Jing, as the top genius of the Li family, had honed his skills at the pinnacle of the spiritual spring realm for several years, all to catch up with this opportunity. Li Jing was very confident in his strength at the pinnacle of the spiritual spring realm. I wish you a pleasant experience, your highness. Li Jing replied with a forced smile, and the discussions around them grew even more fervent. This time the Wuxiang spiritual abyss opens. Both the first prince and young master Li Jing will enter. I can't wait. I heard that the Piaomiao sect has also produced a top genius. His strength is not inferior to that of young master Li. What? The three great prodigies are gathering. This Wuxiang spiritual abyss is going to be intense. I wish I could go in and take a look. Many people did not have the opportunity to enter the Wuxiang spiritual abyss. They came here to watch the excitement, hoping to pick up some benefits when it closed. As everyone waited, the spatial vortex in the middle of the desert finally opened. Xia Jia rushed to the vortex and shouted loudly, everyone, please take your respective golden foils and enter in an orderly fashion. First force, the great Xiaoli family. Li Jing glanced back at the people from the Lingxiao sect, then led several Li family disciples into the vortex. Second force, the Piaomiao sect. Third, the Lingxiao sect, being the last to be called, immediately drew the attention of countless onlookers. What is this Lingxiao sect? Why do they have so many spots? Yeah, many major forces only have 1 or 2 spots. Why does this obscure sect have a full 10? The 10 disciples of the Lingxiao sect walked into the entrance of the Wuxiang spiritual abyss under the puzzled and angry gazes of the crowd. After they entered, Xia Jia led the great Xia royal family members closely behind. Chu Xian listened to the discussions around him, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Long Aotian let them know why. After receiving permission from Chu Xian, Long Aotian was finally able to unleash the pent-up pressure he had accumulated in his heart over the past few days. Hey, you foolish birds in the sky. Your dragon grandpa has arrived. Before the master wouldn't let me act, but now you all have to crawl for me. With a loud shout, Long Ao Tian's body instantly transformed into a 1,000-foot-long dragon. Roar! A dragon's roar made everyone in the desert tremble. Those with lower cultivation levels went slack and collapsed to the ground at this roar. In no way. Is that really a flood dragon? Mom. Save me. Is there truly such a powerful demon in the Lingxiao sect? The 1,000-foot-long flood dragon soared into the sky amidst the terrified gazes of all its massive form blocking out the sun, and its enormous maw suddenly opened, forming a terrifying black vortex. The 18 giant Qinghuan birds were unable to even cry out before being sucked into the dragon's mouth along with their riders. Crunch! The chilling sound of chewing echoed across the land as blood burst forth like a torrential rain from the gaps in the dragon's mouth. Half of a Xiandan realm cultivator's body slipped from between the dragon's teeth, still futilely attempting to cast a spell. Burp. Long Ao Tian let out a satisfied belch, the stench instantly staining the sand dunes crimson. The golden pupils swept across the ground, and all those earlier shouting cultivators were now collapsed on the ground, some having wet their pants in fear. Who else is not convinced? With a casual sweep of his tail, 300-meter sand dunes were instantly flattened. Suddenly, a spiritual spring realm cultivator's clothes ignited spontaneously. He was so frightened that his inner spiritual energy went berserk, and he fell into chaos. Chu Xian chuckled, lightly stepping onto the dragon's head as the flood dragon's roar shattered clouds for miles, carrying Chu Xian towards Piaomiao City. Even half an hour after Chu Xian and Long Ao Tian left, no one in the desert dared to stand up. The reason Chu Xian let Long Ao Tian act only now was due to his own considerations. The main purpose of entering the Wuxiang spiritual abyss this time was to train the sect's disciples. If the true strength of the Lingxiao sect were exposed from the start, others would surely not dare to provoke them, and the disciples would lose their opportunity for honing. Moreover, the inside of the Wuxiang spiritual abyss is isolated from the outside. Even if chaos erupted outside, those inside would remain unaware. This way, the disciples could still experience real battles within the Wuxiang spiritual abyss without losing their chance to challenge due to Long Ao Tian's intimidation. Inside the Wuxiang spiritual abyss, space twisted and shadows shifted. Yu Jian felt a darkness before him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a desolate ancient battlefield. Under the dim sky, tattered battle flags were slanted in the scorched earth, and a decaying aura permeated the surroundings. Looking around, he did not find any signs of other Lingxiao sect members. It seems I've been randomly teleported. Yu Jian clenched his fists, knuckles cracking, feeling both nervous and exhilarated. Yu Jian's combat experience was virtually zero. Having lived with low cultivation at the Yunxiao sect, he had no battle experience, and he had only struck once after arriving at the Lingxiao sect. Now was the perfect time to accumulate combat experience. Rumble. The ground suddenly trembled and black mist surged as a legion of ghostly soldiers approached with heavy steps. They were clad in rusted iron armor, hollow eye sockets flickering with ghostly green flames, wielding broken weapons. Starting right after I entered? That was fast. Yu Jian's heart tightened, his fists clenching. Taking a deep breath, the spiritual energy of the 7th level of the spiritual spring realm flowed within him, and a faint spiritual glow radiated from his fists. Oh! The ghostly soldiers growled low, and a rusted spear lunged toward him. Yu Jian sidestepped to evade, but his movements were a fraction too slow, the spear tip grazing his shoulder and leaving a bloody mark. Hiss! He grit his teeth, enduring the pain, feeling frustrated. My reflexes are too slow. The ghostly soldiers continued their assault, and the second spear came flying. This time he forced himself to stay calm, watching for the right moment, and suddenly threw a powerful punch. Bang! His fist struck the ghostly soldier's chest, the iron armor denting. The ghostly soldier staggered back, but quickly steadied itself and lunged again. Useless. Yu Jian's heart sank as he realized his method of delivering power was incorrect. The spiritual energy merely coated his fist, failing to concentrate at a single point. He quickly adjusted his breathing, compressing the spiritual energy to the edge of his fist, and struck again. Boom! This punch with spiritual energy like a spear directly pierced through the ghostly soldier's chest. The black mist exploded and the ghostly soldier disintegrated. So that's how it is. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Yu Jian's eyes. The subsequent battles became much simpler, and he grew more courageous with each fight. Each punch became more precise, and his use of spiritual energy became increasingly proficient. Initially, he would still be injured by the ghostly soldiers, but gradually his movements became agile, and his timing for striking improved perfectly. Bang! 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 The wind from his punches howled, and the black mist exploded in succession. Finally, the last ghostly soldier had its head smashed by Yu Jian, turning to ash. Huff! Yu Jian panted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Where the ghostly soldiers had dissipated, an ancient jade plate slowly emerged. What is this? Picking up the jade plate, he discovered several green light spots flickering on it, some stationary, while others moved. Meanwhile, the 100 individuals who entered the Wuxiang spirit ruins all obtained a jade plate of the same type. Of course, there were also 1 or 2 unfortunate souls who died on the spot, failing to survive the first trial. Yu Jian counted the green light spots on the jade plate and found 9 green ones along with 1 white light spot. Could it be my junior brothers and sisters? The white one is me. Let's gather everyone together first, it would be safer that way. Yu Jian tightly gripped the jade plate, his gaze locked onto the nearest green light spot. With a movement, he dashed toward the direction of the light. As he moved, the white light spot on the jade plate began to shift, as well confirming Yu Jian's speculation. Only those from our side would appear. I must be cautious. However, just as Yu Jian had sprinted a few hundred zhang, the ground suddenly shook violently. Boom. Suddenly, Yu Jian noticed that the scenery before him began to turn bizarre. The distant peaks appeared to have a life of their own, twisting and changing positions. The once familiar terrain transformed completely in the blink of an eye. Yu Jian quickly stopped, his eyes wide in disbelief. At that moment, he actually saw Lin Xian. Lin Xian was sitting cross-legged in front of a temple with her eyes closed. Strangely, Lin Xian and the temple were moving at an astonishing speed. Junior sister, Yu Jian shouted loudly. Yet Lin Xian seemed completely oblivious to his voice. In the blink of an eye, the two passed each other and Lin Xian along with the temple vanished from Yu Jian's sight. Once the surroundings settled, Yu Jian hurriedly checked the jade plate in his hand. To his dismay, Yu Jian found that his companions' positions were all in disarray. The jade plate displayed 3 green spots clustered together, while he himself had been teleported to a more remote location. I am now at the southwestern corner, Yu Jian muttered to himself while studying the jade plate. Based on the direction junior sister moved earlier, she should be in this position. As he spoke, his finger landed at the center of the jade plate. Sigh, they are all so far away from me. With a sigh, Yu Jian began to move toward the center while searching for opportunities around him. Inside the Wuxiang spirit ruins, Tang Lu stood with arms crossed, coldly observing the cave enveloped by a faint golden barrier. Inside the cave, rays of light flickered, indicating that treasures were hidden within. Xiao Dai squatted beside it, shooting an attack with her finger at the barrier, but it remained unmoved, causing her fingers to tingle. She retracted her hand with a yelp, muttering, "Senior brother, it's so hard." Beside her, an outer sect disciple scratched his head and suggested, "Why don't we try teaming up?" The 3 green light spots on the jade plate gathered together, which were Tang Lu and his companions. Tang Lu said nothing, but pulled out his pitch-black spear from his ring. At that moment, a boisterous laughter came from a distance. "Ha ha, what gives these worthless fools the right to lay claim to this treasure cave?" 6 disciples from the Burning Sky Valley approached the leading figure, wearing an arrogant expression, his contemptuous gaze sweeping over Tang Lu and the others, scoffing. "Lingxiao sect. Huh. Such an unknown little sect actually received a quota from the royal family. Those who know their place should scram far away, or don't blame us for being rude." Xiao Dai's cheeks puffed up in anger, but Tang Lu had already slowly raised his spear, his gaze as cold as ice. "Senior brother, don't act impulsively." Xiao Dai quickly grabbed his sleeve and whispered, "Let them try first. After all, they won't be able to break the barrier." Tang Lu glanced at her, ultimately lowering the spear, but still maintaining a chilling gaze. The 6 from Burning Sky Valley saw Tang Lu and his companions step back, thinking they feared them, and became even more rampant. "Let you 3 little trash see what true power looks like." The leading disciple in red laughed wickedly, gathering a searing fireball in his palm and hurled it at the barrier. Boom! The fireball exploded, sparks flying, yet the barrier did not budge, not even a ripple forming. The red-clad disciple's expression darkened as he said solemnly, "This barrier is not easily broken, I just didn't use my full strength. Let me try again." After speaking, he gathered spiritual energy in his palm, again his aura suddenly rising, exposing his 8th level of the spiritual spring realm. Boom! The ground beneath their feet trembled slightly from the impact. Looking back at the barrier, it merely rippled slightly. The red-clad disciple thought to himself, "This barrier is strange." He then said to the others, "This barrier is on the verge of breaking with this strike. You guys take turns, you must break this barrier for me." The 5 exchanged glances, then simultaneously launched their attacks with their spiritual techniques. 3,000 flames. Invincible fire wheel. 9 flames divine art. The 5 of them continuously unleashed their attacks for a quarter of an hour, during which intense spiritual energy poured out, fire waves rolling and hot winds sweeping through, scorching the ground black. However, that faint golden barrier remained as steady as a rock, even rebounding, an invisible force that made the 6 disciples of Burning Sky Valley's arms tingle, causing them to stagger back. The red-clad disciple glanced sideways at Tang Lu and his companions, already contemplating. "You 3, come here." Tang Lu looked at the barrier unharmed, the corner of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. "Trash. He uttered 2 words coldly and stepped forward. The Burning Sky Valley disciples glared at him in anger. Are you looking for death? Hurry up and attack the barrier. If you can't break it, there's no way out. Tang Lu smiled coldly, slightly rotating the pitch-black spear in his hand, spiritual energy surging into the tip, like a tide of faint, dark, golden bloodline power visible coursing over the spear. Then with a focused gaze, he thrust the spear forward. Swoosh. The moment the spear tip touched the barrier, the faint golden light curtain was torn apart like thin paper, and cracks spread at a visible speed, ultimately shattering, with a loud bang, dissipating into countless light points. The 6 disciples of Burning Sky Valley were stunned. How is this possible? Tang Lu stood calmly after retracting his spear, coldly sweeping his gaze over them. Is this thing difficult to break? From the looks of you, it seems harder than taking a dump. The red-clad disciple's expression fluctuated, suddenly grinning wickedly, transmitting a message to the other 5. This person is powerful, but there are only 3 of them. Split into 3 to hold back the one with the spear. The other 2 can deal with the other 2. I'll enter the cave to get the treasure. After finishing, the red-clad disciple dashed into the cave. Upon receiving the order, the 5 instantly erupted their martial techniques, overwhelming. Fire Dragon Roar. Crimson Flame Cage. Scorching the heavens. Tang Liu's eyes turned cold, sweeping the spear horizontally, unleashing a sharp black energy, like a crescent moon, instantly shattering 3 fire-based spiritual techniques. However, the Burning Sky Valley had the advantage in numbers, and 3 directly entangled Tang Lu, while the other 2 aimed straight for Xiao Dai and the Outer Sect disciple. Although Xiao Dai and the Outer Sect disciple had undergone intense training recently, there was still a significant gap compared to the 3 direct disciples. Currently, Xiao Dai only possessed the cultivation of the peak of the Qi condensation realm. As for the Outer Sect disciple, his cultivation was even lower, only at the 6th level of the Qi condensation. Senior sister, beware. A disciple of the Outer Sect hastily raised his sword to block, but was struck full in the chest by a flaming palm and sent flying backward, spitting blood. Xiao Dai let out a startled cry, swiftly forming hand seals. A shimmering water barrier barely intercepted the blow. Yet she was still thrown back, staggering, her arms seared by fire, pain welling tears into her eyes. Tang Lu's gaze hardened with murderous intent. You seek death. In that instant, his bloodline power erupted in full force. Tang Lu's bloodline power had gradually awakened. His right arm now appeared perfectly normal in daily life, indistinguishable from any ordinary limb. Yet when he unleashed his bloodline power, dark golden runes surged forth across his arm, spreading rapidly up his chest, then across his cheeks, as his aura surged violently upward. Before disciples of the Fengtian Valley could even react, Tang Lu blurred like a specter, appearing before one of them in an instant. His trident struck like a venomous serpent, piercing the man's throat clean through. Pooh! Blood sprayed outward as the man's eyes bulged wide. He collapsed lifeless to the ground. The remaining 4 froze in horror. One roared, form the formation. Bind him. Swiftly they wove the Fengtian Valley's 4-flame spirit-locking formation, fiery chains coiling like serpents toward Tang Lu. He sneered, then flicked his trident. Dark golden spiritual energy exploded outward, shattering the chains outright. His figure vanished again, reappearing in a flash. The trident swept like a reaper's scythe, skewering another through the heart. What a... 2 down, in less than a breath. What kind of fight is this? Run now. Their courage shattered. The last 3 turned and fled in blind terror. Tang Lu would not let them escape. His trident tore from his grip, streaking like black lightning, and pinned one man to the earth. The final 2, utterly broken in spirit, sprinted madly, vanishing within moments at the valley's far end. Tang Lu retrieved his trident, shook off the blood, and turned toward Xiao Dai. Senior brother. She reached out tearfully. Frowning, Tang Lu tossed her a vial of healing elixir and coldly admonished, useless. Next time stay far away, don't slow me down. Xiao Dai blinked, stunned. Me? Useless? She sniffled, then broke into a grin. Fine. With senior brother here, I'll happily be your little useless one. Senior brother. The Outer Sect disciple struggled upright, casting Tang Lu a look of awe, and dared not utter another word. Tang Lu tossed him a vial too, then stood silently, arms crossed, cradling his trident, waiting for the crimson-robed disciple to emerge from the cave abode. Moments later, the crimson-robed disciple hurried forth, clutching a radiant 7-colored aura tightly to his chest. Success. We must withdraw. He never finished. There stood Tang Lu, trident in hand, gaze icy, as if carved from frost itself. His 5 companions were nowhere to be seen. Then he saw them. 3 bodies lying motionless upon the ground, life already fled. You. Before the words left his lips, Tang Lu stood before him. Tang Lu's voice cut like sharpened steel. Does Lingxiao sect possess the authority to enter the Wuxiang spirit ruins? Thump. The crimson-robed disciple dropped to his knees, snot and tears streaming as he wailed, "Brother, yes, it does." Lingxiao sect is truly the supreme sect of the great Xia dynasty. Its prodigies are peerless geniuses of this age, while men like Li Jing and Xia Jie, they are nothing but excrement before Lingxiao sect. At those words, the glacial hardness in Tang Lu's expression finally softened, just slightly. In his heart, Lingxiao sect eclipsed all else. Praise it, and you lived. Yet his tone remained frigid. Hand over your spatial ring, and crawl away. Trembling, the crimson-robed disciple stripped 3 rings from his fingers and offered them tremblingly. "Brother, may I go now? Be gone." The man scrambled upright and bolted, legs churning wildly. "Huff. I'll never set foot in the Wuxiang spirit ruins again. It's terrifying. Mama, I want to go home." Tang Lu tossed the 3 spatial rings to Xiao Dai, and the outer sect disciple then reached down for the luminous orb on the ground. The moment his fingertips brushed the 7-hued light, it dissolved, transforming into a stream of dark golden liquid that surged up his arm along the glowing runes, flooding deep into his body. Boom! Tang Lu's frame convulsed violently, his bloodline raged like a storm-tossed sea, dark golden runes blazing across his entire body. He instantly sank into lotus position, struggling to rein in the surging power. Soon behind him loomed a towering, indistinct war god phantom, wielding a sea god's trident, its oppressive aura bending the heavens themselves. "Senior brother." Xiao Dai tilted her head upward, her face drained of color, legs trembling so fiercely she nearly collapsed. At that very instant, shua! A streak of azure light flashed across the clearing, materializing before them in 3 swift blinks. A razor-edged killing intent locked onto all 3 like iron shackles. "Oh, so you're the one who stirred the heavenly omen. Mere Lingxiao sect vermin, I see. Huh. Perfect, I've been bored stiff. Let's play a little first." The newcomer was none other than Li Xian, the very man who longed to erase Lingxiao sect from existence. Li Xian drew his long sword and advanced step by deliberate step. Xiao Dai's pupils contracted. She instinctively recoiled, only for the outer sect disciple to leap forward, blade bared, jaw clenched. "Senior sister, fall back." Li Xian's gaze swept over the trio, then settled on Tang Lu. Avarice flickered in his eyes, bloodline awakening. "How intriguing. Today I shall not only seize the treasure, I shall harvest your bloodline." Before the final syllable faded, Li Xian struck. Boom! Spiritual energy of the spirit spring realm 8th tier crashed forth like a typhoon. His palm strike, sending the outer sect disciple flying, dozens of zhang slamming hard against the cliff face, blood gushing from his mouth. "Junior brother," Xiao Dai cried out, only to find Li Xian already before her. "Little girl, don't move." Li Xian sneered, his fingers clamped around her throat like iron pincers, lifting her clean off the ground. Ugh! Her feet dangled helplessly, a suffocation seized her. She thrashed wildly, yet his grip held firm as unyielding black iron. "Hey, you're quite the pretty thing. I'll take good care of you, my dear." Blood frothed at the outer sect disciple's lips as he dragged himself upright, eyes bloodshot, fixed murderously on Li Xian. "Let her go." "Oh, you can still rise." Li Xian mocked, then tightened his grip just slightly. Xiao Dai choked, face flushing crimson, a pained whimper escaping her lips. "Stop!" The outer sect disciple roared, and ignoring his grievous wounds lunged forward with desperate fury. "Daredevil," Li Xian scoffed, his sleeve flicked, unleashing a crescent-shaped azure sword key. Pooh! A deep, bone-exposing gash split open across the disciple's chest, blood gushed forth. Yet he bore the blow, staggering onward undeterred. "Let her go." Each step left a fresh pool of blood, but his gaze burned ever brighter, ever more feral. Choking near unconscious, Xiao Dai watched her junior brother advance, drenched in blood, refusing to fall, and tears spilled silently down her cheeks. "Don't. Come closer." Her voice was barely a whisper, yet he ignored it entirely, pressing forward relentlessly. Li Xian's eyes narrowed in irritation. Annoying insect. A sharp, lethal sword light coalesced at his fingertip, aimed squarely at the disciple's forehead, brimming with cold-blooded intent. "Since you beg for death, then die." The sword light shot forth, blazing toward the disciple's brow. But at the very instant it neared his skull, a golden streak cleaved the air, shattering the blade light mid-flight. "Li Xian, you will die today." A voice calm and detached echoed across the valley. All looked up, to behold a golden-robed youth hovering midair, face stern, faint dragonki, swirling about him like imperial mandate, radiating sovereign majesty. It was Xia Jie, the imperial prince of the great Xia dynasty. Li Xian suddenly turned his head, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed, replaced by a feigned smile. "Xia Jie, we grew up together. How come you always have to meddle in my affairs?" He took a small step back, but his fingers secretly tightened. Xiao Dai suddenly gasped, her face flushed. Xia Jie continued his stride, his gaze as cold as frost. Grew up together. Your father constantly opposes my royal family in court and secretly allies with sect powers. Even if we grew up in the same pants, I would still have to kill you. Li Xian's smile stiffened. Although he was somewhat of a playboy, he wasn't foolish enough to openly admit the Li family's treachery. He sneered, Xia Jie, you are unjustly accusing my Li family. My father has served the great Xia diligently, yet your royal family has repeatedly suppressed meritorious officials, chilling the hearts of many. Meritorious officials? Xia Jie laughed coldly. Your Li family secretly colludes with the demon race in the northern borders, hoarding spirit stone mines and cultivating assassins. Is that what a meritorious official should do? Li Xian's pupils contracted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Had to fabricate a crime, one can always find a reason. Your royal family wants to eliminate my Li family, merely fearing my father's prestige in court. Xia Jie's gaze grew colder. Prestige. Your father forms factions and secretly supports the Piaomiao sect to gain prestige. Do you really think you can deceive everyone? Li Xian's heart sank. He hadn't expected the royal family to uncover this step. But he didn't show it on his face, instead mocking Xia Jie, if you kill me today, are you not afraid my father will completely sever ties? Sever ties? Xia Jie's eyes were frosty. Did you think I entered the Wuxiang spirit ruins just to take a look? Before he finished speaking, a surge of spiritual power erupted around him. Though suppressed by the rules of the secret realm to the peak of the spirit spring realm, that fierce killing intent made Li Xian feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Li Xian's face changed dramatically as he suddenly pushed Xiao Daidai in front of him. Xia Jie, if you take another step, I will kill her first. Xia Jie halted, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. Oh right, I forgot to tell you, the Lingxiao sect has high-level Saint Realm experts. Even my father must avoid them. If you really kill a disciple of the Lingxiao sect, your Li family will be left with nothing. Li Xian's eyes widened suddenly. What? The Lingxiao sect has high-level Saint Realm experts. After a moment's thought, Li Xian suddenly relaxed. Xia Jie, do you take me for a fool? The Lingxiao sect is just a newly established sect. How could it possibly have high-level Saint Realm experts? Who are you trying to fool? As he spoke, Li Xian held Xiao Daidai closer to the seated Tang Lu, one hand grasping her, and the other pointing his sword at Tang Lu. Xia Jie, let me go quickly, or I will kill them. Xia Jie did not respond, only smiled at Li Xian, his gaze resembling that of one looking at a fool. He was also weighing in his heart whether he should let Li Xian kill the disciples of the Lingxiao sect. If Li Xian killed the disciples, it would indeed be a great event for the great Xiao royal family. The Lingxiao sect would surely vent all their anger on the Li family, and the eyesore in the great Xiao royal family's sight could easily be removed. But then again, would the Lingxiao sect blame the great Xiao royal family for not rescuing their disciples in time? At that time, the great Xiao royal family would also be in a bad situation. Just as Xia Jie was caught in this dilemma, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, several sounds of breaking air rang out as three white-robed cultivators descended through the clouds, their sleeves embroidered with patterns of wandering clouds, and they were unmistakably disciples of the Piaomiao sect. Is that young Master Li Xian? Upon seeing that the newcomers were disciples of the Piaomiao sect, Li Xian was instantly delighted. You three came just in time. Li Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Quickly help me tie up Xia Jie. The three Piaomiao sect disciples exchanged glances, the leading white-robed man furrowing his brow. He thought to himself, damn it, how did we run into Xia Jie and Li Xian? The sect master clearly instructed that we must not confront the royal family directly at this stage. But if Li Xian dies here, the Li family will surely blame the Piaomiao sect. Li Xian shouted sternly, Xia Jie already knows that you Piaomiao sect are allied with my Li family. If you let him leave today, how can your Piaomiao sect have a good ending? Here Li Xian had a little scheme. He didn't mention that the royal family was aware, but rather that Xia Jie was aware. Xia Jie saw this, and immediately seized the opportunity. You three, if you assist me in taking down this rebel now, this prince can plead with my father and ensure that the Piaomiao sect is not held accountable for the past. The three Piaomiao sect disciples landed, their gazes shifting between Xia Jie and Li Xian, their expressions grave. The female cultivator on the left whispered, Senior brother, what should we do? Xia Jie already knows our relationship with the Li family. If we let him go, the Piaomiao sect will be in danger. The burly man on the right gritted his teeth and whispered, why not take advantage of the secret realm's rules and work together to kill Xia Jie? After all, there would be no witnesses. Zhao Wuchen's eyes flickered, and he ultimately steeled his resolve attack. The three of them instantly sprang into action, their figures flashing as they surrounded Xia Jie in a triangular formation. Li Xian grinned maliciously, dragging Xiao Daidai as he prepared to retreat. However, at that moment, boom! A terrifying pressure suddenly erupted, cracking the ground and shaking the air. Everyone turned in shock to see Tang Lu seated, slowly opening his eyes. His pupils had turned a dark golden color with patterns on his body, moving like living creatures. The vague shadow of a war god behind him had solidified slightly. Anyone who harms my fellow disciples. Tang Liu's voice was deep as thunder, each word striking like a hammer in everyone's hearts. Die. Crack. Li Xian didn't even see Tang Liu's movement clearly before his sword-bearing right arm twisted and broke in an unnatural way. He stared wide-eyed, the excruciating pain not yet reaching his brain, and he was already blasted away by a tremendous force crashing heavily into the rock wall. Uft! Li Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, fearfully gazing at the slowly approaching Tang Lu. The three Piao sect disciples were even more like they had fallen into an ice cave. The white-clad disciple trembled. What kind of monster is this? How could a spirit spring realm cultivator exert such pressure? Run! We must escape. Otherwise we will surely die. However, they didn't even have the chance to turn around. Tang Liu's right hand grasped the air, and three dark golden lights swept across like lightning. Swish! 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 Three heads soared into the sky. Until death, their faces remained frozen in disbelief and terror. Those who conspire together died. The cold voice even sent a shiver down Xia Jie's spine. Xia Jie's pupils shrank suddenly, and he instinctively retreated several steps. This kind of strength is not inferior even against Golden Core Realm cultivators. As he looked at the increasingly close Tang Lu, Li Xian finally felt the threat of death. Spare me. Li Xian slumped to the ground, his pants soaked. It's all a misunderstanding. I can compensate. Tang Lu expressionlessly raised his spear, dark golden light gathering at the tip. Wait, my father. The spear pierced Li Xian's throat, pinning him to the ground. Li Xian's eyes widened, making a gurgling sound from his throat, and soon he ceased to breathe. Tang Lu withdrew the spear and turned to Xia Jie. Xia Jie immediately cupped his hands. Brother Tang, your strength is astonishing. I admire you. Tang Lu naturally did not know what Xia Jie had thought earlier, especially since Xia Jie did indeed buy some time for Tang Lu. Otherwise Xiao Dai and the others would have long been in grave danger. Thank you. Xia Jie was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Brother Tang, you flatter me. I should be the one thanking your sect for saving my sister. Tang Lu nodded, saying no more. He put away the spear, glanced at the severely injured outer sect disciples, and took out a golden pill, tossing it to Xiao Dai. Give it to him. In the distance, a red figure quietly retreated from the bushes, holding a communication jade slip that flickered with a faint light. In a certain place of the Wuxiang spirit ruins, the communication jade slip in Li Jing's hand suddenly shattered. Lingxiao sect, dare to kill my brother. I will not share the same sky as you. The 5 members of the Li family beside Li Jing were trembling in fear, never expecting to find their eldest young master, only to receive the news of the second young master's death. Eldest young master, is the information from the Burning Sky Valley reliable? Li Jing's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Did you not see that a green dot on the jade plate has disappeared? The Li family had a total of 7 people entering the Wuxiang spirit ruins, and now only 6 green dots remained on the jade plate, clearly indicating that the information from the Burning Sky Valley was accurate. Just as Li Jing was furious, a rumbling sound came from beneath the ground once again. Boom! The terrain in front of them began to change once more. The phase has refreshed. Hold on to my clothes. The space within the Wuxiang spirit ruins would refresh its phase at intervals, causing the entire terrain to change randomly. Having been passed down for hundreds of years, the ancestors of the Li family had naturally entered the Wuxiang spirit ruins. They had already explored the rules of the Wuxiang spirit ruins and found ways to cope with the phase refresh. The phase refresh of the Wuxiang spirit ruins finally stopped, and the surrounding terrain had completely changed. Li Jing looked down at the jade plate in his hand. The originally vast spatial range had now shrunk by nearly half, and the light dots representing other cultivators had become denser. A cruel smile twisted at the corner of his mouth. The space of the Wuxiang spirit ruins has shrunk. Lingxiao sect, we will meet again. Eldest young master, what should we do now? A member of the Li family cautiously asked. Li Jing's fingers slowly tightened, and the jade plate in his palm emitted a sound of stress. Crack, crack. Find them. His voice was low, carrying a bone-chilling, killing intent. The smaller the space, the less they can escape. None of the Lingxiao sect members will leave alive. Meanwhile, in another area of the Wuxiang spirit ruins, boom. After the ground tremors ceased, Chu Xian crawled out from a pile of rubble covered in dust and dirt, patting his robe. What kind of broken place is this? Why does it keep changing? I was almost buried alive. He muttered casually, taking out the jade plate to take a look. The space has shrunk. Just as he pondered, he suddenly heard a voice. Whimper. A faint whimper came from behind a pile of rubble. Chu Xian's ears perked up. He cleared away the rubble and discovered a white dog, wounded all over, curled up in the gap, with its front paw cut open by a sharp rock, blood staining its fur. Oh no, little fellow, how did you get so hurt? Yu Jian squatted down, carefully examining the injury. The white dog shrank back warily, but due to excessive blood loss it lacked the strength to growl, only able to breathe weakly. Don't be afraid, I am known for being a dog lover from the Lingxiao sect. Yu Jian smiled broadly, taking out a spirit-level healing pill from his pocket. You're in luck. This is a life-saving medicine given by my master. Consider it a gift today. As he crushed the pill, the powder sprinkled onto the wound, causing the white dog to tremble in pain, but soon the wound began to heal at a visible rate. Woof! The white dog tentatively moved its paw, realizing it no longer hurt. It immediately wagged its tail and licked the back of Yu Jian's hand. Hey, you are quite sensible. Better than De Huang. Yu Jian rubbed the dog's head. From now on you will be called Airby. Let's go, follow me, and you'll have food and drink aplenty. He glanced at the jade plate again and found that there were 2 green light dots closest to him. Since they are nearby, let's go find these 2. Leading Airby towards the nearest 2 green light dots, they hadn't walked far when Airby suddenly stopped. With its nose close to the ground, it sniffed, then excitedly barked twice, tugging at Yu Jian's pants leg as it ran towards a rock wall. Moi, what's up? Found a treasure. Yu Jian's eyes lit up as he hurried to catch up. Airby frantically dug into the ground, and in no time at all it unearthed a palm-sized earth vein spirit essence, the spiritual energy within it so rich that it almost condensed into liquid. Earth vein spirit essence. This is the core treasure for setting up a saint-level formation. I will take it back to my master. It will surely make him happy. Yu Jian was overjoyed. Just as he stored the spirit essence in his spatial ring, Airby suddenly ran to another place and fetched a 9-leaf mystic ginseng from a crack in the stone. Damn, double happiness. Yu Jian couldn't stop smiling as he picked up Airby. Airby, you are truly my lucky star. Compared to De Huang, you aren't even fit to be a dog. Airby proudly raised its head, its tail spinning like a propeller. Woof woof. Airby barked twice as if to say, what kind of dog is De Huang? How could it compare to this dog? Thus the man and dog moved slowly forward with Airby occasionally surprising Yu Jian. Just as they were happily counting their gains, a fierce sound of battle suddenly came from afar. Someone is fighting. Yu Jian squinted, smirking slyly. When the clam and the snipe fight, it is the fisherman who benefits. Let's see if I can pick up a bargain. He stealthily approached, hiding behind a large rock to observe. He saw 3 cultivators surrounding 2 people. Those 2 were on the verge of collapse. Lingxiao sect's attire. Damn. It's Junior Brother Wang and Junior Brother Li. Yu Jian's expression changed drastically. He and Airby had been so focused on finding treasures that they had forgotten to monitor the jade plate. His previous sly smile instantly vanished. Damn it, who dares to touch my Lingxiao sect members? Airby, wait here. He leaped forward, his fists swinging, and the fierce wind of his punches struck the strongest among them. Hua. The person hastily blocked and was pushed back several steps. It's your grandpa. Yu Jian stood before the 2 junior brothers, sneering. 3 against 2, quite capable, huh? Yu Jian, senior brother. The 2 disciples exclaimed in surprise. The man's expression darkened. Kid, don't meddle in matters that don't concern you. Meddle? What the hell do you mean by meddling? Yu Jian dug at his ear. You hit my junior brother and tell me not to meddle. He turned his head only to find that Airby had somehow made its way to Yu Jian's side. Airby, how did you get over here? Quickly get to the side, and if there's nothing else to do, just bark a couple of times for some morale. Woof woof woof. Airby immediately sat down beside him, standing tall and barking fiercely at the 3 men with great vigor. The 3 men. Damn crazy dog. The 3 cursed as they charged forward. 10 breaths later. Stop hitting us. We were wrong. The 3 bruised and battered hurriedly knelt down to beg for mercy, while Yu Jian stepped on one of their backs, casually retracting his fists. Seeing the 3 defeated, Airby wobbled over to them. Using its mouth, it directly pulled off the 3's spatial rings and handed them to Yu Jian. Airby, well done. You get an extra chicken leg. Subsequently, Yu Jian learned that these 3 were not from the same sect, but rather the only remaining members of their respective sects who had entered the Wuxiang spirit ruins. They had merely formed a temporary alliance to rob some resources and had no intention of harming the disciples of the Lingxiao sect. Only seeking wealth and not harming lives. I will let you off today. Yu Jian waved his hand, calling out, Junior brothers, let's go. Let's go, Airby. Airby trotted along happily, and before leaving it couldn't help but bare its teeth at the 3 woof. The 3. Now the 3 of us are together, and in this direction there are 3 people together as well. Only the one in the middle is alone. Yu Jian and the other 2 outer disciples examined the jade plate in their hands, discovering that the 10 disciples of Lingxiao sect had formed groups of 3, leaving only a single green light point shining alone in the center of the plate. Let's go find the one in the middle. He's alone, and we must avoid any mishaps. Yu Jian had this thought, and the other 2 teams shared the same intention. In another direction, 2 inner disciples of Lingxiao sect and 1 outer disciple had gathered, and were also heading towards the remaining green light point in the center, which was where Lin Xian was located. On the side of Tang Lu and his companions, Tang Lu observed the jade plate in silence, not saying a word, only moving forward with determination. Xia Jie had no intention of leaving. He followed Tang Lu and explained the rules of the Wuxiang Lingxiu. The Wuxiang Lingxiu refreshes its phases every 2 hours, randomly reorganizing the space. However, as long as we are in contact with each other, we will not be separated. Little Daodu suddenly realized, I see. No wonder you wanted us to hold hands before. Then curiously he asked, Your Highness, can you tell us what other rules there are here? Xia Jie smiled slightly and continued, Now let me tell you about the opportunities in the Wuxiang Lingxiu. Hearing about the opportunities, Tang Lu and the others became even more interested. There are 4 types of opportunities. The first type is the most common, which includes ordinary cultivation resources such as spiritual herbs, spirit stones, and pills. The second type is the inheritance of techniques, which requires killing the spiritual beasts within the Wuxiang Lingxiu, and there is a very low probability of dropping. The third type is cave opportunities, which require breaking the barriers outside the cave, and the opportunities obtained will depend on the talent of the barrier breaker. At this point, Xia Jie sighed. However, cave opportunities are extremely rare. No one in the Great Xia has obtained one for 200 years. The fourth type. He paused, shaking his head. Only exists in legends. It is said that someone obtained it 10,000 years ago, but no one knows what it actually is. Little Daoda blinked and suddenly exclaimed, Brother Tang Lu, the colorful light orb you obtained before is a cave opportunity. That's amazing. What a... Xia Jie turned to look at Tang Lu sharply, disbelief filling his eyes. You obtained a cave opportunity. Tang Liu's expression was indifferent. He merely replied with a faint Xia Jie gasped, feeling a storm brewing in his heart. What kind of fortune does this guy possess? A cave opportunity that hadn't appeared for 200 years, and he actually. Just as Xia Jie was astonished, a brilliant light suddenly burst forth from ahead. Everyone looked up to see a cave glowing with rosy light, gradually emerging halfway up a small mountain. A faint golden barrier surrounded it, with runes subtly flowing around. What the? Another cave opportunity. Xia Jie's voice trembled, his body frozen in shock. Tang Liu's eyes flickered as he stepped forward. Wait. Xia Jie suddenly blocked him, a rare look of pleading on his face. Brother Tang, about this cave opportunity. Could you let me have it? Tang Lu looked at him coldly, remaining silent. Xia Jie gritted his teeth. I can exchange it for a secret treasure from the great Xia royal family. Or, consider it a favor owed to you. Little Daodu tugged at Tang Liu's sleeve and whispered, Brother, why not let him have it? Tang Lu was silent for a moment, recalling that Xia Jie had indeed saved little Daodu and the others earlier, and finally nodded, okay. Xia Jie stood before the cave, took a deep breath, and his spiritual power surged wildly as he gathered a dazzling golden light imprint, with both palms forcefully striking the barrier. Imperial seal. Break. Boom. After a deafening explosion, the barrier remained unmoved, but a terrifying rebound force surged back at him. Xia Jie grunted, his body sent flying, several zhang blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. This barrier is unexpectedly sturdy. He gritted his teeth and stood up, a flicker of unwillingness in his eyes. Little Daodu watched, heart racing. Your Highness, why not? Let Brother Tang Lu give it a try. Xia Jie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said solemnly, Cave opportunities are serendipitous. If we miss this chance today, there will be no opportunity in this lifetime. After saying this, he gathered his spiritual power again. This time, he directly summoned the dragon Qi passed down from the great Xia royal family, a golden dragon shadow, faintly appearing around him, exuding an intimidating aura. Come again. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 consecutive full-force strikes, Xia Jie's arms were bloodied from the rebound force, his face pale as paper, while the barrier only shook a couple of times before returning to calm. How could this be? Xia Jie knelt on one knee, breathing heavily, clearly pushed to his limits. Tang Lu, holding the harpoon, watched coldly and frowned at Xia Jie's pitiful state. Can this barrier even injure people? He turned to little Daodu, speaking in a flat tone. Didn't I resolve it with just a harpoon? Xia Jie. Little Daodu blinked innocently. But brother did it so easily last time. Xia Jie felt a tightness in his chest, nearly spitting out another mouthful of blood. Is this even a proper conversation? Tang Lu couldn't be bothered to waste words, stepping forward and raising the harpoon, dark golden patterns instantly spreading across his body. Step back. Xia Jie gritted his teeth and retreated hurriedly, reminding, Brother Tang, please, if you can break the barrier, let me take the final strike. Why, oi? Tang Lu questioned in confusion. Because only the one who breaks the barrier can obtain the cave opportunity. Tang Lu suddenly realized, no wonder the Burning Sky Valley disciple who held the light orb didn't experience anything while he received the opportunity. as soon as he touched it, so that's how it was. Alright. The next moment Tang Liu's harpoon lightly pierced out. Swish. The harpoon struck the barrier like a black lightning bolt piercing through without any flourish. Crack. A crisp shattering sound echoed throughout the scene, and the entire barrier suddenly appeared riddled with cracks, but it did not completely shatter. Tang Lu had controlled his strength perfectly. Xiajia. He was stunned watching this scene, his worldview completely collapsing. Does this barrier adjust its strength based on the person? I hammered away to no avail, while he just casually poked it. I don't want to feel so humiliated. Tang Lu gently withdrew the harpoon, commenting blandly, not bad, a bit tougher than last time. Now you can attack. Xiajia. Inner thoughts, are you even human? Despite his mindset being in turmoil, Xiajia quickly took out a healing pill and swallowed it. After a brief recovery, he launched another attack on the barrier. Even though the barrier was already covered in cracks, Xiajia still exerted tremendous effort to break it. Breathing heavily, he staggered into the cave, muttering, damn. Is this cave opportunity something a person can obtain? Damn it. Moments later, the pressure in Xiajia's heart instantly dissipated. A voice of wild joy echoed from the cave, Emperor Extreme Sacred Body. Huh, great. This prince's Emperor Extreme Spirit Body has been upgraded to the Emperor Extreme Sacred Body. Xiajia rushed out of the cave and solemnly cupped his fists towards Tang Lu. Brother Tang, I will surely reward you greatly for today's kindness. Tang Lu waved his hand, too lazy to respond. Little Daodu asked curiously, Your Highness, is this physique powerful? Xiajia excitedly replied. In this world, physiques are divided into 4 levels: mortal, spiritual, saint, and emperor. A sacred level physique can achieve sanctity in the flesh, destined to become a saintly existence. Hearing this, Tang Lu finally glanced at him and uttered 2 words, not bad. Xiajia. Inner thoughts, what the hell? Fine. I'll endure it. After Xiajia obtained the cave abode's fortune, Tang Lu and the others pressed onward, when suddenly, the formless spirit ruins trembled once more, heaven and earth warped, and space itself reconfigured. Xiajia paused, startled. Why is the phase reset occurring so frequently? With no time to ponder, the group hastily joined hands. When all settled, Tang Lu's gaze fell upon the jade disc. At that very moment, startled cries drew their attention. What? Your Highness. All 4 immediately knelt in solemn obeisance. Your subjects pay homage. Xiajia turned toward the newcomers, and his heart leapt with quiet delight. They were indeed 4 members of the great Xia imperial clan. Tang Lu, witnessing this, couldn't help but curl his lip. Royal folk truly do love their theatrics. Must they kneel and grovel at every turn? After a brief exchange, Xiajia and the others approached Tang Lu. Senior Brother Tang. Following the phase reset, they were teleported nearby. Tang Lu nodded coolly, yet his eyes remained fixed on the center of the jade disc. There a solitary green light pulsed, utterly unmoved. Strange. Xiao Dai tilted his head. Why hasn't this fellow cultivator's position changed? Xiajia too sensed something amiss, and frowned deeply. Unless the location of this Lingxiao sect disciple lies beyond the phase reset's influence, that place must be extraordinary. Tang Lu stowed the jade disc and spoke coldly, let's go. The party set forth anew, straight toward the core region. Meanwhile, Li Jing emerged from a shattered cave abode, his entire being radiating razor-sharp sword, intent, his eyes blazing with murderous fury. Eldest young master. A Li clan retainer rushed forward, voice hushed. We've located the Lingxiao sect disciples, southeastward. Li Jing bared a cruel grin, the narrow blade in his hand slid smoothly back into its sheath. Lead the way. Moments later, 4 Li clan members crouched in ambush atop a cliff, gazing down. Below, 3 Lingxiao sect disciples busily gathered spirit herbs and spirit stones, while their guide was a snow-white dog. Woof, woof woof. Excited, the white dog dug furiously at the earth, and soon unearthed another piece of Xianyin iron, which it proudly carried to one of the disciples. Hereby, you've done splendidly. Back at the sect will stew De Huang, and then you shall be De Bai. High atop the main peak, De Huang stirred slightly. Why do I suddenly feel so chilled? Yu Jian rubbed Airbai's head, affectionately grinning ear to ear. Li Jing watched it all, and a flash of raw avarice flickered deep within his eyes. A treasure-hunting spirit hound. The Lingxiao sect actually possesses such a rare spirit beast. Attack! Li Xian barked low, and shot forward like lightning. Yu Jian, who'd been digging beside Airbai's tail, felt a surge of overwhelming spiritual energy rise behind him. Who's there? Sensing danger, he didn't even turn, just lashed out with a backward fist. Li Jing uttered no word. His blade flashed, a lethal arc of sword intent aimed straight at Yu Jian's skull. Clang! Fist met blade, the impact rang like clashing steel. Li Jing's pupils contracted sharply. He staggered back 2 paces, his grip on the blade tingling with numbness. Interesting. He narrowed his eyes, appraising the seemingly indolent man before him. Yu Jian turned, scratching his head. Brother cultivator, sneaking up isn't exactly admirable conduct. Li Jing sneered, filth of the Lingxiao sect. Dare you lecture me? Oh, and who might you be? Two outer disciple juniors whispered nervously. Senior brother, likely a member of the Li clan. Li Jing's face darkened, just as a crisp, icy voice cut through the air. Li Jing, you're far too slow. All turned. There stood a white-robed youth, hands clasped behind his back, robes rippling in the wind. Ethereal, untouchable. His attire marked him as a disciple of the Piao sect, and he was none other than Yun Feiyong, its peerless prodigy. Behind him stood two more Piao sect disciples, their gazes locked hungrily upon the white hound nearby. Yun Feiyong spoke calmly. This spirit hound belongs to the Piao sect now. Yun Feiyong, you intend to steal our prize. Yun Feiyong glanced sidelong. Let skill decide. Tension crackled. Their standoff tightened like drawn bowstrings. Yu Jian sighed, and suddenly stretched languidly. I'd hoped to walk among you as an ordinary cultivator, but all I earned was distance. He raised his fist, and crooked a finger at Li Jing and Yun Feiyong, flashing a toothy grin. No need to quarrel. Come on, both of you. Together. His finger swept across the 4 Li clan members and the 3 Piao sect disciples. With a light, easy smile, he murmured, I'll fight all 7 of you. Daredevil. Li Jing's blade pivoted. His figure lunged forward in a blur, dragging a blinding crescent of light behind him. Yu Jian barely raised his arm to block, yet the instant fist met blade, his expression shifted subtly. He distinctly felt the blade's force surging in relentless layered waves, numbing his forearm to the bone. That single strike appeared simple, yet concealed 7 distinct coiling layers of momentum. He mused inwardly. This sword art is fascinating. So spiritual energy can be stacked this way. Master was right. Forging fists in solitude pales beside true combat. Shua. The second slash followed without pause. Yu Jian twisted aside, just as the blade's edge sliced past his nose, its violent gust drawing a thin crimson line across his cheek. Li Jing roared with laughter. Ha ha ha, not much to you after all. I'll end you before the 3rd stroke. Yet, just as the 3rd slash cleaved the air, Yu Jian's eyes blazed with sudden, incandescent light. He just noticed it each time Li Jing shifted his stance, his right shoulder dipped, ever so slightly, before the strike. Thump. Yu Jian's fist exploded forward, piercing the web of sword light with impossible precision, striking Li Jing square in the chest. Li Jing grunted, stumbling backward, blood welling at the corner of his mouth. His mind reeled. Howie, did he see through my opening move? Li Jing, is this all you've got? Yun Feiyong stood aloof, lips curled in mockery. Li Jing's face darkened. Enough talk. If you're so bold, go ahead and try. Watch me defeat him. Before Yun Feiyong could finish speaking, Yu Jian, right before his eyes, closed his own, and began mimicking Li Jing's sword path with his bare hands. Damn, what the A? Both Li Jing and Yun Feiyong froze in unison. Li Jing hadn't expected to become a whetstone. Yun Feiyong hadn't expected such open disdain. Yun Feiyong said no more. Like a wraith, he darted forward, palm striking toward Yu Jian. Piao palm, falling cloud. Yu Jian neither dodged nor flinched, only snapped his eyes wide open the instant the palm's wind brushed his skin. First fist. His knuckles struck the weakest point in the palm's formation, halting Yun Feiyong's advance dead in its tracks. Second fist. Yu Jian's shift was breathtakingly swift, his fist grazing Yun Feiyong's sleeve as it rocketed toward his shoulder blade. Yun Feiyong spun desperately, yet still felt the searing sting of the fist's wake across his cheek. Third fist. This blow carried the very essence of the Piao palm, like a meteor crashing to earth. Yun Feiyong barely intercepted it, only to be hurled backward, his pristine white robes now smeared with dust. Thud, thud, thud. He staggered 3 steps before finally regaining his balance. You're nothing special. Ignoring Li Jing entirely, Yun Feiyong beckoned curtly to his 2 Piao sect companions. Let's go. Yun Feiyong knew full well he could not defeat that man. Remaining here served no purpose. Li Jing watched him turn to leave and laughed coldly. Yun Feiyong, will you truly let your sect's sworn enemy walk free? Yun Feiyong cast a puzzled glance at Li Jing. Here this 6 of your Piao sect entered the formless spirit ruins. 3 perished, slain by these very Lingxiao sect disciples. The enemy is right in front of you, and you want to leave. Upon hearing Li Jing's words, Yun Feiyong's figure clearly paused. Yun Feiyong shot a cold glance at Li Jing, his voice indifferent. My actions are not for you to dictate. Li Jing's expression darkened as he lowered his voice. Yun Feiyong, have you thought this through? The Lingxiao sect has killed 3 of your fellow disciples, and now is the perfect time for revenge. If we join forces, we can surely slay this person. Yun Fiang's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of sarcasm, bullying the weak with numbers. I Yun Fiang, do not stoop to such tactics. He turned and walked away casually, leaving a remark, if I want to kill, I will do it openly and honorably. As he spoke, he threw a few spirit stones at Yu Jian as punishment for his defeat, then turned and left. Two disciples of the Piao sect exchanged glances and hurriedly followed. Yu Jian scratched his head. Hey, you're quite a nice guy. He then looked at the dawdling Li Jing. Hey, are we still fighting? If not, I'll take air by to hunt for treasure. Li Jing's expression fluctuated, pondering silently. This person is powerful. Ooh, I am definitely no match for him. I never expected the Lingxiao sect to have such a figure. It seems that the vengeance for my second brother can only wait until we leave the Wuxiang spirit ruins. He finally gritted his teeth and said, today you can consider yourself lucky. But remember, my Li family will eventually destroy your sect. Yu Jian didn't take it seriously, turning around to wave his hand. If you want to destroy us, then go ahead, or if my master doesn't rip your heads off to use as night pots, consider yourselves lucky. Your master. Once my Li family's Qinghuan guard arrives, your master will either kneel down and beg for mercy or flee like a dog with its tail between its legs. Upon hearing this, Yu Jian's eyes suddenly turned cold, slowly turning back his body. What did you say? Li Jing was taken aback, not yet reacting, when Yu Jian spoke each word deliberately. Did you just insult my master? The air instantly froze. Li Jing's heart trembled, instinctively taking half a step back. Yu Jian exploded in rage. You're looking for death. Yu Jian was furious, and his spiritual power burst forth like an explosion, charging toward Li Jing like a cannonball. You insult me? Fine. You insult the Lingxiao sect. That's acceptable. But you dare to insult my master. I will definitely ruin you. WCNMLGB. Boom. A punch was thrown, and Li Jing hurriedly raised his sword to block, but was sent flying dozens of feet, sword and all. Uffed. Li Jing spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. He never expected that just because of a harsh word, he would completely enrage this madman. Run! Li Jing had no will to fight left and turned to flee. Wanna run? Yu Jian shouted angrily, chasing after him madly. If I don't defeat you today, I will write my name Yu Jian backwards. At that moment, boom! The Wuxiang spirit ruins trembled again, and the spatial position reset. The ground began to shift rapidly. Yu Jian could only watch helplessly as Li Jing's figure moved swiftly before his eyes, eventually disappearing from view. Enraged, Yu Jian smashed his fist against a nearby boulder. Damn it! Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I will definitely chop you up to feed to the big yellow dog. Soon the spatial reset came to an end. Yu Jian suddenly turned around, realizing he was the only one left in this place. After the previous spatial reset, he and the other two external disciples of the Lingxiao sect had already dispersed. Yu Jian took out the jade plate to check and found that he was now very close to the light spot in the center. The terrain here has changed several times. Why hasn't this one in the center moved at all? It shouldn't be like this. In contrast, the light spots representing the other two external disciples were not far from this place. In that case, let's first find this one in the center. Let's see what the situation is. Yu Jian moved quickly this time. Without Airbay's guidance, he didn't encounter any cultivation treasures, so his speed of movement was very fast. Focusing on the jade plate in his hand after passing through a fog, Yu Jian was stunned by the scene before him. A quaint temple stood quietly, and in front of the temple sat a girl in green. It was Lin Xian. Junior sister. Yu Jian's eyes widened. He remembered seeing Lin Xian sitting in front of this temple during the previous spatial reset, when he first entered the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Now, after several resets, Lin Xian was still in front of the temple. Yu Jian hurried forward, wanting to check on Lin Xian's condition, but just as he was 10 zhang away from the temple, buzz! An invisible barrier suddenly appeared, forcefully bouncing him back. A barrier. Yu Jian frowned, raised his hand to gather spiritual power, and punched the barrier. Boom! The punch exploded, but the barrier remained unmoved, not even rippling. So tough. Yu Jian not willing to accept this, threw several more punches, but the result was the same. Junior sister, Lin Xian. He shouted loudly, but the meditating Lin Xian seemed to be unaware. Her eyes tightly closed, her breath steady, as if she had fallen into some unknown state. At this moment, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from inside the temple, shooting straight into the sky. The golden light illuminated the heavens, gradually condensing into a phantom of a girl. Yu Jian looked up and saw the girl wielding a sword in the wind and snow, meditating under the blazing sun day after day, year after year. Then the scene shifted, showing the girl battling fierce beasts, contending with powerful opponents, her robes stained with blood, yet never retreating. The girl continued to grow step by step, breaking through realms, ultimately standing at the pinnacle, looking down upon all beings. At this moment, the girl had grown into an unparalleled beauty, and she was also the supreme powerhouse overlooking the world. With a wave of her hand, the mountain gates stood tall. The sect was established and thousands of disciples gathered. The scene suddenly stopped. The golden light dissipated and the sky returned to calm. Is this the memory of the owner of this temple? Chu Xian murmured to himself. He looked again at Lin Xian and found that a faint golden mark had appeared on her forehead, shimmering with a weak light. Did my junior sister obtain a legacy? Meanwhile, after the spatial reset, Li Jing had also separated from the Li family members. At this time, he was alone looking at the jade plate as he raced towards the direction of the Li family. The person from the Lingxiao sect is powerful. I must avoid confrontation. If I can't find a top-notch opportunity before the Wuxiang spirit ruins close, I definitely cannot meet with the people from the Lingxiao sect. While thinking this, Li Jing felt a wave of anxiety. Then a voice suddenly exploded in Li Jing's mind. Li Jing abruptly covered his head. The voice echoed like thousands of vengeful spirits howling crazily, reverberating in his sea of consciousness. Do you hate it? Do you want revenge? Release your mind. I will grant you the power to crush the Lingxiao sect. Who? Li Jing's eyes turned crimson, his long knife trembling violently in his hand. He vaguely saw black mist seeping from the ground, wrapping around his limbs. Your Li family's ancestors have a history with me. The demonic voice transformed into thick black blood, entering through Li Jing's 7 orifices. Let this Wuxiang spirit ruins become the burial ground of the Lingxiao sect. Oh! Li Jing suddenly knelt, howling in agony, as sinister demonic patterns surfaced beneath his skin. When he lifted his head again, his whites had turned completely black and his mouth split to his ears, revealing inhuman sharp, white teeth. Airby, slow down. Woof! Airby ran swiftly with a crystal-clear, 9-turn spirit ginseng in his mouth, not looking back at all. 2 outer disciples of the Lingxiao sect were on the verge of tears. Senior brother, how long have we been delayed? Why is Airby still searching for treasures? They were already holding a large pile of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Spirit marrow, Xian iron, and a host of other treasures. They even had several bottles of unknown pills, all found by Airby. But this stubborn dog insisted on carrying the best find by himself, refusing to let go no matter how they coaxed him. Looking at the jade plate, they helplessly said, forget it, forget it. Although it's a bit slow, we should be getting closer to senior brother. The two could only follow Airby as he wandered around the Wuxiang spirit ruins. However, before they could regroup, the Wuxiang spirit ruins trembled once more with a thunderous roar. The vision of the 3 blurred, and when they regained their balance, the surrounding scenery had completely changed. How many times has this refreshed? One disciple asked in confusion. The other took out the jade plate and suddenly widened his eyes. Wait. The light point representing senior brother should be right in the middle, very close to us. Airby perked up his ears, his eyes sparkling, and dashed forward. Hey, Airby, wait for us. In the mist, the two chased after a white shadow, panting heavily. When they finally reached the temple, Chu Xian was sitting cross-legged outside the barrier, meditating. Senior brother Yu, the two exclaimed in delight. Chu Xian opened his eyes, and seeing the treasures in their arms, his mouth twitched. Did you rob a sect? Senior brother, don't misunderstand. It was all found by Airby. They quickly explained, adding a complaint. But he insisted on carrying the best one himself, and we've been chasing him all the way. Chu Xian, I knew it. With your half-baked cultivation, it would be good enough not to be robbed. Airby proudly raised his head and placed the 9-turn spirit ginseng at Chu Xian's feet, wagging his tail like a propeller. Chu Xian chuckled helplessly, rubbing the dog's head. Well done. He stood up, his expression serious. Have you noticed? This place seems unaffected by the surrounding scenery's displacement. The 2 disciples were stunned for a moment, then quickly realized, that's right. We were clearly changing positions earlier, but this place's position has remained unchanged. Chu Xian nodded, and looked at the jade plate. The 3 looked down and found that the area displayed on the jade plate had shrunk to 1/10 of its original size. Yet the temple remained in the center. Silet stopped thinking and organized these treasures. They began to sort through the small mountain of treasures before them. During this time, they experienced a few more phase refreshes, but the 3 only heard sounds, and the ground beneath them showed no signs of disturbance. Soon footsteps echoed through the mist again. Tang Lu, Xiao Dede, Xia Jie, and other members of the royal family appeared one after another. Up to now, there were still 3 disciples from the Lingxiao sect missing, and 3 from the great Xia royal family had not yet regrouped. Senior brother Yu. Xiao Daide's eyes lit up as he jogged over. But Tang Liu's gaze was fixed directly on Lin Xian within the barrier. His brows furrowed slightly. What happened to her? Chu Xian shook his head. I'm not sure, it seems she triggered some kind of inheritance. But I can't break this barrier. Xia Jie stepped forward, observing closely, his expression changing slightly strange. I've never seen any records of a temple within the Wuxiang spirit ruins in the royal family's ancient texts, nor have I heard of such a situation. Tang Lu lightly touched the barrier, his brows tightly knit. It's very hard. Xia Jie and Xiao Daidai gasped in surprise. The words, very hard, actually came from Tang Lu's mouth. Along the way, they had encountered 5 caves, but none of the cave barriers could withstand Tang Lu's spear. It was as if those cave barriers were made of paper. The usual not bad had been replaced here with very hard. One can imagine the strength of this barrier. Let's strike together and try. A disciple from the outer sect suggested. Everyone nodded, channeling their spiritual energy. Tang Lu's dark golden spear, Xia Jie's imperial dragon energy, Yu Jian's violent fist force. Boom, boom, boom. Countless attacks struck the barrier, erupting with deafening roars. The ground around them had already been blasted into huge pits by the violent spiritual energy, yet the barrier remained as steady as a rock, without even a crack. This isn't working, this barrier is too strong, Xia Jie panted. Yu Jian imbued his fists with spiritual energy again, speaking solemnly. Let's try once more. Just as everyone was about to strike again, buzz. A brilliant golden light suddenly shot out from the temple, soaring into the sky. Within the golden light, images shifted. A stunningly beautiful female supreme looked down upon the world, and all beings knelt in submission. She pursued the highest realm, but at the most critical moment was ambushed by a man and a woman. Blood stained the heavens, and the female supreme fell in hatred. The scene flashed, changing to the Lingxiao sect's mountain gate, where the figure of the Grand Elder Qi Yu was clearly visible. Lingxiao sect. Grand Elder. How could these appear in the images? Then Chu Xian's figure appeared. Yu Jian, being a little fan of Chu Xian, was the first to shout, "It's master." Then Yu Jian, Tang Lu, and others appeared one after another in the images. What is this? Yu Jian's pupils shrank. Tang Lu frowned. This isn't an inheritance. Xia Jie also sensed something was off. That's right. It should be her memories. Xiao Daidai covered his mouth. Could it be that senior sister Lin Xian is the reincarnation of that female supreme? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was startled. Lin Xian had actually lived 2 lives. While everyone was still immersed in the shock brought by Lin Xian's past memories, Yu Jian suddenly widened his eyes, pointing at the barrier, and exclaimed, "Damn it!" Airby went in. Everyone turned their heads sharply. They saw Airby having somehow passed through the barrier, carrying a piece of bone as white as jade in his mouth, happily trotting towards Lin Xian. How did this barrier get broken? Xia Jie was in shock. Xiao Daidai rubbed his eyes. How did Airby get in? Tang Lu's gaze sharpened, staring at the bone in Airby's mouth. That piece of bone is suspicious. Airby reached Lin Xian's side, carefully placing the bone in front of her knees, nudging it gently with his nose, as if urging something. Then an unbelievable scene unfolded before everyone. Buzz! The bone suddenly erupted with a soft white light, harmonizing with the golden mark on Lin Xian's forehead. Then the entire temple transformed into a massive golden beam, surging towards Lin Xian. Woof! Airby barked excitedly, wagging his tail even more joyfully. Everyone was immediately dumbfounded. What in the world is this dog? Before Lin Xian, a path formed slowly from endless runes, exuding an oppressive might that seemed capable of suppressing the ages. She has obtained the qualification to become an emperor. Although the crowd was shocked, they were unaware of what the emperor's path was. Little Daidai asked, "What is the emperor's path?" Summer Jie was taken aback. How could the disciples of Lingxiao sect be so clueless, like a bunch of little rabbits? How could they be unaware of something so well known? Summer Jie slowly said, "The appearance of the emperor's path signifies that this person only needs to cultivate step by step to achieve the realm of an emperor, to suppress all enemies in the world." Yet according to Sister Lin Xian's memories, wasn't she already quite formidable in her previous life? Summer Jie took a deep breath and continued. Being formidable in a previous life doesn't necessarily mean she was an emperor. If she truly was an emperor, how could she have been easily ambushed and killed? Below the emperor, all are mere ants. In fact, in Summer Jie's understanding, he had only heard of the existence of the emperor's path, and thus believed this was the emperor's path. At this moment, Lin Xian was experiencing a higher-level immortal path. At this point, Lin Xian had already taken on the appearance of an immortal. The crowd conversed while observing Lin Xian. Lin Xian remained seated with closed eyes, the barrier still intact, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, the communication jade slip at Summer Jie's waist flickered violently, emitting a frantic cry, "For help, Your Highness! Save us! A mass of black mist is pursuing us!" The horrifying scream suddenly ceased. Summer Jie's face changed drastically as he hurriedly checked the jade plate. 3 dots representing royal family members extinguished at the same time. Not good. Yu Jian suddenly stood up, realizing that near the location where the 3 royal members had vanished, the dots representing 3 remaining disciples of Lingxiao sect were flickering. Tang Lu also noticed the situation on the jade plate, and without a word, he grabbed his spear and transformed into a shadow, charging out. Summer Jia followed closely behind with a cold gaze. Yu Jian then spoke to little Dai Dai and the others in a deep voice. You all guard Lin Xian. Before his words fell, he had already leaped to catch up with Tang Lu and the others. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Wuxiang spiritual ruins, 3 disciples of Lingxiao sect were quickly advancing across the plain. Faster, everyone is just ahead. The leading disciple panted heavily. Everyone is really fast. We're the only ones left. The other 2 were not in much better shape, gasping and running hard. However, in the next moment, a large mass of viscous black mist suddenly surged beside the 3, the sinister aura sending chills down their spines. What is that? The black mist twisted like a living thing, instantly lunging at the 3. Damn! Run! An endless wave of fear surged into their hearts. The 3 could no longer care about their physical exhaustion and began to speed up frantically. However, no matter how fast they tried to go, they could not outrun the black mist. As the black mist drew closer, the 3 felt strangely relaxed. Hee. No more running. If we die, we die. Huh. Exactly. I was originally just a hunter and farmer. Experiencing a few days of immortal life is enough for me to die without regrets. Just as they were in despair, the black mist unexpectedly surged past them, continuing onward. It didn't kill us. One disciple collapsed on the ground, his face filled with confusion after surviving. Another suddenly pointed into the distance. Look. Isn't that senior brother Yu Jian? At the end of their line of sight, Tang Lu, Yu Jian, and Summer Jia were rushing over. And the target of the black mist was actually Yu Jian. Yu Jian seemed to sense something. His fists began to gather power secretly. Boom. The black mist collided violently with Yu Jian. Yu Jian unleashed a punch, his spiritual power exploding, but the black mist merely paused slightly before countless tentacles emerged from it, wrapping around him. Sizzle. A tentacle swept by, and Yu Jian's arm was immediately torn open, blood gushing out. Yu Jian. Tang Lu shouted coldly, his spear imbued with dark golden light stabbed toward the black mist, but it was like a mud cow entering the sea. Summer Jia's royal dragon energy was also devoured by the black mist, his expression changing drastically. This damned thing can devour spiritual power. Within the black mist, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened, and a hoarse voice echoed, Lingxiao sect. Should all die? The black mist surged like a towering wave, crashing down on the 3. Boom. Yu Jian shouted violently, gathering all his spiritual power into his fist. He suddenly smashed it toward the center of the black mist. However, the moment his fist touched the black mist, it was completely devoured. Be careful. Tang Lu swept his spear, the dark golden patterns on his arm flashing wildly, and a slash severed the tentacle that was attacking Summer Jia. Yet the severed tentacle fell to the ground and turned into black water, quickly merging back into the mist. This damn thing can't be killed. Summer Jia was sweating profusely as he continuously unleashed golden dragon energy from his hands, but it had little effect. Suddenly, Yu Jian's pupils constricted. Look at those tentacles. Each writhing black mist tentacle vaguely revealed a distorted human face. There were faces of the Li family members, expressions of the disciples from the burning Heaven Valley in pain, and even the 3 royal family members who had just fallen. Of course, there were many faces the 3 did not recognize. It has devoured everyone. Summer Jia's voice trembled. I fear there are less than 20 living people in the Wuxiang spiritual ruins now. Sizzle. A tentacle suddenly pierced through Tang Liu's defenses, tearing a gash in his shoulder. The dark golden blood just began to seep out before it was greedily absorbed by the black mist. Huh. The voice of Li Jing echoed madly from within the black mist. Did you see? This is the consequence of opposing the Li family. Li Jing. Yu Jian roared angrily. Are you out of your mind? What answered him were 3 violently growing tentacles, each carrying the oppressive force of the peak of the spiritual spring realm. Summer Jia hurriedly summoned the royal secret treasure, 9 dragon seal, 9 golden dragon phantoms spiraled out, temporarily forcing back the black mist. But cracks immediately appeared on the surface of the treasure, clearly unable to hold for long. If this continues, we will surely die. Tang Lu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The dark golden patterns had spread to his neck. We must find the core. Although the 3 of them didn't find Li Jing's weakness, it wouldn't be easy for Li Jing to achieve a quick victory either. Just as the battle was entering a heated phase, the black mist suddenly began to churn violently. The faces that had been devoured actually began to gnash at each other, emitting heartbreaking wails. No, don't. Li Jing's voice suddenly turned fearful. Senior. You promised to let me keep my consciousness. A much older hoarse voice echoed. Waste. Can't even handle 3 juniors. In the center of the black mist, a pulsating black heart gradually emerged. Each pulse made the entire space tremble. Now's the time. Tang Liu's eyes shone with brilliance. The 3 simultaneously unleashed their strongest strike. Yu Jian's fists ignited with crimson flames. Tang Liu's spear transformed into dark golden lightning, while Summer Jia bit his tongue, to draw blood, activating the nine-dragon seal. Boom! The explosion's shockwave destroyed all the trees within 100 feet. Once the dust settled, the Black Heart was impaled by Tang Liu's spear. Oh! The black mist let out a heart-wrenching scream, starting to shrink madly. But before the three could catch their breath, they heard a cracked sound. Li's spear broke. The crisp sound of the spear snapping echoed in Tang Liu's ears like a thunderclap. He stared blankly at the weapon he acquired just before his father's death, dark golden patterns rapidly spreading from his neck across his entire face, his pupils shrinking to pinprick size. The moment the last word fell to the ground within a Tinjong radius around Tang, Liu suddenly collapsed by 3 feet. A violent surge of blood energy formed a visible dark red wave, reducing the surrounding rubble to dust. Just as Li Jing revealed a mocking smile, a sudden shift caught his attention. Tang Liu's fist had already smashed hard into his face, black blood mixed with a few teeth splattering out. The weight of this punch directly created a sonic boom. The ensuing battle completely defied logic. Tang Liu utterly abandoned defense, every punch carrying the might of tearing the heavens and splitting the earth. He tore apart the incoming black mist tentacles with his bare hands, producing a sizzling sound like hot iron meeting water as the dark golden blood came into contact with the black mist. An elbow strike sent Li Jing crashing into the rock wall, and Tang Liu followed up with a knee strike to his abdomen, causing the entire cliff to collapse under this blow. Xia Jia watched in astonishment. Is this still Tang Liu? Do not provoke Tang Liu. The consequences are severe. Li Jing's heart was secretly shaken. What is wrong with this kid? The bloodline of the war god can actually be this strong. Just as Tang Liu grasped Li Jing by the throat and lifted him, an unexpected change occurred. Li Jing's mouth curled into a strange smile. Suddenly, the black mist surged into Tang Liu's body through his 7 orifices, and the dark golden patterns were instantly stained black. Tang Liu let out a muffled groan, his movements freezing for a moment. He, got you. Li Jing sneered, his fingers like knives stabbing toward Tang Liu's heart. Sizzle. The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed, but it was Chu Xian who was injured. In a moment of life and death, he pushed Tang Liu away, but was pierced through the shoulder himself. Ant. Li Jing laughed maliciously just as he was about to completely deal with Chu Xian. Suddenly a beam of golden light shot up from the distance, piercing the clouds. Li Jing's heart shook violently, the aura of the Imperial Path. No, this is the path to immortality. Huh. Heaven is helping me. The bloodline of the war god actually appeared at the same time as the path to immortality. They are both mine. He suddenly shook off the crowd, greedily gazing toward the source of the golden light. At this moment in his eyes, Tang Liu's bloodline could be temporarily set aside. Missing the formation of the path to immortality would mean losing it forever. Therefore, he unhesitatingly abandoned Tang Liu and transformed into a beam of black light, racing toward the golden light. Chu Xian and the others also gained a brief moment to catch their breath. Senior brother. The 3 disciples of the Lingxiao sect stumbled over, holding 9 petals that emitted a dreamlike glow. The oldest disciple's lips trembled. Senior brother, the petals of the other shore flower. 9 petals. Chu Xian pressed his hand against his shoulder wound and took a healing pill. Seeing the 3 of them hand him the petals, he was momentarily stunned. What time is it? Why are you giving me petals? At that time, when Chu Xian issued orders to the disciples, Chu Xian was escorting Xia Huang away and was not present, so he was unaware of the petal's significance. However, Tang Liu's eyes lit up. He had indeed remembered Chu Xian's instructions. He swiftly took the petals and stored them in his storage ring. Go. Lin Xian is still over there. Xia Jia frowned, but said nothing more, following the pace of the others. Just as they ran a short distance, the entire ground suddenly began to twist. The phase refresh began again. This phase refresh came with a destructive force. Mountains collapsed, rivers reversed, as if the entire world was collapsing toward the center. A gigantic boulder 100 zhang in size swept over their heads, vanishing from sight in an instant. Not good. Xia Jia's face changed dramatically. Is the Wuxiang Lingshu about to close? Why is it so fast this time? The group ran desperately, the ground behind them crumbling inch by inch. Ahead, the golden light and black mist had already begun to collide violently. Amidst the clash of golden light and black mist, Lin Xian slowly opened her eyes. Her pupils had transformed into a faint golden color, and an ethereal aura surrounded her, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to converge with every movement. Li Jing, shrouded in black mist, stared at her, greed gleaming in his eyes. Immortal bone. You actually have a mortal bone within you. No wonder the path to immortality would manifest. All I need to do is dig out your immortal bone to gain the qualification for immortality. Lin Xian did not respond, merely raising her hand as a golden sword chi coalesced out of thin air, slashing toward Li Jing. Only the nearby air by excitedly yelped, woof. The golden sword Qi crashed violently into the black mist. Boom! Both retreated a few steps, surprisingly evenly matched. Li Jing let out a sinister laugh, suddenly flickering away, abandoning Lin Xian and charging straight at Xiao Dai and the others behind her. Be careful! Lin Xian's expression changed slightly as she hurriedly moved to intercept. Sizzle! A black mist blade sliced across her arm, drawing a stream of golden blood. Though Li Jing's sneak attack was blocked, Lin Xian sustained a light injury, causing her breath to momentarily falter. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Li Jing's assault became frenzied. The black mist transformed into countless blades attacking Lin Xian from all directions. Though she fought desperately to defend herself, her movements were no longer as fluid as before, gradually falling into a disadvantage. Senior sister. Xiao Dai anxiously wanted to help, but was blown away by the violent residual force of spiritual energy. Just at that critical moment, boom! A figure descended from the sky, Yu Jian covered in blood, his fist, like a dragon, forcibly clearing a section of black mist. Junior sister, we are here. Tang Lu and Xia Jie followed closely behind, forming a triangular formation to protect Lin Xian in the center. However, before they could regroup, the entire world suddenly began to tremble. Countless starlights rose from the ground, mountains, rivers, and flora. Everything was gradually becoming ethereal. The Wuxiang Lingshu is about to close. Xia Jie exclaimed in shock. Li Jing's face was overjoyed. Ha! Ha! I shall finally leave this hellish place. Little brats, we will meet outside. Before he finished speaking, his body began to dissolve into black mist. The others could only watch helplessly as the black mist dissipated with no way to stop it. Xia Jie hurriedly gathered everyone together, preparing to leave the Wuxiang Lingshu. The surrounding world gradually transformed into starlight. A blinding white light flashed, and when everyone opened their eyes again, they stood in the desert at the entrance of the Wuxiang Lingshu. What met Yu Jian and the others' eyes was a scene of hell on earth. The entrance to the Wuxiang Lingshu, which should have been bustling with noise, had now become a blood-soaked hell. The yellow sand was soaked with blood, and severed limbs lay scattered everywhere. Many corpses dressed in various sect uniforms appeared to have been pierced by something. 300 zhang away, that familiar black mist was being beaten mercilessly by a young man. Damn, where are my Lingxiao sect disciples? How did this monster come out? The disciples of Lingxiao sect exclaimed in shock. Master. Sect leader. With a loud bang, Chu Xian slapped the black mist, sending it rolling for dozens of meters as a piercing scream from Li Jing echoed from within. Damn, where are my Lingxiao sect disciples? How did a ghost like you come out here? Chu Xian cursed and kicked again. Li Jing in the black mist was almost in tears. After finally escaping from the Wuxiang spirit ruins where he had been imprisoned for 1,000 years, he emerged only to be met with a powerful saint. His cultivation was directly restrained by this saint, and he was being beaten down by a mere peak spirit spring realm cultivator. Is there any justice in this? Master! Sect master! The joyful shouts of the Lingxiao sect members reached him, and Chu Xian turned to see that all his disciples were standing there, relieving him of his worries. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chu Xian slapped the black mist again, saying, you deserve to be punished. After inquiring about the situation from his disciples, they began recounting Li Jing's misdeeds in the Wuxiang spirit ruins. What about devouring cultivators, ambushing Lingxiao sect disciples, attempting to seize Tang Liu's bloodline and the immortal bone? After hearing this, Chu Xian waved his hand impatiently. Just crush him. Long Outyin chuckled, his big hand grasping, directly crushing the black mist. Boom. The black mist exploded, dissipating into wisps of black smoke. As everyone was discussing matters in the Wuxiang spirit ruins, the emperor of the Daxia Empire, Xia Yanqiu, appeared in midair. He nodded slightly to Chu Xian, his gaze sweeping across Yu Jian with a seemingly indifferent look. Chu Xian took the little bai from Yu Jian's arms and looked at Bai's front paws as they rubbed its small nose, smiling. All right, let's head back to the Piamiao city. This place is too bloody, even Bai isn't used to it. The group said no more and quickly returned to the Piamiao city. Just as they departed, a figure in a black robe quietly appeared in the desert. He crouched down, lightly touching the sand, and after a moment pinched up a barely noticeable wisp of black mist, his expression extremely respectful. I welcome the ancestors' escape. Then the figure in black vanished into smoke. On the top floor of the drunken immortal tower, a gauzy curtain fluttered slightly. A stunningly beautiful woman lay quietly on a jade couch, her skin as white as snow, her features like a painting, yet she appeared lifeless, as if in a deep slumber for 1,000 years. This woman was none other than the Daxia princess Xiazhu. Chu Xian turned to his disciples and asked, have you found the petals of the other shore flower? Tang Lu immediately took out 9 translucent petals. He explained to Chu Xian that they were found by the 3 disciples. Chu Xian looked at the 3 with satisfaction, who immediately felt embarrassed and scratched their heads. Chu Xian said after returning to the sect. You three can soak in the bloodline immortal pond for 10 days. The three disciples were ecstatic, repeatedly thanking him. Thank you, sect master. Thank you, sect master. Afterward, Chu Xian ordered everyone to leave, leaving only Yu Jian and Xia Yanqiu. Yu Jian. Chu Xian rarely became serious, pointing to the woman on the jade couch and saying, "This is the Daxiao Princess Xiazhu. She is the ancient Yellow Spring sacred body and will remain in slumber until awakened. To awaken her, the petals of the other shore flower are needed." He paused, adding meaningfully, "as well as the union with a pure yang body." Yu Jian nodded thoughtfully. This condition is quite harsh. A pure yang body is hard to find. Chu Xian immediately facepalmed. "You brat, you're fine everywhere else, but your thinking is different from others. The one lying there is called Xiazhu. From now on, you shall be called Fu Chun. You are a great pure celestial body. Absolutely a pure yang body." Yu Jian suddenly realized. His eyes widened in shock. "Wait, master, do you mean?" Xia Yanqiu suddenly bowed deeply. "Please, young friend, save my daughter's life." Yu Jian's face instantly turned red, taking several steps back, waving his hands. "Your Majesty, I am afraid I cannot comply." Chu Xian shouted. "You're finished. Master, this isn't right. I'm wholeheartedly pursuing the Tao. How can I?" Chu Xian glared. "How is it not right? Is the princess not beautiful and a sacred body from ancient times unworthy of you?" Yu Jian was in a panic, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "It's not about worthiness." He stammered for a long time, suddenly gritting his teeth. "My life was saved by master. I only wish to serve by your side, not wanting to be distracted." Chu Xian was taken aback, and then his eyes turned red. His disciple's pure thoughts were actually because he wanted to take care of him that he rejected such a good fortune. He recalled the time he teased him, thinking he wasn't going to marry a partner, believing it was to make himself happy. Foolish child. Chu Xian ruffled Yu Jian's hair, his voice unusually gentle. "I'm not old enough to need you to take care of me yet. But listen to me." Chu Xian said sternly. "If the ancient Yellow Spring sacred body is not awakened in time, Xiazhu will undoubtedly die within a year. Can you bear to watch a beautiful maiden die just like that?" Xia Yanqiu hurriedly stepped forward. "Young friend, I beg you. I only hope that Zhu'er can live on. After this matter, regardless of the outcome, the Daxiao will forever be a subordinate of the Lingxiao sect." Yu Jian looked at Chu Xian, then at Xia Yanqiu, who was so humble, and finally sighed. "All right." Chu Xian's face immediately broke into a smile as he hurriedly detailed the awakening method. "Remember, after consuming the petals of the other shore flower, you need to use your pure yang blood as a guide then." Cough, cough. Chu Xian blushed, quickly pulling Xia Yanqiu out of the room. Boom. At the moment the door closed, Chu Xian's voice came faintly. "Disciple, be gentle." In the 8th floor hall of the Drunken Immortal Tower, everyone was discussing vigorously. The owner of the Drunken Immortal Tower recounted the events that transpired while they were in the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins. It turned out that while they felt only 1 or 2 days had passed in the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins, an entire month had gone by in the outside world. During the opening of the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins, due to the majority of the Li family's Qinghuan guards being consumed by Long Outyin, the Daxia royal family directly eradicated the Li family with thunderous methods listing all of the Li family's crimes. Simultaneously, the upper echelons of 10 major sects, including the Piaomiao sect and the Burning Sky Valley, were all executed by the Daxia royal family. Without the Li family's Qinghuan guards to restrain them, the Northern Demon Clan was relentlessly pursued by the Luiyue Legion for thousands of miles, nearing extinction. This series of news left the members of the Lingxiao sect and the royal family with their mouths agape. Just then Chu Xian and Xia Yanqiu descended from upstairs. Everyone stood up to pay their respects. Chu Xian waved his hand. "All right, sit down. How was this experience? What did you all encounter inside?" So everyone began to recount their various experiences in the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins. Chu Xian listened earnestly, nodding frequently. However, as if they had all agreed, not a single person mentioned Lin Xian's past life memories. Until finally, when they spoke of Lin Xian battling the Black Mist and being injured by it, this former half-emperor suddenly stood up angrily, shouting, "I spit. If this were my past life, I would have spat out a mouthful of saliva." At this point, Lin Xian suddenly froze. "Oh no, did I just say something wrong? How did I reveal my most important secret?" Chu Xian's eyes widened in confusion as he looked at Lin Xian. At that moment, Tang Lu spoke up. "Master, she has died." Chu Xian instantly turned into a curious child. "Oh, Lu'er, quickly tell me what happened. What's going on?" In the midst of speaking, he unexpectedly pulled out a large handful of fragrant melon seeds from somewhere. At the top of the Drunken Immortal Tower, the candlelight flickered as Yu Jian stood before the jade couch, his fingertips trembling slightly. On the couch lay a girl with snow-white skin radiating a faint golden glow, her black hair cascading down like a waterfall. He took a deep breath, placing 9 petals of the other shore flower into his mouth, gently leaning down. The petals transformed into 9 drops of glistening liquid that dripped into Xia Zhu's mouth. Suddenly, a golden pattern flashed between the girl's eyebrows, and her sleeping body seemed to be awakened by the essence of the sun. Although Xia Zhu's eyes were tightly closed, her jade fingers unconsciously began to loosen Yu Jian's clothing. The 8th floor of the drunken immortal tower was brightly lit, filled with the aroma of wine. After listening to everyone recount Lin Xian's past, Chu Xian fell silent for a moment, then suddenly slammed his hand on the table, causing the wine cups to clatter. Xianer. Chu Xian strode forward to Lin Xian, gently resting his palm on his shoulder. We could not help you in your past life, but in this life you have joined my Lingxiao sect. I will surely assist you in reaching the pinnacle once more and avenging that deadly grudge. Count me in. Little Dai leaned over, still clutching half a skewer of candied hawthorn. Senior sister, whoever dares to bully you, Little Dai, will be the first to object. Let me count as well. Tang Liu's voice was low yet resolute. Not everyone can touch the people of Lingxiao sect. Subsequently, a multitude of disciples from both the inner and outer sect of Lingxiao expressed their determination to follow Lin Xian in this life, vowing to repay the grievances of the past. Lin Xian gazed at the sincere faces before him, the icy barrier brought by past memories melting away like spring snow in that moment. Although he had reached the half-emperor realm in his previous life, he was now merely a direct disciple of Lingxiao sect. He should cherish the present. Lin Xian took a deep breath and suddenly knelt on one knee, saying, Disciple Lin Xian, thank you, master, and thank you, fellow disciples. Get up, get up. Chu Xian pulled him up, casually stuffing a jar of strong wine into his arms. Disciple, shall we not return until we are drunk tonight? As the wine jars clashed, fine liquor splashed everywhere. Amidst the cheers of the disciples, Lin Xian tilted his head back and drank deeply, the fiery liquid sliding down his throat, allowing him to taste the flavor of home for the first time. Outside the window, the bright moon shone down, illuminating the golden pattern on her forehead. This reincarnated half-emperor finally let down her guard at this moment, merging into this warm and bustling world. Just as everyone was raising their cups in celebration, a sudden dull thud echoed from above, causing the table on the 8th floor to tremble slightly. Hiss! Little Dai bit into the candied hawthorn, her eyes wide with surprise. Yu Jian. Are you tearing down the building? An inner sect disciple, slightly tipsy, teased. From the sound, it seems more intense than tearing down a building. Ha ha. Everyone stifled their laughter, exchanging glances. Lin Xian coughed lightly, pretending to drink, though her ears turned slightly red. Before long, footsteps were heard coming from the staircase. Yu Jian descended the stairs, covering half of his flushed face, with faint scratch marks visible on his neck. Master. Your Majesty. Yu Jian's voice was clearly weak, his gaze drifting. Chu Xian glared at Yu Jian and said impatiently, still calling him Your Majesty. Yu Jian jolted, hurriedly clasping his hands to Xia Yanxiu. Your Majesty, rest assured, Yu Jian will never let Xia Zhu down in this life. Xia Yanxiu nodded in satisfaction. In the future, come back to the palace often with Zhuer. Yes, father-in-law. Chu Xian chuckled lightly and announced, from today on, Xia Zhu is the 4th direct disciple of my Lingxiao sect. Yu Jian's eyes widened in surprise. Huh, why do I feel like Master had already planned to take Xia Zhu as a disciple? Am I being plotted against by Master? The crowd burst into laughter, surrounding Yu Jian and teasing him. Senior brother, why is your face swollen? Did Airbai scratch you? But wait, Airbai has been sleeping and didn't even go upstairs. Tisk tisk, those scratch marks. The battle must have been fierce. Yu Jian, embarrassed and annoyed, swatted away the crowd, but couldn't help but sneak a glance at the staircase leading to the top floor. In the elegant room on the 8th floor of the drunken immortal tower, Chu Xian casually flipped through the map of the Great Xia territory presented by Xia Yanxiu, who was reporting everything to him. On the first day of each month, the royal family sends 70% of the mining income to the Lingxiao sacred land. Xia Yanxiu traced several vermilion marks on the map with his fingertip. Chu Xian nodded lightly, recalling that when he was at Yunxiao sect, he had dealt with many similar sect-related matters. In exchange, my Lingxiao sect can ensure the peace of Great Xia and the Great Xia royal family. But one thing must be clear, the Great Xia royal family cannot act in the name of my Lingxiao sect. Xia Yanqi's face lit up with joy as this firmly bound Great Xia and Lingxiao sect together. Rest assured, Holy Master, this will never happen. Chu Xian continued. How are the preparations for recruiting disciples going? I have already drafted the decree, and from today recruitment points will be established throughout Great Xia. Each recruitment point will accept enough candidates to fill 100 slots, and the royal family will send them to the sacred land. Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction. Long Outyin has returned to the sect to fetch the disciple recruitment wheel, and he is expected to return in 5 days. Xia Yanxiu couldn't help but tremble. Just mentioning this made him feel that the spirit stones the royal family gave to Lingxiao sect were somewhat of a waste. Recruiting disciples completely depended on luck. He had never seen such an outrageous method of recruiting disciples in his life. The next day, when Xiazhu finally awakened from her slumber, her originally ink-like eyes had turned into a deep, dark golden color, surrounded by a faint aura of the yellow springs. "Father," she softly called, her voice still carrying the raspy tone of someone just waking up. Xia Yanxiu hurried forward, tightly grasping his daughter's hand, his eyes slightly red. "Zhu'er, you have finally woken up." Before he finished speaking, Xiazhu's gaze had already directly passed Xia Yanxiu, landing squarely on Yu Jian at the door. The girl's pale cheeks suddenly flushed, her fingertips unconsciously gripping the brocade quilt tightly. Xia Yanxiu, however, was oblivious, holding Xia Zhu's hand even more excitedly. Cough. Chu Xian coughed heavily, and Xia Yanxiu immediately snapped back to reality. "Zhu'er, quickly come and greet your master. Your awakening depends entirely on your master." Xiazhu nodded gently, about to get out of bed to pay her respects, when Chu Xian hurriedly stopped her. "Zhu'er has just awakened, so there's no need for excessive formalities." Then he smiled broadly. "From now on, you are a direct disciple of Lingshao sect. I have the 9 turns Yellow Springs art here. Zhu'er will begin her cultivation today." Xia Yanqia's pupils instantly constricted. "Huh, didn't you say you didn't have it? Didn't you say you needed some sort of tower? How come you have it right here? Did I get tricked?" Chu Xian glanced at Xia Yanxiu, gently blinking, as if to say, "How about that? Am I generous with my daughter-in-law and disciple?" Xia Yanqia's gaze slightly dodged, secretly thinking, "Sigh. If it's a trick, let it be. It's more important that my daughter wakes up." Little Dai ran over to Xia Zhu, smiling and stuffing her hands full of spirit fruits. Whispering, "Senior sister, hurry and eat. These were specially picked for you by senior brother Yu." Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Yu Jian's ears turned red as he stammered, I just happened to pass by." Xiazhu lowered her head, biting her lips. "Thank you, senior brother." Afterwards, everyone discreetly exited the top floor, giving Yu Jian and Xiazhu some space. In the tavern opposite the drunken immortal pavilion, Xia Jia unconsciously crushed the jade cup in his hand. The young eunuch beside him quietly reminded, "Your Highness, it's time to return to the palace." Xia Jia suddenly stood up and waved his sleeve as he left. Meanwhile, a wisp of black mist was quietly seeping into his hair. Yun Feiyong finally returned from the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins. While in the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins, he had engaged in battle with Yu Jian and retreated directly, only to encounter spirit beasts attacking him, leading 2 disciples of the Piamiao sect in a fierce battle against the beasts. Due to being slightly farther from the center, he did not encounter the demonized Li Jing, thus escaping a calamity. Later, when the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins closed, the 3 emerged to find only a pile of severed limbs in the desert. The trio did not take it to heart. After all, when had the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins closed without rivers of blood? However, as they entered the Piamiao sect, they sensed something was amiss. The entire Piamiao sect was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere of death, with disciples hurriedly carrying their belongings. Yun Feiyong grabbed one person and sternly asked, "What are you all doing?" The Piamiao sect disciple was taken aback upon seeing Yun Feiyong, unable to believe he had returned alive. "Senior brother Yun, so much has happened while you were in the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins." The disciple, tearful and sniffling, recounted all that had transpired during that time to Yun Feiyong. Thunder roared in Yun Feiyong's mind. "Alas, I advised Master not to collude with the Li family, but Master would not listen. Now all the high-ranking members of the sect have been executed. The Piamiao sect is in grave danger. What should I do now?" Just as Yun Feiyong was in a state of confusion, an old man approached him. "Young Yun." Yun Feiyong quickly turned to look at the newcomer. "Master Sai." The visitor was none other than the appraisal master from the auction house, Sai Chuanxiu. The old man lightly patted Yun Feiyong's shoulder, his eyes filled with sorrow. "Young Yun, the agreement between me and the Piamiao sect has expired. Now that all the high-ranking members are dead, I must bid you farewell." Yun Feiyong's heart trembled. "Master Sai is leaving." The old man gently nodded, sighing, "As previously agreed, I would refine pills for your Piamiao sect for 3 years, and in return you would gift me the Book of Herbs. Now it is precisely the end of the 3-year term." Yun Feiyong had indeed heard of this matter, and it was inappropriate to insist on keeping him. He immediately clasped his fists and said then, "I wish Master Sai a smooth journey." The old man stroked his beard, but showed no intention of leaving, immediately squinting his eyes and slowly saying, "What are your plans for the future, young Yun?" Yun Feiyong remained silent for a long time, his gaze gradually firming as he solemnly declared to develop and strengthen the Piamiao sect. The old man laughed heartily. "Ha! Young man, I like your spirit. Among the entire Piamiao sect, I only have eyes for you. Do you need me to point you towards a clear path?" Yun Feiyong's heart leaped with joy, and he hurriedly knelt on one knee respectfully, saying, "Please enlighten me, master. I will definitely follow your instructions. You should seek protection from the person in charge of the Daxiao now, otherwise the Piamiao sect will surely perish within half a month." Yun Feiyong strongly agreed with the old man's words. If the Piaomiao sect did not make the right decisions, their former enemies would ensure that nothing remained of the sect. Are you telling me to seek out the royal family? The old man shook his head with a smile. Lingxiao sect. Yun Feiyong asked in confusion. Lingxiao sect. Why does that sound so familiar? The two people beside him quickly reminded senior brother we encountered them in the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Li Jing said the Lingxiao sect killed 3 members of the Piaomiao sect. Yun Feiyong suddenly realized. So it's them. The old man continued. The Lingxiao sect is currently the strongest sect in Daxia, even the royal family bows before them. You have 3 options before you. First, submit to the Lingxiao sect, offer them benefits, and let them protect you. Second, simply pack the entire Piaomiao sect and join the Lingxiao sect. Third, lead this group of disciples to carve out a bloody path on the lands of Daxia, but one must wonder how many would be willing to follow you. Yun Feiyong surveyed the entire Piaomiao sect. At this moment, the number of disciples had severely dwindled, leaving perhaps only 300 to 500. Surviving in Daxia with enemies everywhere was akin to scaling the heavens. The old man continued to be honest. I'm about to go visit the Lingxiao sect. If you truly intend to seek refuge with them, I can take you along. Yun Feiyong struggled for a long time before finally nodding in agreement. All right, I will trouble Master Sai with everything. He then gathered the remaining disciples of the Piaomiao sect to begin counting the remaining cultivation resources. Little did they know, once they finished counting, everyone was left in tears. Not a single resource remained. They had all been swept away by some low-ranking elders. The entire sect's warehouse had only 2 grains of mouse droppings left. Yun Feiyong was filled with rage, grinding his teeth and saying, these beasts. If I ever encounter them again, I will kill them all. One of the Piaomiao sect disciples whispered, Master Sai, we have no resources left. Will the Lingxiao sect take us in? The old man sighed helplessly. Alas, if that's the case, just follow me. As Sai Chunxiu led the group of Piaomiao sect disciples out of the sect, they saw Chu Xian waiting outside with Long Outyin. Old man, I've come to pick you up. The old man glared at Chu Xian. I have one requirement for going to your Lingxiao sect. Let these Piaomiao sect disciples join the Lingxiao sect. Chu Xian was taken aback. Looking at the more than 400 people before him, he couldn't be more pleased. The Lingxiao sect only had a little over 500 members, and if these Piaomiao sect disciples were added, it would directly reach 1,000. Moreover, Chu Xian noticed that among the Piaomiao sect disciples there were as many as 6 who had reached the Spirit Spring realm. The young man beside the old man was even at the pinnacle of the Spirit Spring realm. By recruiting this group of people, the system task would be directly completed. He would also attain the pinnacle of the Tao-seeking realm. Seeing that Chu Xian had not responded, the old man thought he was unwilling and was about to threaten him when Chu Xian said, that's not impossible, but I have one condition. What condition? Chu Xian took out the broken harpoon of Tang Lu from his storage ring and tossed it to the old man. This is my disciple's weapon. Oh, it broke in the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Didn't you say you had seen more alchemists and blacksmiths than I have had meals? Find someone to fix this harpoon. The old man raised an eyebrow. This kid was quite good to his disciples. All right, no problem. The old man immediately sought out someone. As he spoke, he took out a delicate communication jade slip. Old partner, come to the East Sea coast to a country called Daxia. Not long after, a voice echoed from the communication jade slip. Damn. Master Sai, you're still alive. I'm on my way. Initially, Chu Xian did not pay attention, but when he heard the voice in the communication jade slip, he was instantly invigorated. You actually know Duan Hong. Hearing Chu Xian's question, the old man was also taken aback. You actually know Duan Hong. At that moment, Chu Xian finally understood that the old man before him was truly extraordinary. Duan Hong is the top blacksmith in the eastern wilderness, and in the past, Chu Xian often visited Duan Hong's forge. Most of the weapons used by the Yunxiao sect were produced in Duan Hong's shop. Duan Hong's ability to speak so casually with this old man suggested that their relationship was anything but ordinary. The old man squinted his eyes and asked, who are you? Chu Xian did not answer but retorted, and who are you? I am the old man whose name has not changed, and whose surname remains the same. Sai Chunxiu. Chu Xian, He had truly never heard of this name. However, he had once heard Zhang Qing mention that he had studied under a teacher with the surname Sai. Could this be the old man before him? Kid, you aren't here to deceive me on behalf of some sacred ground, are you? Chu Xian's expression turned serious. My name is Chu Xian, and my father is Chu Xian. Upon hearing Chu Xian introduce himself, Sai Chunky's pupils instantly contracted. You are the son of Chu Xian, the Chu Xian who once swept through all the talents of the eastern wilderness. Chu Xian smiled gently and nodded. The old man was even more shocked. I heard that little Zhang Qing said you had lost all your cultivation and become a waste. How did you become a peak spirit spring realm cultivator now? Chu Xian replied. I obtained some small opportunities, just a fluke. Oh, what opportunities? Sai Chunxiu immediately became interested. Years ago, Zhang Qing had described Chu Xian's physical condition to Cai Chuanxiu, who then concluded that Chu Xian would never be able to cultivate again in this lifetime. Thus, he had never gone to the Yunxiao sect. He never expected that this kid had now already reached the peak of the spirit spring realm. Chu Xian replied, "Old man, don't ask so many questions. Since you could summon Duan Hong, then these people shall be accepted by my Lingxiao sect. Let's go." Cai Chuanxiu, filled with curiosity, followed behind Chu Xian, persistently asking questions. Chu Xian, feeling impatient with the questioning, directly instructed Long Ao Tian to lead the old man back to the Piaomiao city first. When Chu Xian brought a large group of Piaomiao sect disciples to Piaomiao city, Xia Yanqiu had already prepared the Dao boat under Long Ao Tian's instructions. Half a day later, the Dao boat rose from the center square of Piaomiao city, heading towards the Lingxiao sect. This journey to the Wuxiang spirit ruins had officially come to an end. In the vast western territories of the Great Xia Empire lies a desolate land. On this cracked earth, yellow sand fills the sky and demonic energy swirls, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. In the distance, black castles towered majestically. Demonic cultivators clad in black robes marked with strange runes traversed through the shadows. This region is the domain of demonic cultivators. It is known as the Nine Nether Demonic Soil. The Demon King's palace is the ruler of this land. Currently, more than 10 powerful figures from the demonic sect have gathered within the palace. Palace Master, has the ancestor really returned? The leading figure in black robes slowly took out a wisp of black fog from his bosom and gently placed it on the high seat at the front of the hall. The ancestor has been suppressed for 10,000 years and has finally escaped from that ghostly place. But this wisp of true soul is far too weak. Send the order down. The ancestor has returned and the slaughter begins. Understood. On the coast of the East Sea Lingxiao sect, the Dao boat flew directly into the Lingxiao sect, slowly landing on the sect's plaza. Subsequently, a long staircase descended from the Dao boat, and Chu Xian was the first to step down. Qi Yu and the others had already been waiting for a long time, and behind them were 20 NPC elders. Most of the disciples of the Lingxiao sect were in cultivation, so there were not many disciples in the plaza, only a few dozen. "Welcome back to the sect master." Chu Xian waved his hand to the crowd. No need for such formalities. Then he and Jian and the others filed down from the Dao boat, followed by many Piaomiao sect disciples. As soon as the Piaomiao sect disciples emerged from the Dao boat, all their bodies trembled simultaneously, and they froze on the staircase of the Dao boat. An overwhelming amount of spiritual energy enveloped all of them as strands of Dao traces surged into their bodies. The rules of heaven and earth continuously flickered before their eyes. Yun Feiyong felt somewhat dizzy, as if his soul were about to emerge. His entire body felt light and ethereal, and he was in a state of bliss. Is this the Lingxiao sect? Everyone in the Lingxiao sect had already received the news, knowing that many would join the Lingxiao sect this time. Seeing so many Piaomiao sect disciples, they were not surprised in the slightest. Chu Xian saw that the Piaomiao sect disciples were slow to move and had to announce helplessly, "From today onwards, you all are disciples of the Lingxiao sect. For now, you will all be classified as outer disciples. You can advance based on the sect's assessments." The Piaomiao sect disciples finally reacted and replied yes. Over 400 people responded simultaneously, their voices thunderous. At the same time, the system's notification sounded in Chu Xian's ears. Main Quest 2, reach 1,000 sect disciples with 10 disciples at the Spirit Spring realm. Completed reward, host cultivation level rises to the peak of the Dao Seeking realm. The host has accepted Main Quest 3, reach 10,000 sect disciples with 1,000 disciples at the Spirit Spring realm and 100 disciples at the Golden Core realm. Quest reward, host cultivation level rises to the peak of the Suboli realm, not completed in an instant. Chu Xian felt as if a golden core had instantly formed above the spirit spring within him. Following that, the spirit spring rapidly expanded under the nourishment of the golden core, transforming in the blink of an eye into a vast ocean. Then before Chu Xian's eyes, numerous paths began to appear, so many that they dazzled him. Why are there so many paths this time? Chu Xian looked at the dense paths and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Last time there seemed to be only 10, right? Now there must be thousands. Just as Chu Xian was questioning, all the paths began to merge rapidly. Vroom vroom vroom. The countless paths quickly overlapped like a carousel until only one remained. The peak of the Dao Seeking realm. In back, Chu Xian took a deep breath. His highest cultivation level before had been the Harmony realm, and now he was finally just one step away from returning to his peak moment. How could Chu Xian not be excited? At this moment, the system notification in his ears drew his thoughts back. Sect disciples breaking through lottery chances. 1 sect disciples breaking through lottery chances. 2 sect disciples breaking through lottery chances. 1. As Chu Xian was filled with joy, he discovered that the former Piao sect disciples were now all seated in the sect's plaza, focusing intently on their breakthroughs. The abundance of spiritual energy within the Lingxiao sect and the visible Tao rhythms made all the various problems encountered during their cultivation resolve effortlessly in such a rich environment. Then Chu Xian saw Cai Chuanxiu slowly descend from the Tao boat, pointing at the Lingxiao sect's architecture, occasionally sighing, and then suddenly brightening up. Meanwhile, the system's light screen appeared again. The first alchemist of the Eastern Wilderness has entered the sect. Hidden task completed. 100 acres of celestial fields have manifested at the sect's medicine peak. Cai Chuanxiu pointed and gestured all the way, eventually arriving in front of Chu Xian. Kid, this sect is quite good. Just as he began to speak, his words abruptly halted. You. Chu Xian smiled and said, "What's wrong, old man? Do you want to stay in my Lingxiao sect because it's so good?" Cai Chunky's finger trembled as he pointed at Chu Xian. When did reach the peak of the Tao Inquiry Realm? Chu Xian chuckled, standing with his hands behind his back. Is it that difficult to reach the peak of the Tao Inquiry Realm? I have been there before. Cai Chuanxiu was even more curious, while Chu Xian impatiently said, all right, are you still going to look at my Lingxiao sect's medicinal fields, or not? If you don't want to talk, then forget it. You have quite the temper, kid. With that, Cai Chuanxiu walked ahead on his own. Chu Xian grabbed the old man, saying this way. The two headed towards the medicinal peak of the Lingxiao sect. Along the way, Cai Chunky's eyes were completely opened. He followed Chu Xian through layers of clouds and mist, stepping onto the stone steps leading to the medicinal peak. As soon as he stepped onto the medicinal peak's territory, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, his nose twitching, eyes shining brightly. This is the scent of the fire dragon's sacred fruit. Cai Chuanxiu suddenly turned his head, looking deep into the medicinal peak with disbelief. Chu Xian lazily scratched his ear and said, Old man, don't be so surprised. You'll have your moments of astonishment later. How could Cai Chuanxiu hold back? He quickly rushed past Chu Xian, racing towards the depths of the medicinal peak. Along the way, the old man's eyes widened more and more. The sides of the mountain path were covered with spiritual herbs. 1,000-year-old purple spirit mushrooms spread out like an umbrella. 7-colored glass flowers swayed in the gentle breeze, and there were even a few legendary earth heart fire lotuses. How is this possible? Cai Chunky's voice trembled. Haven't the earth heart fire lotuses gone extinct long ago? Where did your Lingxiao sect get this from? Chu Xian shrugged and casually made up a reason. A few days ago, a little long insect came to provoke us and was slapped to death by Chiyu. This thing was found as a seed from his void ring, and I just planted it here. I can't just tell the old man that this was given by the system, right? Cai Chuanxiu, I don't believe you at all. Chu Xian was unwilling to say more, and Cai Chuanxiu stopped asking. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, but the further he went into the depths of the medicinal peak, the faster his heart raced. The soil of the entire medicinal peak actually shimmered with a faint golden hue, vaguely swirling with dragon chi. Each medicinal field was shrouded by a spirit-gathering formation with spiritual energy, so rich it was almost liquefied. Even more exaggerated was the fact that in the center of the medicinal field, there was actually a spring of endless life, continuously gushing water and nurturing the spiritual plants of the entire medicinal peak. What the heck? The spring of endless life? Cai Chuanxiu completely lost his composure. His voice suddenly rose. Isn't this thing supposed to have long since dried up? How did you find it? Chu Xian glanced at him with a smirk. It has existed since the founding of the sect. Oh, what's wrong with that? Watching the old man's eyes darting around, Chu Xian said, Let me tell you. Don't you dare steal my spring water. Cai Chunky's old face flushed red, and he retorted, Nonsense. A dignified saint-level alchemist like me would do such a despicable thing. Despite saying this, his eyes were fixed on the spring water, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his sleeves. Chu Xian didn't expose him, but casually remarked, This spring water is sentient. Outsiders will get hurt if they touch it. Cai Chuanxiu, you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Cai Chuanxiu reluctantly withdrew his gaze and continued walking forward. Soon the two arrived at the core medicinal field at the highest point of the medicinal peak. It was surrounded by a layer of semi-transparent barrier, and within spiritual herbs swayed, bathed in a misty glow. This was indeed the celestial field rewarded by the system. Cai Chuanxiu leaned in for a closer look and immediately gasped in shock. 9 nether miasma orchids. His voice changed pitch. Aren't these supposed to only grow on the edges of the yellow springs? How did you manage to grow them? Chu Xian smiled mysteriously. It's a secret. Cai Chuanxiu anxiously scratched his head, but Chu Xian wouldn't say a word. The old man's eyes darted, and suddenly he clutched his stomach, saying, Oh no, I have to relieve myself. I'll be right back. With that, he vanished in a flash, sneaking around to the other side of the medicinal field, stealthily approaching the edge of the barrier. Chu Xian sighed. Doesn't this old man fear getting caught? You're at least a sub-saint. How could you say you need to relieve yourself? You old rascal are quite devious. Now at the peak of the Dao inquiry realm, Chu Xian appeared behind him like a ghost grabbing his collar. Old man, your need to relieve yourself is in the wrong direction, isn't it? Sai Chuanxiu chuckled awkwardly. Haha, I'm getting old, my eyesight isn't good. Chu Xian rolled his eyes, cut it out. You think you can steal my Lingxiao sect's herbs? No way. Sai Chunky's face turned red with anger. Who is trying to steal? I'm a legitimate saint-level alchemist. Saint-level? What spiritual herb haven't I seen? Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. Oh. Then tell me what grade is the herb over there? Sai Chuanxiu was taken aback, looking in the direction he pointed where a bunch of grapes emitting blue flames gently swayed. The old man immediately stuttered, This. The old man thought, Sai. After seeing so many treasures of the Lingxiao sect, how do I feel like I've wasted my life? After touring for a while, Chu Xian led Sai Chuanxiu to sit on the ground atop the medicinal peak. What do you think of this medicinal peak? Sai Chuanxiu did not hesitate at all, replying, There's nothing like it in the world. Kid, it seems you don't want me to leave this Lingxiao sect. Chu Xian smiled and said, What makes you say that? With so many treasures in your Lingxiao sect, aren't you afraid I'll leak the news if you let me go? Chu Xian pointed to the mountain gate of the Lingxiao sect. The door is there, turn left when you go out. Aren't you afraid that all the holy places in the eastern wilderness will come and rob your little Lingxiao sect? Not afraid. Why not? What confidence do you have? Chu Xian remained calm and replied lightly, Not afraid is just not afraid. Sai Chuanxiu was completely helpless, pondering for a long time before standing up, cupping his hands and bowing slightly. Chu Sect Master. I wish to spend the rest of my days in this Lingxiao sect, hoping the Sect Master can provide me with 2 cottages to live in on this medicinal peak. Seeing the old man so serious, Chu Xian quickly stood up to help him. Don't say 2 cottages, even if it's a mansion with countless rooms, what's the harm? The two exchanged glances and burst out laughing. Kid, you really have a lot of treasures here. I've truly come to the right place. Old man, just enjoy yourself. Many people want to join the Lingxiao sect, but I would still refuse. Chu Xian shifted the conversation. By the way, old man, select some disciples with good talent in alchemy from the sect. You can be the master of the medicinal peak in the future. Teach the disciples alchemy when you have time, otherwise wouldn't your extraordinary alchemy skills be wasted? Sai Chuanxiu laughed heartily. That's natural. On the second day, the medicine peak of the Lingxiao sect was officially established. All disciples, whether from the inner or outer sect, as well as the miscellaneous disciples, could participate in the selection at the medicine peak. The happiest were the numerous miscellaneous disciples. Once members of the Piao Miao sect, they had all become miscellaneous disciples. Upon hearing that Master Sai would personally teach them the art of alchemy, they rushed in faster than anyone else. Who would want to clean the sect every day? Thus, as soon as the news was released, the medicine peak was immediately filled to capacity. This group of miscellaneous disciples was enough to infuriate Sai Chuanxiu. Brats, watch your step. If anyone dares to damage my herbs, I will chop off your third leg. Although Sai Chuanxiu appeared elderly, his cultivation level was genuinely at the sub-saint realm. His roar instantly silenced everyone, and they all lined up obediently to ascend the medicine peak. After 3 days of selection at the medicine peak, only 10 disciples remained, 9 of whom stayed to do miscellaneous tasks. Only one person was chosen to follow Sai Chuanxiu to learn the art of alchemy. Chu Xian looked at the information in his jade slip, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Little Dui's usual cultivation talent isn't that strong, and her combat ability is also not impressive. I was wondering how she could enter the inner sect, but it turns out her talent in alchemy is formidable. Chi Yu smiled and said, Does the sect master not trust the abilities of me and the elders? How could that be? Elder Chi Yu, you jest. Then Chu Xian turned his gaze to the system's lottery panel. Sect Grand Lottery attempts 10 80 single draw, 10 consecutive draws, 100 consecutive draws, 1,000 consecutive draws, with the lottery attempts reaching 1,000 of the option for 1,000 consecutive draws also opened up. 1,000 consecutive draws. Let's go all out. Swish swish. The prize pool was flashing wildly. Various lights began to dance before Chu Xian's eyes. Wow, golden legend. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a celestial grade item. The Whip of God. Whip of God. The host can whip sect disciples to help them break through bottlenecks, overcoming barriers, and their cultivation talent will soar. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. Oh, this function is great. Punishment and reward happen simultaneously. If you don't work hard in cultivation, you'll get whipped. A flash of golden light followed, revealing a multitude of various cultivation resources. Just when Chu Xian thought the lottery was about to end, golden light flashed once again. Wow, golden legend. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a celestial grade item. Dream transformation. Dream transformation. After putting on the dream transformation attire, your appearance will change randomly, And while wearing it, your cultivation speed will increase by 1,000 times. Note, using dream transformation with the whip of God will double the effect. Dream transformation. The cultivation speed can actually increase 1,000-fold. What a good item. Truly worthy of being produced by the Supreme Being. Without hesitation, Chu Xian took out the two celestial grade items. One was a delicate little whip, and the other was a seemingly ordinary long robe. Who should I test it on? Jin'er is currently too cozy with Zhu'er, so they are not suitable. Xian'er already possesses celestial bones with no bottlenecks, and doesn't need this item. Liuzi is always holding that broken spear, looking a bit down. I can't just go and draw him again. Who should I find? Chu Xian looked around and finally set his gaze on the big yellow dog and Erbai, who were sleeping in the corner. This guy Erbai had been sleeping since coming out of the Wuxiang Lingshu, only waking up after returning to the Lingxiao sect. Initially, Chu Xian thought Erbai was a spiritual hound, but after observation, he found that Erbai showed no signs of spiritual energy fluctuations. He looked just like an ordinary dog. Big Yellow, on the other hand, was extremely happy with Erbai's arrival, following him around and sniffing him, though it was unclear what he was smelling. Big Yellow, Erbai, stop sleeping and come here quickly. Woof! The two dogs looked at Chu Xian with confused expressions. Chu Xian didn't waste any words. With a grasp of his hand, Big Yellow flew directly towards him. Woof, woof, woof. Big Yellow barked angrily. Chu Xian didn't care about anything else and directly draped the long robe over Big Yellow. Try on the new gear, Big Yellow, behave yourself. As he spoke, the long robe suddenly emitted a flash of white light. After the white light faded, the originally unrefined dog had transformed into a majestic and handsome dog. The golden fur was blazing like flames, and his forepaws were treading on clouds, with a silver crescent-shaped mark appearing on his forehead. Whoa! Chu Xian nearly dropped the little whip from shock. Isn't the appearance of a celestial dog like this? Big Yellow can actually be this handsome. Erbai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Woof! My big brother is too handsome. He even ran to Big Yellow and rubbed his little head against Big Yellow's front leg. Just as Chu Xian was astonished, Big Yellow suddenly trembled, following that the peak cultivation of the Tongmai realm spread out. In the month that Chu Xian was away, Big Yellow had completely gained his freedom. Having eaten well and slept enough, the pet food was excessively luxurious. His cultivation soared all the way to the 9th level of the Tongmai realm. After returning, Chu Xian hurriedly cut off Big Yellow's food supply, intending to let him settle down properly. Now that he had just put on this dream transformation, he had actually reached the peak of the Tongmai realm. 1,000 times cultivation speed is indeed impressive. Come on, Big Yellow, try my whip of God. Saying this, Chu Xian swung the little whip in his hand, striking it directly on Big Yellow's rear. Crack! Big Yellow trembled again. A whoa! A dog bark echoed throughout the Lingxiao sect's main peak. Immediately after, Big Yellow's eyes suddenly brightened. From his previously foolish gaze, a hint of wisdom emerged. Chu Xian clicked his tongue in amazement. It seems Big Yellow really has become smarter. Crack, crack, crack. 3 more strikes followed. Although Big Yellow howled in pain, one could clearly feel that his aura had changed. Boom! A muffled sound emanated from Big Yellow's body. 1st level of the Lingquan realm. Big Yellow, good job. Chu Xian's face broke into a joyful smile. What a good item. In simple terms, it's a pure good item. Without waiting for Big Yellow to react, Chu Xian swiftly tore off the long robe from Big Yellow and dashed down the main peak. Only Big Yellow and Erbai remained dumbfounded on the main peak. Who am I? Where am I? How did I break through? In the Lingxiao sect. Chu Xian ran wildly, directly arriving at the inner sect disciples area. You there? Who wants to be whipped by the sect master? The many inner sect disciples were taken aback. What happened to the sect master? He was holding a small whip in one hand and a piece of clothing in the other, asking who wanted to be whipped. Seeing no one replied, Chu Xian approached a female disciple. It's you. Saying this, he draped the long robe over the female disciple. In the next moment, a bunny girl instantly dazzled the eyes of the male disciples. Then, with a swing of the little whip, crack, the female disciple's face turned red. Sect master, disciple, no more nonsense. Feel the spiritual energy within you. At this moment, Chu Xian's voice resonated like a great bell in the mind of the female disciple. Although her small face turned crimson, she hurriedly followed Chu Xian's instructions to calm herself and guide the spiritual energy within her body. As her consciousness sank into her body, the female disciple suddenly realized that a surge of immense spiritual energy was wildly pouring in from the spot where the sect leader had struck her back. Her entire back felt tingly and numb, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Even the 2 rabbit ears atop her head twitched a couple of times. Sect leader, disciple, seems to be about to break through. Upon hearing of the impending breakthrough, Chu Xian hurriedly seized the moment. Clap, clap. Chu Xian, expressionless, wielded a small whip to strike the female disciple. After 3 more strikes, she felt her cultivation path suddenly become clear. Her mind became exceptionally clear. Her understanding of the cultivation technique instantly seemed to elevate several levels. The female disciple quickly sat cross-legged, entering a state of enlightenment in an instant. Enlightenment is a state yearned for by countless cultivators. According to the cultivation guide of the Xianxiao continent, when a cultivator enters enlightenment, breakthroughs feel as effortless as drinking water, allowing for rapid advancement. However, enlightenment is a rare occurrence that cannot be sought after. No matter how high one's talent, without specific circumstances, enlightenment will not manifest. Seeing that the female disciple had entered a state of enlightenment, Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction and quietly stood by, instructing everyone not to disturb her. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the rabbit-eared female disciple, eager not only to witness the wonders of enlightenment, but also to closely observe her amusing attire. In just a few breaths, the female disciple had broken through from the first level of the meridian realm to the 3rd level. Moreover, her cultivation continued to grow. Now all the disciples were unwilling to accept this. They all started from roughly the same level, but now the sect leader's sudden intervention had caused this female disciple's cultivation to become far superior. Who could tolerate that? Due to the female disciple's talent not being particularly high, her state of enlightenment lasted less than half a minute. Yet in that brief time, she had directly advanced from the 1st level of the meridian realm to the 7th level. With the combination of the divine whip and the enchanting transformation, the results were terrifying. The moment the female disciple opened her eyes, before she could even thank Chu Xian, she saw the surrounding inner disciples rushing towards him with wild cheers. Sect leader, please whip me. Sect leader, I have a better figure. I would surely break through faster in that outfit. You must choose me. Sect leader. The scene was utterly chaotic. Seeing so many people in disarray, Chu Xian helplessly said, "Those who wish to be whipped, line up." One at a time. The inner disciples had no choice but to line up in an orderly fashion according to their order of joining the sect. Now in the Lingxiao sect there were over 30 inner disciples, and whipping them one by one wouldn't take too long. Since Chu Xian didn't need to cultivate, he simply took a chair and sat there whipping each disciple one by one. Inner disciples' residence, slap. So good. Sect leader, a little harder. I can take it. Clap, clap. The state of enlightenment appeared once again. Next. Slap, slap. Throughout the entire day, Chu Xian remained in the inner disciples' residence, watching as everyone's cultivation levels significantly improved before finally leaving in satisfaction with his small whip and robe. Returning to the main peak, Chu Xian lounged in a chair, leisurely sipping tea, when he saw Lin Xian approaching excitedly. "Master, why did you give the good stuff to the inner disciples first instead of us, your direct disciples?" Chu Xian was taken aback. How did you find out about this? I thought you guys didn't need this stuff. Since you're here, I'll let you experience the sensation of being whipped. Lin Xian shot Chu Xian a cold glance. That's more like it. Lin Xian had long desired the state of enlightenment. Even though he was a semi-emperor powerhouse in his past life, he never experienced even a single moment of enlightenment. Had he experienced enlightenment in his past life, he would have likely achieved the imperial throne long ago. Enlightenment not only allows cultivators to rapidly increase their strength in a short time, but also paves a smoother path for their future. "Xian, are you ready?" "I'm coming." Lin Xian, with his back to Chu Xian, did not respond, only nodding nervously. His intense desire for the state of enlightenment made his heart race. After draping the robe over Lin Xian, a flash of white light appeared. Chu Xian was left dumbfounded. With black stockings and long legs, a tight miniskirt, coupled with Lin Xian's stunning figure and unparalleled beauty, it was simply the bane of all men. Lin Xian was also bewildered when he saw the outfit on himself. "Master, what does this mean?" Obviously, aside from feeling shy, Lin Xian was also somewhat annoyed. He thought his filthy master is indeed an old pervert. Disciple, I am about to whip you now." Slap. With just one strike of the divine whip, Lin Xian entered the state of enlightenment. Xianer is truly impressive. Those inner disciples needed at least 3 strikes to reach enlightenment. Chu Xian nodded slightly as he watched Lin Xian enter the state of enlightenment. However, what surprised Chu Xian was that Lin Xian's cultivation had not improved and remained at the peak of the spiritual spring realm. Strange. After waiting for a while, Chu Xian noticed that Lin Xian showed no signs of waking up. It seems the duration of enlightenment is indeed related to one's talent. Xianer has already been in enlightenment for 2 minutes. Therefore, Chu Xian arranged for Long Outyin to guard around Lin Xian, not allowing anyone to disturb him. He then ran to the Lingxiao sect's main hall to contemplate. Whipping disciples every day is not sustainable. I have no time for myself. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. "Chi, you come here." The 2 elders appeared instantly. "Sect leader," Chu Xian said, I have tasks for you too. Establish a task hall within the sect to issue tasks to disciples. Completing tasks will earn them points. Once enough points are accumulated, they can exchange them for various rewards in the task hall. The ultimate reward for exchange will be a day's worth of whipping from this sect leader. As for the specific details, you elders can discuss and present the final results to me. Chi Yu and the others immediately straightened their expressions. Yes. Sect leader. After arranging all this, Chu Xian finally walked towards his chair with satisfaction. Before long, the Lingxiao sect was once again engulfed in a tremor. Chi Yu and the others worked together to raise a task hall beside the sect square. Various facilities inside were continuously flying into the task hall at the hands of the two emperors. Many disciples, hearing the commotion, rushed over to watch. As soon as the task hall of the Lingxiao sect appeared, a large number of disciples had already arrived on the scene. Before long, the task hall was completed. Then Chi Yu's voice echoed throughout the Lingxiao sect. Attention, disciples. We will now play an announcement. The task hall of the sect is now open. The task hall has a total of 4 levels corresponding to the 4 grades of tasks: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, with Heaven level tasks being the most difficult and Yellow level the easiest. Tasks of different levels require disciples of different cultivation levels to complete them. Completing tasks in the task hall not only rewards task rewards, but also grants a certain amount of task points. Task points can be exchanged for various cultivation resources. For details on point exchange, please enter the task hall for your own inquiry. Ultimate reward for points exchange: you can receive a day's personal training from the sect master at the main peak. Everyone work hard and complete tasks with the goal of being trained by the sect master. As soon as this news broke, the Lingxiao sect was instantly in a frenzy. Training by the sect master? My heavens! I heard that the reason inner disciples' cultivation skyrocketed is because of the sect master's personal training. Yes, I heard that too. A whip from the sect master makes cultivation skyrocket. Is that true? Great. Brothers, charge. Into the hall. Let's go. Let's do it, brothers. In an instant, the task hall was completely packed. Chi Yu exchanged glances with those around, not expecting the task hall to be so bustling upon opening. It seems that the elders of the task hall are not enough. Quickly report to the sect master. After understanding the situation, Chu Xian slapped his forehead. I forgot about the other rewards from the 1,000 consecutive draws. You two wait a moment, I'll solve this right away. Then Chu Xian shifted his gaze back to the system panel. 1,000 consecutive draw rewards have been issued to the system backpack. Great Sanctity, NPC, Elder 32, Lesser Sanctity, NPC, Elder 66, Harmonized Path, NPC, Elder 108, Holy Herbs 136. All NPC elders are to be used. 206 NPC elders have been modeled. In the next moment, over 200 overwhelming auras surged into the Lingxiao sect. Boom, boom, boom. Over 200 figures instantly soared above the Lingxiao sect, flying towards the main peak of the sect. Chu Xian was demonstrating to little Dai how to precisely control the heat, when suddenly his body trembled. Bang! A loud noise erupted, and the alchemy furnace exploded. Master your fire control technique. Is not great. Chu Xian didn't even hear what little Dai said, his eyes fixed on the over 200 figures in the sky. The old man Dai exclaimed, is this the edge of the eastern wasteland? Over 200 holy level powerhouses. Chu Xian, are you planning to sweep through the entire Xianxiao continent? On the main peak, 206 figures stood in formation. Chu Xian felt a surge of excitement. With these people before him, if they could step out of the Lingxiao sect's territory, it would be a pacing rhythm of dominating the entire Xianxiao continent. However, no matter how impressive the system's offerings, there are limitations. With so many fierce individuals, they could only obediently stay in the sect to protect the home. Isn't that frustrating? Even if you give me 10,000, it would be useless. Damn. Trash system. The dragon Ao Tian at the back of the sect opened his dragon eyes, glanced at the main peak direction, and closed them again obediently. Do you see? This is the Master's Network. All new elders. Over 200 holy level. Learn, brothers. With the addition of these over 200 holy level individuals, the Lingxiao sect's elder count was more than sufficient. Currently, the number of disciples in the Lingxiao sect is just over 1,000, and counting the 2 emperor-level elders, there are a total of 228. Apart from the fixed elders needed to guard various sect facilities, the number of elders is still very large. On average, one NPC can teach about 5 disciples. In the next period, many Dao boats began to arrive at the Lingxiao sect. Each Dao boat carried exactly 100 disciples, all of whom were talented elites from various prefectures of the great Xia children of fortune. In addition to the Dao boats continuously bringing disciples, there were also many cultivators outside the Lingxiao sect's mountain gate wanting to join the sect. Most of these cultivators came from the eastern prefectures of the great Xia. To save on the spirit stones consumed by the operation of the Dao boats, the royal family simply allowed several prefectures closer to the Lingxiao sect to go directly to the sect to participate in the sect's entrance trials. And the name of the Lingxiao sect was rapidly sweeping across the entire Great Xia Empire. On this day, nearly 1 million people gathered outside the mountain gate of the Lingxiao sect. The younger generation from several eastern prefectures of the Great Xia had almost all arrived at the Lingxiao sect's gate. The entrance trial of the Lingxiao sect was too peculiar. As long as one could turn to the entrance qualifications, one could enter the Lingxiao sect. Hearing Qi Yes report, Chu Xian waved his hand and shouted, "Open the sect to recruit disciples." Subsequently, the entire Lingxiao sect began to operate from top to bottom. The tasks in the task hall were crazily released, with the content being assist the sect in recruiting disciples 1 ordinary spirit stone per day. Task point reward 10 points. As soon as all the disciples heard that there were 10 points for task points, they all became as fierce as wolves. It was because task points were extremely difficult to obtain. Only a heaven-level task could yield 5 points, and 100 points were needed to be trained by the sect master once. Who wouldn't want to participate in this task? That would be foolish. Thus, all disciples of the Lingxiao sect went out to receive guests. With over 1,000 disciples appearing, they instantly took complete control of the scene. As the direct disciple of the master, Yu Jian was the first to bear the brunt. Standing at the mountain gate with his hands behind his back after explaining the sect's trial rules, he leaped down. This scene mesmerized the female cultivators who were about to participate in the entrance trial. Wow, this is the direct disciple of the Lingxiao Holy Land. How handsome. If only I could become Yu Jian's Dao partner, that would be wonderful. Hearing these words, some male cultivators were unwilling. You? Don't dream. Yu Jian's Dao partner is a princess of the royal family. Instantly, countless female cultivators clutched their chests and stamped their feet. The recruitment trial outside the Lingxiao sect was in full swing, while in the sky above the western border of the Great Xia, a figure suddenly appeared. This person stood in the air on a long sword, frowning. I didn't expect the demonic sect here to be so rampant. Poor thousands of ordinary people. The coordinates given to me by old Sai are not far from here. I must find this old fellow first. This person was none other than the #1 blacksmith of the eastern wasteland, Duan Hong. Duan Hong infused spiritual power into the long sword beneath his feet, just about to shoot out, when unexpectedly a figure in a black robe flew up from the ground. The newcomer was evidently a holy-level powerhouse who without a word raised their hand and attacked. Duan Hong was stunned. Bold demon cultivator. Duan Hong shouted, gripping the long sword beneath him. Slash. The long sword instantly slashed out. The demon cultivator was cut into 2 segments on the spot by Duan Hong's sword. Clearly, the long sword in Duan Hong's hand was both a flying artifact and a powerful weapon. After slashing the holy-level demon cultivator, Duan Hong then rode the long sword towards the east at high speed. In just half a stick of incense, Duan Hong had already arrived outside the mountain gate of the Lingxiao sect. Half a stick of incense directly crossing the entire territory of the Great Xia. Even relying on oneself to fly, it would take at least 10 days for a great sanctity cultivator. Duan Hong frowned as he looked at the sea of people in front of the Lingxiao sect's mountain gate. What is that old man Sai doing here? He ignores all the invitations from the great sacred lands and ends up in this dilapidated little sect. Then Duan Hong noticed the disciples' recruitment wheel at the very front of the crowd. Which big fool came up with this recruitment method? Upon a closer look, Duan Hong's expression changed. This wheel, there's something peculiar about it. It contains hidden mysteries. As a top-tier forging master, Duan Hong was initially deceived by the wheel's appearance, but upon a second glance, he discerned its unique features. Although this wheel is roughly made, there is a special force supporting its operation. Interesting. To his surprise, Duan Hong couldn't quite grasp this force. Since I'm already here, there's no need to rush. Let me observe what this wheel truly has to offer. Thus, Duan Hong settled in the distance, quietly joining the back of the line. During the wait, he began to observe the group of young people around him. Tisk, such a remote place, there aren't any good talents here. His gaze then fell on Yu Jian, who was maintaining order at the front. This kid has remarkable bones. Although he has thin arms and legs, swinging a heavy hammer to forge iron seems effortless for him. A good candidate for forging. He is even more suitable for it than Chu Xian back in the day. I must find a way to have this kid become my disciple. After waiting for most of the day, it finally came time for Duan Hong to spin the wheel. Yu Jian glanced at the handsome middle-aged man in front of him. To his surprise, the man's gaze towards him seemed eager. Having experienced matters between men and women, Yu Jian suddenly thought of a certain possibility. This guy, could it be? He has special preferences. Yu Jian instantly shivered at the thought. It's your turn, Yu Jian said irritably. Unexpectedly, this fellow approached directly. Duan Hong grabbed Yu Jian's hand, his eyes sparkling. Young man, do you want to become an unparalleled powerhouse? Do you want to wield divine weapons? Do you want thousands of cultivators to revere you as a guest of honor? Yu Jian pulled his hand back with an expression of disdain. Are you crazy? Duan Hong was unfazed and lowered his voice mysteriously. Do you know who I am? I am the pinnacle of the forging world. As long as you become my disciple, I guarantee that in 30 years you will be unbeatable, and in 50 years you will dominate the eastern wilderness. Yu Jian rolled his eyes. Uncle, you need to take your medicine. Tisk. Duan Hong stomped his foot in frustration. Look. He hurriedly pulled out a shiny golden hammer from his storage ring. Do you recognize this? This is the legendary heaven-shattering hammer. If you nod, it's yours. The people in line nearby burst into laughter. This old man has gone mad. Yu Jian turned to leave, but Duan Hong quickly stepped forward. Wait. Young man, are you really willing to stay in this small sect for a lifetime? Follow me and you'll have the best food and drink. If you want magic treasures, you'll have them. If you want spirit stones, you'll have those too. Scram. Yu Jian could no longer tolerate it. Are you still testing me or not? Seeing this, Duan Hong mumbled with annoyance. This kid has quite the temper. But it suits my taste. He then turned to walk towards the wheel, but he kept glancing back at Yu Jian, muttering, such a good candidate for forging, I can't let him go. Then he casually spun the wheel, injecting a trace of spiritual energy into it. Just as Duan Hong's energy made contact with the mysterious force within the wheel, wanting to continue his examination. Pong! A loud explosion occurred, and the wheel shattered. Yu Jian's expression immediately turned cold. Damn! Who dares to destroy the sect's property? As he spoke, he reached out to grab Duan Hong. Duan Hong was stunned. He never expected the wheel would break. But feeling the fluctuations of spiritual energy beside him, his own energy instantly surged outward. Kid, do you want to betray your master and destroy your ancestors? Yu Jian's form was directly immobilized by Duan Hong, unable to move an inch. At that moment, a mighty voice echoed from within the Lingxiao sect. Who dares to act recklessly in the Lingxiao sect? Just then a golden flood dragon suddenly soared out from within the Lingxiao sect. The dragon's body blocked out the sun, its head already sprouting protrusions, and it seemed on the verge of transforming into a true dragon. Long Ao Tian, having received feed from Chu Xian's mount, found his long-dormant cultivation unexpectedly beginning to rise once more. This delighted Long Ao Tian, who spent every day worshipping Chu Xian and eating food. Now he was already at the 8th level of the Great Saint Realm, vaguely touching upon the threshold of the 9th. Upon seeing this aura, Duan Hong immediately became fully alert. A dragon. Just in time, I have a treasure specifically for dealing with dragons. As he spoke, a fiery red spear appeared in Duan Hong's hand. This spear is called the fire-tip spear. It specializes in dragon tendons. Subsequently, Duan Hong lightly touched his chest, and large red patterns began to spread across his body from the point of contact. Before long, Duan Hong's body was completely covered in red and black patterns. At a glance, it was clear that these red and black patterns possessed extremely high defensive capabilities. Long Ao Tian glanced at Duan Hong on the ground, snorting coldly. A mere trick. Watch me capture you. Long Ao Tian let out a dragon roar that reverberated through the skies, and his massive tail, accompanied by a thunderous force, swung violently towards Duan Hong. Duan Hong chuckled coldly, and the fire-tip spear in his hand suddenly erupted with a blinding red light, with binding dragon talismans appearing densely along its tip. Break! Duan Hong moved like lightning, charging directly towards the dragon's tail. The spear's light collided with the dragon's scales, and amidst the sparks, Long Ao Tian let out a painful roar as a blood mark was carved into the scales at the tip of his tail. The talismans on the spear burrowed into the wound like living creatures, causing dragon blood to spurt out instantly. Roar! Long Ao Tian's eyes turned crimson, and he opened his mouth to unleash a torrent of dragon breath. Duan Hong's body, covered in red and black patterns, shone brightly, transforming into a fierce armor that withstood the blow. The ground was blasted into a 100-foot-deep pit, yet he surged upward from the smoke, aiming the fire-tip spear directly at the dragon's head. At the critical moment, the spear tip suddenly split into thousands, transforming into red chains that entangled the dragon's head. Long Ao Tian felt his demonic power stagnate, and his 1,000-foot dragon body was suddenly pulled down to the ground with a thunderous crash. Duan Hong stood on the dragon's head, laughing maniacally. You beast, today I will extract your dragon tendons. He aimed the spear at the dragon's reverse scales and stabbed down fiercely. Just at that moment, a blue light erupted from within the Lingxiao sect. Duan Hong had no time to continue attacking Long Ao Tian, having to defend passively. That blue light crashed against the fire-tip spear, blocking him. However, the wild bombardment everyone expected did not occur. The blue light simply merged into Duan Hong's body. What is happening? In the next second, the fire-tipped spear in Duan Hong's hand along with the red and black patterns on his body vanished. Clap, clap, clap. Master Duan, long time no see. Why do you come here only to destroy my sect? Chu Xian clapped his hands as he led Cai Chuanxiu out of the Lingxiao sect's main gate. Duan Hong had no time to be astonished by the other party's abilities and hurriedly looked at the young man, his eyes instantly widening. Chu Xian, you brat. Duan Hong was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Are you little rascal Chu, so the mysterious person that old Sai mentioned is actually you? Have you been pretending to be mysterious after restoring your cultivation? When did you two start fooling around together? In this desolate place no less. Speak. Is there some kind of bond between you two? Chu Xian. Cai Chuanxiu replied irritably. Where I go is none of your business. Not wanting to see the two bicker, Chu Xian waved his hand lightly, and the elders above understood immediately. The green light returned to Duan Hong's body, transforming into a fiery red spear and a red-black orb that fell into Chu Xian's hands. Master Duan, here is your treasure. Duan Hong raised an eyebrow and asked, Chu, what technique is this? How can you directly seal my silkway armor? Chu Xian smiled slightly as secret. He then called out to Long Outyin in the distance, Long Outyin, come here. At this moment, Long Outyin, feeling wronged, had tears welling up in his eyes. So you guys know each other. Then my beating was for nothing. Old Long feels so wronged. Chu Xian took out a bottle of pills from his bosom and threw it to Long Outyin, saying, All right, Master Duan's combat power ranks among the best in the Xinjiao continent, so your loss is not unjustified. This is the 9-pattern dragon pill that Master Sai just refined. Consider it compensation for you. Upon hearing the name of the 9-pattern dragon pill, Long Outyin's injuries instantly ceased to hurt. With this 9-pattern dragon pill, Old Long is capable of reaching the peak of the holy rank. Meanwhile, Long Outyin couldn't help but sigh once more. Alas, the connections of my master. One can easily suppress me while the other can casually refine the 9-pattern dragon pill. What is the 9-pattern dragon pill? That is a high-tier holy grade pill. Old Long is not at a loss for this injury. Duan Hong hastily waved his hand, saying, Chu, don't flatter me here. I'm just a blacksmith. If it weren't for my fire peak spear specifically targeting the dragon clan, I really wouldn't know if I could defeat this fellow. After some casual exchanges, they finally headed towards the Lingxiao sect. However, Duan Hong's gaze kept glancing at Yu Jian. Cai Chuanxiu put his arm around Duan Hong's neck and said, Old buddy, are you falling back into your old habits again? Can't you resist a good prospect? Hearing this, Chu Xian suddenly became alert. Back in the day when Chu Xian followed Chu Shanhe to the blacksmith shop to procure weapons for the sect disciples, he first met Duan Hong, who unexpectedly grabbed his hand and kept kissing it. He insisted that Chu Xian must work with him in the forge, nearly causing a conflict with Chu Shanhe. In the end, Chu Xian indeed worked as an apprentice in the blacksmith shop for 2 months, during which he intentionally ruined many precious materials, and only then did Duan Hong let Chu Xian leave. Duan Hong pushed Sai Chunkius' arm away, pointing at Yu Jian, and said to Chu Xian, Chu, that kid must come with me to the forge. Otherwise, we need to settle the account for the 3 pieces of heavenly iron you ruined and the 2 holy grade furnaces you blew up that year. Upon hearing this, the system's light screen instantly appeared. Detected that the host has an old debt with the strongest blacksmith of Donghuang, triggering Hidden Task 2. Establish a blacksmith peak in the sect. The strongest blacksmith will assume the position of Peak Master. Special reward: Immortal Iron Mine, 1 temporary item valid for 6 months. Divine Tool Furnace, 1 temporary item valid for 6 months. Hidden Task reward: Immortal Iron Mine, 1 permanent Divine Tool Furnace, 1 permanent. Chu Xian's eyes rolled as he silently closed the system's light screen. Did not expect Master Duan to remember this matter. Duan Hong angrily said, Do you know how much those things are worth in spirit stones? 200 holy grade spirit stones. How could I forget? Chu Xian chuckled and said, That's all ancient history now. If you want Jin to go with you to the forge, it's not impossible. I have one request. What request? As you can see, that kid Jian has a special physique and is now the pillar among the disciples of my Lingxiao sect. If I were to let him go, it would greatly injure the vitality of my Lingxiao sect. Chu Xian pondered for a moment and said, How about this? You take Jian to forge at my Lingxiao sect for half a year. If he can grow to like forging, I certainly won't let him down, and I will let him go. If after half a year he still doesn't like forging, then you can go wherever you please. Does that sound good? Duan Hong leisurely replied. You won't let Yu Jian repeat the same mistakes and ruin my furnace, right? Chu Xian shook his head and smiled. Master Duan, you worry too much. During his time forging in my Lingxiao sect, all the furnaces and materials used will be provided by my Lingxiao sect. Your little broken sect has furnaces, eh? Of course. I'm taking Master Duan to see my blacksmith peak right now. At the same time, Qi Yu and the others in the sect immediately sprang into action. The two chose a Dao peak near the recently emerged immortal iron mine and began to modify it vigorously. First, they connected the Dao peak to the underground, and a surge of sacred fire from the earth immediately rushed into the newly appeared divine tool furnace. Next, they brought a portion of the eternal spring from the medicine peak to the blacksmith peak for quenching. Then came rows and rows of houses. By the time Chu Xian and the others arrived at the blacksmith peak, everything was ready. Here, this is my Lingxiao Sect's blacksmith peak, but it has been empty because I hadn't found a suitable blacksmith. As I see it, only Master Duan qualifies to use this blacksmith peak. Hearing this, Duan Hong couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Chu, you really know how to talk. I love it. As soon as the group stepped onto the blacksmith peak, a violent burning sensation surged up from beneath their feet. Chu, this Dao peak is not simple. There's a natural fire source underground. Chu Xian nodded with a smile. Correct. Master Duan, you have a keen eye indeed. Xiao Dai, who was following Sai Chuanxiu, was momentarily stunned. Master, we also need flames for alchemy. Why doesn't the medicine peak have one? Sai Chuanxiu rubbed Xiao Dai's head and gently said, with so many medicinal materials on the medicine peak, if the fire is this fierce, wouldn't it roast all the materials dry? Hearing Sai Chunkius' explanation, Xiao Dai nodded in understanding. Duan Hong was slightly surprised. Sai, is this your new disciple? Sai Chuanxiu immediately beamed with joy. Yes, this is my prized disciple. In terms of alchemy talent, not even Zhang Qing can compare to her. Duan Hong was even more astonished upon hearing this. Not even Zhang Qing. Of course, my disciple has the potential of an emperor-level alchemist. Duan Hong's eyes turned red. It seems that old Sai has already found a satisfactory successor. When will I have a worthy successor? No way. Yu Jian must learn blacksmithing from me. Chu Xian, you little rascal. I've set my sights on Yu Jian. Even the King of Heaven can't take him away. I'm serious. Chu Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly. Let's not talk about that. First, let's take a look at my Lingxiao Sect's forging furnace. The next moment, Duan Hong yelled, "What the hell?" Duan Hong looked at the forge before him, tears uncontrollably sliding down his cheeks. The forge was entirely dark gold and covered with tortoiseshell-like cracks, through which flowed lava-like crimson patterns. Perched atop the three-legged cauldron was a bronze chichalong, its mouth spitting forth blood-red underground sacred flames. Most astonishing were the inner walls of the furnace where countless weapon phantoms swirled. Whenever the flames leaped, it seemed as if numerous ancient divine weapons were buzzing and trembling within. At the very bottom of the furnace, a silver-white hand hammered gently swayed. This forging furnace. Duan Hong's palm lightly caressed the furnace body, resembling a tender touch on the black silk thighs of a skilled technician. His affection was evident. As the strongest forger in the eastern wasteland, Duan Hong had used more furnaces than an ordinary person eats meals, yet he had never seen a forging furnace of this caliber. Even the holy-level high-grade forging furnace that Duan Hong had personally crafted over a whole year appeared as nothing more than a pile of dung before this forging furnace. Chu kid, where did you get this? Duan Hong continued to gently stroke the furnace, not even turning his head. Chu Xian had anticipated this, found it. Duan Hong's face instantly darkened. This excuse was truly ridiculous. By the way, old man Sai, you said you wanted me to help you repair a weapon. Where is it? Duan Hong's eyes lit up, eager and rubbing his hands. He could hardly wait to see the effects of this furnace. Sai Chuanxiu gestured towards Chu Xian, who smilingly took out Tang Liu's harpoon from his void ring. This is my disciple's spirit-level weapon, Master Duan. Hard work on your part. Duan Hong merely glanced at it, nodded, and said, a small matter. Call Yu Jian over, let him see my forging techniques. Chu Xian wasted no time and sent a message to Yu Jian. Before long, Yu Jian arrived. After acquiring some forging materials from Chu Xian, Duan Hong took a deep breath and declared loudly, everyone step aside. I am about to start forging. With a single hand gesture, a surge of spiritual energy entered the furnace. The tortoiseshell patterns on the furnace instantly lit up, and the three-legged chichalong seemed to come alive, its flames transforming from blood red to pure white. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The entire forge suddenly resonated with a deep humming sound, and numerous weapon phantoms began to materialize within the furnace. Such strong spiritual nature. Duan Hong exclaimed in awe, then tossed the harpoon into the furnace. Surprisingly, the harpoon did not plummet directly to the bottom. Instead, it floated in the center of the furnace, surrounded by countless weapon phantoms. These phantoms, like living beings, continuously struck and polished the harpoon's body. Duan Hong then carefully controlled the flame's temperature, beginning to add the forging materials he had obtained from Chu Xian. Once the harpoon fused with the other materials, Duan Hong waved his hand, and the furnace lid flew off. He grasped the harpoon in his hand. The temperature around them suddenly soared, and everyone felt a burning sensation on their faces. Despite the high temperature, Duan Hong's hand showed no signs of discomfort. He then reached for the silver hammer hanging at the bottom of the furnace. The moment he grasped the hammer, a glint of brilliance surged in Duan Hong's eyes. A good hammer. Without time to be surprised, the hammer fell like raindrops upon the harpoon. Clang, clang, clang. With each strike, the harpoon and the subsequent forging materials became increasingly solidified, and at the same time the divine weapon phantoms began to reappear in the furnace. Clang, clang, clang. Duan Hong's hammering grew faster until all that could be seen were countless hammer shadows. The manifested divine weapon phantoms were gradually merging into the harpoon. Chu Xian and the others widened their eyes, carefully observing Duan Hong's forging techniques, unable to suppress their admiration. With the final hammer strike, all the divine weapon phantoms completely merged into the harpoon. The originally rough harpoon now radiated a ghostly blue cold light, and with a gentle shake, a wave-like surge of spiritual power spread out. Holy level initial stage with the tsunami characteristic. Duan Hong wiped the sweat from his brow, proudly raising the harpoon. With just one thrust, it can raise a 100-foot giant wave. Yu Jian stared in awe, instinctively reaching out to touch it, only to be knocked back several steps by the spiritual power activated by the harpoon. Duan Hong laughed heartily. Kid, now you know how formidable forging techniques can be, right? Chu Xian timely handed him a jar of spirit wine. Master Duan truly lives up to his reputation. This furnace is truly utilized to its fullest in your hands. Duan Hong tenderly stroked the chichalong patterns on the furnace body, suddenly sighing. Without this furnace and this hammer, this harpoon would at most be a spirit-level mid-tier weapon. Duan Hong understood his own capabilities well. The material of the harpoon itself was not of high quality, and no matter how many forging materials were added, there would be little improvement. The harpoon's ascension to a holy-level weapon was primarily due to the furnace's contribution. Duan Hong thought to himself, with this furnace, I can definitely forge imperial-level weapons. But this kid Chu Xian would surely not let me use it easily. Unless I join Lingxiao sect like old man Sai. Thinking this, Duan Hong's mind raced. Chu kid, I want this furnace. You can set the conditions. Chu Xian smiled and asked, set the conditions. Of course. I require Master Duan to become a peak master in my Lingxiao sect in the future. Oh, do you agree? Duan Hong chuckled inwardly. Kid, I was just waiting for you to say that. This furnace, given to anyone else, would be like a flower placed in cow dung. Only I can maximize its potential. However, Duan Hong still pretended to hesitate. You want to tie me to Lingxiao sect? Chu Xian quickly shook his head. No, just be a peak master and teach the disciples forging techniques when you have time. The rest is up to you, just like Master Sai. Duan Hong glanced at Sai Chunqiu beside him, then at Xiao Dai, and finally his gaze settled on Yu Jian. That's not impossible, but Yu Jian must learn blacksmithing from me. Otherwise, I absolutely will not agree. Chu Xian laughed. He thought, damn, this old man really has no shame. You want to take the steps I offer, huh? You still want to recruit my man? Chu Xian did not rush to respond, instead smiling at Yu Jian. Yu Jian stepped forward, coming before Duan Hong. Senior, I'm sorry. I do not wish to be your disciple. I already have a master, and in this life, I will only recognize this one master. Yu Jian's response was entirely within Chu Xian's expectations. In Yu Jian's eyes, no one could replace Chu Xian's position. Even though Yu Jian had begun to develop an interest in forging techniques, it was absolutely impossible for him to become Duan Hong's disciple. Yu Jian spoke straightforwardly without any hesitation, which thoroughly chilled Duan Hong's heart. Alas, it seems I will never find a satisfactory successor in this life. Chu Xian had long seen that Duan Hong also wished to stay in Lingxiao sect, and he silently thought, you old light bulb really can put on an act. Do I have to beg you? You've spoiled yourself. Master Duan, my Jianer, doesn't want to learn blacksmithing from you, so you can feel free to do as you wish. After saying this, Chu Xian led Yu Jian to leave the blacksmith peak. Duan Hong stared dumbfounded at the retreating figures of Chu Xian and Yu Jian. What the? They're actually leaving. He had only meant to persuade Yu Jian. Now this. He had painted himself into a corner. What calamity had he wrought? Seeing this, Sai Chunqiu couldn't help but chuckle darkly. Duan Hong hastily shot him a desperate, pleading glance and transmitted a private message. Elder brother, please. Help your younger brother. Should this succeed, I'll forge you an emperor-tier alchemical furnace. Sai Chunqiu cast him a sharp, sidelong glance. Little brother, you call me old Sai one moment. And where's that famed prowess of yours? Ah, elder brother. Just this once, do help me. Very well. Since you've come all this way to see me, I'll grant you this one favor. Sai Chunqiu stepped before Chu Xian. Master sect leader, this is my proposal. Let Elder Duan remain within the sect for now. Lingxiao sect has long been recruiting disciples. Surely a more suitable apprentice for forging will emerge, far surpassing Yu Jian. Then Elder Duan shall have a disciple worthy of his satisfaction. Chu Xian slowly turned. Oh, a sound strategy indeed. What say you, Master Duan? Duan Hong, utterly chastened, dared not boast a word. Not if he wished to retain access to that forging furnace. Elder Brother Sai's suggestion is excellent, truly excellent. Having nearly slipped and called him Old Sai again, Duan Hong hastily corrected himself under Sai Chuanqiu's mocking gaze. From this day forth I shall serve as peak lord of Lingxiao sect. At that very instant a translucent system interface shimmered into view. Hidden quest completed. Supreme Forgemaster has joined the sect. Rewards dispersed. Xiantai ore and divine forging furnace usage duration upgraded to permanent. Seeing Duan Hong's acquiescence, Chu Xian smiled. Welcome Master Duan to Lingxiao sect. As a token of welcome, I on behalf of the sect present you with an initiation gift. Duan Hong ran his hand reverently over the furnace beside him. No need. Nothing is required. This single furnace is more than enough. Are you certain, Master Duan? Perhaps I should take a look after all. Duan Hong suddenly realized every time he met Chu Xian anew, he was either already under his thumb or well on his way to being so. What extraordinary fortune had this young man encountered? Not only had he regained his cultivation, but he had also founded a sect of such caliber. Though still in its infancy, the sect's latent foundation was nothing short of formidable. Thereafter the group followed Chu Xian directly to the Xiantai mine. Duan Hong stood frozen before it, struck motionless as though struck by lightning. This cannot be. Trembling, he reached out. The moment his fingertip brushed the vein, the entire seam shimmered with starlight. Within those seemingly ordinary black stones swirled liquid galactic vortices. Each stone breathed autonomously, inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy that summoned miniature tempests across the heavens. A tidal wave of revelation crashed through Duan Hong's mind. This was no mere Xiantai mine. It was the legendary stellar marrow prime vein, a peerless divine material extinct since ancient times. An indispensable ingredient for forging emperor divine artifacts. Mere fingernail-sized fragments had once ignited bloodshed amongst sacred lands. And here, stretched an entire mountain-spanning vein. Young Master Chu, no sect leader. His voice hoarse. Duan Hong cried, you call this an initiation gift? In that instant, he felt joining Lingxiao sect was nothing short of seizing heaven's most fortuitous boon. Yu Jian freedom. None of it mattered now. Even if Chu Xian ordered him to wash every disciple's undergarments, he would clutch that vein and declare it smells divine. Chu Xian waved dismissively, calm and unassuming. This is but the tip of Lingxiao sect's iceberg, the merest hair's breadth atop a single ox hair. Duan worked diligently. This sect leader shall never fail you. After viewing the stellar marrow prime vein, the group returned to the blacksmith peak. Chu Xian immediately instructed numerous NPC elders to lead disciples there for apprentice selection. Any candidate approved by Duan Hong would be permitted to remain permanently on the blacksmith peak, the sect's second established Dao peak following the alchemy peak. After 3 days of rigorous screening, Duan Hong indeed found a disciple who met his exacting standards. The youth was named O Tai, a former disciple of the Piaomiao sect, now serving as a menial laborer in Lingxiao sect. Like Xiao Dai, O Tai possessed little aptitude for cultivation, but an innate extraordinary talent for forging. As Duan Hong put it, my treasured disciple possesses the innate forging saint body. Even Yu Jian falls short of him in the art of forging. Meanwhile, over those 3 days, Emperor Xia Yanqiu arrived unannounced, bearing 2 urgent reports. First, a surge of demonic cultivators had erupted across the western marches of the great Xia Empire. Duan Hong too recounted to Chu Xian his encounter with a saint-tier demonic cultivator en route to Lingxiao sect. Second report, a newly emerged sacred land, Zixia sect, had appeared south of the great Xia Empire. Possessing overwhelming strength, it demanded Xia become its vassal state, paying monthly tribute, while offering in return to resolve the demonic cultivator crisis. At Lingxiao sect's main peak, Sacred Sovereign, I have truthfully conveyed our position to Zixia sect. We require no intervention from them, for Lingxiao sacred land stands as our sovereign protector. Upon hearing this, the Zixia envoys departed, stating only they would return in 1 month to seek Dao at Lingxiao sacred land. Chu Xian smiled faintly. So Zixia intended to challenge their authority. Let them come, if they dare. As for the demonic cultivators, I have already devised a solution. Your Majesty need not fret. Hearing Chu Xian's unwavering confidence, Xia Yanqiu's heart settled completely. Then I shall take my leave, awaiting your sacred sovereignty's triumphant news. After Xia Yanqiu departed, Long Out Yin stepped forward. Master, issue the command. Lingxiao sect boasts countless saint-tier experts. These demonic cultivators are beneath notice. Chu Xian glanced at Long Out Yin, voice cool and measured. Do we even need saint-tier strength? Remain here, calmly, obediently. Shangxia. Second Elder Shangxia instantly materialized upon the main peak. Sect leader. Resolve the demonic cultivator threat in the western marches of Great Xia. Understood, sect leader. A sovereign emperor's divine sense erupted outward. Within moments, Shangxia had pinpointed the demonic cultivators 10,000 li away. There atop the main peak, Chu Xian stood tall, palms open facing downward, then gently pressed down. Above the western marches the sky, once choked with storm clouds, wrenched violently. A colossal golden palm vast enough to blot out the heavens coalesced from thin air. Boom. Before it even descended, its crushing aura shattered mountains and split earth. Demonic cultivators slaughtering mortals froze mid-strike, turning upward in abject terror. Wow, what is th? One demon's words died unfinished, reduced to crimson mist by the palm's passing wind. Then the palm slammed down. Roar. The ground plummeted 100 zhang in an instant. Earth veins snapped, magma geysered skyward. Countless demons perished without even raising a hand in resistance, utterly erased. High above the demon sovereign hall's cloud canopy, a black-robed figure trembled violently. Juyo demon soil, a territory spanning 1 million li. And yet, over half of it has been crushed into oblivion. Our ancestor has just awakened. Is heaven determined to annihilate our demon cult? Despair seeped from beneath the black robes. Back upon Lingxiao sect's main peak, Chu Xian, clearly suffering severe backlash, sat cross-legged meditating to stabilize his injuries. Due to system restrictions, NPC elders are unable to leave the sect. The Great Emperor Elder can attack from thousands of miles away, but it comes at a certain cost, and the power of the attack is also limited. Otherwise, a single strike from the Great Emperor could easily obliterate the entire Xinjiao continent. The Lingxiao sect possesses numerous powerful cultivators, yet they can only defend their home, which leaves Chu Xian extremely frustrated. The invasion of the demon cultivators into the Great Xia is massive, and relying solely on Long Outyin and Duan Hong is evidently insufficient to contend with them. Chu Xian frowned slightly as he looked at the seated elders. This is why I asked you to take action. The system claims it's inadequate, yet it can grant you a Great Emperor-level powerhouse. If this system is impressive, then the restrictions imposed are indeed excessive. Chu Xian had no choice but to retrieve the holy grade pills rewarded by the system for the elders' healing. In the following period, the Lingxiao sect became completely quiet. The demon cultivators could not stir up any trouble for the time being, and the disciple recruitment was nearly completed. Currently, the Lingxiao sect has nearly 5,000 disciples. With the increasing number, Chu Xian could clearly sense that the sect was becoming slightly chaotic. There were simply too many miscellaneous disciples. So much so that there are now 3 peaks for miscellaneous disciples. Thus, after discussions among Chu Xian and several important elders, it was decided to reassign the peaks of the Lingxiao sect. On this day, the Grand Elder Qi Yu stood high above the square of the Lingxiao sect, declaring loudly, "Attention, all disciples of the Lingxiao sect. By order of the sect master. From today onward, the Lingxiao sect will be divided into 9 main peaks. The first peak, the main peak, will primarily be where the sect master and the direct disciples cultivate and reside. The second peak is the medicine peak, where disciples who love alchemy will cultivate and reside. The third peak is the artisan peak, where disciples who enjoy forging can cultivate and reside. The fourth peak is the sword peak, where sword cultivators can cultivate and reside. The fifth peak is the talisman peak, where disciples who enjoy talismans can cultivate and reside. The sixth peak is the array peak, where disciples who enjoy formations can cultivate and reside. The seventh peak is the 100 Flowers peak, specifically established for female disciples, where any female disciple can cultivate and reside. The eighth peak is the Beast Master peak, where disciples who raise spirit beasts or have signed contracts with spirit beasts can cultivate and reside. As the announcement reached this point, Qi Yu paused slightly. Disciples choosing the Beast Master peak, please pay special attention. Do not let your spirit beast partners relieve themselves everywhere. The ninth peak is the Mountain River peak, where disciples who cannot enter the above 8 peaks will be unified to the Mountain River peak. The announcement is complete. Please, all disciples, quickly proceed to your desired main peak for selection. In an instant, all disciples of the Lingxiao sect were dumbfounded. They did not expect such a sudden and significant change in the sect. This reform indeed allows for a better excavation of the disciples' potential. For 10 consecutive days, the Lingxiao sect underwent a complete transformation. Every disciple has reached their chosen peak to begin cultivating. The peak master of the medicine peak is Sai Chunqiu, and the peak master of the artisan peak is Duan Hong. Apart from these 2 main peaks, the remaining 6 peaks will temporarily be led by NPC elders as peak masters. With the reform of the Lingxiao sect thoroughly completed, Chu Xian was lying on a recliner flipping through ancient texts in the 10,000 Classics Pavilion when Duan Hong joyfully approached with a large wheel. "Sect Master, I did it." Hearing Duan Hong shout, Chu Xian set the ancient text aside and looked at him with curiosity. "Sect Master, the disciple recruitment wheel has been completely upgraded." Chu Xian glanced at the brand new wheel in front of him, his eyes lighting up. Although it still resembled a wheel, the content had undergone significant changes. The original 5 colors of the wheel have been replaced with numbers. from 1 to 9, representing the 9 main peaks of the Lingxiao sect. Of course, the largest area on the wheel remains blank, only changing the previous distinction between inner and outer sects to the current 9 main peaks. Oh, this wheel seems to be able to directly test the specific talents of the disciples now. Duan Hong said excitedly. Exactly. With the help of Elder Chiyu, this wheel is now far more sophisticated than before. Previously, it could only distinguish the talent levels of disciples, and after joining the sect, there would be a second round of selection. Now this one, as long as a disciple's talent meets the recruitment standard, it can directly detect the abilities possessed by the disciple. Those with alchemy talent will be directed to the medicine peak, while those with forging talent will go to the artisan peak. We can still claim it's purely based on luck. After Duan Hong's explanation, Chu Xian's eyes instantly lit up, truly deserving to be the strongest forger in the eastern wilderness. This wheel is 100 times better than whatever Chi Yu and the others created. Promotion. Promote it throughout the entire Great Xia. Thus, the new generation of disciple recruitment will immediately replace the old version. The Lingxiao sect undergoes new changes every day, and the people from the Zixia sacred land finally arrived at the gates of the Lingxiao sect after a month. On this day, 9 golden-winged dapangs pulled a jade carriage hovering in front of the gates of the Lingxiao sect. The jade carriage radiated brilliant light accompanied by ethereal music. An elder in a purple robe stepped down from the air, his voice resounding like thunder. Elder Mo Tianji of the Zixia sacred land here to pay respects to the sect master of the Lingxiao sect. Chu Xian lazily reclined on the main peak chair, munching on spirit fruits freshly picked by Yu Jianshao, and said, "Did you bring a gift? If not, you can't enter." Elder Mo Tianji's eye twitched arrogant. He then angrily waved his sleeve, throwing out a jade slip. "There is no gift. This is a declaration of war." 1 month later, disciples from both sects will compete at the borders of the 3 domains, with the victor gaining dominion over Great Xia. Can your Lingxiao sect dare to accept this challenge? Chu Xian remained seated at the main peak, murmuring, disciples competing. It seems that the Zixia sacred land does not wish to initiate a holy war, so they proposed a contest among disciples. The holy war mentioned by Chu Xian refers to a large-scale battle between the 2 sacred lands, involving only holy rank powerhouses. When holy rank powerhouses engage, the earth can tremble, and serious damage may be inflicted on the entire battlefield. Thus, there are unwritten rules among many sacred lands that a holy war should not be initiated unless absolutely necessary. How shall the contest be conducted? Tell me about it. Elder Mo Tianji infused spiritual energy into the jade slip in front of him, and immediately the slip emitted a radiant projection. The projection displayed a colorful map of a vast area at the southern border of Great Xia. There are forests, plains, valleys, and more. The contest will take place in this area, half within Great Xia and half within the territory of my Zixia sacred land. This contest will adopt a point system, with both sides sending 100 disciples to participate, and the time limit is 10 days. After 10 days, the side with more points wins. The contest area is divided into 3 tiers, with the outermost tier limited to 50 disciples of the Meridian realm, who can only gain points by hunting spirit beasts. The second tier has no spirit beasts and limits participation to 30 disciples of the spiritual spring realm, each carrying initial points to compete for the opponent's point jade plates. The innermost area will feature a competition platform limited to 20 disciples of the golden core realm. At the end of the Tendui period, those who successfully defend the platform will gain 100 times the points. After listening to the introduction, Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. The rules are rather unique, but you Zixia sacred land are being a bit too brazen. Long Out Yin. Let's deal with him first. The old man in the purple robe was so furious that his beard twisted. What right do you have to strike me, old man? Chu Xian angrily replied. The Great Xia is a subsidiary of my Lingxiao sect. If you win, the Great Xia returns to you, but if you lose, you think you can just walk away. What a shameless approach. Long Out Yin. Beat him. Long Out Yin had consumed the 9-pattern dragon pill, and his cultivation had now reached the 9th level of the Great Sage. This old man in the purple robe was about to suffer greatly. Standing outside the mountain gate, Long Out Yin grinned, cracking his knuckles. Old dang, can you handle this punch of mine, filled with 20 years of power? The old man in the purple robe, seeing Long Out Yin approach, pretended to be calm, stroked his beard, and sneered, "Humph. A mere Lingxiao sect dares to be arrogant in front of me. I have roamed the eastern wasteland for 300 years. What storms have I not seen? Today let me show you what it means to." Before he could finish his words, Long Out Yin had already slapped him. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the venue, and the old man's face instantly swelled like a pig's head, with his 2 front teeth tracing a beautiful parabola in the air. The old man covered his face, astonished and enraged. "You dare to sneak attack? That's against the martial ethics." Long Out Yin grinned. "You talk too much, keep hitting." saying that he delivered a flying knee to the old man's stomach, causing the old man to yelp and curl up like a cooked shrimp, tears streaming down his face. Wait, I wasn't ready just now. Let's start over. Start over. Chu Xian, sitting at the main peak and munching on seeds, looked at the light screen appearing before him leisurely and said, "All right, Long Out Yin, give him a chance." Just as the old man breathed a sigh of relief, Long Out Yin grinned and cracked his knuckles. "Good, this time I'll let you go first." The old man was overjoyed, immediately assuming a stance, gathering his energy, and shouted, "Behold the old man's ultimate skill, purple chi from the east." He suddenly thrust out his palm, but Long Out Yin didn't even bother to dodge, taking the blow head in without budging an inch, and even scratched his chest. "Is that all?" The old man's eyes nearly popped out. "In no way. My palm can split mountains and sever seas." "Split mountains and sever seas?" Long Out Yin scoffed. "Let me show you what it means to split mountains and sever seas." Boom. With this punch, the old man was directly smashed into the ground, leaving only his head exposed, bruised, and battered. Then Long Aotian's fists fell like rain on the old man. "This is for being arrogant. This is for not knowing your place." The old man, utterly defenseless, cried out, "Stop hitting me. Young hero, spare my life. I was wrong. I promise I won't be arrogant again." Unbeknownst to when Chu Xian had already come from the main peak to the mountain gate. He squatted down and asked with a smile, "Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Weren't you going to show us what you could do?" The old man, with snot and tears, exclaimed, "I've seen it. I've seen it. Young hero, you're formidable. I've yielded." Long Out Yin cracked his knuckles, still wanting more. "Sect Master, should we continue?" The old man, upon hearing this, nearly had his soul frightened away, frantically waving his hands. "No, no, no. He'll compensate. He'll pay. He'll pay in spirit stones. He'll pay in treasures." Chu Xian stroked his chin, pondering. "Compensate? This old man's clothes are quite nice. Strip them off." The old man. Soon the old man was left with only a pair of shorts. Chu Xian frowned slightly. "Long Out Yin, don't you think this pair of shorts is of great quality?" Long Out Yin understood. In the end, the old man was left completely naked, crying and running around in the sky. "Go back and tell your Zixia sacred land that if you want to compete, fairly show some sincerity. If you dare to come in front of my Lingxiao sect and act arrogantly again, I will make your Zixia sacred land fly." After the old man left, Chu Xian returned to the sect and began to gather the peak masters for discussion. "Everyone, you have all seen what happened just now. The Zixia sacred land has issued a challenge. There are a total of 100 slots. My main peak has 4 direct disciples, and you can distribute the remaining slots among yourselves. However, one thing to note is that everyone must exert all their strength to beat the people from the Zixia sacred land out of their wits. How dare they come to my Lingxiao sect to boast? I haven't even gone to find the Zixia sacred land, and they dare to come here to show off." The Lingxiao sect's development was rapid, and one day it would surely compete with the Zixia sacred land. So what Chu Xian needed to do was to directly subdue the Zixia sacred land. Outside the Lingxiao sect, there were very few cultivators left participating in the sect entrance trial. Just as the disciples of the Lingxiao sect were about to pack up and leave, a frail young boy stumbled over. A disciple of the Lingxiao sect saw the boy and called out, "Young man, are you here to participate in the sect entrance trial?" The boy's eyes lit up upon hearing the name Lingxiao sect. Lingxiao sect? Isn't that the sect of those little brats? I didn't expect this old man to be reborn here. Great. I will focus on cultivating here, and within 3 years, I will be invincible in the Xianxiao continent. By then, the bloodline of the war god, the immortal bones, they will all belong to me. And that punk from the spiritual spring realm, who beat me up, I will make sure to tear him apart. Not long ago, the Jiuyu demon land in the west of the Great Xia was mostly submerged, and the resurrected ancestor of the demon king, Hall, happened to be in that area, getting smashed to bits. Thus, the ancestor of the demon king, Hall, was reborn. The demon ancestor Chong Lu hurriedly waved at several disciples of the Lingxiao sect. "That's right. I am here to participate in the sect entrance trial." Several disciples of the Lingxiao sect, seeing this, had no choice but to reset the spinning wheel. "Come here, spin the wheel, and wherever it stops, that's which peak you will belong to." The disciples then explained the peaks represented by the numbers. Chong Lao's eyebrows twitched suddenly. There's such a way to recruit disciples. The old man could only say one thing: strange. But this is good. It would actually be easier for me to enter the Lingxiao sect. The young man lightly spun the wheel, his gaze fixed on the number 9. In his heart, he secretly thought, as long as I can enter the sect, that's enough, preferably the worst peak, so I can focus on my cultivation. However, the wheel came to a steady stop at the position of 1, in full view of everyone. What the heck? Qualification for a direct disciple? No way. Is this the first time since the sect started recruiting that someone has landed on direct disciple? What kind of luck is this? This is unfair. What luck? We are all riding on this luck too. Several disciples of the Lingxiao sect erupted in excitement, completely ignoring Chong Lu. Chong Lu, huh? Direct disciple of the sect master. Does this mean I might be exposed? Should I run? If I get exposed, I will definitely die. Just as Chong Lu was considering escape, several disciples of the Lingxiao sect picked him up and rushed toward the Lingxiao sect. Yaha. The sect master once said whoever encounters the qualification for a direct disciple while on duty will be rewarded with one encouragement. Brothers, this time we've really hit the jackpot. Zhong Lao's vision went dark. Having just been reborn, this body possessed no cultivation whatsoever. How could he possibly withstand these few people? Let me think. Before Zhong Lu could finish, a disciple hurriedly interjected, "Hey, what are you thinking? If you become a direct disciple, we all have to call you senior brother. Is there even a need to think?" Exactly. Do you know how difficult it is to qualify as a direct disciple? Since the establishment of Lingxiao sect, you are the first to achieve the qualification of a direct disciple. With everyone chiming in, it was not long before Zhong Lu, under the guidance of several disciples, arrived at the main peak. At this moment, Chu Xian had already finished meeting with the peak masters and was browsing through ancient texts in the pavilion of 10,000 classics. Several disciples brought Zhong Lu to Chu Xian, reporting to the sect master. This senior brother has obtained the qualification of a direct disciple. They shouted in unison, and instantly all disciples of Lingxiao sect were informed. Now we are just showing off to all sect disciples, and soon we will have to face the sect master's punishment. Congratulate us. Chu Xian lightly raised his head, looking at the youth being carried by the crowd. When Chu Xian's gaze met Zhong Lao's, it was as if Zhong Lu was struck by lightning. This kid turned out to be the sect master of Lingxiao sect. The one who had previously pummeled me in the spiritual spring realm is now to become my master. Damn it. Fine. I shall endure this humiliation. Once I obtain the bloodline of the war god and the immortal bones, I will surely refine you into a demonic corpse to be driven around all day. Just as Zhong Lu was deep in thought, Chu Xian had already set down the ancient text in his hands and approached him. Very well. Since you have obtained the qualification of a direct disciple, from today onwards you shall be my direct disciple. Hey kid, pay your respects to your master. Before Zhong Lu could respond, several Lingxiao sect disciples who were behind him stepped forward, smiling widely, as they directly made him bow down. Senior brother, the sect master can't wait any longer. We will help you. They seemed scared that Zhong Lu might run away. At this point, Zhong Lu had no choice but to reluctantly accept his fate. Disciple pays respects to master. Just then 4 direct disciples rushed over in unison. The earlier shouting from the few disciples had been too loud, and now everyone in the sect knew that a new direct disciple had arrived, so the 4 came to check on the new little junior brother. Master, paying respects to master. The 4 of them saluted one by one. Zhong Lu couldn't help but look at the 4, his heart suddenly filled with joy, even disregarding Chu Xian in front of him. Great. The bloodline of the war god and the immortal bones are all here. Wait, I haven't seen that little girl before. Hold on. It seems to be a dual cultivation physique. While Zhong Lu was sizing them up, Chu Xian said, "You 4 have arrived at the right time. Come over to meet your little junior brother." By the way, what is your name, disciple? Zhong Lu. Is this how you take disciples? Disciple's name is Zhong Lu. Nice name. Since your senior brothers and sisters are here, let them guide you around the sect. Yu Jian and the others approached Zhong Lu. As the eldest senior brother, Yu Jian was in a good mood. Junior brother, let's go. Lin Xian frowned slightly, but said nothing further. Tang Lu nodded slightly at Zhong Lu. Xia Zhu wrapped her arm around Yu Jian's, sweetly smiling at Zhong Lu. Having exchanged greetings, Zhong Lu also greeted each of them. When he asked about Xia Zhu, Zhong Lao's heart skipped a beat. He thought, I didn't see clearly from that distance, but now that I am close, it turns out she is an ancient Huangquan saint body. The most top-tier dual cultivation physique in the world. Immediately Zhong Lao's gaze shifted to Yu Jian. What a lucky guy. Once I regain my cultivation. Smack. Before Zhong Lu could continue his thoughts, Lin Xian slapped him on the back of the head. Let's go, Lin Xian said coolly. Following that, the 4 led Zhong Lu down from the main peak. Chu Xian watched the 5 depart, smiling as he shook his head. Xianer was a semi-emperor in his previous life, and in this life, he has gained immortal bones. His future potential is boundless. Jianer and Zhuer's physiques complement each other. They will not be inferior to Lin Xian in the future. Luer bears the bloodline power, and there are great beings in his ancestry. As long as the bloodline fully awakens, he might become the one with the highest achievements among them. As for this Zhong Lu, Chu Xian couldn't quite see through him for the moment. Just then Chi Yu slowly approached. Sect Master, the new direct disciple, carries a trace of demonic energy on him. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian, who had just picked up the ancient text, set it down again. Oh, really? Chi Yu affirmed, absolutely true. Sect Master, should I eliminate him in secret? Chu Xian pondered for a moment in silence, and then said, No need, as long as he doesn't do anything out of line, we can ignore him. Yes, Sectmaster. Chu Xian glanced at Zhonglu, who was growing farther away, and silently opened the ancient text in his hands. Notify the Peak Masters, let's increase the quota for direct disciples competing with Zixia Holy Land by one more. Having traversed this world for so many years as a modern person and experienced countless fights and killings, Chu Xian gradually understood a principle. This world is essentially like the underworld of his previous life, except that everyone's lifespan has increased and the methods of fighting have been greatly enhanced. In simple terms, it is a society with superpowers. Whoever has the bigger fist is the one who establishes the rules. Demonic cultivators and righteous sects differ only in their cultivation methods. There are more righteous cultivators, so demonic cultivators have become the outcasts, almost universally reviled. Sometimes the so-called righteous sects commit acts that are 1,000 times more brutal than demonic cultivators. Thus, Chu Xian had no peculiar views regarding Zhonglu. Since he had entered Lingxiao sect, he was now a disciple of Lingxiao sect. I must think of a way, Chu Xian murmured while flipping through the ancient text. The 5 direct disciples were wandering about in the sect, when suddenly 2 figures, one white and one yellow, shot towards them. It was the big yellow dog and Airbai who were chasing each other joyfully within Lingxiao sect. Airbai dashed over, directly reaching Zhong Lao's side, sniffing quickly around him. In contrast, upon seeing Airbai, Zhong Lao's entire body went rigid. His heart was filled with extreme fear at that moment. This dog has actually survived. He had been suppressed by the Wuxiang Lingshu for tens of thousands of years, all thanks to this white dog. Didn't it burn its essence blood back then? How is it still alive and kicking now? As Zhonglu stared at the white dog in front of him with a gaping mouth, Yu Jian quickly pulled Airbai aside. Airbai, this is the new little junior brother, you mustn't scare him. Xiazhu covered her mouth and giggled. I didn't expect junior brother to be afraid of dogs. Although Airbai was pulled aside, his bright eyes remained fixed on Zhonglu. This made Zhonglu feel uneasy. Could it be that this dog recognizes me? No way. The group chatted and laughed, leading Zhonglu around all of Lingxiao sect, which directly placed Zhonglu at the top of Lingxiao sect's popularity list. By the end of the tour, everyone in the sect had come to know this new direct disciple. Chi Yu, intensify the flame. Master, this is already my utmost effort. This won't do. When several senior disciples returned to the main peak, Chu Xian was simmering broth in Chi Yu's Hunyuan cauldron. The flame's temperature remained unsatisfactory, so he kept urging Chi Yu to stoke it higher. The disciples exchanged puzzled glances. Master, what are you doing? Without turning his head, Chu Xian kept his gaze fixed upon the cauldron. Xiao Chonglu has just arrived. We're improving your rations. Bewildered, they could only wait silently. After a long while, Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction and ladled 5 bowls of golden broth from the cauldron, distributing 1 to each senior disciple. Each of you take a bowl. This broth took me great effort to prepare. Chu Xian spoke calmly, unflustered, while beside him Chi Yu stood drenched in glistening sweat, her breath coming in soft, rapid gasps. The disciples glanced between Chi Yu and Chu Xian, then accepted the bowls with quiet, knowing smiles. Yu Jian tilted his head back and drained his golden broth in one swallow. Immediately, a warm current surged from his dantian, flooding his limbs and meridians. His eyes widened in astonishment. Spiritual energy roared through his channels like a boundless river, and the lingering soreness in his waist and back, the after effect of daily dual cultivation with Xiazhu, vanished entirely. This broth, before he could finish speaking, a brilliant golden radiance erupted from Yu Jian's body. He broke through on the spot. Mystic Core Realm 5th Tier. After returning from the formless spirit ruins, Yu Jian and the others had all ascended to the Mystic Core Realm. Coupled with his dual cultivation with Xiazhu, their progress had become meteoric. Seeing this, Xiazhu hastily drank hers, and instantly her cheeks flushed crimson. Master's broth, too hot. No, it's exquisitely soothing. Within her, the yellow spring's force surged violently. Her cultivation surged toward the apex of the spirit spring realm. Xiazhu had always possessed latent cultivation, but her awakening as an ancient yellow spring's sacred body had long suppressed it. Now that her constitution had fully awakened, her power surged uncontrollably, and after drinking Chu Xian's broth, she would soon break through into the mystic core realm. Tang Lu and Lin Xian exchanged a glance, then raised their bowls in unison. Tang Lu drank deeply, his bones cracked and popped, and behind him the faint, awe-inspiring silhouette of a war god shimmered once more. Lin Xian's hand trembled slightly as she held her bowl. With the discerning eye of a former half-emperor, she perceived at least 9 millennium-grade spirit herbs dissolved within the broth, and subtle traces of Tao resonance swirling throughout. What extraordinary generosity from Master! Awe gripped Lin Xian's heart. Such a broth was utterly unheard of, even in her past life. She bowed deeply and drank with solemn reverence. Instantly golden light blazed forth from her immortal bones. Finally, it was Chonlu's turn. The youth hesitated, clutching his bowl, but seeing his senior brothers and sisters savoring theirs with blissful expressions, he steeled himself and downed the entire bowl in one go. Delicious indeed. Thank you, master. Still an ordinary mortal, Chonlu had wandered the Lingxiao sect for hours, and hunger gnawed at his belly. The broth restored his strength immediately. Chonlu thought inwardly, this master doesn't seem quite so dreadful after all. Once my cultivation returns, I'll spare his life. Yet the others stared for a long while. Nothing happened to Chonlu. Chu Xian watched smiling as 4 disciples manifested extraordinary phenomena, while Chonlu remained utterly unchanged. Turning to Qiyu, who lay collapsed on the ground, he said, "See, I told you, the fire still lacked refinement." Qiyu's crimson lips parted, speechless. Chu Xian chuckled at the disheartened Chonlu. "Little Chonlu, fear not. I shall bestow upon you a cultivation manual. Practice it diligently, and greatness shall surely be yours." So saying, he drew forth a manual titled The Self-Cultivation of the Upright Path and tossed it to Chonlu. Chonlu stared at the manual and winced inwardly. There goes that fleeting good impression. Oh dear master, just you wait. Outwardly, however, he hurriedly cowed out. Your disciple thanks master deeply. I shall strive without fail, honoring master's profound benevolence. Chu Xian nodded approvingly. Good. Then return to your quarters for now. In the upcoming contest against the Zixia Holy Land, perform well. Yes, master. The 5 senior disciples departed. Chonlu, clutching the self-cultivation of the upright path, made his way toward the residence he'd chosen earlier. Inside his room, Chonlu angrily flung the so-called manual aside and fumed. Do you truly expect me to cultivate your wretched technique? 10,000 demonic arts exist, and my methods surpass yours by 10,000-fold. Though reborn, the demonic sigils I once etched upon my spine have reappeared, etched anew. With steady practice, I shall reclaim my former supremacy. So saying, Chonlu sank his consciousness inward, preparing to transmute ambient spiritual energy into demonic qi via the sigils along his spine, when something felt profoundly wrong. His entire spine gleamed pristine white. Where are my sigils? What in the 9 heavens happened to my sigils? Chonlu froze, stunned. Where had they gone? Without those sigils, he would need to rebuild his demonic cultivation from scratch, re-engraving every sigil anew. All the foundations of his past life had dissolved into nothingness. Suddenly, Chonlu recalled the broth he'd drunk moments before. At the memory of that radiant, all-encompassing warmth, his face burned scarlet. He threw back his head and let out a soul-rending howl. No. 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 BGM snowflakes drift. The north wind howls. Just then Xia Zhu happened to pass by Chonlu's residence and paused, puzzled. Isn't this Brother Chonlu's residence? Brother Chonlu, what's wrong? Chonlu's face flushed red, his mind raced. This must never reach another soul. So feigning tears, he whimpered. I can't understand master's manual. It's incomprehensible. Far too difficult. Seeing him weep so bitterly, Xia Zhu's heart ached for the new junior brother. Brother, don't fret. I'll ask senior brother Yu Jian later. Perhaps he can guide you. Tears streamed down Chonlu's face. Thank you, senior sister. After Xia Zhu left, Chonlu sat on the floor and vowed inwardly, Vile master, you've shattered my 10th Ascendier Dao foundation. Chonlu and you shall never share the same sky. Sitting there weeping, he cast a glare at the self-cultivation of the upright path discarded nearby. With my innate talent, mastery will come swiftly. Then, I shall flay you alive, strip you bare, and tear out your tendons. After long reflection, Chonlu murmured softly, Now that I am reborn, perhaps I may tread an entirely new path. This body remains young. Dual cultivation of immortal and demon paths is not impossible. Once I seize the war god's bloodline and the immortal bones, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of this world. At this realization, his heart cleared, his spirit unburdened. He picked up the self-cultivation of the upright path and began devouring its pages with frantic intensity. Half a day passed in a blink. A piercing, gut-wrenching shriek tore from Chonlu's residence. HHH. I truly cannot comprehend this wretched manual. No, no, no. BGM, true feelings spread as vast as the prairie. Zhonglu held the martial art manual, tears welling in his eyes, murmuring, Could there be a problem with this martial art? I, with my extraordinary talent, became a semi-emperor in just 50 years back then. How could I not comprehend this manual? Sigh. I might as well go ask. Zhonglu stood up, clutching the manual, and headed towards the main hall of the Lingxiao sect. I should directly ask that treacherous master. If I can't quickly comprehend this martial art, those little brats should forget about it. Atop the main peak, Chu Xian was browsing ancient texts when he saw Zhonglu jogging towards him. Little Zhonglu, why are you in such a hurry? Before Chu Xian could finish his sentence, Zhonglu, unable to see the road ahead, while holding the manual, tripped over his own feet. What a clumsy fall. Chu Xian slapped his forehead, unable to watch. Disciple, there's no need to greet me with such formality. Our Lingxiao sect has no such strict rules. As he spoke, he helped Zhonglu up and dusted off his clothes. Disciple, why did you rush over in such a panic? Zhonglu replied earnestly, Master, this martial art is too difficult, and handed the manual Self-Cultivation of the Righteous Path to Chu Xian. Difficult. Chu Xian took the manual, silently scoffing in his heart. Isn't this just an entry-level technique? Even a big yellow dog can practice this. How can you say it's difficult? Could it be that this guy was some great demon in his past life, brushed off by the righteous sect as an experience bag? His talent seems to be even worse than that of a servant disciple. Thinking this, he wore a gentle smile. Disciple, don't worry. I will explain it to you right now. He opened the first page and pointed at the diagram of the cultivation cycle, saying, Look at how the circulation works. Master, Zhonglu suddenly interrupted. These lines are all twisted. I really can't understand them. Chu Xian's eyelids twitched. This is a universal spiritual meridian diagram in the cultivation world. Even a 3-year-old could recognize it. Don't magic cultivators use spiritual meridians? Actually, the methods of magic cultivators in the Xianxiao continent differ significantly from those of righteous cultivators. Although the names of the realms are the same, magic cultivators rely on inscribing demonic patterns on their bones using demonic arts, which transforms spiritual energy into demonic qi that circulates through their skeletal system. In simpler terms, the bones of magic cultivators act as their own spiritual meridians. Some magic cultivators in the end are left with only their bones, with all flesh and blood having vanished, which means that almost all demonic arts operate through the bones to channel demonic qi. In the Xianxiao continent, the distinction between righteous and magic cultivators is primarily based on whether a person channels spiritual energy through spiritual meridians. How about this? Chu Xian pondered for a moment and pulled out a picture book from his sleeve, saying, This is the Introduction to Cultivation comic. You should take a look. Before Chu Xian could finish, Master, Zhong Lao's eyes suddenly lit up. I can understand this. On the first page of the comic, the words, The 3-Character Classic of Cultivation, were prominently displayed, each page illustrated with simple drawings, a small figure sitting cross-legged with a dialogue box above saying, Absorbing Spiritual Energy. Next to it was a big yellow dog sticking out its tongue, holding a wooden sign that said, I can do it too. Chu Xian looked at Zhong Lao's treasure-like expression and couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. Just then a system interface suddenly appeared. Hidden task activated. Cultivating the leader of the righteous path. Target 5th personal disciple, Zhong Lu. Hidden task reward. All disciples of the sect will be immune to inner demon disturbances. Looking at the system interface before him, Chu Xian's eyes widened in surprise. This task seems to have some difficulty. After sending Zhong Lu off, Chu Xian contentedly picked up the ancient text again. Returning to his residence, Zhong Lu gazed at the comic with rapture, and his entire being began to change subtly. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he tried to draw in qi according to the illustrations in the Introduction to Cultivation comic. I'm familiar righteous martial art, I must see what mysteries it holds. Just as he began to circulate the technique, he suddenly felt something unusual in his body. The previously blocked meridians began to tremble slightly, and strands of spiritual energy gradually seeped in, flowing through his limbs. Zhong Lu opened his eyes in surprise. This broken martial art actually works. He carefully sensed the changes within him and found that spiritual energy was indeed flowing along the meridians, albeit slowly, but it was gradually clearing his physique. That treacherous master really has some skills. Zhong Lu squinted with delight, already beginning to plan for a bright future. Once I restore my cultivation, I'll have the master bring me shoes, and Jian will wash my feet, and Xia Zhu will warm my bed, and I'll have Lin Xian serve me tea and water, and I'll have Tang Lu roast fish for me. The mere righteous martial art is but an auxiliary means. My true trump card is still the demonic arts. Zhong Lu decided to seize the moment, immediately activating his past demonic techniques and preparing to inscribe demonic patterns anew on his bones. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and mobilized the spiritual energy he had just absorbed, beginning to trace the pattern of the demonic script on his spine. However, crack! A slight crisp sound rang out, and the recently formed demonic pattern shattered abruptly. What a... Zhong Lu was alarmed and hurriedly checked his internal condition, only to discover spiritual energy was flowing through the meridians, automatically purifying the remnants of demonic qi on his bones. No, my demonic arts. No. BGM, a cutting cold plum, standing proud in the snow. Zhong Lao's face turned pale, finally realizing something. It seems that, damn it, I'm really going to become a righteous cultivator. I refuse. If those demonic brats see me become righteous, how will that be acceptable? Thus Zhong Lu began to frantically experiment. That day, as the disciples of the Lingxiao sect were preparing for the competition at the Zixia sacred land, a deep voice suddenly resonated throughout the Lingxiao sect. Lingxiao sect, come out and debate with me. 5 figures stood outside the mountain gate of the Lingxiao sect clad in purple robes, exuding a menacing aura. Chu Xian looked at the group through the light screen and chuckled. The people from Zixia sacred land have come again. Same old story. Did you bring any gifts? If you didn't bring gifts, you can't come in. The leading figure in the purple robe said coldly. Lingxiao sect, listen up. I proposed a competition among disciples because I didn't want to see the lives of the people in the Daxia suffer, but you Lingxiao sect dared to insult the elders of Zixia sacred land. For this matter, we must have an explanation. Chu Xian sat atop the main peak, casually digging in his ears, and replied indifferently, what kind of explanation? The purple-robed figure said, increase the stakes of the competition. If your Lingxiao sect loses, the Daxia will belong to my Zixia sacred land, and Lingxiao sect will pay a compensation of 10,000 spirit stones. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. Isn't this just territorial compensation in the cultivation world? Damn it, they'll kill you. Chu Xian remained impassive as he asked, and if your Zixia holy land loses? Ni's opponent, clad in violet robes, glared fiercely. And if the Zixia holy land is defeated, we shall cede the northern half of Zixia prefecture to your Lingxiao sect. Zixia prefecture encompassed the entire domain of the Zixia holy land, and expands twice the size of the Great Xia Empire. In this concession signaled genuine intent. At last, it was no longer mere empty rhetoric. With a sweeping gesture, Chu Xian sent forth a golden scroll that hovered midair. And this is the Lingxiao sect's covenant. None month hence our disciples shall gather at the appointed arena for the contest. The violet-robed elder seized the scroll, then withdrew a violet one from his sleeve and hurled it toward Long Outyin standing at the Lingxiao sect's mountain gate. And Long Outyin chuckled, darkly caught the scroll, scanned it with his divine sense, and nodded toward the main peak. The covenant imposed no tangible penalty, yet breach would manifest a luminous banner above the violator's head inscribed with the words breach of trust. In its former glory, the Yunxiao sect had expanded rapidly, and Chu Xian had signed countless such covenants on its behalf. And the violet-robed elder likewise examined the golden scroll with his divine sense before tucking it away. We meet again in 1 month. And he cast a disdainful glance at Long Outyin, who stood there smirking coldly, then swiftly withdrew with his entourage. Within their minds, the violet-robed elders silently breathed relief, and after the last holy war, the Holy Land required time to recuperate, and thus dispatched disciples instead of waging full-scale war. Had true hostilities erupted, victory over the Lingxiao sect was far from certain. Even the lone figure standing guard at the gate radiated the aura of a saint-tier cultivator. And though concealed by the sect's protective formation, several formidable presences could still be sensed within Lingxiao sect's mountains. Their relief was warranted, but only partially so. And the Lingxiao sect housed hundreds of saint-tier cultivators defending its home. And the Great Xia Empire required merely 2 saints to proclaim sovereignty, i.e. most holy lands counted 10 as middling strength. Even the East Wasteland's strongest sect, the Yunxiao sect, boasted no more than 100 saints. And should the Zixia Holy Land march en masse, it would suffer annihilation, no matter how many arrived. No sooner had the Zixia delegation departed than Lingxiao sect disciples erupted into jubilation. In the quest hall issued an official decree: those who rendered exceptional service in the upcoming contest would be rewarded with an entire day of personal discipline administered by the sect master himself. A full day? And wouldn't that be utterly exhilarating? Yet the selection list rested solely with each peak's master, leaving disciples to wait in eager anticipation. And by dawn the next day, the roster had already been announced. Once participants were confirmed, the Lingxiao sect mobilized with astonishing speed. And Chu Xian's leather whip whirled so fiercely atop the main peak that smoke curled from its tip. Crack, crack, crack. And watching disciple after disciple slip into profound enlightenment, Chu Xian felt profound satisfaction. And elsewhere, the bloodline immortal pool had become equally inundated, overflowing with cultivators. Since its opening, the bloodline immortal pool had ranked among Lingxiao sect's most coveted facilities, its sole purpose to enhance every facet of a cultivator's physical and spiritual constitution. All contestants not yet subjected to Chu Xian's disciplinary whip now immersed themselves in the pool. And Zhonglu, the youngest disciple of the sect master's peak, was naturally among them. Submerged in the bloodline immortal pool, Zhonglu felt dense spiritual energy surging into his body, flowing directly into his very bones. Zhonglu mused inwardly. They say this pool transforms a cultivator's flesh and blood, and indeed it proves true. And stealthily, he activated the demonic cultivation art of his past life, attempting to etch demonic sigils onto his skeletal frame. That treacherous master's immortal pool. How fortuitous for this old man. And he had tried for days without success. Today, he merely sought to test fate once more. Yet what Zhonglu never anticipated. Within the bloodline immortal pool, the demonic sigils began to form upon his bones slowly, but unmistakably. Ni's heart hammered wildly. It worked, and truly succeeded. Nahaha. This pool's spiritual energy bypasses meridians entirely, nourishing bone directly. In this lifetime, I shall subjugate the heavens themselves. In this lifetime, I shall elevate demonic cultivation to unparalleled supremacy. And he stole a glance at his fellow disciples' eyes closed in serene cultivation, utterly oblivious. His pride swelled. When my demonic sigils reach perfection, I shall make you my first sacrifice. Yet even as he savored this private triumph, a sudden realization struck, and the newly etched sigil was golden. And Zhonglu. NIS this even a demonic sigil anymore. And staring at the radiant golden sigil shimmering across his bones, his expression flickered between disbelief and fury. What manner of abomination is this? A righteous demonic sigil. In gritting his teeth, he forced demonic energy through the sigil, only to find its chilling malice transformed into solemn balanced power tinged with the awe-inspiring majesty of heaven itself. No, and my demonic art must never become this. Frenzied Zhonglu redoubled his cultivation, forcing dark energy to stain the gold. And gradually the radiance dimmed, until the sigil resolved into a breathtaking fusion, black and gold interwoven. It retained demonic ferocity, yet harmonized with celestial dignity. Feeling overwhelming power surge through his veins, Zhonglu twisted his lips into a feral grin. Black and gold demonic sigils, perhaps stronger than before. Ni's gaze locked onto the main peak, dangerous light flashing in his eyes. That treacherous master. You will wait for me. At that very moment, in crack, Na's sharp, resonant slap echoed across the entire bloodline immortal pool. Lin Xian had long harbored an inexplicable irritation toward Zhonglu, and seeing his smug expression ignited her fury instantly. She struck him squarely, sending him flying. And focus on your cultivation, brat. Next time I catch you wearing that look, I'll flay your skin off. Zhonglu, stunned by Lin Xian's blow, flared with rage, only to wilt instantly upon grasping the chasm between their strengths. And internally he raged helplessly. Arg. And that accursed senior sister. Once my demonic art reaches perfection, I'll extract your immortal bones. I'll seal you away for 10,000 years. And Zhonglu remained ignorant of Lin Xian's past life, knowledge known only to the few who had entered the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Chu Xian had expressly forbidden its disclosure. And how Zhonglu would react upon learning Lin Xian too bore memories of a prior existence remained a mystery. And humiliated and smarting, Zhonglu slunk back to his quarters to begin etching further demonic sigils along his spine. As expected, the task had become effortless. Yet, just as he traced the first line, his chamber rippled with a faint trace of demonic energy. Danger! And Zhonglu's heart leapt in alarm, and he instantly suppressed the energy with spiritual force. And phew, thankfully it was faint. Exposure would mean utter ruin, and I must first elevate my spiritual foundation, then resume sigil etching. Otherwise, leaking demonic energy will betray me. Thus Zhonglu seized the illustrated primer of cultivation and plunged back into frenzied practice. And meanwhile, Chu Xian remained absorbed in disciplining disciples, utterly unaware. Day by day, time slipped away, until at last the day of the contest against the Zixia Holy Land arrived. On that day, before the entrance of the Lingxiao sect, a massive Dao ship floated in the air, its body shimmering with radiant light adorned with profound runes. Chu Xian stood at the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back, flanked by Long Ao Tian and Duan Hong, while behind them stood the disciples participating in the competition, each brimming with spirit and a thick aura. Set sail. With Chu Xian's command, the Dao ship tore through the sky, leaving a long afterimage in its wake. At the border of the Great Xia, the people from the Zixia sacred land had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing the Dao ship of the Lingxiao sect descend, the lord of Zixia, Zi Donglai, snorted coldly and said, "The Lingxiao sect has quite the arrogance making us wait for so long." Chu Xian smiled faintly. The journey was long, and we were delayed for a bit. Just as Zi Donglai was about to respond, suddenly, boom, the sky darkened abruptly, and an extremely cold, demonic aura swept in. Huh, how could such a lively competition be without my Juyo magic soil? A sinister laughter echoed, and immediately over 100 shadows descended from the sky, led by a middle-aged man clad in black armor, his expression grim, with swirling demonic energy around him exuding a terrifying aura. The Lord of the Demon King Hall. Zi Donglai's pupils constricted, and his expression changed drastically. Chu Xian frowned slightly, inwardly contemplating, are they from Juyo magic soil? Haven't the people of Juyo magic soil learned their lesson after being suppressed? The Lord of the Demon King Hall grinned, revealing a set of bone-white teeth. I've heard that the Xixia Sacred Land and the Lingxiao sect are competing here, and the victor can claim the northern territory of Xixia Prefecture. Since that's the case, why not add me to the mix? As soon as he finished speaking, the demon cultivators behind him began to snicker, and the demonic energy surged into the sky, clearly indicating that the newcomers were not friendly. The disciples of the Xixia Sacred Land looked grim, and Zi Donglai scolded. You demonic scum have no right to interfere in our righteous matters. Get lost. Righteous. The Lord of the Demon King Hall scoffed. In my eyes, you are nothing but a bunch of hypocrites. Today this land will be claimed by my Juyo magic soil. After he spoke, he suddenly waved his hand, and the demon cultivators behind him instantly spread out, surrounding the people of the Lingxiao sect and Xixia Sacred Land. The aura of more than 10 demon cultivators behind the Lord of the Demon King Hall erupted forth, clearly all being saint-level powerhouses. The atmosphere became tense and charged. It wasn't that the Demon King Hall was looking for trouble, but rather that Juyo magic soil had been largely suppressed by a mysterious force, causing the land to shrink dramatically, making it impossible for a large number of demon cultivators to survive. Thus, the higher-ups of the Demon King Hall could only set their sights on the nearby Xixia Sacred Land. We demon cultivators do not bully others. This time all I brought are those at the meridian opening spiritual spring and mystic pill stages. You two sects can go together. My Juyo magic soil will follow suit. If the two of your sects lose combined, I won't ask for much, just half of Xixia Prefecture, half of Great Xia. Upon hearing this, Zi Donglai hesitated instantly, and the morale of the disciples of the Xixia Sacred Land also sank. Standing among the Lingxiao sect's team, Chong Lu was furious, roaring internally, damn, you bunch of demon brats. Is there no more style from my days? We demon cultivators pride ourselves on being overbearing and unrestrained. Damn it, you really can talk. If it weren't for my current low cultivation, I'd have kicked you twice. The Lord of the Demon King Hall noticed Zi Donglai's silence and sneered, tisk. What's wrong? The righteous sects today don't dare to confront my demon sect Hedon anymore. The demon cultivators behind the Lord of the Demon King Hall burst into wild laughter. GGG. The righteous sect is nothing like it used to be. If you're scared, then hurry and roll back, obediently yielding the land. Ha ha ha. These cowards, even if they compete with us, will end up with their hearts ripped out. Just then Chu Xian smirked and said lazily, another one who doesn't know their place. Do you want to pull a fast one? All eyes turned to Chu Xian. The Lord of the Demon King Hall narrowed his eyes coldly and asked, what do you mean? Chu Xian replied, what if you lose? The Lord of the Demon King Hall seemed to have heard the funniest joke, laughing loudly. Ha! My demon cultivators losing. Ha! If my demon cultivators lose, you can do whatever you want. Chu Xian nodded. You're more straightforward than that old man in purple. Zi Donglai. Did you just call me an old man? Before Zi Donglai could retort, Chu Xian continued. If your demon sect loses. Chu Xian suddenly revealed a playful smile. If you demon cultivators lose, I want all of you from the Demon King Hall to wear pink skirts and dance Little Rabbit Be Good for a month in Juyo magic soil. The entire place fell silent. Little Rabbit Be Good. What kind of thing is that? Seeing that everyone looked bewildered, Chu Xian had to use his spiritual power to illustrate the dance. The face of the Lord of the Demon King Hall turned from black to green, then from green to purple. You. What did you say? Make us dance this. Chu Xian added seriously, dance once each morning, noon, and night. I will send a recording stone to capture the entire process and play it in major cities across the eastern wilderness. PFF. A disciple from the Xixia Sacred Land couldn't hold back his laughter and burst out. The demon cultivators from the Demon King Hall were collectively petrified, and a few young demon cultivators began to imagine themselves dancing in pink fluffy skirts, their faces turning ashen. You are looking for death. The Lord of the Demon King Hall was furious, his demonic energy surging. What? Are you afraid to bet? Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. Didn't you just say I could do whatever I wanted? So it turns out the dignified Demon King Hall is filled with cowards who don't keep their word. You. The Lord of the Demon King Hall trembled with rage, but seeing the expectant gazes of the righteous cultivators around him, he gritted his teeth and said, fine. I agree. But if you lose? He smiled sinisterly. I won't ask for your Great Xia land. I want all of you from the Lingxiao sect to shave your heads and tattoo I am the little cutie of the demon cultivators on your foreheads for a month as well. Deal. Chu Xian agreed so quickly that even the Lord of the Demon King Hall was taken aback. Chong Lu was almost going crazy in the Lingxiao sect team, roaring internally, what kind of ridiculous bet is this? As the reincarnation of a dignified demon sovereign, if I lose, wouldn't I have to wear a skirt and dance? Damn it, you were trying to take my life. Huh, no wait. I am a disciple of the Lingxiao sect now. Damn, you demon brat. You want me to shave my head and tattoo little cutie on me? This is just a complete reversal of fate. Zi Donglai watched in shock, suddenly feeling fortunate that he wasn't dragged into this ridiculous gamble. Chu Xian turned to the disciples of the Lingxiao sect and smiled. Did you all hear that? To prevent everyone from becoming little cuties, you know what to do, right? All the disciples of the Lingxiao sect shouted in unison, make them wear skirts. Dance the rabbit dance. Then the three parties decided if the Demon King Hall wins, half of Xixiao Prefecture belongs to the Demon King Hall, and the Lingxiao sect will shave their heads. If the Lingxiao sect wins, half of Xixiao Prefecture belongs to the Lingxiao sect, and the Demon King Hall will dance the rabbit dance. If the Xixiao Sacred Land wins, Great Xia will belong to the Xixiao Sacred Land, and more than half of Jiu Magic Soil will belong to the Xixiao Sacred Land. What Zi Donglai didn't know was that most of the land of Jiu Magic Soil had already been lost. After that, the negotiators from the three parties waved their hands directly, sending the three factions of cultivators into the competition arena. With the involvement of the Demon King Palace, the rules have undergone slight modifications. The outer disciples can not only hunt magical beasts for points, but also engage in mutual combat to seize points. The disciples from the three parties were scattered in a random manner, with the outer disciples being the first to be deployed. Once the 3-day period ended, the first round of trials would conclude and points would be tallied. Zhong Lu was among those disciples. Practicing both celestial and demonic arts, his cultivation progress was naturally much slower. After more than a month in the Lingxiao sect, he had only reached the 5th level of the Meridian Opening Realm. However, both his celestial and demonic paths were at the 5th level of the Meridian Opening Realm. This was certainly the result of being pushed by Chu Xian on 2 occasions, otherwise it would have been uncertain whether Zhong Lu could even reach the Meridian Opening Realm. In the trial grounds, as Zhong Lu landed from the sky, he felt a powerful aura beside him. A cold smile formed on his lips. Looks like luck is on my side. Before him in the thicket, a peak Meridian Opening Realm purple striped demon tiger was lazily sleeping. Upon sensing Zhong Lao's aura, the tiger suddenly raised its head, its crimson eyes fixated on him. The tiger evidently did not expect a human cultivator to intrude into its territory. Roar! The tiger roared and pounced its sharp claws, creating a fierce sound as they sliced through the air. Yet Zhong Lu remained calm, carefully sensing his surroundings and realizing that he was not being spied on by Chu Xian and the others, which relieved him. He then formed hand seals and coldly declared, "A mere beast dares to act presumptuously before me." Suddenly, the black gold demonic patterns along his spine lit up, and a strange black gold flame coalesced in the palm of his right hand. At the moment the tiger lunged at him, Zhong Lu struck out with his palm. Boom! The black gold flame pierced through the tiger's head, its massive body crashing to the ground. Too weak to withstand a single blow. Immediately after, a white light surged into the jade token at Zhong Lao's waist. The jade token also underwent a transformation, and the number 10 slowly emerged. Oh, a peak Meridian Opening Realm magical beast is worth 10 points. Zhong Lu then ignored the points token. With a disdainful kick at the tiger's corpse, he took out a large black bowl from his void ring. He skillfully cut open the heart of the tiger, and with his fingertip demonic energy surged, extracting all the magical beast's essence blood, gathering it into a pool of dark red blood in the bowl. Gulp gulp. Zhong Lu tilted his head and drank the essence blood in one go, with a few traces of blood remaining at the corner of his mouth. Satisfied, he wiped his mouth. Indeed, essence blood from magical beasts is the best for recovery. As soon as he absorbed the essence blood, Zhong Lu felt the demonic patterns on his spine slightly heat up, and his cultivation in the Meridian Opening Realm advanced a notch. Interesting. Excitement flashed in Zhong Lao's eyes. It seems this trial is a perfect opportunity for me to restore my cultivation. At that moment, rustling sounds came from the nearby thicket. Zhong Lu narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Since you've come, don't hide." 3 cultivators in purple robes stepped out, the leader sneering, "You little brat from Lingxiao sect, hand over your points, and I might leave your corpse intact." Zhong Lu looked at the purple mist tokens hanging from their waists, and suddenly revealed a strange smile just in time. "I also want to taste human blood." Just as Zhong Lu was about to take action, he suddenly sensed a wave of divine sense above him. That treacherous master is spying on me. He hurriedly concealed all of his demonic energy. Outside the trial grounds in the Lingxiao sect's camp, Zhong Lao's figure had already been projected into everyone's view by Long Outyin. Upon seeing the magical tiger beside Zhong Lu and the number on his points token, everyone exclaimed, "Wow, brother Zhong Lu is so strong. He just entered the grounds and already killed a peak Meridian Opening Realm magical beast with his 5th level cultivation. One-hit kill. Absolutely a one-hit kill." The disciples of the Purple Mist Sacred Land also noticed Zhong Lu encountering their disciple Li and started discussing. "It's Junior Brother Li. Junior brother Li is at the 9th level of the Meridian Opening Realm. It seems that little brat from Lingxiao sect is in trouble. Exactly. Although that kid managed to kill a peak magical beast at the 5th level, look at him, he has blood on him. Everyone noticed the blood on Zhong Lu, and the disciples of Lingxiao sect began to worry for him. The scene just switched to Zhong Lao's perspective, so everyone was unaware that the blood was from him drinking the tiger's essence blood. An elder from the Purple Mist Sacred Land merely glanced at the scene and then sneered, "Have 5th level Meridian Opening Cultivator facing a 9th level, it's a miracle if he doesn't get beaten to a pulp." In battles of higher levels, only the greatest talents could achieve such feats. It did this little brat from Lingxiao sect seem like a genius? Not in the slightest. He looked like a mere lewd young boy. The elder continued, "Moreover, my disciple may only be at the 9th level, but he has no fear against ordinary peak Meridian Opening cultivators." The implication was clear: my disciple is also a small genius. You little brats think you can defeat my student. Dream on. Chu Xian did not speak as he was unaware of Zhong Lao's combat abilities, only knowing that this kid had somewhat poor talent. The basic sword techniques are the foundation of cultivation. Meanwhile, in the Demon King Palace's camp, the leader frowned slightly upon hearing the discussions. Zhong Lu, that kid actually shares a name with our ancestor. Must be eliminated. He then transmitted a command through the unique mental communication of the Demon King Palace to eliminate Zhong Lu. The trial grounds had been sealed by the 3 factions blocking spirit power transmissions and communication jade slips, but the Demon King Palace had its own special communication methods. Thus, the Lingxiao sect and the Purple Mist Sacred Land were unaware of the Demon King Palace's little scheme. The leader of the Demon King Palace would never guess that the youth on the screen was their own ancestor. As the scene shifted, Zhong Lu and the lead disciple from the Purple Mist Sacred Land were about to clash. Zhong Lu chuckled internally. The righteous faction is indeed righteous. They disdained using numbers to bully one person, insisting on an unknown duel. I won't be polite then. Zhong Lu pouted, looking somewhat displeased at the Purple Mist Sacred Land disciple before him. The lead disciple grinned maliciously, his sword radiating a purple light. Remember the name of the person who will kill you, Li. So much nonsense. Zhong Lu suddenly erupted. Due to the external spying, he had to rely solely on his spiritual power cultivation to attack. He quickly formed hand seals, and his spiritual power surged within him like a rushing river. Basic sword technique, 3rd style. A sword made entirely of condensed spiritual power appeared out of thin air. Though it was merely the most basic sword technique, it unleashed astounding power in Zhong Lao's hands. What? The lead disciple hurriedly raised his sword to block. Clang! The spiritual power sword collided with the purple mist sword, emitting blinding light. The lead disciple felt a tremendous force surging through his palm, instantly cracking, and he lost grip of his sword. This is impossible. He stared wide-eyed in terror. How could a mere basic sword technique have such power? Zhong Lu sneered, his figure like a ghost approaching, delivering a palm strike towards the opponent's chest. Because the one using it is me. Puff! The lead disciple spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backwards and crashing heavily against a tree trunk. Outside the grounds, everyone was stunned. An elder from the Purple Mist Sacred Land suddenly stood up. Basic sword technique. How is this possible? My closed-door disciple actually lost to a basic sword technique. The faces of the many disciples from the Purple Mist Sacred Land turned green. Their cultivation levels were several tiers higher, yet they were defeated by a single basic sword technique. They couldn't bear the shame. The disciples of Lingxiao sect exchanged glances. Brother Zhong Lu has taken the basic sword technique to this extent. Yu Jian rubbed his eyes. Junior brother is also quite impressive. Chu Xian watched the shocked expressions of everyone and leisurely sipped his tea. No need to make a fuss. Practicing the basic sword technique to perfection can still split the heavens and shatter the earth. This is merely the basic requirement for my disciples at Lingxiao sect. He turned to Long Outyin and said, make sure all disciples practice the basic sword technique an additional 100 times. Long Outyin held back a laugh. Understood, sect master. Why does Zhong Lu practice the basic sword technique? Because Chu Xian fears that Zhong Lu can't comprehend advanced sword techniques. This disciple's talent is too poor, he has to cultivate using picture books. Even De Huang is stronger than him. After defeating the disciple of the Purple Cloud Holy Land, Zhong Lu did not deliver a fatal blow, for he sensed someone watching him from outside. He could not drink their blood. Moreover, these few members of the Purple Cloud Holy Land had no points on their jade tokens. Killing them would be a wasted effort. It would be better to let them go and kill them when they had accumulated enough points. The Purple Cloud Holy Land. Take a look in the mirror. Do you have the strength to compete with my Lingxiao sect? I will count to 3 and you better scram. Otherwise I will chop you all up. 1. As Chong Lu began to count, the remaining 2 disciples of the Purple Cloud Holy Land hurriedly lifted the one, surnamed Li, and fled in a panic. Watching the 3 retreat, Chong Lu slightly raised his head and revealed a sunny smile towards the sky. Outside the venue, the disciples of Lingxiao sect were almost in tears at Chong Lau's smile. "Big brother, please stop smiling. Your smile looks worse than crying." The people from the Purple Cloud Holy Land wished they could rush in and pound him. What are you so proud of? My Purple Cloud Holy Land still has a backup plan. That's right. If Junior Brother Li is not enough, we still have Junior Brother Xiao. Junior Brother Xiao has already reached the peak of the Meridian opening stage and can easily defeat us who are in the 3rd stage of the spiritual spring realm. Upon hearing this, the disciples of Lingxiao sect couldn't help but worry about Chong Lu again. Only Chu Xian, after hearing Chong Lau's words, revealed a satisfied smile. Good. This kid has a talent for showing off. It turns out that while his cultivation talent is lacking, his talent for showing off is quite impressive. No wonder he could enter direct discipleship. Seeing that the matter with Chong Lu was resolved, the gazes of both Lingxiao sect and Purple Cloud Holy Land began to focus on the other disciples. Chong Lu sensed that the spiritual fluctuations above him had vanished, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He then began to venture deeper into the dense forest. A day passed in the blink of an eye, and along the way Chong Lu went on a killing spree. None of the demonic beasts he encountered could last more than a round. Either they were disemboweled by Chong Lu or their blood was drained, and the numbers on Chong Lau's jade token were rapidly increasing. This was mainly because the cultivation levels of the demonic beasts were too low and their intelligence was unawakened, possessing brute force, but lacking precise application. After successfully killing the giant python in front of him, the numbers on his jade token finally exceeded 200. Along the way, Chong Lu had hunted at least 25 demonic beasts. All the blood essence of the demonic beasts had been absorbed by Chong Lu, and the magical patterns on his back were faintly showing signs of breakthrough. Just as Chong Lu absorbed the python's gallbladder, 3 black-robed cultivators appeared before him. "Oh, my little devil." Without a word, the 3 demonic cultivators summoned their demonic artifacts and attacked Chong Lu. The pitch-black demonic energy transformed into vicious claws heading straight for Chong Lau's throat. Seeking death. A cold light flashed in Chong Lau's eyes, confirming that no one was watching. The black gold magical patterns on his spine erupted suddenly. Boom! A torrent of demonic energy surged from Chong Lau's body, instantly enveloping the 3 demonic cultivators. The attacking demonic artifacts disintegrated into nothingness the moment they touched the black gold demonic energy, as if melting like ice and snow. What is this? The 3 demonic cultivators were filled with terror. They tried to escape, but found themselves unable to move. Chong Lu grinned wickedly, spreading his 5 fingers. "Little devils, offer your blood essence to your ancestor." The black gold demonic energy coiled around the 3 bodies like a living creature, and in the blink of an eye completely devoured them, leaving only 3 jade tokens that clinked as they fell to the ground. Meanwhile, in the Demon King Palace faction, the Palace Master of the Demon King Palace felt a sweetness in his heart, and blood instantly surged into his mouth, but to avoid drawing attention from others, he swallowed the blood back down. The Palace Master of the Demon King Palace was filled with horror. The images conveyed through the spiritual connection from the 3 demonic cultivators made him tremble all over. This purity of demonic energy. How could he possibly possess such a level of demonic energy? Suddenly, a cold voice exploded in his mind. "You little brat, dare to send someone to kill me, your ancestor." The Palace Master of the Demon King Palace was struck by lightning, frozen in place. This voice, this pressure, it cannot be wrong. "Old ancestor." He trembled and responded in his heart. "How could you?" "Shut up. Time is limited. Listen to me. I unexpectedly became a direct disciple of Lingxiao sect, but I will stay in Lingxiao sect for a long time. When the time is ripe, I shall return to the 9 nether demon land." "It seems I have thought of something." Chong Lau's voice suddenly filled with anger. "You should know how to conduct yourself in this competition. Also, do not let anyone know about me." Yes. The Palace Master of the Demon King Palace broke out in cold sweat. Seeing that Chong Lau's voice had ceased, he hurriedly conveyed orders through secret methods. "In this competition, all of you must perform well. Send as many points to Lingxiao sect as possible. Anyone who dares to defy will have to face my wrath. Additionally, notify within the palace to prepare for some rabbits." The nearby demonic elders turned pale. "Palace Master, what do you mean by this?" The Palace Master of the Demon King Palace narrowed his eyes and coldly replied, "Do not ask what you should not." At this moment, Chong Lu in the arena was happily absorbing the blood essence of the 3 demonic cultivators, and the magical patterns on his spine became increasingly clear. Previously, he had conveyed his words to the palace master of the Demon King Palace through the spiritual connection of the three demonic cultivators as they were on the verge of entering the Soul Gate. After that moment, Chong Lu could no longer contact the palace master. After absorbing the blood essence of the three demonic cultivators, Chong Lu suddenly felt the black light of the magical patterns within him surge. Then a rumbling sound echoed from within him. Boom! The demonic path realm's meridian opening reached the 6th level. Not bad, the three little devils did not die in vain. Just as Chong Lu was feeling proud, everyone outside the arena was dumbfounded. The Purple Cloud Holy Land was the first to become restless. Damn, what is going on with your Demon King Palace? How could a peak meridian opening cultivator lose to a first-level meridian opening disciple of Lingxiao sect? Are you demonic cultivators idiots? The Lingxiao sect faction nearby was also stunned. Just moments ago, the Lingxiao sect disciple casually swung a blade and directly sent that peak demonic cultivator flying, causing him to spit blood. What kind of terrifying strength is this? Even Erguzi is not this fierce usually. I have to be careful joking with Erguzi in the future. His strength is formidable. In the scene, the young disciple of Lingxiao sect stared wide-eyed at his hands, his expression gradually turning frenzied. He then directly approached a peak meridian opening disciple of the Purple Cloud Holy Land. And this person just happened to be the disciple Xiaozhen that everyone in the Purple Cloud Holy Land had spoken of. Xiaozhen merely cast a casual glance at Erguzi, and the spear in his hand flew directly out. Puff! Erguzi didn't even have time to dodge before being pierced through the shoulder. Immediately, all the points earned by Erguzi were transferred to Xiaozhen's Jade token. Seeing the scene, Chu Xian's face flushed, and he turned to transmit a voice to Duan Hong. Old Duan, when we return to the sect, add a detection standard to the disciple selection process. We can't accept this kind of idiot anymore. I can't afford to lose face like that. At the same time, Chu Xian was secretly puzzled as to why a devil cultivator would give points to a disciple of Lingxiao sect. His gaze involuntarily turned towards the direction of the Demon King's Hall. He saw the hall master of the Demon King's Hall was currently furious. Damn. Useless trash. How could I lose to a waste at the first level of meridian opening? You are even more useless than trash. Calling you trash is a compliment. Once that kid comes out tomorrow, just light the heavenly lantern. The hall master of the Demon King's Hall appeared to be cursing happily on the surface, but inside, he was overjoyed. Ancestor, did you see that? This group of demon youngsters is too talented. They dare to lose even at the peak of meridian opening. They really dare to act. Chu Xian observed for a long time, but could not discern any tricks, so he had to let it go. Devil, old ghost. You must give me an explanation for this. Zidonglai came to the Demon King's Hall's camp in a fit of rage and shouted. When the hall master of the Demon King's Hall saw that it was Zidonglai coming, he instantly transformed into an acting king. He erupted with rage. How the hell would I know? This bunch of demon youngsters all deserve to die. After saying this, he grabbed the collar of an elder beside him. Speak. Is it you elders who secretly colluded with Lingxiao sect? The elder was nearly rolling his eyes from being choked. Master, please see clearly. I'm wronged. He then threw the elder aside and grabbed another old man. Then it must be you. Master, how could I dare? Seeing the hall master's demeanor, Zidonglai realized he truly wasn't faking it and could only retreat back to the Zixia Sacred Lands camp with a sullen face. For the entire day that followed, the trial grounds were completely chaotic. The devil cultivators chased after the Zixia disciples like mad dogs, but when they encountered Lingxiao disciples, they immediately turned into soft-shelled shrimp. One devil cultivator even proactively helped a Lingxiao disciple bandage their wounds and kindly offered his own points Jade token. That devil cultivator smiled flatteringly. Senior brother, this is all I have, please take it. The Zixia disciples were left in tears. Is this really a devil cultivator? He's more righteous than the righteous sects against Lingxiao sect. So it's just beating us up, huh? In the blink of an eye, it was the last day of the 3-day deadline. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the viewing stands. Look quickly. It's Xiaozhen and Chong Lu. In the scene, the first genius of the Zixia Sacred Land, Xiaozhen blocked Chong Lu's path. He held a purple spear, and the spiritual energy around him surged, clearly already at half-step spirit spring realm. Xiaozhen sneered, Lingxiao sect's trash, actually resorting to underhanded tactics. Chong Lu squinted, sensing the divine sense probing from above once again, and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Who is playing dirty? If we are to fight, let's fight. Stop with the nonsense. A cold light flashed in Xiaozhen's eyes, seeking death. A great battle was about to unfold. The entire venue held its breath. The disciples of Zixia Sacred Land had already placed all their points on Xiaozhen in order to prevent them from being robbed. Meanwhile, Chong Lu had not been robbing others' points for the past 2 days, solely focused on improving his own cultivation. Now his dual cultivation of immortals and demons was already at the 7th level of meridian opening. Although he hadn't robbed anyone, he couldn't resist the gifts from the demon youngsters. Therefore, the one with the most points still remained Chong Lu. This confrontation between Chong Lu and Xiao Zhan would ultimately determine the outcome of the first match. A mere 7th level of meridian opening dares to compete with me at half-step spirit spring. Xiao Zhan shook his spear, and the spear tip burst forth with dazzling purple light. The crowd from Xiao's sacred land burst into laughter. That Ling Xiao sect kid is doomed. Senior brother Xiao can challenge across levels. The Hall Master of the Demon King's Hall thought quickly this was a great opportunity to rid himself of the suspicion of colluding with Ling Xiao sect. He leisurely stated, "This Chong Lu is bound to lose." But inside he was crazily shouting, "Ancestor is mighty. Kill that little brat," from Xia. Hearing this, the disciples of Ling Xiao sect all turned ashen. If even a strong figure of the saint level said this, it seemed Chong Lau's situation was dire. In the arena, Chong Lu, however, looked calm. He formed seals with both hands, and his spiritual energy circulated surprisingly, performing the most basic protective art. Seeking death. Xiao Zhan roared angrily, and the spear shot forth like a dragon. Clang. Chong Lu blocked with a basic sword technique, and the two forces collided, stirring up a storm of dust. As the dust settled, everyone was shocked to find Chong Lu stood there completely unscathed. What a... Xiao Zhan's pupils shrank. This is impossible. Chong Lau's lips curled slightly, and his figure flashed again, performing the most basic movement technique. He quickly closed in on Xiao Zhan, and then executed a basic palm technique. Bang! Xiao Zhan hurriedly blocked, and was actually knocked back 3 steps. The entire arena was in an uproar. The elders of Xia nearly dropped their jaws to the ground. This is all basic martial skills. The Hall Master of the Demon King's Hall appeared shocked on the surface, while inside, he was laughing with joy. Ancestor is amazing. Using the most trash techniques to dominate the genius of Xia. Xiao Zhan's face turned ashen, and he roared, "I want you dead." The purple spear suddenly erupted with overwhelming purple flames, clearly utilizing a killing move. Chong Lu, however, remained calm and composed. The previous exchanges had already tested the opponent's strength, and it seemed he could not win without revealing his trump card. He then casually said, "Do you know what I excel at the most?" As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Zhan was momentarily stunned. Then he saw a golden halberd formed from spiritual energy floating before Chong Lu. "What I excel at is halberd techniques." Chong Lu gripped the halberd handle, laughing maniacally as he charged toward Xiao Zhan. As he grasped the halberd, the aura around Chong Lu underwent a sudden change. Black gold demonic patterns flickered on his spine. Although he had not used demonic energy, that imposing aura made everyone present hold their breath. Clang! The halberd collided fiercely with the purple flame spear, sending sparks flying. Xiao Zhan felt a numbness in his hands and was horrified. How is this power possible? Chong Lu laughed wildly as he wielded the halberd. The moves were grand and bold, yet contained hidden intricacies. Each strike accurately targeted the weakest points of Xiao Zhan's spear technique, forcing him to retreat continuously. Refreshing. Chong Lu swept the halberd horizontally, pushing Xiao Zhan back several feet. Now this looks like something. In the Demon King's Hall camp, the Hall Master trembled with excitement, tears welling in his eyes. Ancestor. The Ancestor has truly returned. This halberd technique is the real 9 Nether Demon halberd. The expressions of the Xia sacred land disciples turned ashen. Donglai stared intently at the battlefield. This Ling Xiao sect kid is no simple character. The disciples of Ling Xiao sect were completely ecstatic. Senior brother Chong Lu is mighty. So it turns out senior brother's greatest strength is halberd techniques. This halberd technique looks much stronger than the sword technique. I want to learn halberd techniques too. Chu Xian squinted deep in thought. This kid. In the arena, Xiao Zhan had been driven to a dead end. He roared in anger, suddenly biting his tongue and spitting a mouthful of blood onto the spear. Purple Xia burning heaven. The spear transformed into a purple fire dragon, charging towards Chong Lu with a destructive aura. Chong Lu did not dodge or evade. The halberd spun in his hand, forming a golden barrier in front of him. Boom! The fire dragon collided with the barrier, erupting with a deafening roar. As the dust cleared, Chong Lu knelt on one knee, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, but his fighting spirit was even stronger. Refreshing. Chong Lu suddenly leaped up the halberd, cutting through the air straight for Xiao Zhan's throat. The halberd drew a brilliant golden arc, and Xiao Zhan hurriedly raised the spear to block, but heard a crack, and the purple flame spear snapped in response. Puff! The tip of the halberd grazed Xiao Zhan's chest, spraying blood. Xiao Zhan staggered back, ultimately kneeling on the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness. You won. As Xiao Zhan strained to concede, Chong Lu also exhausted his strength, and knelt on one knee, gasping heavily. The entire arena was silent for a moment, then erupted into thunderous cheers. With Xiao Zhen's defeat, the points on the Jade Tablet were transferred to Chong Lao's Jade Tablet. It was evident that the first match was a complete victory for the Lingxiao sect. That evening, all disciples who participated in the competition exited to tally their scores. Ultimately, the result of the first match was Lingxiao sect ranked first with over 30,000 points. The Demon King Palace came in second with over 5,000 points. The Zixiao Sacred Land ranked last with only a little over 1,000 points. Due to Xiao Zhen's defeat, the Zixiao Sacred Land's points were all gone. This was still the result of the remaining disciples risking their lives to hunt spirit beasts. Looking at the tallied data, Zi Donglai cried out, "This isn't how it works, right? They are leading by 30,000 points. The disciples in the second and third rounds have to compete under the pressure of the sky collapsing." Returning Chong Lu proudly approached Chu Xian, "Master, we did it." Chu Xian merely smiled and said nothing further. On the contrary, the disciples of Lingxiao sect directly revered Chong Lu as a war god. "Senior brother Chong Lu. Well done, senior brother Chong Lu. I want to learn the spear techniques from you, wielding the spear to slay all. Can you teach me?" "Senior brother Chong Lu, look at me, let me be your Dao partner. I have a big backside, I can bear your children." Various bizarre remarks echoed from the disciples' mouths, and Chu Xian's face turned dark. What kind of wolfish words are these? How will the Zixia Sacred Land view this? It seems the admission standards really need to be raised. Before the Lingxiao sect disciples could say more, the second match officially began. Immediately, the disciples from the three factions entered the arena. At this moment, Chong Lu quietly transmitted a message to the leader of the Demon King Palace. "In the last match, this group of demons gave points too obviously. In the next two matches, let them unleash their full strength, allowing the righteous sects to understand the might of our demon cultivators." The leader of the Demon King Palace smiled wickedly. "Yes, Ancestor." As the second match officially began, the three factions' disciples entered the arena. A total of 90 disciples from the spiritual spring realm stepped onto the trial ground. The jade tablets at their waists flashed with the number 1,000, symbolizing their initial points. As soon as they entered, the audience outside burst into exclamations. The 30 disciples of Lingxiao sect were all holding high-grade ordinary weapons with swords, spears, and halberds glinting coldly under the sunlight. This is impossible." An elder from the Zixia Sacred Land suddenly stood up, his voice changing tone. "High-grade, ordinary weapons. Every single one of them. It should be known that even in the Zixia Sacred Land, only the elite inner disciples are equipped with graded weapons. Ordinary disciples only use the most basic iron tools. Yet the weapons in the hands of the Lingxiao sect disciples looked like exquisite craftsmanship from grandmasters at first glance." The leader of the Demon King Palace's eyes twitched internally, thinking the sect of the Ancestor is too extravagant, isn't it? Chu Xian leisurely sipped his tea, glancing at Duan Hong standing behind him. "He, Sect Master, are you satisfied with this batch of weapons?" Duan Hong grinned. "I specially added a small gathering array at the hilt. The disciples find them incredibly easy to handle." Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction. "Old Duan, after we return to the sect, go to the Spirit Stone Mines and reward the Smith Peak with 500 Spirit-grade Spirit Stones." Upon hearing this, Duan Hong's hands rubbed together incessantly. He got it. "Thank you, Sect Master." In the projection, the disciples of Lingxiao sect had already launched a frenzied attack. Kill. The 30 disciples of Lingxiao sect charged out like tigers, descending the mountain, instantly splitting into 3 teams. Their surrounding spiritual energy surged, all of them at least at the 5th level of the spiritual spring realm. What the hell? Is there any sense of justice in this? Is the foundation of Lingxiao sect this strong? I want to switch to Lingxiao sect. Sigh. Who can blame me? Not to mention, everyone has a high-grade ordinary weapon. Their cultivation levels are also strong. Should we just join Lingxiao sect now? Fortunately, these Zixia Sacred Land disciples were using sound transmission to communicate, otherwise Zi Donglai would probably be furious. Chu Xian leisurely enjoyed his tea, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In this past month, he had somewhat dulled the once glorious whip of the gods. Could this group of disciples not be fierce? In the center of the battlefield, the disciples of Lingxiao sect displayed astonishing combat power. Lingxiao sword formation. Rise. 10 disciples formed a formation, and amidst the sword energy, 5 disciples from Zixia were instantly obliterated. On the other side, a disciple from Lingxiao sect emanated a powerful aura of blood energy and actually tore apart the defensive magical artifact of the demon cultivator with his bare hands. The leader of the Demon King Palace watched with twitching eyes, mentally apologizing to Chong Lu. "I'm sorry, Ancestor, your fellow disciples are just too fierce. This group of little demons is simply not a match." The situation on the battlefield turned dire. Within just half an hour, the Zixia Sacred Land had lost 12 disciples, and the Demon King Palace had also lost 8 demon cultivators. This can't go on. The leading disciple of Zixia gritted his teeth. We must join forces. He abruptly turned towards the nearest group of demon cultivators. First, let's deal with Lingxiao's sect. The demon cultivators nodded without hesitation. All right. The remaining 40 members from the two factions quickly formed a temporary alliance surrounding the disciples of Lingxiao's sect. How do you think this will allow you to win? The leading disciple of Lingxiao's sect scoffed, suddenly pulling out a bottle of pills from his robe. Brothers, take the pills. Immediately 30 of them swallowed the crimson pills at the same time, and the breath of the Lingxiao sect disciples surged explosively. It's the explosive spirit pill. Zi Donglai slammed the table. You Lingxiao sect are cheating. Chu Xian leisurely took out the contract. Where does it say you can't use pills? Zi Donglai was immediately at a loss for words. It seemed the contract didn't specify that using pills was prohibited. On the battlefield, the Lingxiao sect disciples, after taking the pills, were like tigers bolstered with wings. Boom. A disciple charged directly into the enemy ranks. Wherever the wind from his fists passed, 3 demon cultivators spat blood and flew backward. Form a defensive formation. A Zixia disciple cried out urgently, but just then a flash of sword light passed by, and his jade tablet shattered in response. Before the defense could be established, the alliance's formation was directly shattered. Immediately, the disciples of Lingxiao sect launched their final harvest. Bang! Crack! The sound of jade tablets shattering rang out continuously. The disciples of Zixia's sacred land and the Demon King Palace were almost in tears. How are we supposed to fight this? The opponents each have a divine weapon and occasionally take pills. This is no longer a contest, it's a one-sided massacre. In the end, only 3 demon cultivators were left on the field, while there were 5 disciples from Zixia's sacred land. These 8 individuals cried out for mercy on their knees. In contrast, the Lingxiao sect stood in perfect formation. Moreover, the lowest score on their jade tablets was over 2,000. Chu Xian looked at the disciples on the battlefield who were crushing everything, letting out a soft sigh. I didn't want it to be like this. But who made us have the strongest alchemist and blacksmith in the eastern wilderness? Chu Xian looked at the victorious disciples, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, we'll have extra dinner tonight. The score tally was completed. Lingxiao sect, 82,000 points, Demon King Palace, 3,000 points, Zixia Sacred Land, 5,000 points. Adding the points from the first match, it was Lingxiao sect a total of 115,600 points, a Demon King Palace a total of 8,600 points, Zixia Sacred Land a total of 6,400 points. Zi Donglai slumped in his chair, murmuring to himself, it's over. It's all completely over. The third match consists of a ring battle with the rules already announced. Each side will send out 20 disciples at the Golden Core stage, and a team can earn 2,000 points for occupying the ring for half an hour. The time limit is 3 days, totaling 36 hours. Each battle is limited to half an hour, and if no victor emerges within that time, the defending side wins. The defeated cannot return to the stage for challenges. After each battle, a rest period of half an hour is required before challenging again. The duration of both the battle and the rest will be recorded. In the camp of the Purple Mist Sacred Land, the woman in the purple dress behind Zi Donglai looked at her father in such a state of despair her heart quivered. She thought to herself, if I am the first to ascend the stage, I will start timing for the Purple Mist Sacred Land. By delaying half an hour during the battle, victory can be achieved, followed by a half-hour rest. By doing so, after 3 days, the Purple Mist Sacred Land would accumulate nearly 150,000 points. Thus, the Purple Mist Sacred Land could turn the tide. Ziyin slowly rose, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, revealing a pair of eyes as clear as autumn water, yet bearing a hint of sickly pallor. With delicate fingers adjusting her skirt, she spoke softly, yet firmly, Father, I am willing to fight for the sacred land. Zi Donglai turned to look at his daughter. Before he could speak, the elder beside him exclaimed urgently, No. Yinner, your illness. The elder said, Yinner. Ziyin smiled faintly, the grin carrying a touch of sorrow. It has been 8 years and my mind has never been as clear as it is today. Ziyin raised her wrist, revealing 7 purple marks wrapped around it. Over the years I have fought against my inner demon daily, and I can now control 80% of it. The second elder looked at the child he had watched grow up with concern. But Yinner, in the third match, what if you? There are no what ifs. Ziyin suddenly retracted her smile, a glint of unsettling purple light flashing in her eyes. The Purple Mist Sacred Land has nurtured me for 18 years. Now that the sacred land is shamed, how can I stand idly by? The high-ranking members of the Purple Mist Sacred Land fell into silence. As the holy maiden of the Purple Mist Sacred Land, Yin had already reached the peak of the Meridian opening stage at the age of 10. She was indeed a figure of immense potential, capable of leading the Purple Mist Sacred Land to new heights. Yet it was also during that year that Yin suddenly fell victim to a strange illness, often losing her sanity and killing anyone she encountered. Thus, since she was 10 years old, she had been sealed by the Purple Mist Sacred Land. However, astonishingly, even while sealed, Xian's cultivation continued to grow wildly. Now at 18, her cultivation had surprisingly reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. The elders exchanged glances, seeing complex emotions reflected in each other's eyes. They were both anxious about the current situation of the Purple Mist Sacred Land, and filled with compassion for this girl who had endured so much. Zidonglai took a deep breath and walked up to his daughter, placing his hands on her frail shoulders. Yenner, do you know what happened when you lost control at the age of 10? I know. Ziyan calmly interrupted her father's words. I killed 17 attendants and severely injured 3 elders. Her voice trembled slightly. Over the years, I remember clearly the faces of every person who died by my hand. A determined glint flashed in Ziyan's eyes as she said firmly, Father, I have found a method to suppress my inner demon. She took out a purple crystal. This is the calm heart jade, which can temporarily suppress my inner demon. Zidonglai took the crystal, feeling the strange energy within it, and a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Where did this come from? It was extracted from my body. Each time I lose control, such crystals form within me. I recently discovered that this crystal can suppress my inner demon. Zidonglai's expression darkened as he said in a deep voice, No. The final match consists entirely of golden core cultivators. It is too dangerous. I cannot let you take that risk. Father, do not worry, I know what I am doing. Saying this, Ziyan suddenly released a seal from her wrist. In an instant, a suffocating burst of purple spiritual energy erupted from her body. Her aura was even stronger than that of a cultivator at the Divine Sea stage. This? Zidonglai stared at his daughter in shock. Ziyan quickly resealed herself, her complexion slightly paler, but the purple light in her eyes became more brilliant. Did you see it, Father? This is my trump card. As long as I control it properly, not only can it suppress my inner demon, but it can also transform it into strength. The elders of the Purple Mist Sacred Land exchanged glances, and finally the elders sighed. Master, perhaps. This is our only chance. Zidonglai looked at his daughter's determined eyes and finally nodded slowly. All right. But you must promise me if anything feels wrong, withdraw from the match immediately. Ziyan nodded earnestly, but a tragic smile appeared on her lips. I'm sorry, Father, I have deceived you. It is merely a rather unique spirit stone. For the sake of the Purple Mist Sacred Land, I had no choice but to do this. The third match officially began. Before the disciples could react, Ziyan was the first to leap onto the ring. The 7 seals on her wrist glimmered slightly, and purple aura swirled around her. A disciple from the Demon King Palace, a 4th-stage Golden Core Demon Cultivator, followed closely. Brothers, let me test this girl's strength. Ziyan stood in the center of the ring, her purple dress billowing without wind. She watched the Demon Cultivator leap onto the ring, a glint of calculation flashing in her eyes. Little girl, let your brother take good care of you. The Demon Cultivator lewdly laughed as he summoned a blood-red, curved blade. Ziyan's lips curled up slightly, and she formed hand seals, causing a purple barrier to emerge around her. Instead of choosing to attack aggressively, she adopted a defensive stance. Clang! The curved blade struck the barrier, creating ripples. Ziyan's figure floated back, maintaining a safe distance from the Demon Cultivator. What are you dodging for? The Demon Cultivator angrily hacked repeatedly, yet he could not break through Ziyan's defenses. In the spectator seats, Zidonglai frowned tightly. Is Yenner trying to? By time, the elders suddenly realized. Yenner is using the rules. Sure enough, Ziyan only counterattacked occasionally, spending most of her time evading and defending. Half an hour quickly passed, and Chu Xian, acting as the referee, announced loudly, Time's up. The defending side, the Purple Mist Sacred Land, wins. Instantly, the points for the Purple Mist Sacred Land increased by 2,000. Despicable. The Demon Cultivator roared unwillingly, but was forcibly transported off the stage. Next was a half-hour rest period. Ziyan sat cross-legged in the center of the ring, closing her eyes to regulate her breath. The seals on her wrist flickered slightly, as if suppressing something. The rest period ended, and the Purple Mist Sacred Land gained 2,000 points. It was now the turn of a disciple from the Ling Shao sect to challenge. The Ling Shao sect sent a regular disciple at the 5th stage of the Golden Core. Holy Maiden of the Purple Mist, please enlighten me. The disciple clasped his fists in respect. Ziyan opened her eyes, the purple light in them flashing briefly. Please. This time, she changed her strategy. With her hands dancing, countless purple petals appeared out of thin air, forming an illusion array on the ring. The Ling Shao disciple was trapped within, unable to reach even a hair of Ziyan no matter how he attacked. Is this an illusion array? Chu Xian squinted. Interesting. Half an hour later, the Demon King Palace's master served as the referee and announced, Time's up. The Purple Mist Sacred Land gains another 2,000 points. The points for the Purple Mist Sacred Land had now increased to 6,000, and Ziyan's aura remained steady. A faint smile appeared on her lips. The plan is going smoothly. After saying this, she hurriedly sat down to regulate her breath. Chu Xian glanced at the woman in the purple dress on the stage and turned back to Jian Dao. Jinner, be ready, you will be up soon. The meditation time has ended, and the Zixia Sacred Ground gains another 2,000 points. It is now the turn of the Demon King Hall's cultivator to take the stage. This time the Demon King Hall has dispatched a peak Xian Dan level demon cultivator. This person is surrounded by pitch-black, demonic energy with eyes as red as blood. Young lady, your trickery ends here. The demon cultivator grinned wickedly as he summoned a bone sword, its blade entwined with an eerie, ghostly aura. Ziyuan's expression began to grow serious as she quickly formed hand seals. Purple petals and black, demonic energy clashed violently on the arena, emitting piercing screeches. Boom. After a clash, Ziyuan felt a trace of pressure, no longer as relaxed as before. Yet the purple light in her eyes intensified, and her figure flickered like a phantom, avoiding direct confrontations with her opponent. Coward! Fight me, heathen! The demon cultivator roared angrily, yet he could never truly injure Ziyuan. Half an hour passed in a flash, and Chu Xian announced, time's up. The Zixia Sacred Ground earns another 2,000 points. In the third match, the Zixia Sacred Ground score has reached 1,000 points. A thunderous cheer erupted from the spectator seats of the Zixia Sacred Ground. The Saintess is mighty. At this rate, we can truly turn the tide. Heaven is aiding our Zixia. The elder was so excited that his beard trembled as he exclaimed, Ziyuan has really managed to control her inner demons. The future of the Sacred Ground is infinitely bright. Zizonglai's eyes also shimmered with hope as he murmured, Ziyuan, go for it. On the other side, the master of the Demon King Hall stared at the meditating Ziyuan, frowning deeply. He vaguely sensed that something dangerous seemed to be hidden beneath that purple seal. Half an hour later, it was the turn of Lingxiao Sect to challenge, and Yu Jian stepped onto the stage. He was barehanded, dressed in plain white attire, contrasting sharply with Ziyuan's purple dress. I am Yu Jian from Lingxiao Sect, please enlighten me. Yu Jian cupped his fists and bowed, his gaze sharp as a sword. Ziyuan slowly opened her eyes and replied, please. Just as her voice fell, Yu Jian charged directly at Ziyuan with a straight punch. This punch was plain and unadorned, yet it carried the momentum of shattering mountains. Bang! Ziyuan's protective light barrier was actually shattered by a single punch. She staggered back several steps, her eyes flashing violently with purple light. Such strong punching power. Ziyuan was secretly alarmed. Yu Jian's strength far surpassed that of her previous opponents. Then the battle between the two fully erupted. Watching them momentarily evenly match, the disciples of the Zixia Sacred Ground shouted in unison, Saintess, go. Exhaust him. Hold on. As long as we last half an hour, we win. The Lingxiao Sect side was not to be outdone. Senior brother Yu Jian, show her some color. Let her see the might of our Lingxiao Sect. On the arena, Yu Jian's gaze was focused. Although he had little battle experience, his innate combat talent was unparalleled. With each exchange, he was rapidly learning Ziyuan's combat style. So that's how it is. A quarter of an hour later, Yu Jian suddenly whispered. Immediately, Yu Jian's figure flickered, and his punch's momentum suddenly changed. Bang, bang, bang. In quick succession, each punch accurately struck the weakest points of Ziyuan's defenses. Ziyuan was forced back again, and again her eyes filled with shock. How could he? Yu Jian said solemnly, it's over. Gathering all his spiritual power in his right fist, he struck towards Ziyuan's chest. Boom. Ziyuan flew backward like a kite, with its string cut about to fall off the arena. We won. The disciples of Lingxiao Sect instantly cheered with joy. Awesome. Senior brother Yu Jian is invincible. Just at that critical moment, crack, 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 crack. Suddenly the four seals on Ziyuan's arm shattered simultaneously. The purple light in her eyes surged, and her surrounding spiritual power instantly became violent. Boom. Ziyuan stepped into the void, creating an explosive sound midair. With a turn of her figure, she reappeared in the center of the arena like a bolt of purple lightning. The whole place was in an uproar. What? What kind of terrifying explosive power is this? Goodness. Stepping on one foot with the other. In the Zixia Sacred Grounds camp, Zizonglai suddenly stood up, his face pale. Did Xin just break all four seals at once? On the arena, Ziyuan's hair danced wildly, surrounded by swirling purple energy. Looking down at the three remaining seals on her arm, she whispered, fortunately. Yu Jian frowned, and his expression began to grow serious. Suddenly Ziyuan raised her hand, and countless purple petals gathered into a long sword. Now it's my turn. In the spectator seats, Chu Xian squinted his eyes. Something's not right. The master of the Demon King Hall, however, stared intently at the seals on Ziyuan's arm, an ominous premonition rising in his heart. What lies beneath that seal? Why does it feel even more sinister than me? No one noticed that deep within Ziyuan's eyes a strange black aura was slowly spreading. The master of the Demon King Hall quietly took out a communication jade talisman, secretly issuing orders. all disciples below the Xiandan realm of the Demon King Hall immediately retreat. Although the demon cultivators did not know the reason, they had to obey the master's command, so they began to retreat one after another. On the battlefield, Yu Jian was already in a life-threatening situation. He crossed his arms to block, but Ziyuan sliced through with her sword, forcing him back over 10 steps, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. I can still hold on. Yu Jian gritted his teeth, thinking, but to win, I'm afraid. Just as he contemplated, suddenly another seal on Ziyuan's arm shattered without warning. Crack! The moment the fifth seal broke, an even more violent surge of purple spiritual power erupted into the sky. The entire arena trembled violently. In the spectator seats of Zixia Sacred Ground, Zizonglai's expression changed drastically. Not good. Ziyuan, stop. The elder directly summoned a magical treasure, Sect Master. We must seal Ziyuan immediately. Father. Elders. Ziyuan's voice suddenly became eerily ethereal as she looked down at the two remaining seals on her arm, her eyes intertwining purple light and black aura, for the sake of the Zixia Sacred Ground. I am willing to embrace the demonic. Stop. Zizonglai flew up, his figure rushing towards Ziyuan in an instant. However, just as Zizonglai made a move, crack. Crack. The last two seals shattered simultaneously. In an instant, the world changed color. A tremendous wave of black and purple energy erupted around Ziyuan, and her hair transformed into an eerie purple-black color. She let out a howl toward the sky, her voice seemingly mixed with the wails of countless vengeful spirits. It's over. The elder of Zixia Sacred Ground collapsed directly to the ground. All 7 seals have been broken. 10 years ago, she was merely at the peak of the Meridian Opening Realm, yet she could injure an Enlightenment Realm elder. Now she has reached the peak of Xiandan. In the Lingxiao sect camp, Chong Lu felt this aura and trembled slightly. What kind of aura is this? Even I, with demonic energy, am not as sinister as her. On the arena, Yu Jian was blown away by the violent energy wave, crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to get up, but found that every bone in his body felt as if it had shattered. Yet Zizonglai rushed towards his daughter without hesitation. Ziyuan. No. At Chu Xian's gesture, Long Outyin made his move swiftly, bringing Yu Jian back to the Lingxiao sect camp in the blink of an eye. Chu Xian quickly examined Yu Jian's injuries and found that although they looked severe, they did not harm his foundation. He took out a blue pill and placed it in Yu Jian's mouth, saying, "Take this pill, and you will recover in half an hour." The pill dissolved upon entering Yu Jian's mouth, and his pale complexion quickly regained color as his broken bones began to heal. Thank you, Master. Yu Jian weakly expressed his gratitude. Chu Xian nodded and turned his gaze towards the arena, where Zidonglai was tightly embracing Zi Yin, the two of them frozen in a moment like a painting. Yinner, wake up. Zidonglai's voice trembled. Suddenly, puff. A pale hand pierced through Zidonglai's chest. Father. Zi Yin tilted her head, a strange smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Thank you. She suddenly yanked her arm back, causing Zidonglai to stagger backward, blood gushing from his chest. Zi Yin laughed maniacally, dark, purple demonic energy swirling around her. Finally, I'm out. She gently turned her head, surveying her surroundings with a cold sneer. In the next moment, she transformed into a shadow and charged towards the nearest camp of the Zixia Sacred Land. Protect the disciples. The 9 elders of the Zixia Sacred Land were caught off guard and hurriedly made their moves, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of the saint level. Boom. The clash of demonic energy and spiritual power caused the entire spectator area to collapse instantly. Zidonglai fell into a pool of blood, his breath faint. Yin. Don't. Zi Yin hovered in midair, her long hair dancing wildly, her eyes devoid of any humanity. Everyone must die. Seeing this situation, the leader of the Demon King Palace's expression changed drastically as he immediately crushed a blood-red jade talisman. All disciples of the Demon King Palace retreat at once. He then flashed away, disregarding Chong Lao's advice, rushing towards the Lingxiao sect camp. Chong Lu quickly noticed the leader's actions, his eyes flashing with dark golden light, and transmitted a message. Fool. I have my own plans, you hurry and take the others away. Seeing the fierce look in Chong Lao's eyes, the leader of the Demon King Palace gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. Sigh. With a sigh, he led the other demon cultivators to transform into black mist and escape. Chu Xian's attention was wholly focused on Zi Yin, unaware of the movements behind him. At the Zixia Sacred Land camp, the 9 elders had already formed a great formation encircling Zi Yin. The Grand Elder was casting spells while shouting towards Chu Xian, sect leader Chu. This is our Zixia Sacred Land's fault. Please quickly lead your disciples to retreat. We will do our best to delay Yinner and buy you time to escape. The Grand Elder's old eyes were filled with tears. We only ask to allow our useless disciples to. Before he could finish, puff. Ziyin appeared next to the Grand Elder like a wraith, her 5 fingers like blades directly piercing through his abdomen. Grand Elder. The other 8 elders' eyes widened in horror. The Grand Elder's body trembled in midair, intestines mixed with blood pouring from the wound. He then tightly grasped Ziyan's leg. Leave. Hurry and escape. Ziyan tilted her head, a wide grin stretching from ear to ear. Old fool. Seeking death. With a bang, she raised her hand, shattering the Grand Elder of the Zixia Sacred Land skull. Seeing this, Chu Xian did not turn around, but said in a deep voice, Long Outyin. Old Duan, lead all the disciples to retreat first. Long Outyin was momentarily stunned. Master, what about you? Long Outyin could clearly feel that Chu Xian's cultivation was only at the peak of the asking Dao realm. Even Zidong and the Grand Elder, who were at the sub-saint level, were killed by that girl. What use would it be for you to stay behind? Chu Xian slowly rose, stretching lazily, and saying, This sect leader has his own ways to deal with this. As he spoke, Chu Xian's aura began to surge wildly. His cultivation, originally at the peak of the asking Dao realm, suddenly rose. Boom! A golden light descended from the sky, directly pushing Ziyin back over 10 zhang. Chu Xian held an ancient small cauldron, the legendary imperial weapon gifted to Qi Yu, the 9-yuan cauldron. Chu Xian stood in midair. Everyone retreat to 100 miles away immediately. Seeing Chu Xian emanating such a powerful aura, the remaining 8 elders of the Zixia Sacred Land couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from their brows. In the distance, Ziyin slowly got up, her neck twisting grotesquely. Another one. Coming to die. The demonic energy around her surged, forming a pair of purple-black wings behind her. Chu Xian's expression turned grave, and the small cauldron in his hand radiated 9 dazzling beams of light. Girl, it's time to wake up. A blood-red crack appeared in the center of Ziyan's forehead, and an eerie purple vertical eye slowly opened. She grinned menacingly, spreading her arms wide, her wings overshadowing the sky. Ants, let you witness true power. The 9-yuan cauldron in Chu Xian's hand suddenly enlarged, with 9 innate Dao patterns illuminating simultaneously. The 5-colored divine light of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth surrounded the cauldron, while the forces of wind, thunder, light, and dark gathered at its mouth. Boom! The 9-colored divine light and the purple-black demonic energy clashed in midair, shaking the entire world. The shockwaves scattered the clouds within 1,000 miles. The cultivators who were retreating on the ground were all knocked to the ground. Some disciples in the Tongmai realm couldn't help but spit out blood. What is the 9-yuan cauldron? A hint of fear suddenly flashed through Ziyan's vertical eye. Impossible. How could that thing be in your hands? At that moment, Qi anxious voice echoed in Chu Xian's ear. Sect leader, the consumption of the imperial weapon is too great. The imperial power will only last for another quarter of an hour. It turned out that Chu Xian's strength came from Qi Yu, who was 10,000 miles away, lending him a trace of imperial power. Chu Xian's eyes sharpened, and the 9-yuan cauldron suddenly split into 9 phantoms, each containing a source of power. 9 extremes suppressing demons. The 9 cauldrons emerged simultaneously, forming a heavenly net that trapped Ziyin in the center. The sharpness of metal severed her wings, the vitality of wood dissipated her demonic energy, and the flexibility of water bound her movements. No! Ziyin let out a piercing scream as her demonic energy began to dissipate. Just as Chu Xian was about to deliver the final blow, a purple-black mist suddenly burst out from the top of Ziyan's head. The girl's body instantly fell like a kite with a broken string. Want to escape? Chu Xian sneered, and the 9-yuan cauldron combined into a stream of light chasing after her. With no escape, the demonic mist emitted a piercing shriek. Since we are to die, let's die together. Boom! The shockwave from the mist's self-detonation made the 9-yuan cauldron buzz ominously. Chu Xian hurriedly summoned the great cauldron to protect himself. Although the 9-yuan cauldron was shielding him, he still felt a buzzing in his head. If he were truly in the midst of the explosion, even with his current semi-imperial cultivation, he would surely die. However, at the center of the explosion, a slight fissure appeared in space. What is this? Chu Xian's pupils contracted sharply. Through the fissure, a blood-colored world could be vaguely seen, with countless ferocious demonic figures frantically crashing against the crack. The 9-yuan cauldron suddenly vibrated autonomously, and 9 innate Dao patterns flew out, forming a seal to forcibly mend the spatial rift. Once the dust settled, Chu Xian put away the 9-yuan cauldron, his expression grave. It seems things are not that simple. He flew to catch the falling Ziyin, whose complexion was as pale as paper, but the vertical eye on her forehead had disappeared, and her breathing gradually stabilized. In the distance, Chong Lu and Lin Xian watched this scene, both frowning simultaneously. Chong Lu said, "That demonic mist. Could it be?" Lin Xian responded, "It seems like I've seen it somewhere before." What was once a fair contest has now turned into this tragic scene. Lying in a pool of blood, Zidonglai is barely alive, watching as his daughter has returned to her original form, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chu Xian, cradling the unconscious Yin, slowly descends to the ground. Reflecting on the entire process, the Xian sacred land can be considered a sect with true spirit. With a sigh, Chu Xian stepped forward holding Yin and approached Zidonglai. The chest of the sacred master had been pierced, blood staining the earth beneath him. Master Z. Chu Xian softly called out, gently placing Yin beside him. Zidonglai trembled as he lifted his hand to caress his daughter's cheek. Feeling her faint breath, a flicker of relief crossed his murky eyes. Still alive, he struggled to turn his gaze towards Chu Xian. Thank you. Zone Master. No need to speak. Chu Xian took out a pill. Take this first. Zidonglai hurriedly interrupted, shaking his head, slightly blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. I can't use it. As a sacred stage powerhouse, Zidonglai was acutely aware of his own condition. His heart was shattered. If not for his profound cultivation which sealed his bloodline, he would have been dead long ago. Watching the members of the Xian sacred land rushing from afar, he glanced at the girl beside him. A thought flashed through Zidonglai's mind. Although they had just contacted the Lingxiao sect, based on their performance, they could be considered an orthodox sect. Zidonglai trembled as he took out a purple jade seal. This is the Xian sacred seal. Our Xian sacred land. With 8,000 disciples and a territory of 100,000 miles. From now on, we will look up to the Lingxiao sect. Chu Xian did not show any signs of joy. If the two parties could obtain the submission of the Xian sacred land through formal competition, he would indeed be very pleased. However, at this moment, it felt somewhat like taking advantage of another's misfortune. Master Z, there's no need for that. Please, I beg you. Zidonglai suddenly grasped Chu Xian's wrist with incredible strength. One day, the Xian sacred land may merge with the Lingxiao sect. I have but one request. Take care of Yenner. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zidonglai's hand suddenly fell, and the last glimmer of light in his eyes faded. Chu Xian was silent for a moment, then understood Zidonglai's intention. The Xian sacred land had undoubtedly offended many over the years. Now that Zidonglai was dead, the upper echelons of the Xian sacred land had also suffered significant blows. Without a powerful force to support the Xian sacred land, it would be annihilated in an instant. With a sigh, he solemnly accepted the Xian sacred seal. I promise you. The surviving elders of the Xian sacred land knelt down. We pay our respects to the sacred master. Having received Zidonglai's last words, the elders of the Xian sacred land naturally would not defy him, and their address to Chu Xian would naturally need to change. There's no need for such formalities. Chu Xian waved his hand, interrupting. The Xian sacred land will remain independent. There's no need to call me sacred master. As for the various details to follow, let's discuss them once Yin has recovered. He turned to look at the unconscious girl, his brow slightly furrowing. The true origins of the 9 Yuan cauldron, that self-destructing demonic soul, that blood-red realm. All of this lingered in Chu Xian's mind. Pack up, let's return to the sect. At his command, the disciples of the Lingxiao sect immediately sprang into action. The severely injured disciples of the Xian sacred land were assisted onto the Dao boat by the disciples of the Lingxiao sect. The remaining elders of the Xian sacred land lifted Zidonglai and Yin, placing them on the Dao boat. The second elder of the Xian sacred land looked at Chu Xian and tossed him a piece of jade. Master, this is the coordinate location of our Xian sacred land. Please keep it safe. Chu Xian nodded and accepted it, watching as the Dao boat of the Xian sacred land departed. Noticing that the disciples of the Lingxiao sect had also boarded the Dao boat, they did not linger and set off on their return journey. Outside the main gate of the Lingxiao sect, the remaining disciples were already eagerly awaiting. When the Dao boat appeared on the horizon, the entire sect erupted in excitement. Welcome back, senior brothers and sisters. The master is mighty. Wow, is that senior brother Tang Lu? He looks so cool and ruthless. The cheers echoed through the skies as the disciples waved the Lingxiao sect banners, creating an extraordinarily lively scene. Chu Xian stood at the bow of the Dao boat, watching the vibrant spectacle with a slight smile. Arriving at the main gate of the Lingxiao sect, Chu Xian raised his hand to signal for silence. In this contest, all disciples performed excellently. Each participating disciple will be rewarded with a spirit-level spirit stone, while those who did not participate may receive 20 mortal-level spirit stones. As soon as these words were spoken, it ignited the entire Lingxiao sect. When Chu Xian was at the Yunxiao sect, as the largest sect in the eastern wilderness, only granted each disciple 5 mortal-level spirit stones per month. However, the Lingxiao sect had spirit stone mines, and the output of these mines would increase with the sect's strength. Thus, Chu Xian was exceedingly generous in distributing monthly stipends, each disciple receiving 10 mortal-level spirit stones, twice that of the former Yunxiao sect. This time, upon returning, Chu Xian directly rewarded each disciple with 20 mortal-level spirit stones. The number of disciples in the Lingxiao sect had reached over 5,000, instantly distributing more than 100,000 spirit stones. Long live the master. The master is simply stunning and so cool. Long live the Lingxiao sect. Over 5,000 disciples shouted in unison, their voices resounding like thunder. Although the contest ended unexpectedly, Chu Xian's generosity towards the disciples further enhanced the cohesion of the entire sect. Detected an increase in sect cohesion, rewarding all disciples with 1 cultivation. A system notification suddenly appeared, leaving Chu Xian momentarily stunned. What the heck? Such good fortune. Immediately after, he heard all the disciples of the Lingxiao sect exclaiming in surprise, "Am I going to break through? Huh, me too. Huh, I can finally reach the peak of the meridian connection." In an instant, the spiritual energy above the Lingxiao sect surged violently, forming a massive vortex of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy from the entire coastline of the Eastern Sea rapidly converged towards the Lingxiao sect. Over 5,000 disciples shone with the light of breakthroughs, creating a magnificent scene. Exclamations arose one after another. The sounds of breakthroughs echoed continuously. Looking at Chu Xian, lottery chances, 1 lottery chances, 2 lottery chances. His lips twitched involuntarily. What a great reward. For half a day, the entire Lingxiao sect was enveloped in breakthroughs. After everyone dispersed in the main hall of the main peak, Qi Yu and the 2 elders approached Chu Xian with serious expressions. "We pay our respects to the master." Seeing the 2 come forward, Chu Xian's eyes lit up. "Elders, how is the recovery from the backlash?" Their faces still pale, they smiled and said, "Thank you, master, for your concern. We are basically fine and will recover in a few days." Chu Xian nodded, shifting the topic. "You 2 arrived just in time. As both elders are at the emperor level, do you know what is inside Ziyin? And that blood-colored space?" Qi Yu and the elders exchanged glances, speaking in unison. "The outer demonic tribe and the demon realm." The elders added, "This demonic tribe should be of the lower ranks." Chu Xian furrowed his brow. "Outer demonic tribe." "Exactly." Qi Yu nodded. "They aim to conquer the human continent, and each time they descend, they bring a bloody storm." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xian suddenly remembered something. "Wait. My previous master in the central domain seemed to have once led cultivators to resist external enemies. Could it be that they were resisting this outer demonic tribe? If I encounter that old hag again, I must ask her thoroughly." Chu Xian exchanged a few more words with the 2 elders, but gleaned little useful information as their memories remained sealed. After the elders withdrew, Chu Xian opened the system's lottery interface. "In Immortal Sect spin, will in lottery attempts 1 3 5 6 7 in single draw, 10 draw bundle, 100 draw bundle, 100 draw bundle, 100 draw bundle." In note, the first 100 draw bundle guarantees an immortal tier item. In recent days, Lingxiao sect had entered a fervent cultivation surge. Disciples broke through realms at an astonishing pace. Today, upon returning to the sect, every disciple simultaneously advanced, amassing over 10,000 lottery attempts. Though the lottery prizes held little practical value for Chu Xian himself, this contest revealed an undeniable truth. Lingxiao sect's disciples were undoubtedly the wealthiest cultivators across the entire Xianxiao continent. Each wielded graded weapons, pills were swallowed without hesitation. It was as if they played with cheat codes. And behind this staggering opulence lay the lottery rewards themselves. 10,000 draws. Full throttle. And no sooner had the words left his lips than the wheel erupted in blinding flashes. "Wow, a golden legend. And congratulations, cultivator. You have obtained 1 immortal tier artifact, the Bahuang Liuhe Jing Shi Liuli formation. In this formation purifies all demonic taint from the mortal realm, and has already manifested within Lingxiao sect." The system's luminous interface scrolled endlessly with rewards. "And congratulations, cultivator. You have obtained 872 spiritier weapons, 564 spiritier pills, 192 spiritier cultivation manuals, and 230 spiritier medicinal herbs." With a sweeping gesture, Chu Xian dispatched all resources to their designated sect facilities. And not a single NPC elder appeared this time. "Well, no matter," he murmured, then shrugged it off. "They need never leave the sect grounds. What we have is sufficient." And strolling toward the rear mountains, he beheld a vast translucent Liuli formation, suspended midair, radiating profound sacred energy. At its heart, 8 beams of multicolored light pierced the heavens, faintly coalescing into the shape of the Bagua. And so this is an immortal tier formation. As Chu Xian reached out to trace a rune, a wave of soul-cleansing power washed over him. and it purifies everything unclean in the world. But what precisely could I possibly purify with it? In cultivator's inner demons. Nans Chong Lu ascended to supremacy among the righteous sect's Lingxiao disciples would naturally become immune to such afflictions. Purge the extraplanar demonic clans. And that seemed premature. The sect's strength remained far too modest. After long contemplation, inspiration struck. Chu Xian's soft summons Chu materialized instantly beside him. And what are your orders, sect master? She asked, bowing respectfully. Chu Xian pointed toward the formation. Divert a tributary from Yaofeng Peak's ever-flowing spring and channel it directly into this array. And then guide the purified water to the main peak. I intend to brew tea with it. He spoke with effortless nonchalance. In air. Sect master, may I ask, what formation is this? Chu Xian replied calmly, in an immortal tier formation. The Bahuang Liuha Jing Shi Liuli formation. Chi Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the celestial formation before her. In sect master, is this truly an immortal tier formation? Anything wrong? And what exactly does an immortal tier formation do? Purify water. Her voice cracked with shock. So what if it purifies water? Chi Yu stood utterly dumbfounded. Sect master, do you realize how much energy an immortal tier formation consumes to operate? Do you grasp how rare such formations are? Do you even? Chu Xian hastily waved her off. Never mind all that. I simply wish to use it as a water purifier. Can you make it happen? Just say yes or no. Chi Yu's jaw twitched inwardly. She roared, this is an immortal formation. And even in the celestial realms, it would be fiercely contested among immortal sects. And yet their sect master intended to deploy it as a mere water filter? Unheard of. Moreover, the ever-flowing spring was the purest spiritual spring under heaven. Why purify water that needed no purification? Equally unprecedented. With a resigned sigh, Chi Yu bowed in. This servant shall carry out the order immediately. And even as she began diverting the spring, Chu Xian had already strolled to Long Outyan's cave abode. Old Long. Chu Xian rapped lightly on the stone gate. Fetch me a Saint Trank demonic beast. I'll treat my inner disciples tonight. And the gate thundered open, and Long Outyan poked his head out. A Saint Trank demonic beast. Yes, one tender and succulent. Any species will do. If none can be found. Ni's gaze swept slowly up and down Long Outyan's form. Dragon meat will suffice. And Long Outyan jolted violently, then vanished in a streak of golden light. Master, please wait. This old dragon shall return in moments. Less than half an hour later he reappeared, dragging a near-lifeless Dayunian realm great pung bird by the wing. Master, how's this one? Plump enough? Chu Xian nodded approvingly. Excellent. Meanwhile, Chi Yu had completed the spring diversion. A crystalline stream now coursed across the main peak, shimmering with prismatic hues beneath the sun. Sect master, Chi Yu wiped sweat from her brow. The spring has been. She broke off mid-sentence, staring speechlessly as Long Outyan began plucking the great peng's feathers. Tonight's feast, iron cauldron braised, great pung. Chu Xian beamed as he ladled a dipper of purified spring water. Elder Chi Yu, heat the wok. Chi Yu's mouth twisted involuntarily. Suddenly she felt certain, as a celestial emperor, her role at Lingxiao sect might well be reduced to kitchen duty. Day after day, stoking fires, cooking meals, brewing elixirs. Soon atop Lingxiao sect's main peak, Long Outyan diced ingredients with precision. Chi Yu regulated flame intensity with palm-held fire control, and Chu Xian himself stood atop the colossal Jiyuan cauldron, wielding the ladle like a master chef. Moments later, rich aromas filled the air, so potent they drew all 5 inner disciples from their residences. So fragrant. Xia Zhu sniffed the air as she dashed over. Master, what delicious dish are you preparing? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. That broth last time propelled this sovereign straight past 2 cultivation realms. Chong Lu lingered at the rear, inner alarms, shrieking last time that soup erased my demonic sigils. What catastrophe awaits tonight? Chu Xian glanced back at his disciples and smiled. Sharp noses you've got. Just a moment longer. It'll be ready shortly. Soon he lifted the lid. Waves of dense spiritual energy surged forth, interwoven with intoxicating fragrance. Come gather round. Take your seats, he called cheerfully. Besides the 5 inner disciples, Chi Yu, Shangxia, and Long Outyan also joined the feast. Before each guest, a steaming bowl brimming with great pung meat soon appeared. Yet when it came to the 5 inner disciples, this? What is this? Yu Jian stared stunned at the solitary thread of meat floating in his bowl. Master. Lin Xian's lips twitched. You call this a reward? Chu Xian adopted a solemn expression. Your cultivation foundations remain shallow. Great pung meat carries overwhelming energy. Overindulgence would rupture your bodies. He gestured toward Chi Yu and the others. When your realms match theirs, you may eat your fill. In Chong Lu gazed at his pitiful sliver of meat and sneered inwardly I Chong Lu would rather starve to death, drop dead outside these gates, than accept another morsel from my master. Yu Jian pleaded pathetically Master, remember how I cooked for you every day. Could you just give me a bit more? Chu Xian's face hardened this is for your own good. And then turning away, he surreptitiously added another succulent great pung wing to his own bowl. Chong Lu, observing this, silently slid his bowl toward Lin Xian Senior sister, please take mine. And had Lin Xian's former self witnessed this, she would have scorned great pung meat outright. But now, she yearned desperately to seize everyone's bowls. And nodding gently at Chong Lu, she thought of all my juniors, Chong Lu was the one I least favored. Yet unexpectedly, he treats me with genuine kindness. Thank you, junior brother. Should you ever have questions, feel free to consult your senior sister. Chong Lu hastily waved his hands Senior sister, how could you say such a thing? Revering you is my solemn duty. Inside, however, he mused coldly Senior sister, no repayment needed. Just hand over your immortal bone, and we're even. Gulp. As the four of them raised their heads and drank the meat soup, surging spiritual power erupted within them like a volcano. The four felt they were on the verge of a breakthrough. They hurriedly returned to their respective residences to prepare for the moment. Chong Lu watched as his senior brothers and sisters left one by one, gripping the stone bench tightly, his knuckles turning white. Very well. Is this how it is? Master still wants to trick me into drinking soup. Tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of Chong Lao's mouth. Long Out Yin looked at Chong Lao's appearance and fished out a leftover chicken wing bone from the bottom of his bowl, placing it in front of Chong Lu, saying, Here, this is the wing bone of a saint-level demon beast. You just suck on the soup essence, and it will be sufficient. At that moment, a voice transmission entered Chu Xian's ear. Reporting to the sect master, a demon cultivator has arrived outside the mountain gate, claiming to be the master of the Demon King Palace. Should we drive him away directly? Hearing the NPC elder's voice transmission, Chu Xian paused his actions of gnawing on the meat and replied, Let him in. Next to him, Chong Lu stared at the bone he had gnawed clean, cursing inwardly, This old dragon dares to humiliate me like this. Yet the lingering aroma of the bone made him swallow involuntarily. I will just have a taste. He grabbed the bone and carefully sucked on it. Instantly, a pure surge of spiritual power exploded on his tongue. Chong Lao's eyes bulged and the black gold demonic patterns on his spine glowed uncontrollably. He quickly turned around, pretending to be nonchalant as he continued to gnaw on the bone. At that moment, Chu Sect Master, this seat has come to visit unannounced. The voice of the master of the Demon King Palace came from the mountain path. As he turned the corner, he happened to see his ancestor enjoying the bone with great relish. Old ancestor, the palace master gasped in shock, stumbling underfoot, nearly rolling down the steps. Chong Lu froze, and the bone in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. The two locked eyes and the air instantly thickened. Ahem. The palace master suppressed his heartache and pretended not to recognize Chong Lu, turning to Chu Xian to bow. Chu Sect Master, I have urgent matters to discuss. Chu Xian wiped the grease from his hands and asked, Oh, what is it? The palace master took a deep breath and continued. Do you know that the 9 nether demon soil has been largely submerged by a mysterious force? Chu Xian nodded. I have heard a little about it. The master of the Demon King Palace continued. After returning from Zhixiao Prefecture, I discovered an ancient ruin at the center of the submerged territory. But the seal is too powerful. He glanced discreetly at Chong Lu, who was secretly picking up the bone, his eye twitching. Our Demon King Palace is willing to join forces with Lingxiao sect to break the formation. The opportunities inside the ruins will be based on each one's ability. Ancient ruins. Chu Xian's interest was piqued. The palace master took out a recording stone, and an image appeared. They saw a bronze, ancient palace floating above a chasm, the runes on the palace door emitting a chilling aura. Chu Xian narrowed his eyes. It looks quite impressive. Chong Lu seized the opportunity to lean over, pretending to examine the image curiously, but actually transmitted to the master of the Demon King Palace. Fool. Who allowed you to come here? The palace master maintained a calm facade, while secretly responding. Ancestor, I have come to bring you opportunities. To help you return to your peak soon. Chu Xian glanced at Qi Yu and the others, receiving affirmative replies before suddenly making a decision. Good. In half a month, I will personally lead people there. After receiving Chu Xian's reply, the master of the Demon King Palace did not linger and quickly took his leave. Chu Xian waved his hand and instructed, Chong Lu, see him off. To his surprise, Chu Xian called his name. Chong Lu tossed the tasteless bone aside and walked to lead the master of the Demon King Palace with a wobbly head. In a secluded area, he grabbed the collar of the master of the Demon King Palace from behind. Emogio, what are you up to? The palace master knelt down with a thud. Ancestor, please have mercy. There must be treasures in that ruin that can restore your cultivation. Because, he lowered his voice, I suspect that the owner of that ancient palace is one of our demon cultivators. Chong Lao's pupils constricted. Oh, are you sure? Absolutely. The area around the ruins is filled with strands of demonic energy, and only we demon cultivators can sense even a hint of it. Therefore, I am borrowing the strength of Lingxiao sect to open the ruins for our demon king palace. Chong Lu pondered for a moment before suddenly kicking the palace master. Get lost. If you dare to act on your own, next time I will skin you alive. The palace master fled in a panic, but in his heart he felt pleased. The power of the ancestors' kick is stronger than before. It seems the food at Lingxiao sect is quite good. The disciples of Lingxiao sect had just participated in the three-way competition and did not expect to have to prepare again for the ancient ruins. It can be said that Lingxiao sect had completely entered the internal competition mode for the disciples. The disciples who were unable to participate in the three-way competition were all working hard to cultivate, striving to shine in the upcoming ruins. Just as Lingxiao sect was fervently preparing for the journey to the ruins, a piece of news quickly spread throughout the entire Daxiao Empire. The emperor of Xia Yanqiu has died. The cause of death was that the emperor was patrolling the northern territory of Daxia, and the northern demon clan, which had been pushed back by the Luyi army for thousands of miles, suddenly appeared in the northern territory of Daxia. Two saint-level great demons besieged Xia Yanqiu, who was unable to resist and died on the spot. On this day, in the main hall of the main peak, Xia Zhu knelt before Chu Xian, already in tears, while Jianzhe kneeled beside Xia Zhu, gently comforting her. Master, disciple, wants to return to the royal city to send off father for the last time. Chu Xian sighed softly. Alas. Go ahead. You few should also accompany Zhu'er to the royal city. It will be good to have someone to look out for her on the way. Lin Xian and the others stood by and quickly replied, disciples obey. Chu Xian nodded and then transmitted to Duan Hong. Old Duan, send over a flying magical artifact. Shortly after, Duan Hong hurried over, handing him a purple gold wine gourd. Sect master, this is the drunken immortal gourd. I refined it, can travel 10,000 miles a day without question. Chu Xian took the wine gourd and then took out a saint-level spirit stone from his sleeve. Zhu'er, keep this spirit stone safe. This item is a form of mourning money offered during funerals to express my condolences to the Daxiao royal family. Master. Xia Zhu's voice trembled even more. This is too precious. A saint-level spirit stone can allow a person in the asking Dao realm to quickly break through to the saint level, meaning Chu Xian was directly giving the Daxiao royal family a saint-level powerhouse. It's fine. Chu Xian pressed the spirit stone into her hand, and then had Duan Hong teach the others how to use the drunken immortal gourd. The five stood on the main peak, and Lin Xian quietly recited the incantation. The wine gourd instantly expanded, carrying them skyward. Lin Xian stood at the front of the gourd, his clothes billowing. Hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate. Whoosh. The wine gourd transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Chu Xian watched their departing figures, his brow furrowing. The death of the emperor of Xia was too sudden, raising suspicions. He then called out to Long Outyin from afar. Long Outyin, provide covert protection. If anyone dares to harm my Lingxiao sect disciples, kill without mercy. Understood. Long Outyin clasped his fists and accepted the order, instantly transforming into a streak of light as he vanished into the void. The five direct disciples flew for half a day. Lin Xian suddenly stopped, furrowing his brow. The death of Emperor Xia is somewhat suspicious. I have an idea. We should split up. I will investigate the northern border. In his past life, Lin Xian was a semi-emperor powerhouse, and his experience was naturally more profound. Throughout this journey, Lin Xian contemplated the entire affair. As a saint-level powerhouse, Emperor Xia faced difficulties against two saint-level great demons, but if he truly wished to escape, it shouldn't have been impossible. He shouldn't have lost his life. Moreover, the royal family had the Liuya Legion, which had driven the northern demons back for thousands of miles. Why wouldn't Emperor Xia allow the Liuya Legion to accompany him? In summary, Emperor Xia's death harbors hidden truths. Lin Xian's intuition told her that this matter might have something to do with the Lingxiao sect. Lin Xian glanced at Xia Zhu and continued, after I finish my investigation in the northern border, I will meet you all in the imperial city. Tang Lu pondered briefly and immediately stood beside her. I will go with you. Upon hearing this, Yu Jian also sensed something amiss and nodded. All right, be careful on your journey. We three will head to the imperial city first. The wine gourd descended from the sky, separating Lin Xian and Tang Lu from the three. Watching the wine gourd quickly depart, Tang Lu frowned slightly. Do you plan to walk to the northern border? Lin Xian smiled faintly and suddenly shouted into the void. Lord Long, please send a message to my master and have someone capable accompany us to the northern border. A cold snort from Long Outyin echoed in the void. You little girl, are you ordering me around now? Nevertheless, a beam of golden light shot toward the direction of the Lingxiao sect. Long Aotian's figure materialized, glaring at Lin Xian. You two be careful. After saying this, he vanished into the void, chasing after Yu Jian and the others. Tang Lu suddenly understood and said leisurely, having died once makes a difference. Even Long Aotian can't hide from you now. Lin Xian, don't speak if you can't. After a whole day's flight, Yu Jian and the others finally arrived at the Great Xia Imperial City the following morning. The entire city was shrouded in solemn white banners. The streets were sparsely populated, and an oppressive atmosphere of sorrow lingered in the air. Fifth sister. At the entrance of the imperial city, the first Prince Xia Jie, dressed in plain clothing, had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Xia Zhu and the others, a hint of joy finally appeared on his haggard face, and he hurried forward to assist Xia Zhu down from the wine gourd. Yu Jian frowned and leaped down from the wine gourd first, gently holding Xia Zhu. Junior sister, be careful. A flicker of displeasure flashed in Xia Jie's eyes, but he quickly replaced it with a warm smile. Brother Yu Jian, it's been a while. Yu Jian nodded in acknowledgement. It's been a while, Your Highness. Xia Jie then turned to Zhong Lu, his smile slightly stiff. This is Zhong Lu, the fifth direct disciple of my master. Zhong Lu replied indifferently, secretly thinking, so it's this kid. I've encountered him in the Wuxiang Lingxiu. Xia Jie was evidently taken aback, not expecting the Lingxiao sect to have gained another direct disciple. Oh, it's a tough journey for you two brothers who have come from afar. Before the few could exchange pleasantries, Xia Zhu urged with reddened eyes, Brother Emperor, I want to see father. Xia Jie slapped his forehead and quickly said, follow me. They passed through numerous palace gates and arrived at the spirit hall. The moment Xia Zhu saw the coffin, tears streamed down her face. Father. Yu Jian slowly took out the saint-level spirit stone from his storage ring and handed it to Xia Jie. Your Highness, this is a small token from the Lingxiao sect. Xia Jie didn't even glance at the saint-level spirit stone, hastily waving his hand. Brother Yu, I accept the sect's goodwill, but I cannot take this. Currently, the heir to the throne is the third prince. If anyone should receive it, it should be him. This statement left Yu Jian and the others bewildered. Emperor Xia didn't pass the throne to Xia Jie. He actually gave it to a third prince they had never heard of. Xia Jie's expression darkened instantly as he continued. Before father passed, he issued an edict appointing the third prince Xia Wu as the heir to the great Xia throne. This is what I heard directly. Xia Jie had fought alongside the Lingxiao sect in the Wuxiang Lingxiu, and seeing Xia Jie's demeanor, Yu Jian didn't know what more to say, only letting out a gentle sigh. Meanwhile, Xia Zhu had hardly heard the conversation, remaining kneeling before the spirit. After a long time, she choked out, Brother, I want to spend more time with father. You all go back first. Just then a commotion suddenly erupted outside the spirit hall. Ha ha, is this the esteemed disciple of the Lingxiao sect? Doesn't look that impressive. A young man in splendid attire approached with a group of attendants, a mocking smile on his face. Third brother. Xia Jie's expression changed. No rudeness. Xia Wu disdainfully glanced at Xia Jie. Elder brother, I am now the crown prince. You better recognize your place. He turned to Yu Jian and the others, sneering. Go back and tell your sect master that the great Xia has found a new ally and no longer needs the Lingxiao sect's hypocritical charity. As he spoke, he forcefully knocked the saint-level spirit stone from Yu Jian's hand. You bastard. Yu Jian was furious and was about to explode. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap echoed through the spirit hall. Xia Wu was sent flying, crashing heavily against a pillar, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Xia Zhu slowly withdrew her palm, her eyes glimmering with cold light. Xia Wu, although you are my third brother, I hope you can show some respect to the Lingxiao sect. She stepped towards Xia Wu, the power of the yellow springs surging around her. Father's corpse has not yet grown cold, and you are eager to pledge allegiance to a new master. Xia Wu retreated in fear. You dare hit me. I am. Slap. Another slap sent Xia Wu rolling out of the spirit hall. Get lost. Xia Zhu coldly shouted, if I see you again, I will break your legs. Xia Wu, holding his swollen cheek, fled in panic with the help of his attendants. Xia Zhu. You. Wait. After Xia Wu left, the spirit hall fell into silence. Xia Zhu silently returned to kneel before the spirit. Inside the hall, the candlelight flickered. Xia Jie, who had settled Yu Jian and the others, returned. Gently pushing open the palace door, he saw Xia Zhu still kneeling before the spirit, her shoulders slightly trembling, clearly still crying. Fifth sister. Xia Jie approached with concern, opening his arms to embrace her. Xia Zhu flashed and subtly avoided. Brother Emperor, I want to be alone for a while. Xia Jie awkwardly withdrew his hands, and after a moment of silence spoke softly. I know what you are thinking. The death of father is indeed suspicious. Oh. Xia Zhu suddenly looked up, her eyes flashing with sharpness. What do you know, Brother Emperor? Xia Jie glanced around to ensure no one was listening, lowering his voice further. Those two saint-level great demons. are secretly colluding with the northern demons, tricking father into the northern border for an inspection and taking the opportunity to kill him. What a... Xiaozhu trembled all over the power of the yellow springs surging wildly from her body. Her hair danced wildly without wind, and her nails dug deeply into her palm. Xiaozhu was not blinded by anger. She suppressed the surging power of the yellow springs and spoke coldly. Does your highness have any evidence? Xiaojia took out a recording stone from his pocket. I placed spies beside the third brother. This is the footage from their conspiracy, but... He showed a pained expression. The most important part is on another recording stone that I hid in the palace. Hurry and fetch it, Xiaozhu urged. Xiaojia nodded. Sister, please wait a moment. Oh, I will be back soon. Meanwhile, in the guest room, Yu Jian was polishing his sword when Zhonglu suddenly whispered, Senior brother, someone is coming. Knock knock, the sound of knocking echoed. Is young hero you there? Old servant Hong, Si wishes to see him. Yu Jian opened the door and saw the old eunuch who had accompanied Xiaojia to visit Lingxiao sect. His expression softened. It is you, eunuch Hong. It has been a long time, eunuch Hong. What brings you here? Hong Si bowed respectfully. The Empress has summoned young hero you, saying there is an important matter to discuss. The Empress? Yu Jian paused. Is she not the biological mother of Sister Xiaozhu? Indeed. Hong Si lowered his voice. She said. It concerns the safety of the fifth princess. Yu Jian's expression turned serious. Lead the way. Zhonglu was about to follow, but Hong Si blocked him. The Empress only wishes to see young hero you alone. Looking at Yu Jian, leaving with Hong Si, Zhonglu narrowed his eyes, quite mysterious. He then quietly condensed a thread of black gold demonic energy and silently followed. Passing through numerous palace walls, Yu Jian was brought to a secluded side hall. Behind the beaded curtain, a regal woman's silhouette could be vaguely seen. Junior Yu Jian pays respects to Her Majesty the Empress. The beaded curtain stirred, and the Empress' delighted voice came. Is it Jinner who has arrived? Yu Jian was taken aback as he had never met the Empress before, yet she greeted him so warmly, calling him Jinner directly. At that moment, Zhonglu, sitting cross-legged in the guest room, suddenly heightened his vigilance. He exclaimed, What? This person has demonic energy. Behind the curtain, the Empress' voice rang out again. Jinner, come closer, so I can take a look. Yu Jian frowned slightly, but still took 2 steps forward. What does your Majesty wish to say? The Empress suddenly flung open the beaded curtain, revealing a mesmerizing face adorned in a translucent gauze dress, her curves subtly visible. Jinner is indeed quite handsome. The Empress gently caressed her chest. I do not know why, but my heart races upon seeing Jinner. Yu Jian's alarm bells rang immediately. This was not how a national empress should behave. Moreover, she was the biological mother of Sister Xiaozhu. Your Majesty, please conduct yourself with dignity. He quickly stepped back a few paces, fists tightly clenched. The Empress noticed and approached Yu Jian with a smile. Jinner, do you not like your mother? When she was only 3 steps away from Yu Jian, she suddenly lunged at him, changing her expression. Help. Yu Jian of Lingxiao sect is attempting to assault me. The next moment, the palace door was flung open with a loud bang and dozens of guards rushed in. Oh no. Yu Jian finally understood he had fallen into a trap. He suddenly swung a fist, knocking the Empress back, but did not strike to kill. If he truly killed the Empress of the Great Xia in front of everyone, the consequences would be unimaginable. He then waved both fists, instantly breaking through the guards' formation. At the same time, Xiaojia was holding the recording stone, passing by the side hall, and upon hearing the Empress cry, he was horrified. What? Senior brother, you. He turned and ran toward the spirit hall. Sister. Something has happened. Inside the spirit hall, upon hearing Xiaojia's account, Xiaozhu's expression changed drastically. Impossible. Senior brother is definitely not that kind of person. The two hurried towards the side hall. At the entrance, Xia Wu had already arrived. What kind of dogs are Lingxiao sect? As the son-in-law of the great Xia, how dare you invade the palace at night, intending to commit such beastly acts against the Empress? Is that how Chu Xian teaches his disciples? What nonsense, holy master. I see Chu Xian is nothing but a dog. Upon hearing this, Yu Jian was instantly consumed with rage. Chu Xian was his reverse scale. The last person who insulted Chu Xian was chased by Yu Jian until he was terrified. Boom. A violent aura suddenly erupted from Yu Jian's body. He charged toward the retreating Xia Wu with bare fists. Dare to insult my master, seek death. His fists were like dragons, each strike carrying a thunderous force. Bang! A guard was sent flying, crashing into the palace wall. Crack! Another punch directly shattered the guard captain's protective mirror. Xia Wu, hiding behind his guards, shouted, Kill him for me. More guards surged from all directions, and Yu Jian fought more fiercely, his fists already stained with blood. When Xiaozhu and Xiaojia arrived here, they saw Yu Jian in a frenzy slaughtering the palace guards. Looking at the great Xia Empress, she was now slumped at the entrance of the side hall, crying like a child. Seeing Xia Zhu and Xia Jie rush over, she hurried to Xia Zhu's side. The Empress grasped Xia Zhu's hand tightly, tears streaming down her face. Zhu, Mother just wanted to see your partner, to see how your future other half is. But who would have thought this beast? She trembled, pointing at Yu Jian. He actually harbored lustful thoughts towards me. Seeing that I would not comply, he attempted to kill me to silence me. Xia Zhu looked at Yu Jian covered in blood, and then at the guards' corpses lying around. Tears instantly streamed down her face. Sister. Xia Jie gently embraced her. What should we do now? Xia Zhu trembled all over, memories of her time at Lingxiao sect flashing in her mind. Senior brother, you making medicine for her, teaching her sword techniques, accompanying her in cultivation. No, it can't be, she murmured. Finally, she broke free from Xia Jie's embrace and stepped forward slowly. Senior brother, you. Her voice was soft, yet it made the bloodthirsty Yu Jian stop instantly. Junior sister. Yu Jian gasped, turning around, his face still carrying the remnants of killing intent. These people. Enough. Xia Zhu suddenly raised her voice, tears blurring her vision. Why? Why are you doing this? Yu Jian seemed struck by lightning. Junior sister, let me explain. It was the Empress who. Shut up. Xia Wu suddenly jumped out. With the evidence so clear, how dare you argue? Sister, this beastly thing. Slap. Xia Zhu retaliated with a slap to Xia Wu's face. You have no right to speak here. I warned you, if I see you again, I will break your legs. Seeing Xia Zhu's eyes filled with determination, Xia Wu quickly backed down. Sister, don't be angry. Since you're here, can't the third brother leave? After saying this, she quickly fled. Xia Zhu took a deep breath, her gaze filled with pain as she looked at Yu Jian. Senior brother. You should leave. For the sake of our shared bond as disciples today, I will not stop you. Yu Jian's clenched fists slowly relaxed, the light in his eyes dimming little by little. At this moment, Xia Zhu's voice entered his ears. Senior brother, I believe you would never do such a thing. There must be another reason, but right now you must leave. I will definitely be fine, do not worry. But, senior brother, there is no time to explain, you must leave. Just as Yu Jian was about to say more, Zhong Lao's voice also came. Senior brother, listen to senior sister, come back first. At this point, Yu Jian could only follow their advice. All right, I will leave. As Yu Jian turned, he took one last look at the Empress hiding behind Xia Jie. That woman had a smirk of triumph playing at the corners of her mouth. Junior sister. Yu Jian's voice was hoarse. Be careful. As Yu Jian returned to the guest room, Chong Lu immediately closed the door tightly, setting up a soundproof barrier. Senior brother, the Empress carries demonic energy. What? Yu Jian exclaimed in shock. But the Empress has no cultivation. How could she possess demonic energy? Chong Lu shook his head. I suspect she has been controlled by a demonic cultivator. As for the mastermind, it must be Xiao Wu. He is the one who framed me. Yu Jian gritted his teeth. Definitely not him. Chong Lu scoffed. With that fool's demeanor, does he have the brains to plot something? Yu Jian was merely a naive newcomer lacking the cunning of an experienced schemer like Chong Lu. Upon hearing this, Yu Jian furrowed his brow. If it wasn't Xiao Wu, then who could it be? Just then a sudden commotion of footsteps and clanking armor echoed from outside. Thieves from the Lingxiao sect. Get out of the imperial city. Xiao Wu's arrogant voice rang out. Chong Lu sighed, alas. This fool is really something. Yu Jian stood up in anger. I'm going to reason with him. Reason? What nonsense. Chong Lu grabbed him. Going out now will only make things worse. Quickly he packed their belongings, placing items into the spatial ring. Let's retreat first. We will settle the score once we uncover the truth. The two leaped out of the back window, quietly leaving under the cover of night. Soon after, Xiao Wu's shouts followed them, running away so fast. Tell that old dog Chu Xian that from now on the great Xia has nothing to do with the Lingxiao sect. Meanwhile, after soothing the Empress, Xia Zhu returned to the spirit hall alone, quietly kneeling before the spirit. Xia Zhu's expression was calm, as if the earlier conflict had never occurred. Xia Jie entered quietly and sat down beside her fifth sister. Xia Zhu did not respond, merely staring blankly at the spirit tablet of Xia Yanqiu. A wisp of black mist silently seeped from Xia Jie's sleeve, slowly slithering toward the back of Xia Zhu's neck. It's getting late. Xia Jie suddenly stood up. Fifth sister, you should rest early. Xia Zhu remained motionless, seemingly unaware of the imminent danger so close at hand. A strange smile crept onto Xia Jie's face as he turned to leave the wisp of black mist, having silently entered Xia Zhu's collar. Under the candlelight, a glimmer of black light quietly faded from the depths of Xia Zhu's pupils. In the spirit hall, after confirming that Xia Jie had gone far, Xia Zhu quietly stood up and approached the coffin. Taking a deep breath, she said, Father, I'm sorry. She gently moved the coffin lid aside, just about to examine the body when, Sister, don't move. Chong Lao's voice suddenly came from behind, startling Xia Zhu, causing her to tremble. Xia Zhu turned around to see Yu Jian and Chong Lu emerging from the shadows, her eyes filled with surprise. You guys didn't leave. I just wanted to see father one last time. Yu Jian hurriedly recounted what had just happened. Junior sister. Before he could finish, Xia Zhu suddenly threw herself into Yu Jian's arms, tears streaming down her face. I know my senior brother would never do such a thing. Chong Lu coughed lightly to interrupt them. Sister, the Empress has demonic energy, as she must have been controlled. Moreover, he pointed towards the coffin, the body of Emperor Xia also carries the same aura. What? Yu Jian exclaimed in shock. Why can I sense nothing at all? Xia Zhu's brow furrowed deep in thought. Chong Lu chuckled. I have some special methods to sense demonic energy, so don't be surprised. Wiping away her tears, Xia Zhu's expression turned serious. You must leave immediately. The Liuya Legion is very strong, we are no match for them. If things escalate, we will undoubtedly lose. But junior sister, you am fine. Xia Zhu forced a smile. I am a member of the royal family, unless absolutely necessary they won't harm me. As the three were about to part ways, footsteps suddenly approached from outside the spirit hall. Hurry, Xia Zhu urged. Yu Jian glanced deeply at her before vanishing again into the darkness with Chong Lu. A moment later, Xia Jia entered carrying a bowl of fragrant soup. Fifth sister, I had someone specially. The words abruptly halted. His gaze fell upon the slightly shifted coffin lid. Xia Zhu feigned calmness, softly saying, Elder brother. I just wanted to see father's appearance one more time. Xia Jia's eyes flickered, then he revealed a gentle smile. Silly girl, father has already. Son. He gently stroked Xia Zhu's hair, handing her the soup bowl. This is a calming soup specially prepared for you. It is of great help for the spirit. Drink it while it's hot. You shouldn't be too sad about father now. Xia Zhu accepted the bowl, inhaling a peculiar sweet fragrance. She pretended to lower her head to sip, but secretly wrapped the soup with the power of the yellow springs, not letting a single drop enter her mouth. Have you finished it all? Xia Jia took the empty bowl with satisfaction. Rest well, we have to. Suddenly he frowned and pressed his hand against his temple. Ouch. My head hurts. What happened to elder brother? Xia Zhu feigned concern. It's nothing. Xia Jia waved his hand, staggering as he left. Perhaps it's just that I've been too busy and tired lately. Once the footsteps faded, Xia Zhu suddenly poured the hidden soup onto the ground. The liquid, upon contact with the blue bricks, emitted wisps of black smoke. Indeed, something's wrong. The power of the yellow springs within her surged violently, forcing the earlier wisp of black mist out of her body. Xia Zhu's gaze turned icy as she said, Elder brother. It turns out it's you. Just then, clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause echoed through the spirit hall. Xia Jia had returned unawares, leaning against the doorframe, his eyes gleaming with a strange black-purple light. My dearest sister. You are more clever than I imagined. Xia Zhu's eyes turned cold. Just as she wanted to use the power of the yellow springs to battle Xia Jia, she suddenly noticed that his aura had drastically changed. The oppressive force of the Tao-seeking realm bore down like a mountain. You? When did you? Xia Zhu's eyes widened in disbelief. Once a mere golden core cultivator, Xia Jia had now ascended to the Tao-seeking realm. With a sinister grin, Xia Jia raised his hand and shot a beam of black light directly at Xia Zhu's forehead. Sleep now, my dear sister. Just as Xia Zhu slumped over, Xia Jia pulled her into his arms, his fingers gently caressing her cheek. Originally, I wanted you to become my demonic servant. We could hold the grandest wedding together. But you are too clever, so I can only resort to force. As he spoke, he leaned down to kiss Xia Zhu's lips. Suddenly, beast! A furious roar erupted. Long Outyin aggressively struck from the void, his golden dragon claw aimed directly at Xia Jia's crown. Saint level. Xia Jia retreated in panic while the unconscious Xia Zhu was seized by Long Outyin. Just as Long Outyin was about to deliver another blow, a crack suddenly appeared in the void. 10 miles outside the imperial city, a golden light suddenly descended from Long Outyin. Upon sensing the aura, Yu Jian and Chong Lu immediately rushed forward. Lord Long. Long Outyin said solemnly, Kid Jin, your uncle, is a beast. He then recounted everything that had just occurred in the morning hall, including Xia Jia's vile intentions towards his own sister. What a... Yu Jian's eyes turned red, his fists cracking with tension. Xia Jia, I will kill you. Chong Lu pondered. It seems the true mastermind behind Xia Jia is that saint-level figure. But what is their grand scheme in killing Emperor Xia? Just as Chong Lu and the others were puzzled, a sound of breaking air came from afar. The target is undoubtedly us, the direct disciples. As soon as the words fell, Yu Jian and Chong Lao's eyes lit up. Lin Xian, Lu Zi, senior sister, senior brother. The newcomers were Lin Xian and Tang Lu, who had hurried from the northern frontier of the Great Xia. Along with them was Duan Hong. As soon as the three landed, Lin Xian spoke first. The only purpose in killing Emperor Xia is to lure us direct disciples to the imperial city and capture us. Chong Lu suddenly understood. Their ultimate goal is Lingxiao sect, or our master. Lin Xian immediately cast an appreciative glance, not expecting the junior disciple to have thought of this. At that moment, Xia Zhu's eyelashes trembled as she slowly opened her eyes. Senior brother, senior sister. She then noticed Long Outyin and Duan Hong beside her. Just as she was about to speak, she seemed to remember something and suddenly sat up. Emperor brother. The death of father. Yu Jian pulled Xia Zhu into his arms, gently comforting her. Junior sister, we all know. Don't be afraid, everyone is here. Lin Xian glanced at Yu Jian and Xia Zhu, speaking solemnly. The current situation is more complicated than we imagined. The enemy has at least one peak saint-level powerhouse stationed there, coupled with the combat strength of the Willow Leaf Legion. Currently, we have two top-tier saint-level fighters, Long Outyin and Duan Fengzhu, while the enemy visibly has one saint-level, but we can't be sure they don't have any backup. Moreover, the Willow Leaf Legion was able to drive the demonic tribes of the northern frontier back. For thousands of miles, their combat power is evident. If we could have a few more saints, we would have a fighting chance. Lin Xian raised the corners of his mouth, looking at Duan Hong. Duan Hong and Long Outyin watched the few direct disciples, revealing expressions of affirmation. Chu Xian had already instructed that they only needed to ensure the safety of the 5 direct disciples, while how to act would need to be decided collectively by them. Unexpectedly, these guys had counted their fighting strength as well. Duan Hong, seeing Lin Xian look at him, tossed out 3 golden orbs and said lightly, "Inside these are 3 saint-level great demons, and along with Old Long, our saint-level strength is sufficient." Long Outyin raised an eyebrow. 3 saint-level great demons. Lin Xian held the 3 golden orbs in his palm, explaining, "These 3 were caught in the northern frontier of the Great Xia." Pointing to 2 of the orbs, "These 2 are the murderers of Emperor Xia." But she furrowed her brows. According to their account, things are not as they seem. They said they only received notice from their clansmen that Emperor Xia was to patrol the northern frontier. They originally intended to scare him and vent their resentment towards the Great Xia. However, when they engaged, Emperor Xia actually did not dodge or evade, but actively welcomed their attack. "What a..." the crowd exclaimed in unison. Chong Lu suddenly trembled, and combining it with the lingering demonic energy on Emperor Xia's corpse, he said slowly, "Emperor Xia was very likely also controlled by the demonic energy. If even the saint-level Emperor Xia was controlled, then the Willow Leaf Legion certainly wouldn't escape. And the reason everyone was controlled by the demon cultivator Xia Jia is the key link." The entire sequence of events had been basically unraveled, and everyone turned their gaze towards Xia Zhu in Yu Jian's arms. Xia Zhu broke free from Yu Jian's embrace, her eyes filled with the power of the Yellow Springs. "Tomorrow, when father is buried, all royal family members and citizens will be present." She wiped away her tears, her voice cold and piercing. "At that time, in front of everyone, I will reveal Xia Jia's conspiracy and avenge my father." Everyone exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Then let's decide on the battle tomorrow." Duan Hong stroked the 3 golden orbs and smiled. "Just right to let these 3 beasts redeem themselves." Long Outyin, "They are beasts. Forget it. Old Long is a beast too." He then instructed everyone to preserve their strength and prepare for tomorrow's battle. The next morning, the imperial city was shrouded in dark clouds. The funeral procession stretched for miles. The citizens spontaneously stood on both sides of the street to bid farewell to the diligent and benevolent monarch. Rise the spirit. With the officiant's long shout, over 100 strong men lifted Emperor Xia's coffin and slowly proceeded towards the royal tomb. Xia Wu, as the heir to the imperial edict, wore mourning clothes and walked at the front looking sorrowful. The empress and Xia Jia led many royal family members following behind. The burial process was carried out one by one, and the many members of the royal family, along with the citizens of the imperial city, wept heart-wrenchingly. Xia Wu cast his gaze around, telepathically asking Xia Jia, "Elder brother, will 5th sister and the others really come?" Xia Jia closed his eyes to rest, saying lightly, "You just need to do what you should do. Elder brother, rest assured, I have set up a net around, and the Willow Leaf Legion has gathered completely." Xia Jia responded with a faint sound and said no more. Just as the coffin was about to be delivered to the tomb, "Hold on." A cold female voice broke through the air. Xia Zhu, dressed in simple clothes, descended with the direct disciples of Lingxiao sect. "5th sister." Xia Wu showed a delighted expression. Xia Zhu paid no attention to Xia Wu the puppet, and her gaze fixed directly on Xia Jia. "Xia Jia." Xia Zhu shouted sternly. "You colluded with demon cultivators to kill father today. I will expose your true nature in front of all the citizens." The crowd immediately buzzed with commotion. For a moment, everyone was bewildered by Xia Zhu's words. Xia Jia stood quietly at the front of the procession. Looking at Xia Zhu's eyes filled with killing intent, the last shred of love he had for her finally transformed into murderous intent. "Expose me in front of all the citizens. What can you do?" My dear sister, I have given you several chances to return to my side, but you did not cherish them. Since that's the case, then don't blame me. Xia Jie said leisurely, Master. They have arrived. Immediately a pale hand reached out from the void. The direct disciples of Lingxiao sect, this seat will take you all. Then in an instant, over 100 cultivators stepping on giant leaves appeared above the tomb. The Willow Leaf Legion of the Great Xia had also arrived. As that pale hand fully emerged from the void, Yu Jian's pupils suddenly contracted in shock. Yi Sword Saint. Yu Jian gazed at the familiar face in disbelief, his eyes filled with confusion. This man was none other than Chu Xian's uncle, once the Sword Saint of the Eastern Wilderness, the foremost swordsman of the Eastern Wilderness, Yi Shi. Impossible. Yu Jian's voice trembled. You are not. Yi's lips curled into a sinister smile, a glint of purple light flickering in his eyes. Yu Jian, it's been a long time. Although Yi Shi was smiling, that smile sent chills down Yu Jian's spine. Yi Shi was once the Sword Saint of the Eastern Wilderness who fought alongside Chu Xian's parents during the Beast Tide 3 years ago. Chu Xian's parents perished in battle, while this uncle had survived by luck, but was gravely injured. Since then he had been living in seclusion within the Yunxiao sect, and later Yi's presence was no longer seen within the sect. Everyone believed Yi Shi had quietly passed away, yet here he was. What Yu Jian did not know was that after Chu Xian and Yu Jian left the Yunxiao sect, this once great sword god stood at the gates of the Yunxiao sect, cursing Qinimo. However, he was thrown into the Yun prison by a group of elders from the Yunxiao sect. A terrifying thought surged in Yu Jian's mind. This thought made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Yi Sword Saint has also been controlled by the demon cultivators. If Master knew that Yi Sword Saint was being manipulated by the demon cultivators. Before Yu Jian could think more, Xia Jie had already grinned and waved his hand. Willow Leaf Legion attack. 108 spirit-ranked cultivators standing on enormous green leaves instantly formed a formation, and countless willow leaves turned into blades, howling towards the enemy. Lin Xian, seeing this, waved her jade hand. Go. 3 holy ranked great demons roared as they charged out. However, the 3 great demons were being pushed back relentlessly before the Willow Leaf Legion. The Willow Leaf Legion was already formidable in combat, having driven the northern demonic clan back for miles, and these 3 great demons indeed fell short before the legion. Hidden in the void, Long Outyin was compelled to take action. A group of ants. He immediately transformed into a 1,000-foot-long dragon body, striking down towards the military formation. The terrifying pressure of the holy rank distorted the very fabric of space. Just as the dragon's claw was about to smash into the formation of the Willow Leaf Legion, Yi Shi moved. Bastard, your opponent is me. Yi Shi casually waved his sword, and a purple sword light completely dissolved the dragon's claw attack. 2 peaks of holy ranked auras clashed violently in the air, shaking the entire Imperial Mausoleum. Today none of these kids can escape. Dragon Outyin and Yi Shi immediately engaged in battle. After dozens of exchanges, they initially matched each other evenly. However, as Yi's sword intent began to rise, the swordsmanship that had once instilled fear across the Eastern Wilderness gradually revealed its sharpness. Swish! A purple light sliced through the dragon's claw, causing Long Outyin to howl in pain as scales flew off, golden dragon blood showering the sky. Old dragon can't take it anymore. Zhong Lu frowned, watching intently from below. At that moment, Duan Hong suddenly stepped out from the void. His entire body was covered in black-red patterns, and this time, he wielded a long sword that emitted a dazzling cold light. Brother, Yi, long time no see. Yi's sword intent paused, his eyes trembling slightly with purple light. Brother Duan, I didn't expect you to become a guest of my great nephew. Yi Shi thought to himself, indeed there is more than one protector. Duan Hong pointed his long sword towards Yi Shi. Brother Yi, you have been corrupted by demonic energy. Wake up. Ha ha ha. Yi Shi suddenly laughed wildly. Demonic energy. This is true power. He turned the tip of his sword directly at Duan Hong's throat. What? Brother Duan, do you wish to compete with me in swordsmanship? Long Outyin seized the opportunity to withdraw, secretly relieved. Phew. Thankfully old Duan is here. Otherwise I really couldn't defeat that sword cultivator. The master's background is too impressive. Such a strong sword cultivator is actually his uncle. I, old dragon, am honored to be the master's mount. After a brief contemplation, Long Outyin turned around and charged towards the Willow Leaf Legion. Boom. One claw came down instantly, turning 18 members of the Willow Leaf Legion into blood mist. Just as Long Outyin wanted to continue attacking the Willow Leaf Legion, another aura emerged from the void. Bastard, cease your madness. The void cracked open again, and a black-robed demon cultivator stepped out, the pressure of the holy rank sweeping across the battlefield. Long Aoshan's eyes turned cold. Damn it. Ever since I, old dragon, started my journey, every time I encountered a holy ranked opponent, I was always overwhelmed. Are there really so many experts in the Xinjiao continent? Looking at this person before him, who was also of the holy rank, Long Outyin became instantly defiant. Damn it, he'll take you down. In the blink of an eye, Long Outyin had already engaged in battle with the newly appeared black-robed figure. Boom! Long Ocean's 1,000-foot dragon body suddenly coiled, golden scales bursting forth with dazzling divine light, and he opened his mouth to unleash a blazing dragon breath. The scorching golden flames twisted and shattered the space, sweeping towards the black-robed demon cultivator like a torrential river. Just a trivial skill. The black-robed demon cultivator sneered, and with a hand seal, a towering demonic figure appeared behind him. This demonic figure had 6 arms outstretched, ripping apart the dragon breath. Endless flowing fire rained down upon the imperial mausoleum, turning a 100-mile expanse into scorched earth. Long Outyin roared in fury, his dragon tail sweeping with the force to collapse mountains, but the black-robed cultivator vanished into black mist. In an instant, the two were locked in a fierce balance. Yu Jian stared at the black-robed figure on the ground, his brow furrowing once more. This figure feels so familiar. Finally, Long Outyin landed a punch on the person's face, tearing open a corner of the black robe. Yu Jian finally saw the person's face and exclaimed, "Ninth elder of the Yunxiao sect has also been corrupted by demonic energy." Lin Xian, hearing Yu Jian's words, murmured, "Could it be that the Yunxiao sect has all been demonized?" Yu Jian immediately took out a communication jade slip to send a message to Chu Xian, reporting the situation here. After a long silence, the other end of the communication jade slip finally transmitted Chu Xian's voice, "I'm on my way now." Then the disciples began to survey the entire battlefield. Duan Hong and Yi Shi were locked in a fierce battle, with Duan Hong relying on his luxurious armor, actually fighting evenly with Yi Shi. Sword energy split the heavens and shattered the earth, while sword intent wreaked havoc in the sky. On the other side, Long Outyin and the 9th elder of the Yunxiao sect were also evenly matched, and for a moment, it was hard to tell who would win. As the Willow Leaf Legion suffered over 10 casualties at the hands of Long Outyin, the 3 holy-ranked great demons also gained some fighting power. Now only the lower-tier combatants had yet to engage. Everyone looked towards Xia Jie, just as Xia Jie was also looking this way. Yu Jian stepped forward and said solemnly, "Xia Jie, the feng shui of His Majesty's mausoleum is quite good, burying only the emperor is not enough. Just right to add you to the mix." Before he finished speaking, his figure suddenly surged, fists like lightning rushing towards the royal army. "Kill!" Xia Zhu shouted, waving her jade hand, and everyone instantly transformed into trails of shadow, charging into the enemy ranks. The powerful members of the Daxiao royal family were all demonized and roared in anger to meet the challenge. In an instant, spiritual light erupted and sword energy surged across. Xia Jie's eyes were sharp, his gaze fixed solely on Xia Zhu, and he coldly said, "Fifth sister, Big Brother has come to find you." Xia Jie has now reached the Tao-seeking realm, while among the direct disciples, aside from Chong Lu, who is in the Spirit Spring realm, the other 4 are all at the Golden Core realm, with Yu Jian and Lin Xian being at the peak of the Golden Core realm. The 5 of them can handle the other royal family members, but facing Xia Jie in the Tao-seeking realm is somewhat overwhelming. The first to face Xia Jie is Yu Jian. In his heart, there was once a reverse scale due to Chu Xian, and now there is another, which is Xia Zhu. Xia Jie's covetousness for Xia Zhu has already filled Yu Jian's heart with endless killing intent. Similarly, Xia Jie's pathological love for Xia Zhu has made Yu Jian a prime target for him. As soon as the two engaged, they unleashed their most powerful attacks. Xia Jie wielded a black short blade while Yu Jian was barehanded, and both engaged in close combat. Although there is still a barrier of the Divine Sea realm between the Golden Core and Tao-seeking realm, Yu Jian, relying on his great heavenly immortal body and great heavenly immortal art, definitely has the strength to fight. Yu Jian threw a punch, and the golden fist light coalesced into a golden lion tearing through the air. Xia Jie grinned wickedly as he swung the black short blade, and amidst the surge of demonic energy, a dark blade light sliced through the fist attack, striking towards Yu Jian's chest with unabated force. Sizzle, blood splattered. A gruesome wound was torn open on Yu Jian's chest, but he did not retreat a step. Instead, he charged forward, delivering a powerful knee strike to Xia Jie's abdomen. Cough. Xia Jie spat out a mouthful of black blood, and the demonic flames in his eyes surged. "You seek death." The two figures wildly intertwined above the royal tomb, their fists and blades clashing, sparking blinding flashes. Yu Jian's great heavenly immortal body radiated with brilliant golden light, each blow shaking the void. Xia Jie, however, was shrouded in demonic energy, and every swing of his short blade emitted a piercing ghostly wail. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 consecutive clashes, Yu Jian's hands were shattered, yet he roared, channeling all his spiritual power. Yu Jian shouted, "Heavenly immortal shatters mountains." His already twisted fist struck directly at Xia Jie's face. Xia Jie was caught off guard and instantly had his nose smashed in. Enraged, his demonic energy erupted completely. "Kneel before this prince." The black short blade suddenly transformed into a 100-foot-long demonic python, biting down on Yu Jian's right shoulder. Amidst the sound of flesh tearing, Yu Jian's entire arm was brutally ripped off. Ugh! Blood poured like a waterfall as Yu Jian staggered to his knees, yet he supported his body with his remaining left hand, his determined gaze unwavering. Xia Jie stepped on his back, pressing the demonic blade against his heart, and disdainfully said, "Senior brother, you with such little ability, how dare you compete with this prince for a woman?" Pock! Yu Jian spat out blood, but the bloodied corner of his mouth curled into a defiant arc. "You will never be worthy to touch her. Then you can die." Xia Jie thrust the demonic blade down fiercely. At that critical moment, a cold sword light descended from the heavens. "Dare to harm a disciple of the Lingxiao sect? Have you consulted this seat?" A figure holding a long sword slowly descended from the sky. With a light swing of the sword, a golden sword aura instantly slashed towards Xia Jie. When Xia Jie saw who it was, he exclaimed in shock, "Chu Xian." Seeing the sword aura coming, Xia Jie hurriedly raised his short blade to block. Clang! Xia Jie was directly knocked back. The black short blade in his hand actually began to develop fine cracks under this one strike. Then with a crack, the black short blade shattered. Xia Jie's heart skipped a beat. This was a high-tier spiritual weapon gifted to him by the demon lord. Its hardness was beyond doubt. Yet Chu Xian shattered the short blade with just a sword aura. Chu Xian stepped forward, walking slowly towards Xia Jie. On the other side, Chu Xian had appeared at some point, reattaching Yu Jian's severed arm and applying a viscous ointment to the wound. He quickly fed a pill with 9 lines into Yu Jian's mouth, then sighed in relief and shouted, "Sect Master, Yu Jian is fine." Upon hearing Chunkius call, the heavy burden in Chu Xian's heart finally lifted. "Since Jinner is alright, you can go and climb." With a light remark, Chu Xian swung his long sword again. Swish, 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 swish. 4 strands of sword aura shot towards Xia Jie. In the next moment, Xia Jie felt his vision slowly descending. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. As he tried to stabilize himself, he realized that his limbs were already severed from his body without him even noticing. "You severed Jinner's arm, and I will cut off your limbs." Quite reasonable, right? Thud. Xia Jie's body crashed heavily to the ground, his eyes filled with nothing but terror. Chu Xian's sword was too fast. So fast that Xia Jie couldn't even react. Looking at Chu Xian, he was already slowly walking towards the remaining direct disciples, hardly sparing Xia Jie a glance. The reason he didn't directly sever Xia Jie's head was to leave it for Xia Zhu and Yu Jian. On the battlefield, Chu Xian, the peak of Tao-seeking realm, was like a ghost entering a realm of no one. From several meters away, a sword aura swept out directly, causing the royal family members hit to either spit blood and be sent flying or be directly cleaved in half. With Chu Xian's involvement, the pressure on the direct disciples was swiftly alleviated. Soon the battle between the disciples and the royal family members came to an end. Chu Xian said to Xia Zhu, "Zhuer, Xia Jie is over there, handle it as you see fit." With that, he flung his long sword directly. The sword's edge was aimed at the members of the Willow Leaf Legion in the sky. Then Chu Xian exerted force with his legs, causing the ground beneath him to instantly cave in. Chu Xian actually flew directly towards the massive leaves in the sky, solely using the power of his legs. Thud! The long sword pierced through a soldier's chest just as Chu Xian landed on this massive leaf. The soldier's eyes widened as he fell off the leaf, and Chu Xian swiftly pulled out the long sword. Since he hadn't reached the holy stage yet, Chu Xian couldn't fly in midair, so he propelled himself off the giant leaf, charging towards another nearby member of the Willow Leaf Legion. Chu Xian finally demonstrated to everyone just how monstrous the combat power of this once great genius of the eastern wilderness was. On the massive leaf, Chu Xian, clad in white, his long sword flickering with cold light, resembled a god of death descending. Swish! A dazzling sword light swept across, and before the 3 members of the Willow Leaf Legion could react, their heads soared into the sky. Blood sprayed like rain, staining the sky with red willow leaves. The commander of the Willow Leaf Legion, who was directing soldiers to battle against 3 holy stage great demons, suddenly reacted and roared, "There are enemies here too. Quickly form a formation." However, Chu Xian moved like a ghost, each sword piercing precisely through a cultivator's throat. Stepping on the willow leaves wherever he passed, severed limbs and broken arms flew. Boom! Suddenly Chu Xian changed his sword momentum, a 100-foot sword aura cleaving through the core of the army formation. 18 cultivators were instantly turned into blood mist. An army formation capable of rivaling holy stage powerhouses was as fragile as paper in front of Chu Xian. The Willow Leaf Legion was thrown into chaos. Flee! Flee! The remaining members of the Willow Leaf Legion completely collapsed, but would Chu Xian let them go? Those who harm my Lingxiao sect kill, without mercy. With a cold laugh, the last sword was struck. Every willow leaf in the sky was stained red. After dealing with the Willow Leaf Legion, Chu Xian glanced at the battlefield of Long Ao Tan, then turned his gaze towards the old man in a black robe who was battling Duan Hong. Uncle! A call of uncle made Yishi, who was engaged in battle with Duan Hong, shudder slightly. The long sword in his hand slowed for a moment. Yishi forced Duan Hong back with a strike, his gaze turning towards his nephew, not far away. In that instant, a flicker of clarity appeared in Yi Zai's eyes. Due to Duan Hong's overwhelming strength, she had not dared to let his guard down, and only now noticed Chu Xian. Xianer, your cultivation. At that moment, the demonic energy surrounding Shi surged violently. Chu Xian. The clarity in Yi Zai's eyes was instantaneously engulfed by a purple-black demonic aura. His face twisted like a vile specter. The demonic flames around him erupted violently, dyeing the 100-zhang radius pitch black. Boom. Yi Zai's figure transformed into a shadow of darkness, instantly tearing through the sky towards Chu Xian. The sword's edge had yet to arrive, but the terrifying pressure of the saint level had already cracked the ground. Watch out, Sect Master! Duan Hong roared, his entire body glowing with black and red patterns, rushing to block in front of Chu Xian at an even faster speed. Clang! The moment the two long swords collided, the entire imperial tomb shook violently. Uncle! Chu Xian's eyes had turned crimson, his heart like a clear mirror, knowing he was no match for Yishi, and he did not wish for either Yishi or Duan Hong to be harmed. Without hesitation, he crushed the imperial-level spirit stone in his hand. Crack! A brilliant golden beam shot into the sky, the vast imperial might spreading like a tide. Bang! A loud sound echoed throughout the sky. Not far away, the 9th elder of Yunxiao sect, engaged in battle with Long Ao Yin, was instantly obliterated under this pressure. A drop of blood mixed with demonic energy fell from the corner of Yi Zai's eye, dripping onto Chu Xian's robe with the wind. Uncle, I will ensure your recovery. Upon saying this, Chu Xian completely shattered the imperial-level spirit stone in his hand. Chiyu, for uncle, you will suffer a backlash again. As he spoke, a fiery red phantom slowly emerged in the sky. The moment the fiery red phantom appeared, the entire world fell into silence. Boom! An invisible imperial might pressed down like the heavens, causing the ground to instantly sink 3 feet. On the ground, apart from Sai Chuanxiu, who barely stood, everyone else could not help but kneel, their foreheads pressed tightly to the ground. Even breathing became difficult. In the sky, Long Aotian's massive dragon body trembled violently, his dragon head uncontrollably drooping. Duan Hong beside him widened his eyes, but dared not look directly at the phantom. The black and red patterns on his body flickered wildly, yet could not withstand the tremors that originated from his soul. The fiery red phantom stood with hands behind its back, merely standing there caused the surrounding space-time to warp and shatter. This was the true pressure of an emperor. Words followed the law, myriad paths bowed in submission. Elder Chiyu. Only Chu Xian, gazing at that figure, displayed a complex expression in his eyes. The phantom slightly nodded, slowly raised a hand, and pointed lightly. Buzz! Yi Zai's violent demonic energy instantly froze. His grim expression was frozen on his face, as if he were an insect trapped in amber, unable to move even his eyes. The laws of the imperial realm directly suppressed the boiling demonic seed inside him. Bang! As the phantom withdrew its finger, Yishi fell from the sky like a rag, crashing heavily into the ruins of the imperial tomb. In the dust, the demonic energy on him was visibly drilling into his body. The Chiyu phantom turned to look at Chu Xian. Though no words were spoken, Chu Xian clearly felt a divine sense entering his mind. Sect Master, the demonic seed within him has been temporarily suppressed. It can be taken back to the sect for further treatment. Then the phantom of Chiyu slowly dissipated. After the phantom of Chiyu vanished, the terrifying pressure in the world finally receded. Yet the shock in everyone's hearts lingered on for a long time. Sai Chuanxiu knelt on the ground, overwhelmed with shock. What realm is this? He had never felt such terrifying power. Merely a projection made his soul tremble, as if an ant gazing up at the vast sky. The imperial realm. Lin Xian's voice trembled. This has been my lifelong pursuit in both my past and present lives. Zhong Lao's heart was equally shaken, as this was also his lifelong pursuit. At the same time, he secretly thought, no wonder the master is so monstrous. Then Zhong Lu seemed to recall something. He roared madly in his heart, you treacherous master! The majority of the 9 nether demonic lands was sunk by a mysterious power, and I perished at that time. It must have been the treacherous master's command to Elder Chiyu. Oh, you treacherous master! I will not rest until we are enemies. Chu Xian and Duan Hong had already been swept up in a storm of emotions. As the peak leaders of Lingxiao sect, they had none the wiser that there existed a powerful emperor within Lingxiao sect. Apart from their shock, they also felt immensely fortunate to have joined Lingxiao sect, while their respect for Chu Xian grew even deeper. Only Long Outyan raised his dragon head, his golden dragon eyes filled with pride. A bunch of bumpkins who have never seen the world, he secretly chuckled. I already knew Elder Chi Yu was an emperor. Moreover, there is not just one emperor in the sect. The elders above and below are also. I even got kicked in the rear by these two old men. Thinking of this, he unconsciously scratched his dragon rear with his claw. Chu Xian took in everyone's reactions, coughed lightly. All right, stop dawdling, let's clean up the battlefield. Old Duan, take me old Sai and my uncle back to the sect. Long Outyan, make sure to protect Jinner and the others. Everyone began to take action, while the three saint-level great demons were directly taken back to Lingxiao sect by Duan Hong in a golden sphere. Duan Hong tossed his long sword aside, leading Chu Xian and the others onto a flying sword, transforming into a streak of light rushing towards Lingxiao sect. In less than half a tea's time, they had arrived at the peak of Lingxiao sect. Go to the back mountain. Chu Xian did not hesitate, carrying Yishi straight towards the back mountain of Lingxiao sect. The residual demonic energy within Yishi still lingered, and you could not completely expel it in a short time. Thus, Chu Xian thought of the great array of the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies in the back mountain. In the forbidden grounds of the back mountain, 8 towering jade pillars stood erect. Chu Xian stepped into the arrays while carrying Yishi, and suddenly brilliant glazed divine light soared into the sky. Buzz! The pure cleansing power surged into Yi's body like a tide, and thick black mist instantly rose around him. The black mist twisted and struggled, transforming into a hideous ghostly face, howling no. This is, where the glazed divine light passed, the demonic energy melted like ice and snow. Yishi convulsed in pain, black blood seeping from his 7 orifices. Chu Xian held on to his uncle tightly, watching as the last trace of demonic energy was forced to his forehead, transforming into a pitch-black seed. Chu Xian's heart tightened accordingly. Boom! The divine light of the great array surged. The demonic seed emitted a piercing shriek before exploding violently. Chu Xian immediately stepped forward and stuffed a 9-colored pill into Yi's mouth. The pill melted immediately upon entering, and Yi's pale complexion visibly regained its rosy hue. Chu Xian reached out to Yishi, sensing for a moment, then joyfully said, Sect Master, after taking this high-grade saint-level pill, the shattered meridians have already begun to reshape. Hearing this, Chu Xian's heavy heart finally eased. The Great Xia Imperial City. The battlefield has been cleared, and the remaining members of the Great Xia royal family have all been suppressed by Long Outyan. Not far away lies the broken body of Xia Jie, stabbed into a honeycomb pattern. Seeing that many members of the royal family have been demonized, Xia Zhu's heart ached like being cut by knives. She suddenly threw herself into Yu Jian's embrace, trembling as she sobbed, Senior brother. What should I do? Yu Jian looked around the royal family members, noticing Xia Wu and the Empress among them, the only 2 relatives Xia Zhu had left. Holding Xia Zhu tightly, Yu Jian spoke softly, Junior sister, don't be afraid. Master will definitely have a way. Yu Jian took out a communication jade slip and hurriedly transmitted a message to Chu Xian, Master, these demonized royal family members. Before Yu Jian could finish, a voice came from the other end of the jade slip. Bring them all to the sect. I have a way to restore them. Hearing Chu Xian's reply, tears streamed down Xia Zhu's face as she tightly grasped Yu Jian's arm. Senior brother. Mother is saved. Hastily wiping away her tears, she immediately ordered the mobilization of the transport vessels, entrusting Yu Jian to personally escort the demonized royal family members to Lingxiao sect. Yu Jian was taken aback. Junior sister, aren't you returning to the sect? Xia Zhu smiled and shook her head, explaining, Senior brother, father has not yet been buried, and this mess in the royal family also needs to be resolved. I cannot leave yet. Yu Jian took a deep breath, gently caressing Xia Zhu's cheek. Junior sister, I will wait for you at the sect along with the Empress. That night, in front of the broken imperial tomb, Xia Yanqia's coffin slowly sank into the tomb, and Xia Zhu, dressed in plain clothes, bowed deeply amidst the fluttering paper money. Behind her, the few remaining royal elders who had not been demonized knelt and wept. The once glorious Great Xia royal family was now left in ruins. As the last barrier of the tomb fell, the life of Xia Yanqiu, the emperor of Great Xia, came to a complete end. Back in the imperial city, Xia Zhu sat alone in the empty hall for an entire night, with no one daring to disturb her. At dawn the next day, she resolutely walked into the court, and under the astonished gazes of the ministers slowly announced, from today onward, the Great Xia Empire abolishes the imperial power system. This decree sounded like thunder. Some old ministers fainted on the spot, and the thousand-year legacy of Great Xia was completely severed today. More ministers knelt and shouted, "We humbly obey the fifth prince's command." The current Great Xia royal family was nothing but an empty shell. Abolishing the imperial power system might be the wisest choice. Long Outhian perched atop the golden pillar of the hall, his dragon whiskers proudly raised. This bamboo girl has quite a bit of courage. Xia Zhu's decree swept across the entire Great Xia territory like a hurricane. In the squares of various towns, the shadow stones continuously played that shocking announcement, and countless commoners looked up and discussed it excitedly. The royal family is gone. From now on, we will be governed by Lingxiao sect. That's great. We won't have to suffer under the oppression of those royal relatives anymore. Voices of both joy and concern arose, but most were filled with anticipation for the future. 3 days later, Lingxiao sect officially responded. A dazzling golden decree rose from Lingxiao Peak, transforming into a vast light curtain that enveloped the sky. From today onward, Lingxiao Prefecture will implement a new system. Abolishing noble privileges, all cultivators will be treated equally. Branches of Lingxiao will be established in each city responsible for local governance, as well as recruiting disciples. News began to spread from Lingxiao sect, radiating throughout the entire Lingxiao Prefecture. A large number of disciples from Lingxiao sect rushed out to establish branches in various towns. With this announcement, the entire Lingxiao Prefecture was set ablaze with excitement. Those cultivators who once held official positions could not join Lingxiao sect. Now that the royal family was gone, they rushed to various trial points. In front of the Lingxiao branch in major cities, the registration line stretched long, creating a magnificent scene. An elderly cultivator with white hair had just finished spinning the wheel, tears of excitement streaming down his face. "I never expected to join Lingxiao sect in my lifetime. Heaven has not abandoned me." Even more surprising was that the quality of these new disciples was extremely high. Most of them had a cultivation foundation and were all selected from the Great Xia royal family, giving them a 70% chance of gaining entry into the sect. On the main peak of Lingxiao sect, Chu Xian watched as the transport vessels brought in waves of cultivators nodding in satisfaction. Great Xia is dead. Lingxiao shall rise. At that moment, Sai Chunkius' excited voice rang in Chu Xian's ear. "Sect Master Yejian Sheng has awakened." Chu Xian's figure flashed as he swiftly rushed to the peak of the Medicine Mountain. Pushing open the door to the quiet room, he saw Yi Shi leaning against the jade couch, his face still somewhat pale, but his eyes had regained clarity. "Uncle." Chu Xian's voice trembled. Yi Shi looked up, a glimmer of joy in his eyes. "Xianer." He struggled to rise, but was pressed down by Chu Xian. "Don't move." Chu Xian grasped his uncle's hand, but found that this hand, once invincible with the sword, was now terrifyingly cold. Yi Shi forced a smile. "I never expected to still see you alive." Suddenly, Yi's eyes' expression became stern. "Xianer, something big has happened in Yinxiao sect." As Yi Shi narrated, Chu Xian's expression grew increasingly grim. It turned out that after Qin Mo came to Lingxiao sect and was defeated by Chu Xian in the Spirit Spring realm, he returned to Yinxiao sect, and it was from that moment on that Qin Mo began to demonize. Now the entire Yinxiao sect from top to bottom, including even the miscellaneous disciples, had been implanted with demon seeds. And the demonic energy from Qin Mo was completely different from that of demon cultivators. It was purer and more powerful. All 12 elders of Yinxiao sect have now broken through to the peak of the Grand Saint. Yi Zai's voice was hoarse. As for that beast Qin Mo, he has already reached the half-emperor realm, and Yinxiao sect has now taken control of most of the eastern wilderness. Hearing this, Chu Xian's fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. The legacy left by his father Chu Shanha had been desecrated into a den of demons. Qin Mo's demonization probably had something to do with the outer world demon clan he had just learned about. "They sent us to Great Xia to capture your direct disciple." Yi Shi closed his eyes in pain. Qin Mo has already taken control of the eastern wilderness Tianji Pavilion, and the old man of Tianji has predicted that there are 5 innate Dao bodies along the eastern seacoast. These 5 innate Dao bodies could help Qin Mo break through to the true emperor realm. Boom! Chu Xian suddenly erupted with terrifying sword energy, causing the entire medicine peak to tremble slightly. "What a Qin Mo! He actually dares to target my disciple." Chu Xian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Suddenly, Chu Xian laughed. "You think that just because you've become a half-emperor you can defeat me, eh?" Hearing Chu Xian say this, Yi Shi suddenly recalled what had happened before he fell unconscious. Xianer, you must tell uncle the truth. Is there a great emperor in Lingxiao sect?" Chu Xian smiled faintly at Yi Shi and gently nodded. Boom! Yi Zai's mind erupted like thunder. A great emperor. Xianer is actually working under a great emperor. Sister, brother-in-law, did you see this? Xianer not only has regained his cultivation, but has also climbed onto the leg of a great emperor. Yinxiao sect is saved. In the secret chamber of the medicine peak, Chu Xian sat beside the bed and asked, "Uncle, to what extent has the Yunxiao sect expanded now?" Yishi, struggling to sit up, replied in a deep voice, "In the eastern wastelands, 21 states, 11 states have already submitted to the Yunxiao sect. Apart from the 10 states in the east, all have been controlled by the Yunxiao sect." Hearing this, a meaningful smile appeared on Chu Xian's lips. 11 states. Qin Mo has indeed saved me a great deal of effort. Chu Xian contemplated in his heart, this is just the opportunity to unify the eastern wasteland through Qin Mo. Once the time is ripe, he just needs to behead Qin Mo, and then use the 8 wastelands and 6 harmonies purifying glaze formation to rescue all the corrupted cultivators. Then the vast eastern wasteland would belong entirely to the Lingxiao sect. At that time, the Lingxiao sect would be the foremost sect in the eastern wasteland. Having over 100,000 disciples would be no problem. What I need to do now is to quickly complete the main quest of the system and elevate my cultivation as much as possible. With this thought, Chu Xian said to Yishi, "Uncle, rest assured to recover from your injuries." He lightly patted Yi's shoulder, his eyes gleaming. "Once Qin Mo clears the obstacles for us, this great gift, your nephew will gladly accept it." Yishi was initially taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. Looking at his nephew before him, he seemed to see the shadow of Chu Xian from years past. "Ha ha ha." Yishi suddenly laughed heartily, which caused him to cough violently due to the pain. Good, good. That fool Qin Mo probably will never realize that all he has done will be a wedding dress for Xianer. Returning to the main peak, Chu Xian gazed toward the Yunxiao sect and murmured, "When the time comes, I must personally thank senior brother Qin." "Thank you." By seniority, Qin Mo was a disciple of Chu Xian, so Chu Xian would indeed have to address Qin Mo as senior brother. Then Chu Xian opened the system's task panel. Main quest 3, reach 10,000 disciples in the sect with 1,000 disciples at the spiritual spring realm and 100 disciples at the golden core realm. Task reward, host cultivation, will be raised to the peak of the demigod realm. Not completed task progress. Sect disciples 759-31000. Spiritual spring disciples 85-31000. Golden core disciples 66,100. So even if I squeeze out the last bit of heat from the great Xia, I still won't reach 10,000 disciples. Chu Xian shook his head, thinking that the territory of Zixiao state was twice as large as Lingxiao state, and the disciples of the Zixiao Holy Land barely numbered 8,000. It is clear that accomplishing this main quest solely with Lingxiao state will take some time. In that case, I can only merge Zixiao Holy Land with Lingxiao sect. The Yunxiao sect is rapidly expanding, perhaps they are already on their way to Zixiao state. Chu Xian thought for a moment. The currently known regions not occupied by the Yunxiao sect include the Geo Demon Soil to the west of Lingxiao state, Zixiao state to the south, and Monster state to the north. Although the remaining few territories are within this range, they are too far from Lingxiao sect. Geo Demon Soil is full of demonic cultivators, so it is not under consideration. Monster state is inhabited by various beasts and is also not an option. Therefore, if I want to quickly complete the system task, only the Zixiao Holy Land remains. Anyway, if I don't take it, it will be taken by Qin Mo, so I might as well complete the system task first. Deciding to act, Chu Xian called for Duan Hong and Long Outyin, and after communicating with the Zixiao Holy Land using a transmission jade slip, the 3 of them headed straight to the Zixiao Holy Land. It must be said that the flying artifact forged by Duan Hong is indeed impressive. The Lingxiao sect and Zixiao Holy Land are tens of thousands of miles apart, yet in just half an hour the 3 of them had already arrived above the Zixiao Holy Land. At the entrance of the Holy Land, dazzling rays of light filled the sky, and hundreds of disciples lined up to welcome them. The high-ranking elders of Zixia collectively bowed and said, "We welcome the Holy Master." Chu Xian nodded slightly as he was escorted into the main hall. Once seated, he got straight to the point and asked, "How is Saintess Yuan doing now?" The second elder of Zixia Holy Land sighed and said, "Though the Saintess has awakened, she has locked herself in the cold moon pavilion and remains silent all day." Chu Xian's eyes flickered and he couldn't help, but Sai Yuan was possessed by an outer demon and killed her father with her own hands. She must have already developed an inner demon and suffered damage to her Dao heart. "Take me to see her." In front of the cold moon pavilion, Chu Xian waved his hand to dismiss the crowd. As he pushed the door open, a bone-chilling coldness rushed towards him. There Yuan was sitting with her knees drawn up on an ice couch. Her 3,000 strands of hair had turned half white. "Ziyuan," Chu Xian called softly. The woman slowly raised her head, her once lively eyes now dead and still as a pond. "Is Holy Master here to watch a joke?" Chu Xian did not answer, but observed Ziyuan's condition. The soul has developed black patterns that has indeed given rise to an inner demon. It seems that the 8 wastelands and 6 harmonies purifying glaze formation is required for purification. After saying this, Chu Xian directly grabbed Ziyuan's wrist and shouted loudly, "Old Duan, Hold long. You two and the elders should discuss among yourselves. I will take Sect System back to the sect to purify the inner demon. Duan Hong hurriedly took out the long sword and handed it to Chu Xian. Without a word, Chu Xian wielded the sword and headed straight for the Lingxiao sect. Upon reaching the Lingxiao sect, he did not stop his steps and dragged Ziyuan to the large formation on the back mountain. At this moment, the last few remaining royal family members inside the formation were still purifying the demonic seed, and Chu Xian led Ziyuan into the formation. Boom! The light and shadow of the 8 wastelands and 6 harmonies purifying glaze formation became even more solid, and pure glaze divine light surged into Ziyuan's brow. She trembled violently, her eyes swirling with intertwining demonic energy and regret generated by the inner demon. Oh! Amidst a piercing scream, those blood-colored memories melted away like ice and snow. When the last trace of obsession was purified, Ziyuan collapsed on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Father! I am sorry, daughter. Chu Xian withdrew his hand and stood with his hands behind his back. The act of filicide was never your intention. Now that you have realized your wrongs, you should follow your father's last wishes. Take care of yourself and take care of the Zixia Holy Land. Ziyuan took a deep breath and solemnly bowed deeply to Chu Xian. Holy Master, your life-saving grace Xian will never forget. From now on, the Zixia Holy Land will willingly follow the Lingxiao sect. Chu Xian responded lightly, feeling justified in accepting Ziyuan's great gratitude. Afterwards, he personally led Ziyuan on a comprehensive tour of the Lingxiao sect, which left her in continuous awe. A day later, in the Great Hall of the Zixia Holy Land. After listening to the elders' report about the situation in the eastern wasteland, Ziyuan stood up decisively. From this moment on, the Zixia Holy Land will merge into the Lingxiao Holy Land. She turned to Chu Xian and knelt on one knee. Please, Holy Master, grant this. With the inner demon now removed, and after touring the entire Lingxiao sect, Ziyuan's mood had improved considerably. When she was in the Lingxiao sect, Ziyuan was completely envious. The cultivation environment, the heritage of the sect, the extravagant aura, the Zixia Holy Land, was simply not on the same level. No wonder the disciples of the Lingxiao sect easily suppressed their opponents in the second match. The current situation in the Eastern Wasteland is the perfect opportunity to join the Lingxiao sect. Although this would cause the name of the Zixia Holy Land to disappear, the legacy of the Zixia Holy Land would not be cut off. Chu Xian's thoughts stirred, and he immediately said, the Zixia Holy Land can merge into the Lingxiao sect, but a peak can be established specifically for the Zixia Holy Land, becoming the 10th peak of the Lingxiao sect, named Zixia Peak. Disciples of Zixia Peak may cultivate at Zixia Peak. Upon hearing this, Ziyuan's eyes lit up. Thank you, Holy Master. As soon as the news of the merger of the Zixia Holy Land into the Lingxiao sect spread, the entire Zixia Holy Land was instantly filled with excitement.